Upon awakening, the fisherman Chen Weiguo found himself transported back to the early 1960s in the city of Si Jiu. The courtyard, adorned with intricately carved windows, was graced by drooping green willows and blooming red crabapple flowers. The notion of scarcity in food and drink was non-existent. Transitioning from fishing to factory work, he diligently devoted himself to his endeavors. He procured the first imported color television in the entire courtyard. He acquired the first electric refrigerator in the courtyard. He brought home the first three-wheeled motorcycle in the courtyard. He purchased the first camera in the courtyard. He installed the first telephone in the courtyard. Chapter 1. The story commences. Chen Weiguo, a native of Hunan province, was an ardent fishing enthusiast, having claimed the national fishing championship for 5 consecutive years, earning him the renowned title of Fishing King. The nearby fishing spots, aware of his reputation, had placed him on their blacklist. One day, his craving for fishing became insatiable, and he invited several friends to join him by the banks of the Xiang River. They arrived beneath the Xiang River Bridge, a location he frequented for fishing. Indeed, 2 hours had passed, and his net was already brimming with 80 to 90 pounds of fish. Today's fishing expedition had been fulfilling, and he was preparing to return with his friend Zhang Han. Suddenly, a resounding splash echoed as a large object fell into the water, drenching Chen Weiguo with the resultant spray. "Someone has jumped into the river," Zhang Han exclaimed, instinctively pointing towards the direction of the fallen object. Without a moment's hesitation, the two men shed their outer garments and leapt into the river. The early spring waters of the Xiang River were still quite chilly. Upon entering the river, both men shivered involuntarily. Few skilled fishermen lack proficiency in swimming. The two men swam vigorously towards the location of the submerged individual. As the fallen person was not far from their fishing spot, they quickly approached. However, the water was too deep, and the victim had already sunk. Chen Weiguo plunged down and seized the victim's hair, pulling upwards with all his might. Soon, he managed to bring the person back to the surface. Working in tandem, Zhang Han, witnessing that Chen Weiguo had successfully retrieved the victim, maneuvered to the back of the individual, clasping their neck and swimming towards the shore. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Chen Weiguo's limbs began to cramp. Panic surged within him as his body became unresponsive, and he slowly sank towards the riverbed. Zhang Han, swimming ahead, remained oblivious to this development. After 1 or 2 minutes, as Chen Weiguo descended into the depths, he suddenly spotted a dazzling white light emanating from a certain point at the riverbed, accompanied by a colossal whirlpool that exerted a powerful suction upon him. He had no time to react as he, along with the surrounding water, was drawn into the white light by the vortex. In an instant, consciousness slipped away from him. Hiss! A long inhalation escaped, and Chen Weiguo abruptly opened his eyes. He stared in astonishment at the ceiling, which bore no resemblance to the modern architectural style he was accustomed to. Where am I? Wasn't I just rescuing someone in the Xiang River? How did I end up here? He suddenly sat up with a start, his bewildered gaze sweeping across the surroundings, which were entirely unlike the contemporary home decor he recognized. This decoration seems somewhat familiar to him. Last summer, while exploring Beijing with his family, he encountered such adornments during a visit to the traditional courtyard houses in the folk street. After surveying his surroundings, Chen Weiguo glanced down at himself, observing his noticeably smaller hands, and he was taken aback. Slap! Slap! Chen Weiguo forcefully struck his own face twice. This must be a dream. A couple of slaps should surely awaken him. However, upon witnessing the unchanged environment and his own body, Chen Weiguo realized that this was not a dream. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head. He could not help but lie back down again. Waves of unfamiliar memories incessantly flooded into his mind. The pain was so intense that he could not suppress a scream. Ah! Bang! The door was forcefully thrust open from the outside. Brother! Brother! You are finally awake. What has happened to you? A girl's voice, bright and melodious, initially resonated with joy, but quickly transformed into anxiety and helplessness. As she spoke, the girl unconsciously infused her voice with a hint of sobbing. After about 10 minutes, Chen Weiguo finally regained his composure. In that brief span, cold sweat had drenched his clothes, making it appear as if he had just emerged from the water, accompanied by a series of labored breaths. The girl anxiously shook his arm and inquired, "Brother, what is wrong with you? Are you feeling better now? Brother, please speak. I'm so worried. Please say something." All right. I'm fine now. I don't know what just happened. My head suddenly started to throb. Chen Weiguo's voice was hoarse as he spoke. "Little sister, please fetch me a glass of water. I am parched." Once the girl was sent away, Chen Weiguo seized the opportunity to organize the sudden influx of memories. He was now certain that he had traversed into another realm. He had arrived in a cinematic world titled The Courtyard of Beasts. The name of this body is also Chen Weiguo, a junior high school graduate who has just celebrated his 16th birthday. He has a younger sister named Chen Shaoling, aged 13, who is the girl that had just been shaking his arm in distress. Their mother had suffered injuries during the birth of the younger sister and, within 2 years, succumbed to illness. Their father, while pursuing enemy agents last year, was tragically shot and succumbed to his injuries without receiving timely medical attention. Now, only the two siblings remain, relying on each other for survival. Were it not for the government's grain relief, they would likely have perished from starvation. It is now October 1959, marking the first year of a tumultuous period. The market is devoid of various grain supplies. Even if they existed, they are unattainable for ordinary individuals. The two children are at an age where they are growing rapidly and require substantial nourishment. The meager rations received on the street are utterly insufficient. In pursuit of sustenance, older brother Chen Weiguo prepared his makeshift wooden spear, hoping to try his luck at the back sea to see if he could catch a fish and improve their meager diet. Whether to deem him fortunate or unfortunate is debatable. Shortly after arriving at the back sea, he spotted a large carp, weighing about 4 to 5 kilograms, lying belly up on the shore, appearing as if it were on the brink of death. This delighted the original owner. He immediately grasped his wooden spear, ready to plunge it into the fish. However, as he approached and prepared to strike, the fish flicked its tail and swam a little deeper into the water. The makeshift spear was simply too short to reach it. Consequently, the original owner inched closer, raising his spear in preparation to stab into the water. By sheer coincidence, the fish flicked its tail again, swimming slightly towards the center of the lake, thus leading the original owner progressively into deeper waters. When the water reached his chest, the original owner finally realized he had ventured into dangerous territory. He immediately attempted to retreat, but in his haste, he lost his footing and slid toward the center of the lake. At that moment, the original owner discarded the wooden spear and attempted to swim back. Fortunately, he had learned the dog paddle as a child. After exerting considerable effort, he finally made it to the shore. It was then that he felt a wave of dread wash over him. This type of fish, he had heard his grandfather mention, was known as the soul-calling fish. It was not to be trifled with. In October, the water temperature in the capital is already quite cold. After such a tumultuous ordeal, the original owner returned home only to succumb to a high fever shortly thereafter. The fever persisted for several days and did not subside, leading to his demise. It was then that Chen Weiguo crossed over and occupied this body. He had the fortune of watching the television series The Courtyard of Beasts in another world. Truly, it was a den of beasts. Not a single good person among them. The two little ones have managed to survive amidst such malevolent neighbors, which is indeed no small feat. Setting aside these concerns, the immediate issue at hand is the matter of sustenance. According to the original owner's memories, there were only 5 days' worth of food left before he fell unconscious, and there are still 10 days until the next distribution of relief supplies. Otherwise, the original owner would not have risked venturing out with a wooden spear to catch fish. As he contemplated this, his vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself in a vast, white, desolate space. Chapter 2. The Otherworldly Space. A space. It truly exists. Chen Weiguo leaped with exhilaration. In his previous life, he often indulged in novels on tomato, and he was well aware of the concept of a cheat. The space was one of those quintessential cheats that protagonists always possessed. He had previously believed it to be a mere figment of fiction, only to discover that it genuinely existed in reality. A boon for traversers. This time, fortune had smiled upon him. Before he could delve deeper into the mysteries of this space, he suddenly sensed someone pushing the door open. With a flick of his mind, Chen Weiguo swiftly exited the space. "Brother, here has some water." It was Chen Shaoling, entering with an enamel cup in hand. Chen Weiguo accepted the cup and gulped down the water in one go. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, he returned the cup to his sister. "Shaoling, I'm fine now. Just a bit hungry and lacking in strength. Could you heat up the cornmeal pancake we didn't finish yesterday? I'll eat something and regain my strength. Then I'll prepare a delightful meal for you." "All right, brother, wait a moment. I'll heat up the pancake right away." With that, Chen Shaoling hurried out. It was evident that this little sister cared deeply for her brother. According to the original owner's memories, this sister was somewhat mischievous, often going against him, and the two siblings frequently engaged in quarrels over trivial matters. Relying on the original owner's indulgence and affection, she often vexed him. However, during this unexpected high fever, Chen Shaoling had been by his side, caring for him without leaving his side. In his fever-induced haze, he often heard her voice, "Brother, please wake up. I promise I won't make you angry anymore. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it, and I won't oppose you again." Once his sister left, Chen Weiguo immediately slipped back into the space, observing intently. Above him, a radiant sphere emitting white light, let us call it the sun, hung in the air, illuminating the entire space. The soft white light was incredibly soothing. It felt as though every pore on his body was open, greedily basking in the gentle radiance. He surveyed his surroundings. In the distance loomed a swirling mass of gray mist, encasing this vast space. The area appeared to span thousands of acres. Beneath his feet lay a substance that resembled neither wood nor jade, but from afar appeared like clouds of cotton. Yet, upon stepping on it, it felt remarkably solid, akin to walking on a sturdy concrete surface. Is it possible to bring things from the outside into this space? He recalled that the protagonists he had seen in novels on Tomato could indeed transport external items into their spaces. With this thought, he made a move. Chen Weiguo exited the space and placed his hand on the large wooden bed beneath him. With a flick of his mind, the bed, along with everything in contact with it, was instantly transported into the space. Indeed, it can hold items. He pondered, I wonder if living creatures can also be brought in? Given that he himself was currently in this space without discomfort, it seemed plausible. Could I possibly grow vegetables or raise small animals here? However, there was no soil, so he would need to devise a way to acquire some for planting. If I could cultivate grains and vegetables across this vast expanse, I wouldn't have to worry about the hardships of the next 3 years. With this thought, the haze of uncertainty and worry about the future dissipated, and a long-lost confidence surged back within him. Chen Weiguo was so engrossed in exploring the functionalities of the space that he did not notice the crisp voice calling from outside. "Brother, the pancake is ready to eat. I also made some cornmeal porridge." "Okay, I'm coming," he replied as he swung his legs off the bed. Due to his hunger, he felt a bit unsteady, as if walking on cotton, and he wobbled toward the dining area, which also served as the living room. This dining area was partitioned from a large room by their father, creating a smaller bedroom where Chen Weiguo currently resided. While the larger area was designated as the living room, the siblings enjoyed the pickled vegetables sent by Aunt Ma from next door, paired with the cornmeal porridge, each having 2 pancakes, finishing them in just a few bites. Even so, they had barely filled their stomachs. They dared not eat more. A modest portion would allow them to endure for a few more days. When the time came to borrow grain, they could at least ask for less. After all, there was little grain left in anyone's granary these days. "Shaoling, while it's still light outside, let us review your studies. Once it's dark, we want to light the kerosene lamp to save some money." Although there was still a bit of the compensation from their father's death, in these times, even with money, one could scarcely buy food. Moreover, the meager sum left from their father's compensation could barely purchase 3 to 5 jean of cornmeal on the black market. And that was with a ration coupon. Without a coupon, the price had more than doubled. Such a trivial amount was hardly sufficient. Furthermore, given the original owner's timid nature, he would never dare to buy anything from the black market. The greatest threat there was not the uncles in large hats, but rather the hidden hands lurking among the buyers and sellers. Every day, there were reports of people being targeted by these hands, robbed of their possessions, or even losing their lives. The rivers and lakes around Beijing are plentiful. I can surely utilize my skills. My title as the fishing champion for 5 consecutive years was not merely a boast. With this space cheat, I will be in my element. Space is limited at home, but tomorrow I can experiment to see if I can bring soil and water in. If that works, I'll have a solution for the food problem. Okay, brother. By the way, what are your plans for tomorrow? I plan to go fishing at Hohai, Chen Weiguo replied while tidying up the dishes. What? You're going to Hohai tomorrow? Are you out of your mind? Chen Shaoling exclaimed, rising in agitation. Let us have our food tomorrow, brother. Please don't go to Hohai. Her voice quivered with emotion. Seeing this, Chen Weiguo immediately approached her, gently patting her dry, brittle hair to comfort her. Don't worry. This time I won't be using a wooden spear to catch fish. I'll be fishing instead. I had a long dream while I was feverish. In my dream, an old man with a white beard taught me numerous skills, including fishing. You can trust me. I'll certainly bring back a great haul of fish. Observing his sister's dry, brittle hair and her frail physique that could be blown away by a gust of wind, he felt a pang of sorrow. The original owner had been a most inadequate brother. Since he now occupied this body, he would fulfill that regret for her. It seemed as if a certain obsession within this body dissipated suddenly, leaving him feeling a wave of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Really? The little girl tilted her head, gazing at him, skepticism evident in her eyes. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Chen Weiguo assured her. Thumping his equally slender chest, tomorrow, When you return from school, just wait for delicious fish meat and fish soup. The little girl pondered for a moment before nodding. Brother, I believe you. Now, go review your lessons while it's still light. I must prepare for tomorrow's fishing expedition. With that, Chen Weiguo turned and stepped out of the room. Chapter 3. Seeking to borrow fishing gear from old Yan. As soon as he stepped out the door, a chorus of astonished voices greeted him. At this hour, most have finished their workday, and neighbors who have just dined often enjoy casual conversations in the courtyard. In these times, entertainment is scarce, and with food becoming increasingly scarce, few households can afford to eat to their fill. To stave off hunger for as long as possible, people refrain from engaging in much activity outdoors, preferring instead to sit in their yards and indulge in light banter to pass the time. Weiguo, are you alright? You have no idea how worried your sister has been these past few days. Dr. Yao even came by to check on you, saying that if your fever doesn't subside today, they'll have to inform the community to make arrangements for your funeral. The speaker was Lu Quan, residing in the East Wing, adjacent to Chen Weiguo's home, a blacksmith at the Red Star Steelworks. Indeed, the very same from the courtyard, full of affection. Lu Quan had a somewhat daft disposition, often speaking without a filter, earning him the nickname Lu the Fool. However, he despised being called that. Should anyone dare to address him thusly in person, he would promptly deliver a couple of punches to make them understand what true foolishness looked like. Despite his lack of wit, he possessed a kind heart. Preparing for a funeral? Truly foolish. Only he could endure such a mouth, Chen Weiguo thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. The original owner of his body was a solitary soul, not one for idle chatter, yet he managed a decent rapport with Lu Quan. They could sit together in silence for hours, one speaking and the other listening. In Nanluo, a significant portion of the residents worked at the steelworks. They saw each other at work and after hours, fostering a deep familiarity among neighbors. Unlike some modern communities where neighbors might live side by side for years without ever crossing paths. Indeed, if something were to happen to you, your sister may very well end up in an orphanage, chimed in Aunt Ma, seated opposite Lu Quan. Aunt Ma, known as Ma Lanhua, was related to Chen Weiguo's father through her husband, Chen San, who had taken great care of the siblings since their father's untimely death in the line of duty. He often brought food for them, although Chen San was under the strict thumb of his wife, sneaking items to them under the radar. Thank you, Aunt Ma, thank you. Lu Gu, thank you, Uncle Chen and Uncle Zhang. I'm feeling much better now, and I owe it all to your support, said Chen Weiguo, bowing deeply to the group. Oh dear, this child has certainly become more astute after his illness, remarked Uncle Zhang, patting Chen Weiguo on the shoulder and inspecting him. You seem to be in good spirits. Aside from being a bit thin, you seem quite well. Chen Weiguo's residence was located at number 94 Nanluo, a modest courtyard with 2 entrances. Next door was number 95. The small courtyard housed 4 families. Aunt Ma's family in the west wing, Uncle Zhang's family in the southern reverse house, and Chen Weiguo's family occupying the main house along with the adjoining side rooms. Generally, the 4 families maintained a harmonious relationship. Aside from the occasional squabble between Lu the Fool and Aunt Ma, most of the time, life was serene and monotonous, with everyone working, dining, and resting in a predictable routine. Given the current scarcity of food, they could not afford to engage in excessive outdoor activities. Boy, it's getting dark soon. Are you planning to head out? Uncle Zhang inquired further. Yes, I have something to attend to, so I want to linger with you all, Chen Weiguo replied, waving as he stepped outside the courtyard. He pondered how he might borrow a fishing rod from Yan Bugui. In the original owner's memories, due to his solitary nature, interactions with the neighbors at number 95 had been quite sparse. After his father's passing, visits to the neighbors dwindled even further. Most days, he took his sister out to forage for wild vegetables. However, due to their youth and inexperience, they could scarcely identify the edible plants. While others would return with baskets full, the siblings barely managed to gather enough for the bottom of a basket. Now, the wild vegetables near the city walls had been nearly exhausted, compelling them to venture farther afield, though their youth rendered them cautious about straying too far. The gnawing hunger eventually led to the earlier incident involving the makeshift fishing spear. Having read about others effortlessly catching fish, he thought that even as a novice, he should be able to catch at least 1 or 2. After all, the book claimed fish were quite foolish. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance of No. 95. The self-proclaimed guardian of the gate, Yin Lao Ko, immediately spotted the contemplative Chen Weiguo. Yin Lao Ko had a gaunt face, framed by a pair of old-fashioned glasses. His meticulously styled hair giving an impression of a man who was particularly shrewd and calculating. Ah, if it isn't young Weiguo. I heard you were quite ill recently. Are you all right now? Oh, Teacher Yan, hello? Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Chen Weiguo replied. I haven't seen you fishing lately. What has happened? He inquired, seeking to make conversation. Ah, there are just too many anglers now. I don't know if the fish in the back lake have become wiser or if they've been fished out entirely. I've returned empty-handed for several days. Yan Bugui lamented, expressing disappointment. Rather than endure the cold winds by the lake, I might as well stay home. Is that not young Weiguo? A rare sight indeed. Usually, you're a homebody. What brings you to our courtyard today to chat with Yan Laoko? Came a somewhat mocking voice from behind. It was the boisterous Shaju, sporting an unruly mop of hair, who had just emerged from the restroom. I heard you were on the brink of death. You look fine now, he added, oblivious to the rumors swirling around. Chen Weiguo felt an urge to throw a punch. Yet, looking at Shaju's burly frame and then at his own slender build, he thought better of it. Now was not the time for quarrels. He would simply note this down for future reckoning. During my father's lifetime, everyone in this courtyard treated me with respect. It hasn't even been long since his death, and now I am subject to such disdain. These petty individuals. It seems one must rely on their own abilities. Chen Weiguo reined in his thoughts, forcing a smile as he greeted Shaju. Hello, Brother Zhu. You all carry on. I'll head back to sleep. What a wretched fate. It was only October, and the chill already permeated the air. Shaju waved a hand in acknowledgement, muttering as he strolled into the courtyard. Chen Weiguo disregarded him and continued his conversation with Yan Bugui. Teacher Yan, I noticed you haven't been fishing lately. Could I possibly borrow your fishing rod for a bit? My family is quite impoverished, and I have nothing of value to offer in exchange. He leaned closer, putting on a hopeful expression. Little Weiguo, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend it to you, but this fishing rod cost me a pretty penny. I fear you may not be able to compensate me if it were to get damaged. Yan Bugui responded without a moment's hesitation, his expression indicating no intention of lending it out. Chapter 4. Securing the fishing gear. Boy, do you think you can just borrow my valuable possessions without offering something substantial in return? In truth, Yan Bugui's fishing rod is fashioned merely from a reed, which is hardly a rarity. What is truly precious, however, are the fishing line and hooks. In the current climate of scarcity in the capital, where pork is a rare find, fishing has become a vital means for people to procure meat. Consequently, the prices of fishing gear have soared. A typical Iceni hook costs 5 dimes, and a spool of ordinary fishing line fetches 4 yuan. For Chen Weiguo, the prospect of purchasing a complete set of hooks and lines is rather unthinkable. If it comes to that, he would have to extract a meager portion from his father's pitiful pension to afford it. Thus, if he could borrow from Yan Bugui, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. Spending his own money would merely be a last resort. Teacher Yan, might you assist me? Could you lend me your fishing gear for a day, considering both Xiao Ling and I are your students? Chen Weiguo feigned a beseeching demeanor, attempting to elicit sympathy. Boy, spare me your theatrics. There are countless pitiful souls in this world. Do you expect me, Yan Bugui, to extend my compassion to each and every one? You might as well abandon your futile schemes. Stealing a glance at Yan Bugui's expression, Chen noticed him turning away, his demeanor that of a heart of stone. It was evident that his ploy for pity would prove ineffective against this shrewd old miser, whose reputation for frugality was well deserved. It seems that without parting with some cash, I shall not succeed. This Yin is indeed as stingy as they say. Truly, one can have an unfortunate name, but never a misleading nickname. Seeing that his initial tactic had failed, Chen Weiguo devised another plan. Teacher Yin, what if I propose this? I borrow your fishing gear for a day, and should I catch any fish, I will share 10% with you. If I catch none, I will pay you a dime in rent. What do you think? Yan Bugui stroked his chin, feigning a conflicted expression, though the smile at the corner of his mouth was barely containable. To mask his delight, he pretended to adjust his glasses. At that moment, Yan Bugui's spectacles, still intact and unbroken by the foolish Zhu, retained a hint of scholarly charm, embodying the essence of a dedicated educator. This foolish boy, I only charge 30 cents to rent out my bicycle for a day, yet he offers a mere dime for a fishing rod. You have brought this upon yourself. It is not I, Yan Bugui, who demands it. Very well then. Yan Bugui drawled, feigning reluctance. However, you must ensure that you do not damage my equipment. Should it incur any damage, you shall compensate me for a new one. Agreed. If it breaks, I will pay you. Chen Weiguo responded without hesitation. 10%, But the quantity of fish caught will ultimately be at my discretion. After all, there is always a greater power at play. I'll simply return with a modest catch of 10 or so small fish, while the rest I will store in my space. Perfectly suited for testing whether I can keep fish there. With his objective achieved, Chen Weiguo couldn't suppress his joy, his lips stretching into a broad grin. 2 cunning foxes, one large and one small, each with their own intentions, believed they had struck a great bargain. Wait here, I shall fetch the fishing rod. With that, Yan Bugui turned and entered the courtyard, followed closely by Chen Weiguo. Upon entering the west wing, however, Chen was abruptly met with an overwhelming stench as he stepped inside. The foul odor, mingled with the acrid smell of unwashed feet, repelled him instantly. This miserly Yen Buguay must be excessively frugal. It was hard to fathom how long this family had gone without visiting a bathhouse. Teacher Yen, I shall wait for you outside. It is much cooler out here. Chen Weiguo hastily conjured an excuse to extricate himself from the situation. Yen Buguay remained silent, and shortly thereafter emerged from the room with the fishing rod. As the cotton curtain parted, Chen instinctively took a step back, truly respecting the odor that assaulted his senses. Here. Yen Buguay extended the fishing rod from his right hand and raised a landing net in his left. What do you think? If you catch a sizable fish, this is indispensable. If you wish for it, I can offer you a sweet deal, an additional 2 fish. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Weiguo decided to indulge the old miser, hoping it would pave the way for future borrowing. Thus, he acquiesced to Yen Buguay's proposal. With the fishing rod and landing net in hand, Chen Weiguo returned home with exuberance. However, to catch fish, merely having a rod and net is insufficient. Other preparations are equally crucial, the most vital being the concoction of bait and ground bait. He possessed a unique secret recipe for these essentials. After all, it was no simple feat to be crowned fishing champion for 5 consecutive years without possessing some genuine skills. Yet, under current constraints, many commonplace items from his past life were nearly impossible to procure in this era. Thus, he had no choice but to substitute them with similar alternatives. After dedicating 40 minutes to preparing the bait and ground bait before nightfall, he was ready for the grand endeavor that awaited him the next day. He held firm confidence in his abilities. Even without the aid of his spatial capabilities, he believed his catch would still incite envy among others. The following morning, before dawn broke, Chen Weiguo arose to prepare for his outing. To avoid disturbing his younger sister's slumber, he tiptoed quietly out of bed, intending to sneak away. Just as he reached the kitchen door, he heard the faint clinking of kitchen utensils, indicative of someone else being up early. Seemingly cautious not to wake the sleeping inhabitants of the adjacent room. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Weiguo felt a rush of emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. It was worth noting that within this body resided a modern soul in his 30s, yet he was moved to tears by such a simple sight. Little sister, why are you up so early? Chen Weiguo whispered. Ah. Chen Shaoling was startled by his voice and placed a hand over her chest, reproaching. Brother, are you a cat? How do you walk without making a sound? Embarrassed, Chen Weiguo wiped his face, clearing the traces of tears. Little sister, why are you up so early? You have school today, go back to sleep for a while longer. Otherwise, you will be tired for class tomorrow. I can handle this. Chen Weiguo hurriedly took the spatula from his sister's hands, urging her to return to her room. From now on, you mustn't do this. I can manage everything. Your only responsibility is to study diligently and strive for university. He feigned a stern expression, trying to appear mature, though his youthful face rendered it somewhat comical. All right, I understand. Chen Shaoling stuck out her tongue, feeling sweetly content as she retreated to her bedroom. There is still a bit of time. I can sleep for another half hour. I did indeed rise a tad early. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now. Chapter 5. Raiding the back lake to establish a fish pond. After breakfast, Chen Weiguo took his fishing gear and prepared to set out. He also brought a bun for lunch, having prepared ample bait and ground bait yesterday, intending to battle at the back lake for the entire day. As he pushed open the door, a brisk wind rushed in, sliding down his collar, heralding the chill of early autumn. Chen Weiguo quickly raised his collar, tightening it against the morning breeze as he stepped outside. In the capital, the eastern sky appeared a deep indigo, shrouded in mystery. Gradually, a pale light of dawn began to emerge, contrasting sharply with the dark blue of the sky. Sparse figures began to appear on the road, all busy in pursuit of their daily sustenance. Like Chen Weiguo, he hunched his shoulders and tucked in his neck, presenting a hurried demeanor. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Weiguo arrived at the banks of the back sea. There were others who had arrived even earlier, seated by the water, fishing. He found a spot beneath a willow tree, unfolded his small stool, and organized the items he had brought, preparing to embark on his fishing endeavor. The sky had not yet brightened significantly, and the distant lake appeared shrouded in a gray haze. The nearest person was at least 20 meters away, prompting Chen Weiguo to contemplate the matter of the experimental space. He recalled the events of the previous day within that very space. To retrieve an object, it must be touched directly or indirectly. However, he wondered about the distance of this indirect contact. Yesterday, the proximity had been too close to ascertain any results. Now, this rare opportunity allows me to experiment. With determination, Chen Weiguo cast his fishing rod, controlling the hook's advance. He had discovered yesterday that any object capable of being collected into the space was entirely under his command. In other words, within this space, he was akin to a deity. If the extending hook slipped from his control, it indicated the limit of his retrieval distance. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. 100 meters. Just as he reached this distance, he realized he had lost control of the hook. Reeling the line back slightly, he found the state of the hook vividly etched in his mind. Indeed, there is a distance limitation. 100 meters must be the maximum range for indirectly collecting objects. At that moment, Chen Weiguo discovered he could retrieve all objects within the range of indirect contact, meaning that the water touched by the fishing line and hook could also be drawn into the space. Were it not for the concern of causing too much commotion, he could have easily collected all the lake water within a 100-meter radius. With this space, my top-tier fishing skills seem rather superfluous. He couldn't help but smile wryly at the thought. He could collect not only the lake water but also the fish within it. Observing his surroundings, where tranquility reigned and the nearest person remained 20 meters away, he slipped into a thicket and entered the space. With a mere thought, several ponds of approximately 100 acres materialized within the space. He then exited the space, emerged from the bushes, and returned to his original fishing spot. Even if someone noticed, they would likely assume he had merely stepped into the bushes for a moment, harboring no further suspicion. Upon returning to his position, he directed the hook to sweep across the water within a 100-meter diameter. As he extracted the fish from the water, he slowly filled the space with water. Naturally, he did not collect every fish. He released those weighing less than a pound, allowing them to grow gradually. After 10 minutes, he had successfully netted all the larger fish in the area. Thanks to his caution, the rate at which he filled the space with water was sufficiently slow, preventing any violent disturbances on the water's surface. Wow, this method of fishing is simply exhilarating, huh? He reveled in his delight. With his skills, he would typically catch only 100 to 180 pounds of fish in a day at this lake. Now, with a simple sweep, he could effortlessly obtain 200 to 300 pounds, all of which were larger fish weighing over 2 to 3 pounds. Was there any more expedient method of fishing? If others were to learn of his technique, would they not be envious enough to wish him harm? Haha, what a thrill. Chen Weiguo could not help but laugh aloud. In the stillness of dawn, his laughter echoed far and wide. Coupled with the dim light, this sudden outburst startled those nearby, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. The nearest fisherman turned his head in his direction, eyes filled with confusion and wariness. Realizing something, the man hastily packed his gear and fled the scene. During this time, the security in the capital was not as it would be in later years. Numerous agents were still lurking among the populace, undetected, and people's vigilance was exceptionally heightened. Any slightly unusual behavior could easily be reported to the authorities. What might seem perfectly normal to us today was considered exceedingly abnormal back then. Chen Weiguo remained absorbed in his own world, oblivious to the external reactions. He had just extended his consciousness into the space to check on the fish he had collected. As he anticipated, the fish were perfectly normal, just as they had been in the back sea. To ensure the fish thrived in the space, he also collected a significant amount of lakebed silt and aquatic plants, aiming to perfectly replicate the ecological environment of the back sea. Within this space, if he desired, he could perceive the growth of each fish, maintaining absolute control over their well-being. As the dawn gradually brightened, the rising sun began to reveal a hint of golden light. Chen Weiguo decided to change locations to continue his previous operations. Every 20 minutes, he would switch to a new spot. By around 11 o'clock, he had circumnavigated nearly half of the back sea. The number of ponds in the space had increased from 5 to 15, all of substantial size, filled with lake water and layered with thick silt and aquatic plants at the bottom. The fish captured from the back sea were now distributed among these ponds. His unusual behavior finally attracted attention. An elderly man with silver hair, slicked back, and a small tuft of white goatee teased, "Young fellow, that's not how you fish." The old man glanced at Chen Weiguo's empty bucket and continued, "You keep switching spots every few minutes. By the time your bait attracts the fish, you're already gone. How could you possibly catch anything? Look, you've not caught a single fish all morning. A clear testament to your folly. Fishing requires patience. If you lack even that, you might as well return home for a nap to avoid embarrassing your family." As he spoke, the old man began to lecture Chen Weiguo. If he were to discover that Chen Weiguo had already amassed 1,000 to 2,000 pounds of fish in his space, would he not be shocked enough to pull out his beard? The old man's words, however, did serve to remind Chen Weiguo. Though the old man is unaware of my unique circumstances, I cannot consume all the fish I collect. The vast majority must be sold for money. If I fail to catch anything but still take a considerable number of fish to sell, it would be difficult to avoid attracting attention. Furthermore, winter is fast approaching, and both my sister and I are in dire need of new winter coats, as ours have been tattered since last year. If I do not procure 2 new coats for this winter, enduring the season will be quite challenging. Realizing his mistake, Chen Weiguo bowed deeply to the old man, saying, "Sir, you are absolutely right. I acknowledge my error and shall amend my ways." He promptly selected an appropriate spot, settled down once more, and commenced his routine with a fluidity that bespoke unparalleled skill. baiting the hook and casting the line with deft precision. The sizable fish in the vicinity had already been gathered into his spatial domain not long ago. Now, as he engaged in fishing, he simply retrieved fish from his space to affix them onto his hooks, subsequently reeling them in. In this manner, with a frequency of one fish every 3 to 5 minutes, he managed to catch over 10 substantial fish in less than an hour, each weighing no less than 3 pounds, the largest tipping the scales at over 30 pounds. When he endeavored to relinquish control while landing the largest fish, its vigorous thrashing nearly pulled him into the lake. Startled, he swiftly employed his spatial control to subdue the fish, feigning a struggle akin to that of a nursing mother, before finally hauling the creature onto the shore. The elderly man with white hair, who had just reprimanded Chen Weiguo for his lack of fishing prowess, stood agape, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. With a fierce tug, he ripped a whisker from his chin, wincing in pain, and muttered, "You little rascal. You certainly know how to put on a show. In my many years of life, I have yet to encounter a fishing master as formidable as you. You must be deliberately trying to make a fool of me." The old man surmised that this mischievous youth was retaliating for the earlier scolding. Fuming, he puffed out his cheeks and glared in indignation. Meanwhile, Chen Weiguo resembled an oblivious child, gazing at the old man with wide, innocent eyes, blinking innocently. This demeanor only served to further infuriate the elder, who huffed and flounced away. The old man's abrupt departure left Chen Weiguo bewildered. Could it be that the old fellow was suffering from some grave affliction to become so enraged? Disregarding the old man's antics, Chen Weiguo's laborious efforts were not merely for show. He intended to sell fish. At that moment, a heavy yet somewhat breathless voice emerged from behind. "Youngster, are you selling your fish?" "Not for sale, but I can trade," Chen Weiguo replied without looking back, fully focused on hooking another fish. He needed to catch more. The few fish he had were insufficient to procure a warm coat for both his sister and himself. Why only trade and not sell? At this juncture, a law existed prohibiting speculative dealings. Private transactions were not permitted, and should he be reported, not only would the fish be confiscated, but he would also face re-education. Such a mistake was one he dared not commit. "I'm not a personal buyer. My name is Xie Chong, a procurement officer for the cafeteria at Frog University. I am purchasing ingredients for our school." "Oh." Chen Weiguo halted his actions and turned to face the source of the voice. There stood a rotund figure, resembling a plump ball with a shiny bald head, the entirety of his shoulders consumed by his head. It was rare in this era to encounter someone who had indulged to such an extent. Upon seeing this visage, Chen Weiguo felt convinced. In this day and age, no ordinary citizen could achieve such girth unless they were a chef living off public provisions. "Very well. What price are you prepared to offer?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Weiguo agreed. He had initially intended to sell the fish to a nearby collection station. Now that someone was willing to buy, without any worries of repercussions, why should he toil to carry them back? "The current market price is 32 cents per pound. I'll give you 51 cents per pound if you deliver them to Frog University. Deal?" The rotund man presented an irresistible offer. With meat in short supply, he was eager to procure more for the school to enhance the nutrition of the teachers and students. This was an unexpected stroke of luck. He had stumbled upon a fishing prodigy. No, he should be regarded as the emperor of fishing. Overjoyed, he recalled how he had witnessed Chen Weiguo's fishing technique in its entirety, leaving him utterly astounded. It was the first time he had seen fish caught in such a manner. Each time Chen Weiguo reeled in a fish, the rotund man exclaimed, "Wow." And when he saw Chen Weiguo struggle to haul a 30-pound carp onto the shore, he could no longer remain seated, hastily waddling over, fearful that someone else might claim the prize first. "This is the largest batch of meat I've encountered in quite some time. I cannot allow anyone else to snatch it away. Today, if I handle this well, my uncle the director will surely commend me." The rotund man mused gleefully. "Here, take 50 yuan as a deposit. You cannot sell these fish to anyone else." His cunning was evident. By paying the deposit, Chen Weiguo would be dissuaded from selling to others, and no one would dare approach him shamelessly to snatch away his catch. During these times, although people were impoverished, they retained their dignity. Face mattered more than life itself. "Hey, can you help me find a handcart? These fish must weigh at least 200 pounds. I can't carry them all by myself." "You insolent child, I'm 2 years your senior. Call me uncle." The rotund man grumbled, yet inwardly he was delighted. "All right, wait here. I'll fetch you a cart." Who wouldn't he appreciate being called youthful? This was a universally appealing compliment. With that, the rotund man hurried off, his ample bulk moving at a speed far surpassing when he had first arrived, his legs resembling those of a robust elephant, leaving behind a blur. 5 minutes later, he returned riding a human-powered tricycle. "Quickly, help me load the fish. I need to have them processed so that the teachers and students can enjoy fish at dinner tonight," he ordered Chen Weiguo while simultaneously pitching in. He had his sights set on the largest fish, that 30-pound carp. Upon disembarking, he seized the fish by its tail, fearful that someone might attempt to snatch it away. Within moments, a small crowd began to gather, each onlooker eager to witness the spectacle. "Fatty, can you eat all that fish?" One bystander inquired tentatively. "Scram, scram, why are you here? If you bring me 500 pounds of fish, let us see if I can consume that." The rotund man's tone suggested familiarity with the questioner. "See, Fatty, don't be stingy. Next time we procure something good, we can share it with you. We at Beihang University also have procurement channels." The bystander persisted, unwilling to give up. "What procurement channels do you have? You miserly old man. Everyone in this circle knows one another." Xiecheng scoffed, deriding him. The individual referred to as the miserly old man was the logistics director at Beihang University, named Deng Hao. Known for his extreme frugality, he had earned the nickname among his peers. Yet, while he was stingy with himself, he was particularly generous regarding the quality of life for students and teachers, earning their deep affection. However, his behavior had alienated him from his colleagues, especially Xiecheng, who held a strong grudge against him, as his uncle often compared him unfavorably to Deng Hao, urging him to learn from the latter. Since the first half of the year, the allocation of supplies to the school, especially food, had seen continuous reductions, although the quota for purchasing unplanned supplies had been increased. The implication is that the school is expected to devise its own solutions to compensate for the missing quota. Consequently, the heads of the logistics departments at various schools have employed their ingenuity, each displaying their unique talents in a bid to procure sufficient supplies for their institutions. During such times, individuals like the affable Fat Xie, who excel at networking and fostering relationships, find ample opportunity to shine. Conversely, those who adopt a more conservative approach and adhere strictly to principles often struggle to secure necessary resources. Deng Hao is one such individual. He refrains from offering meals or ingratiating himself with superiors, despite his own frugality, evident in his tattered Zhongshan suit. The school's canteen has seldom enjoyed an ample supply of provisions. Indeed, the students have not savored the taste of meat for a month. Teachers, however, are somewhat better off, possessing more resources than the students. In the course of a month, they might manage to enjoy meat once or twice, whether through gifts from colleagues, offerings from students, or even the occasional fishing trip by those skilled in angling. Now, however, he finds himself at a loss and decides to come to the back sea in hopes of catching a fish or purchasing some. Chen Weiguo's unique fishing method and speed immediately capture his attention. Just as he prepares to approach and strike up a conversation, he is outpaced by Fat Xie, who seizes the opportunity first. As Chen Weiguo packs his fish, he overhears their conversation and learns that this individual named Deng is a purchasing agent from Beihang University. The extent of his authority remains unclear, yet Chen perceives him as a potential client. As a soul of the 21st century, having experienced an era of abundant resources, he understands that merchants do not wait for customers to come to them. Thus, he refrains from initiating dialogue to avoid revealing too much that does not belong to this time or align with his age. Having only recently arrived in this world, he is still gradually acclimating to the society around him. Deng Hao, noticing that Fat Xie is unwilling to yield, approaches Chen Weiguo and inquires, "Young brother, after delivering these fish to Fat Xie, will you return to the back sea?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen replies, "Not today. I must head back this afternoon to buy a cotton coat for my sister. The weather is getting colder, and I fear she might catch a chill. What about tomorrow?" Deng Hao persists, as he sees Chen Weiguo as a lifeline. Recognizing the opportunity to supply the canteen with meat, he is reluctant to let it slip away. "I can come tomorrow. I might be here for the next few days," Chen agrees. Fat Xie, who is currently packing the fish, is not one to let such a golden opportunity pass. He interjects, "Young brother, I will take all the fish you have in the future. I'll take as much as you can provide." When Chen Weiguo does not immediately acquiesce, Fat Xie sweetens the deal, adding, "The price is negotiable." Though Deng Hao is principled and steadfast, he realizes that he cannot allow Fat Xie to monopolize the situation. Otherwise, this hard-won opportunity will slip away. "This afternoon or tomorrow, I can offer you 55 cents per pound, and you 1 tea have to deliver. I'll come to pick it up. What do you say?" "Wow, that's an increase of 3 cents per pound. That means an extra $3 for 100 pounds, or $6 for 200. In the courtyard of the compound, Shaju's salary in a few years will be 37 yuan and 50 cents. This additional money would require him to work several days. What difference does it make from picking up money?" He is on the verge of agreeing. Yet, Fat Xie will not allow such a cooked duck to fly away. "Forget about next time. I will settle the payment for today as fish at 55 cents per pound, and you help me deliver it to the school canteen. I'll give you an extra 3 yuan or 10 ration tickets. Oh, and by the way, didn't you mention you were going to buy your sister a cotton coat this afternoon? I can give you 2 fabric tickets and 2 cotton tickets. Without fabric and cotton tickets, no one will sell you a coat." Fat Xie desperately tries to persuade Chen Weiguo, raising the stakes. Meanwhile, Deng Hao, overhearing this, feels a surge of anger, exclaiming, "Fat Xia, are you truly so greedy as to deprive your fellow colleagues of a chance to earn? What's wrong? If you can, raise your offer too. No one is stopping you." Fat Xia continues to fan the flames, unable to tolerate Deng Hao's pretentiousness and self-righteousness. Knowing full well that the faculty and students at your school are starving, you still maintain your lofty ideals, and now you deserve to go hungry. Deng Hao, feeling helpless, realizes that 55 cents per pound is the best price he can offer. Unlike Fat Xia, he is not adept at making money or securing tickets. The funds and tickets at his disposal are limited, and once they are used, he has no means to replenish them. Observing Deng Hao's distress, Chen Weiguo feels a pang of sympathy. It is evident that Deng Hao is a commendable official, yet his capabilities do not align with the demands of his purchasing role. Seizing a moment when Fat Xia is distracted, Chen Weiguo gives Deng Hao a knowing glance. Understanding the cue, Deng Hao refrains from further insistence, dramatically tossing his sleeves and huffing in frustration before departing. Before long, Chen Weiguo, holding his stomach, exclaims, "Brother Xia, I need to relieve myself. Perhaps I rose too early today and caught a chill. I must attend to this immediately." With that, he does not wait for Fat Xia's response and hurriedly departs, circumventing a thicket to evade his gaze, where he finds Deng Hao waiting by a bush. "Young brother, did you seek me out to discuss something?" Deng Hao eagerly asks upon seeing Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo cuts to the chase, stating, "I can sell you the fish at 55 cents per pound. However, I do not possess fabric or cotton tickets to exchange." Deng Hao appears puzzled. Why would he willingly sell at a lower price when he could command a higher one? Does he harbor ulterior motives? This thought prompts him to mentally chastise himself. Here is someone offering assistance, and you suspect him. Are you even human? Truly, as Fat Xia said, you deserve to starve. Yet, many hostile forces and spies still lurk in the capital, and the counter-espionage situation is dire. Could this person be deliberately drawing your attention, only to approach you with nefarious intentions? At this moment, two voices in Deng Hao's mind are at odds, unable to convince one another. Chapter 8. The first bucket of gold secured. Unbeknownst to Chen Weiguo, Deng Hao's mind is rife with turmoil. He uses the pretense of needing to relieve himself to escape Fat Xia. He cannot afford to wait for Deng Hao's internal conflict to resolve before proceeding. "I'll sell you the fish without requiring tickets. Come tomorrow morning at 6:15 to the same spot. I'll sell you 200 pounds. I am offering this to you because you seem to be a reasonable official. And remember, this price must remain confidential. Otherwise, the deal is off." Chen Weiguo reiterates before departing. Just moments prior, through the dialogue between Deng and Fat Xia, he suddenly realizes that he can sell the fish at a higher price. Given the current scarcity of meat, it is indeed a valuable commodity. With that, he does not wait for Deng Hao's response and departs swiftly, coming and going in a whirlwind. By the time Chen Weiguo has made his excuse, Fat Xia has nearly finished packing the fish. "Wow, Brother Xia, you are truly impressive. In such a short time, you've completed packing all the fish." Chen Weiguo feigns astonishment, exaggerating his expression to the utmost degree. "All right, let us be off. I'll ride while you push from behind." Xia Cheng smiled knowingly, choosing not to expose Chen Weiguo's flattery. They decided to alternate, and half an hour later, it would be Chen Weiguo's turn to ride while Xia Cheng pushed. Men remain youthful at heart until death. Who does not relish being praised? Although the one who praises often seems younger by a couple of years. The journey back to school was somewhat lengthy, requiring 3 hours on the bicycle. Concerned that the time might spoil their goods, they hastened their departure today. "When we come tomorrow, I'll drive the truck for the school supplies, so there won't be such a rush." "All right, Brother Xia, let us go." Xia Cheng ceased his chatter, mounted his bike, and began pedaling, while Chen Weiguo exerted himself to push from behind. Anyone who has ridden a human-powered tricycle knows that starting off is the most strenuous part. Once the vehicle gained momentum, it became considerably easier. The two alternated between pedaling and pushing, and they managed to complete the 3-hour journey in just over an hour. Upon arriving at the entrance of Frog University, they looked as though they had just emerged from the water, their undergarments soaked. Their damp hair clung to their foreheads, releasing steam, while sweat and mud streaked their faces, resembling a theatrical mask. Their legs trembled from exhaustion. Xia Cheng, suppressing his fatigue, instructed the security personnel to notify the kitchen staff to come collect the goods. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 burly men in white chef's attire rushed out from within Frog University. Indeed, they were robust men, rare in this era. It was evident that people tend to congregate in their own kind. Even an emperor wouldn't starve a chef. "Brother Xia, what delightful treasures have you brought back this time?" The leader, a slightly plump man, inquired, glancing outside. "Ah, look at how exhausted you are. We'll take it from here." One of the chefs helped Xia Cheng into a chair, displaying an eager and obsequious demeanor. "Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly unload the goods from the cart and take them to the kitchen. We must process them promptly to prevent spoilage. Si Jiu commanded, panting. Oh, and weigh them first, so we don't shortchange my little brother. Ah, brother Si, why have you brought back a cart full of water plants? As Si Jiu issued his orders, someone had already rushed to the tricycle and exclaimed in surprise. What water plants? Tai Dan, lift the water plants off and take a look. To conceal the multitude of fish they had collected, he had gathered some water plants from the lake to cover them. After resting for a moment, Si Jiu finally regained his strength, and his speech regained its vigor. The chef named Tai Dan pulled aside the water plants, and another exclamation erupted, fish. So many fish. The surrounding chefs immediately crowded around. Indeed, the cart was brimming with fish. Instantly, a cacophony of excited chatter filled the air. The flattery had made Si Jiu feel invigorated, and much of his fatigue dissipated. His facial fat quivered as he endeavored to feign disdain for the other's astonishment. All right, enough. Hurry and take them inside to process them before they spoil. Remember to weigh them first. Understood, understood. The jubilant chefs eagerly pushed the cart into Frog University. Heading towards the cafeteria, having regained some strength, Chen Weiguo rose from the ground. This body is truly frail. Despite being young, I recover slower than this middle-aged man. I must make up for it promptly. Moments later, news of the cart full of fish spread throughout Frog University. Students and faculty flocked to the kitchen to witness this rare spectacle. Thanks to the efficiency of the logistics department, Frog University had never been without meat. Every few days, they could enjoy a taste of meat. However, to eat their fill was another matter entirely. Today, with Si Jiu bringing back such an abundance of fish, they might finally have a bit more meat than usual. Though many students and faculty inwardly cursed Si Jiu, the overweight pig, they could not deny that this hefty fellow occasionally provided them with meat and sufficient food, lessening their grievances towards him. 10 minutes later, Chef Xie Pang arrived at the logistics director's office with the weighed figures. Si Jiu had been waiting here with Chen Weiguo. This was the office of Si Jiu's uncle, Lu Qi. The price he quoted to Chen Weiguo required Lu Qi's approval, though typically it was just a formality. Additionally, he intended to introduce Chen Weiguo to Lu Qi, as he sensed that this young brother was somewhat extraordinary and could become a remarkable person in the future. Establishing a connection now could yield unexpected benefits later. He had great faith in his instincts. Brother Chen, the weight has been determined. A total of 220 pounds at 55 cents per pound, amounting to 121. I'll round it up to 125. After deducting the 50 deposit, I still owe you 75. Does that sound correct? Si Jiu relayed the calculated sum to him. Then extracted a stack of large bills from the drawer, counted out 7 bills, and added 5 $1 bills before handing them to Chen Weiguo. Simultaneously, he opened another drawer and retrieved 2 fabric coupons and 2 cotton coupons, passing them over as well. Here you go, Brother Chen. I keep my promises. Everything I pledged to you has been fulfilled. Chen Weiguo joyfully accepted the money and coupons, grinning broadly. This was the first substantial sum he had earned since arriving in this world. At last, he could improve his living conditions. Brother Chen, shall I come to the same place tomorrow to find you? Si Jiu asked, hope gleaming in his eyes. If this young brother can consistently supply me with fish and meat, perhaps my uncle could help elevate my position. Rest assured, it won't be like today again. I'll send someone to drive. Seeing that Chen Weiguo did not immediately agree, Si Jiu assumed he was worried about the delivery issue, so he hurriedly reaffirmed his promise. All right, tomorrow afternoon then, at the same spot. I'll be waiting for you. Chen Weiguo pondered for a moment, deciding to fish in the same location tomorrow and change spots the day after. Chapter 9. Strolling through Xinjiku department store. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, the office door swung open. A stout middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair cropped in a crew cut, and his collar and cuffs bleached from washing, stepped inside. Upon seeing the man, Si Jiu exclaimed, Uncle. Chen Weiguo glanced at Si Jiu and then at the newcomer, immediately rising to greet him. Hello, sir. I am Chen Weiguo. This Si Jiu is hardly younger than his uncle. He mused, realizing that Si Jiu's uncle must have been born late in life, or else their ages would not be so closely aligned. Greetings, young brother. I am Lu Qi. Si Jiu's ability to procure such a vast quantity of fish is largely thanks to you. Since it is nearly mealtime, why not stay for a simple meal? Lu Qi extended his hand to shake with Chen Weiguo, inviting him warmly, without a trace of disdain for Chen Weiguo's patched yet impeccably clean attire. In this era, being invited to a meal was a significant mark of respect. Nowadays, it was common for ordinary folks to visit relatives without sharing a meal, even if invited. They had to bring their own rice and food coupons. Given the scarcity of food and the rationing system, each person's food supply was fixed. If one enjoyed a meal today, another would go hungry next time. After a moment's reflection, Chen Weiguo accepted the invitation. Before leaving home, he had already informed his sister that he would not be returning for lunch. Initially, he had saved a few buns for his lunch, But now he found himself relieved of that need. His younger sister was attending Hongxing Primary School and would not return home for lunch. Subsequently, Chen Weiguo, under Lu Qi's guidance, made his way to the school's canteen. During this time, Lu Qi expressed his gratitude once again and proposed the hope of establishing a long-term collaboration, particularly in supplying more fish and meat to their canteen. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Weiguo acquiesced. After all, the fish he procured was meant for sale, and judging by the straightforward and amiable nature of the two relatives, he was more than willing to engage with such individuals. The primary concern was ease of mind. After a delightful meal, both host and guest were thoroughly satisfied. Upon leaving Tsinghua University, Chen Weiguo did not head directly back to the Sihiyuan. He intended to buy a few winter garments for himself and his sister. The household's quilts needed replacing, along with various other necessities. He mentally calculated that there were hardly any usable items left at home, and replacing everything would cost several hundred yuan. However, he felt no anxiety about it. If a time-traveling individual endowed with spatial abilities could not thrive in this era, it would be a disgrace to the entire cohort of time travelers. Not far from Nanluo Guxiang, 2 new department stores had opened this year, Xinjiku Department Store and Hufang Road Department Store. He planned to dedicate the afternoon to a leisurely exploration. Today, he would scout out the stores, and tomorrow, being the weekend, he would bring his sister along to completely revamp their wardrobes. He decided to take the bus back, marking his first journey on public transport since arriving in this world. Arriving at the bus stop, he spotted the 331 route heading to Xinjiku as it approached. Then I shall first visit the Xinjiku department store. In his previous life, as a somewhat specialized wage slave, the bus had been his primary mode of commuting. He harbored a deep disdain for the cramped conditions of public transport and had vowed to purchase his own vehicle. Just before his transmigration, he had nearly saved enough money to order a car for the following month. Yet, in an unexpected turn of fate, a good deed had landed him in this unfamiliar realm. It was disheartening to think of the hard-earned savings that had ultimately benefited the bank. Standing at the bus stop, he waited approximately 20 minutes for the tardy 331 route to finally arrive. The bus was sparsely populated, likely because it was not rush hour and being midday. Few chose to travel by bus. Chen Weiguo boarded the vehicle, clad in a patchwork of tattered clothing. The driver cast a fleeting glance in his direction, but said nothing, returning his focus to driving. Perhaps he found it curious that someone in such worn attire would willingly spend a dime on a ticket. Chen Weiguo was settled into a window seat, savoring the sights of a bustling city that differed from the modern, technology-laden landscape of his previous life. The streets were equally lively, though the vehicles consisted primarily of bicycles. 40 minutes later, he disembarked at the Xinjiku terminus and directly entered the department store. He meandered to the clothing section. In this era, men's clothing predominantly featured hues of gray, black, and dark blue, while women's clothing offered a much broader palette. He located a counter selling military overcoats and, after some searching, found a suitable olive green coat. "Comrade, could you please show me that military overcoat?" An attendant, who had been joking with a colleague, reluctantly approached and placed the desired garment on the counter. "You can only look, not touch," with a cold demeanor. The attendant cast a disdainful glance at Chen Weiguo before turning away to continue her conversation. Chen Weiguo assessed his attire and recognized that it was the reason for the attendant's condescension. Without hesitation, he retrieved 5 large black bills, 1 fabric ticket, and 1 cotton ticket from his pocket, actually from his spatial storage, and placed them on the counter. "Please find me a coat in my size. I would like to purchase one." Upon seeing the money and tickets, the attendant's expression transformed into a smile, more adept than a face-changing act in a Sichuan opera. "My size is XXXL," he blurted out, only to realize the error. Observing his slender build and standing at 1.6 meters tall, he quickly corrected himself. "I meant to say XL." The attendant showed no sign of impatience and handed him an XL military overcoat. "Hello, young comrade. This coat is priced at 35 yuan. All right, I will take it." After processing the transaction, Chen Weiguo tried on the coat, and it fit perfectly. He estimated that he would likely grow taller. He recalled that the original owner's father stood at 190 centimeters. In an era when many struggled to find sufficient food, a height of 190 centimeters was considered remarkable. Currently, at 1.6 meters, he believed that with adequate nutrition, growing an additional 20 centimeters would not be an issue. With the sales attendant's positive impression, the clothing staff recognized that a significant customer had entered. Without batting an eye, Chen Weiguo proceeded to purchase 2 to 3 sets of trousers, autumn shirts, tops, and undergarments, totaling over 100 yuan, a sum equivalent to 3 months' wages of an average worker at that time. Chapter 10. Shopping at the market with bags in hand. Chen Weiguo ventured to the food section, purchasing steamed buns, flour rolls, and dumplings, along with some of his sister's favorite white rabbit milk candies. His purchases had accumulated substantially, and as he prepared to leave, he caught sight of a corner displaying tobacco and alcohol. In his previous life, Chen Weiguo was a devoted smoker, never parting with his cigarettes while working or fishing. In this life, it seemed the original owner had no such habit, and this body showed no dependency on tobacco, temporarily allowing him to forget his past identity as a smoker. However, upon seeing the cigarettes, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Considering society's current stance on tobacco, he decided to buy 2 packs to keep on hand. "Comrade, your cigarettes total 1 yuan, requiring 2 Class B tobacco tickets." The clerk announced the price, prompting Chen Weiguo to remember he lacked the necessary tobacco tickets. Is it possible to purchase without tickets?" he inquired, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It is possible, but the price will be significantly higher." The clerk appraised him, noting the bags he carried, and after a moment's contemplation, stated, "Without tickets, it will cost 1 yuan per pack." The stark increase in price surprised Chen Weiguo. After all, 1 yuan could buy 20 steamed buns at that time. Feeling a small pang of regret, he still resolved to buy 2 packs. Just before exiting, another thought crossed his mind. He needed to acquire some fishing gear. The stingy old fox, Yin Lao, was insisting on taking a share of his income, and he had no intention of letting that happen. He spent another 15 yuan on a high-quality fishing set. This was an essential tool for his sustenance, and he could not afford to be careless. Although he would not be using a fishing rod in the traditional sense, maintaining a complete set of equipment would lend authenticity to his endeavors. After purchasing his goods, Chen Weiguo sought out a secluded alley where he concealed his possessions within his spatial storage. With newfound wealth in hand, he felt it was only fitting to treat himself in celebration of his first earnings. He made his way to a state-run vegetable market not far from Xinjiku, contemplating what vegetables he might buy for a meal. Suddenly, amidst a pile of cabbages and radishes, a small heap of tomatoes caught his eye, standing out rather conspicuously. Tomato scrambled eggs. This dish was his absolute favorite from his previous life, one he could never tire of. How extraordinary to find tomatoes in this season. "I must purchase some." Chen Weiguo hastened to the small pile of tomatoes and inquired, "Comrade, how much are these tomatoes?" The vendor cast a sideways glance at Chen Weiguo, languidly responding, 150 per jin. "I'll take 2 jin," Chen Weiguo declared, unwavering in his decision. "I said, these tomatoes are 150 per jin." The vendor abruptly raised his voice, regarding Chen Weiguo with disdain. The small eyes clearly conveyed a message. "You poor wretch. Do you really think you can afford tomatoes?" "I know, just give me 2 jin." Chen Weiguo completely disregarded the vendor's attitude, aware he was being looked down upon. With that, he produced a large black 10 yuan note from his pocket and waved it before the vendor. With a sidelong glance, he thought, "Look at you, stunned. I can afford this. You snobbish fool." Upon seeing the 10 yuan note in Chen Weiguo's hand, the vendor promptly fell silent and began to bag the tomatoes. However, the mockery on his face was unmistakable, as if to say, "What a show-off. With your kind of demeanor, I bet this 10 yuan is likely your entire monthly allowance. Just wait and see how you manage next month." After paying, Chen Weiguo took out a tomato, wiped it on his clothing, and took a hearty bite, the juices bursting forth. The fresh aroma made him squint in delight. As he prepared to take another bite, a sudden epiphany struck him. The tiny seeds within the tomato, resembling sesame seeds, captured his attention. Seeds. Tomato seeds. He realized, living in the capital, unlike the countryside where one could cultivate a small plot of land, provides no excuse to obtain seeds for food crops. But in the market, it is indeed possible. When I buy vegetables here, others would merely assume I'm purchasing them for consumption. Who would ever think I intend to plant them? Yes, I truly am a genius. Thus, under the bewildered gaze of the vendor, Chen Weiguo proceeded to buy every variety of vegetable available at the market, acquiring 1 or 2 jin of each. At that time, vegetables were not washed as meticulously as they are today. They were brought in from rural cooperatives, merely having had the dirt and impurities brushed off, with roots still intact. Furthermore, given the current food shortages, those roots were also edible. People wouldn't waste anything. He then headed to the grain section, hoping to find unprocessed rice and wheat. However, this time he was disappointed. Besides corn, no other unprocessed staple grains were available. After some inquiry, he learned that only the Doju Trading Company and grain and wheat shop at Guangmen might have what he sought. With this information in hand, he planned to visit Guangmen the day after tomorrow, intending to gather some soil for his spatial storage as well. Regarding fertilizer, he recalled the sediment at the bottom of Hohai Lake, which had accumulated for nearly a millennium, making it the finest natural organic fertilizer. With this new discovery, Chen Weiguo felt lighter on his feet as he stowed his purchases away in his spatial storage and skipped joyfully homeward. Just before arriving home, he suddenly remembered he had borrowed a fishing rod from old Yen. In his earlier excitement, he had nearly forgotten about it. Returning empty-handed would be unwise. He found another deserted alley, retrieved the fishing rod and net from his spatial storage, and stuffed 20 fish into the net, puffing as he made his way home. As he approached the entrance of Nanluo, he spotted old Yin looking up in his direction. That old Yin, TSK, he thought, confirming that it was indeed Chen Weiguo. With a net full of fish behind him, old Yin could no longer remain seated. He hurried to greet him. "Oh, so it's you. I didn't expect you to be such an excellent fisherman." Old Yin was genuinely astonished by Chen Weiguo's haul. Typically, when he fished, catching a 3-pound fish was considered a great success. Yet here was Chen Weiguo, with a net full of fish, none weighing less than 3 pounds, which explained his struggle to carry them. Old Yin looked at the large fish with regret. What a loss. I should not have agreed to give him only a 10% share yesterday. If I had promised 20 or 30%, I could have earned over 150 in a month. I could have helped Yin Jiefeng marry a wife next month. Even an extra 10% would mean an additional 50 yuan after a month. That is equivalent to a month and a half as salary. Ah, what a loss. Chen Weiguo paid no heed to old Yin's expression of regret and frustration. "Third uncle, as per our agreement yesterday, I'll give you 10% of today as catch. And as you said, just 2 fish from the net. You choose first, and the rest are mine," Chen Weiguo declared grandly. Old Yin sighed deeply, feeling regretful as he selected 4 of the largest fish before returning to his courtyard. Meanwhile, Chen Weiguo, shouldering the remaining 16 fish, made his way to the collection station at Nanluo. Chapter 11. Tomato scrambled eggs and boiled fish. The collection station at Nanluo was located at the alley entrance. Just a 5-minute walk from Courtyard 95. Chen Weiguo quickly arrived at the station, carrying his fish. After inquiring with the manager, Uncle Zhang, he learned that the purchase price for fish today was 34 cents per jean. That is a discrepancy of 21 cents per jean. 450 jean. That amounts to a loss of around 10 yuan. That is quite a bit. However, since I brought them all this way, I might as well sell them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain many things. In these times, if one were suspected or reported for anything, it would be best to pray for good fortune. The enemy's forces remained rampant, and the state maintained stringent oversight on such matters. After weighing the fish, the total came to 52 jean, at 34 cents per jean, totaling 177 yuan. Chen Weiguo returned to Courtyard 94 under the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of the onlookers. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, several pairs of eyes greeted him. "I suppose news of my bountiful catch has already spread. This is precisely the effect I desired. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain why I suddenly possessed so many goods." "Uncle Zhang, have you eaten?" Chen Weiguo greeted Uncle Zhang, who was seated near the entrance of the courtyard. "Not yet. Your aunt is cooking," Uncle Zhang replied with a smile. Chen Weiguo nodded and greeted the others. Lu Guo. "Uncle Chen, Aunt Ma, have you all eaten? I heard you caught quite a few fish today." Lu Quan, unable to contain his curiosity, was the first to ask. "I never knew you were a fisherman." Chen Xin could not tolerate Lu Quan's unrestrained remarks and scolded him sternly. At that moment, Lu Quan realized his mistake, anxiously rubbed his hands together, and awkwardly said, "Xiao Chun, you know I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was, could you take me fishing next time? My family hasn't had meat in ages. In these times, who isn't living on a meager diet? It's not just your family that hasn't seen meat. My family hasn't had it in 6 months." Aunt Ma, who was most irked by Lu Quan, retorted, "Xiao Chen's fishing luck is not guaranteed every day. How can you expect him to catch fish daily?" "It's all right, Aunt Ma. Lu Quan speaks like that. I won't hold it against him." Seeing the two about to quarrel again, Chen Weiguo hurriedly intervened. "Dear elders, I must take my leave. It's time to cook. Xiao Ling will be hungry soon." Saying this, he crossed the courtyard and arrived at his room. Noticing that the door was unlocked, he understood that his sister had returned from school. Upon entering, he saw Chen Xiaoling busily chopping something in the kitchen. When she noticed him, she turned around and exclaimed, "Go, you're back." Before returning to her task, "Xiaoling, there's a special meal today. I had quite a fruitful day, catching 16 big fish and selling them for 21.6 yuan. Chen Weiguo said as he rummaged through his bag for the groceries he had purchased at the market. "You can put that down for now. I'll cook dinner today. I'm preparing a dish you've never had before." "What dish is that?" Chen Xiaoling asked curiously. "Tomato scrambled eggs and poached fish." "What? What kind of dishes are those?" In her memories, Chen Xiaoling had never heard of such names for dishes. "You wouldn't know. I learned it from a book. Just watch. I guarantee it'll be so delicious you'll want to swallow your tongue," Chen Weiguo declared confidently. "All right then, I won't stir-fry the radish today. I'll save it for tomorrow," Chen Xiaoling said as she put the shredded radish into a bowl. "I've boiled some noodles. We just need to fry the vegetables. So brother, it's your turn." With that, she cleared a space in the kitchen for him. "All right, I'll take over. You go outside and do your homework. I'll call you when it's ready," he instructed. Ushering his sister out of the kitchen, Chen Weiguo washed his hands and selected a 3-kilogram grass carp from his supplies. He dispatched it, scaled it, sliced it, and marinated it with spices, salt, and cooking wine. He then cleaned the yellow bean sprouts he bought from the market and minced scallions, ginger, and garlic in preparation. He poured oil into the pan, which he had also purchased that day. Once the oil was hot, he added the minced scallions, ginger, and garlic, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Chen Shaoling, unable to resist the delightful scent while doing her homework, peeked in and asked, "Go. What are you cooking that smells so good? Get back to your homework. It's not ready yet," he replied. Next, he tossed the yellow bean sprouts into the pan, stir-frying them until they were just tender, seasoning them with salt before transferring them to the bottom of a large bowl. He poured a bit more oil into the pan and fried the fish bones and head until both sides were golden brown. Adding a spoonful of water, he placed the prepared spice bag into the mixture to simmer. After bringing it to a boil, he reduced the heat and let it stew for 20 minutes, resulting in a rich, creamy fish broth. Meanwhile, Chen Shaoling, unable to focus on her homework, wandered over for another look. Seeing her brother still busy and ignoring her, she wiped away the drool that had escaped her lips and forced herself to return to her studies. Naturally, the fish bones and head could not be discarded. After removing them, he placed them in the bowl with the yellow bean sprouts. Then, Chen Weiguo carefully added the marinated fish slices to the pan, cooking them until they changed color and were thoroughly cooked, pouring the entire concoction into the large bowl. At this point, the dish was nearly complete. Finally, he sprinkled dried chili peppers, Sichuan pepper, minced garlic, and chopped scallions over the fish, drizzling the previously heated oil on top. Instantly, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen, spreading into the courtyard. In the yard, Aunt Ma, Uncle Zhang, and others, drawn by the smell, approached Chen Weiguo's door. "Xiao Chen, what are you cooking? It smells divine." Aunt Ma couldn't help but inquire. Startled by her sudden voice, Chen Weiguo, lost in the fragrant allure of his poached fish, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Aunt Ma, how do you walk so quietly? You gave me quite a fright." Rolling his eyes at her, he added, "It's poached fish. I didn't sell all the fish I caught today. I kept one for myself. I'll serve everyone a small bowl to taste later." "That sounds wonderful. Thank you." Xiao Chen. Aunt Ma joyfully rubbed her hands together, her eyes squinting into delighted slits. At that moment, only those with a close bond would share their delicious creations with one another. Such rare delicacies. "Oh dear. Xiao Chen, how can you be so generous? I feel unworthy." Uncle Zhang stammered, fidgeting with his hands, but the allure of the aroma was too powerful to resist. If he declined, he would surely face trouble at home later. Lu Quan was even more straightforward, briskly fetching a bowl from his home. "Xiao Chen, hurry, fill this up for me." The neighbors cast disdainful glances at him, then collectively fixated on the large bowl of poached fish, unable to tear their eyes away. Outside the courtyard, Su Domao, clutching his stomach, waddled down the alley, relishing his meal. As the only projectionist at the steel mill, each time he returned from showing a film in the countryside, he would bring back a trove of goodies: chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, along with dried mushrooms and chilies. Thus, his home was never short of food or delicacies, making him one of the more fortunate residents around the 95th courtyard. He had just returned from the village, where the village head had gifted him 20 eggs. He had cooked 8 of them, accompanied by 5 steamed buns, and now felt quite stuffed. Whose house is cooking? It smells incredible." Su Damao sniffed the air, inhaling deeply, feeling he could eat 2 more buns just from the enticing aroma. Not only Su Damao was drawn in by the scent, Shaju and Jia Dongxiu, who had just finished their meal, also caught a whiff. Shaju, sporting a hairdo resembling a bird's nest, led the way, sniffing eagerly. Following him was Jia Dongxiu, whose jacket was stained with grease, resembling a world map. The duo made their way towards the 94th courtyard. "Hey Su Damao, you silly bird, what are you doing here? Are you drawn here by the aroma too?" Shaju immediately began to taunt his nemesis upon spotting him. It was unclear whether these two were simply incompatible by nature or if they were fated to clash, but they had been at odds for over 20 years, with Shaju often coming out on top. Su Damao, however, was equally stubborn and never learned his lesson. Each encounter ended with them squabbling, and he would always return for more. "What is it to you? I'm just here for a stroll, enjoying my meal. Am I bothering you?" "Hey Su Damao, feeling a bit daring again, are you?" Shaju rolled up his sleeves and approached Su Damao. Jia Dongxiu, however, pulled Shaju back. "Shaju, cut it out. We should first see who is cooking such a delicious meal." "Ah, I can discern the scent. It's fish, infused with bay leaves, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, chili, ginger, scallions, and garlic. Aha, this person certainly possesses expertise." Silly Zhu, inhaling the delightful aroma, enumerated the spices utilized in the boiled fish dish. It must be said, Silly Zhu has an undeniable talent in the culinary arts. Truly, he is worthy of being a descendant of the Tan family cuisine, showcasing remarkable skill. The fragrance wafted from the main house of Courtyard 94, and Silly Zhu, based on the intensity of the scent, ultimately identified its source. "Aren't those the 2 siblings who lost their parents?" Su Damao queried, puzzled. Wasn't their father killed last year while apprehending enemy spies? Jia Dongshu scratched his head, uncertain. I heard they've been living rather miserably, without government aid. Those poor children might starve. Indeed, this is the place. The aroma is emanating from this very house. Silly Zhu confirmed. Let us go take a look, shall we? With that, the group made their way towards the entrance of Courtyard 94. Inside Courtyard 94, Chen Weiguo had prepared the boiled fish and promptly sautéed a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Observing the crowd, he decided to fry a few extra eggs to ensure there would be enough to go around. Chen Weiguo fetched 3 small bowls, each filled with 2 spoonfuls of fish and a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Thank you, little Chen. You've saved us, Aunt Ma exclaimed, her rough hands trembling slightly as she gratefully accepted the bowls filled with fish and scrambled eggs. Next were Lu Quan and Old Zhang. Lu Quan was relatively unfazed. Everyone knew he was a simpleton, so his lack of reaction was perfectly normal. Old Zhang, however, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Little Chen, what can I say? You truly are a good child. Thank you, my boy. No need for thanks, everyone. My sister and I have benefited from your kindness before. It's just a little food. There's no need for formality, Chen Weiguo replied, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt fortunate to have such neighbors and was glad he wasn't born in Courtyard 95, despite the mere wall separating them. The relationship between the neighbors was as different as heaven and earth. Speaking of Courtyard 95, the residents caught wind of the delightful aroma and came over. Silly Zhu was the first to step inside, spotting Aunt Ma and her companions, each holding a bowl of fish adorned with scrambled eggs, preparing to head home. The dish was indeed crafted by the siblings. Upon entering the courtyard, the fragrance intensified. Let me have a taste. Jia Dongshu seemed entranced by the aroma, drooling as he instinctively reached for the bowl in Aunt Ma's hands. Smack! Aunt Ma swatted Jia Dongshu's greedy hand away, cradling the bowl protectively. What do you think you're doing? Are you robbing me? Did I promise you any? How dare you extend your hand? With that, she glared at Jia Dongshu disdainfully. I haven't even had my share yet. How dare you, you little brat? When it came to arguing, Aunt Ma was no less formidable than Jia Zhangshi, and one could say they were evenly matched, having been neighbors for over a decade. Aunt Ma knew precisely what kind of person Jia Zhangshi was, a greedy individual whose offspring could only be expected to follow suit. Jia Dongshu, suddenly jolted awake by the slap, blushed in embarrassment and sheepishly withdrew his hand. Silly Zhu and Su Damao exhibited far better behavior. As a chef, Silly Zhu had savored countless delicacies, and today he was simply drawn in by the enticing aroma. Su Damao, whose family was relatively well off, had experienced a variety of dishes, albeit not as many as Silly Zhu, and thus maintained a sense of restraint. Red-faced and humiliated, Jia Dongshu quietly retreated behind Silly Zhu and Su Damao. What brings you lot here? Lu Quan addressed them with a scowl, his reputation as a simpleton preceding him. Glancing at the bowl in his hands, he clutched it protectively. He had never tasted anything so delectable before. Oh, we were just curious about who was cooking such fragrant dishes. Su Damao quickly clarified upon noticing the wary and hostile glances from the residents of Courtyard 94. Yes, indeed. We're just curious, nothing more. Silly Zhu and Jia Dongshu eagerly chimed in. At this moment, when delicious food was at stake, who wouldn't keep it to themselves? Where did you get this dish? Jia Dongshu pressed, eager to ascertain its flavor. Just as they were about to eat, Chen Weiguo emerged, holding his bowl. Brother Zhu, what brings you here? I was drawn here by the delightful aroma. What exquisite dish have you prepared today? Silly Zhu admitted, slightly embarrassed to find himself envious of another's culinary prowess. Oh, just a boiled fish. I found the recipe in a book and gave it a try. Chen Weiguo scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. I must hurry and eat. Otherwise, the dish will become cold and lose its flavor. Goodbye, Brother Zhu, Brother Damao, Brother Dongshu. Without waiting for a reply, Chen Weiguo turned and closed the door with a resounding thud, leaving the three in a state of bewilderment. Jia Dongshu, intending to find an excuse to converse, awkwardly lowered his outstretched hand. This little brat is quite uncouth. No wonder his parents died. Perhaps he was a burden. Jia Dongshu muttered a spiteful curse under his breath. Is it just a dish? As if no one has ever eaten before. Look at this little rascal flaunting himself. Let him gorge until he chokes. Su Damao added, feeling slighted by Chen Weiguo's apparent disregard for him. He felt that Chen Weiguo's decision to only converse with Silly Zhu was a slight against him, undermining his dignity. Silly Zhu, however, showed no signs of discontent and even defended Chen Weiguo. Why should you adults bicker with a child? How unbecoming. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Damao, a look that clearly communicated, Su Damao, you are on the same level as a child. Su Damao, ever the cunning individual, immediately recognized Silly Zhu's disdainful gaze and understood he was being insulted. Seizing the moment when Silly Zhu turned away, He kicked him squarely in the backside. Si Jiu stumbled forward, spitting out the dirt from his mouth, and quickly chased after him. Sudamao, you rascal. Don't run. Today. If I don't make you call me Grandpa, I won't share your surname. Observing the rapidly fleeing duo, Jia Dongshu muttered a curse under his breath, spat at Chen Weiguo's door, and left in a huff. Little did Chen Weiguo know that his inadvertent act had stirred quite a commotion. Even if he had known, he would not have given it a second thought, as he was savoring the most sumptuous meal he had enjoyed since his arrival in this world, alongside his sister. This was indeed the most sumptuous meal that this body had ever experienced. Xiaoling, are you full? Chen Weiguo inquired, swallowing the last of his steamed bun as he regarded his sister. It was the 7th bun he had consumed, and at last, he felt satiated. He was genuinely astonished by the capacity of this body for food. In his previous life, he could scarcely manage more than 2 buns in a single meal before becoming unable to eat any further. Perhaps the prolonged malnutrition had severely depleted this body's resources. Particularly after their father's demise, the siblings often found themselves in a situation where they had one meal and not the next. Yes, I'm full. I've eaten so much, Chen Xiaoling said, rubbing her slightly protruding belly with satisfaction. Brother, will we be able to eat like this in the future? Of course. From now on, we will be able to eat our fill every day. Trust me, today is merely the beginning. Our lives will only improve from here. Chen Weiguo affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, assuring her. As he spoke, he stood up to clear the dishes. Brother, let me do it. You've worked hard all day. Chen Xiaoling quickly snatched the bowls and chopsticks from Chen Weiguo's hands. There's some soup left. It's perfect for soaking buns tomorrow morning. All right then. I'll just return the fishing rod and net I borrowed from Yin Bugui. Chen Weiguo conceded and turned to retrieve the fishing gear placed by the door. Before he left, he reminded her. Oh right. After washing the dishes, come out for a walk to aid digestion. It's not good to sleep right after eating. Got it. Chen Xiaoling replied without turning her head, humming a whimsical tune. Chen Weiguo stepped outside, noticing the courtyard was sparsely populated. Likely because everyone was enjoying the water-boiled fish he had brought them. Having lived in the same courtyard for over a decade, everyone was well aware of each other's living conditions. Today, they had indeed benefited from Chen Weiguo's generosity, as it was the first time they had indulged in such a splendid meal. Aunt Ma probably wanted to finish all the fish at once. She might save some for her eldest son who's in high school, he mused. Aunt Ma's eldest son, Chen Ming, was in his 3rd year and boarded at school, reportedly with commendable grades, harboring hopes of entering university next year. As for Lu Quan, he's likely licked his bowl clean by now. Ever since he began working, his parents have separated from him. Now he must fend for himself. Old Zhang will probably only sample a taste, leaving the rest for Aunt Zhang. Old Zhang is famously devoted to his wife. Lost in these scattered thoughts, he arrived at the entrance of number 95. True to his reputation as the guardian of the gate, Yin Bugui spotted Chen Weiguo the moment he appeared. However, upon seeing the fishing rod and net in Chen Weiguo's hands, Yin Bugui's expression darkened immediately. Why is this little rascal returning the fishing rod and net? I thought I could lend them to him for a month. Where will I get the bride price for my son's marriage now? No way. I must ensure he continues to borrow them. Otherwise, I'd be at a loss. Noticing Yin Bugui's sour expression, Chen Weiguo preemptively stated, Teacher Yin, I've returned the fishing rod and net I borrowed from you. Weiguo, you're not being fair. Yin Bugui decided to play the emotional card, softening his tone. Remember how I assisted you during your most challenging times? Now that you've found success, is it right to push your teacher aside? Oh. Chen Weiguo was taken aback by Yin Bugui's woeful demeanor. What is going on here? Can someone explain this to me? Seeing the confusion in Chen Weiguo's eyes, Yin Bugui decided to be straightforward. Weiguo, you've used the fishing rod quite well. Why not continue borrowing it? I'm not asking for anything in return. Just 4 fish like today each day. Yin Bugui insisted. It's a win-win situation. Hearing the commotion, Yin Jiefeng walked out just in time to catch his father's words. He recalled his father mentioning at dinner that the fish Chen Weiguo had provided fetched 7.14 yuan at the market, which was equivalent to 1/5 of his monthly salary. If Chen Weiguo continued to lend the rod for a month, he could afford the bride price and the wedding expenses. Instantly grasping his father's intention, Yin Jiefeng chimed in. You can keep using the fishing rod. We don't need it at the moment. If you catch fish, both our families can benefit. Chapter 14, A Misjudged Time. Upon hearing this, if Chen Weiguo still didn't comprehend their implications, then he had wasted decades in his previous and current life. What is the matter? I merely borrowed your fishing rod and net. Besides, I compensated you. Are you expecting me to be eternally grateful for this? If it were the original owner's temperament, he might have endured and acquiesced to the father-son duo's demands. But now, he was a changed Chen Weiguo. I will not agree to your unreasonable requests. You wish to leech off me like vampires? Not a chance. Instantly, Chen Weiguo's demeanor hardened, and he spoke with newfound assertiveness. Teacher Yin, I understand that as a public servant, supporting a large family is no easy task, and I aim to share a portion of my catch with you. However, your intent is clearly to exploit me for the long term, treating me like a fool. Is this the behavior expected of a teacher? Xiao Chen, don't speak so harshly. Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement? Yin Buguei attempted to persist, seeking to salvage his dignity. You little brat, don't be ungrateful. My father is offering you the chance to continue borrowing the rod. It's a sign of respect. Don't throw away this opportunity. Yin Jiefeng, losing patience, resorted to intimidation as he had in the past. Since the original owner's father passed away, he and Lu Guangqi had often bullied the original owner, who, being reclusive, timid, and cowardly, never dared to retaliate. The original owner never realized he could protect himself by leveraging his status as a martyr's family member. He often endured mistreatment in silence. It was assumed that Chen Weiguo would cower immediately, but contrary to their expectations, he discarded the fishing rod and net into Yin Buguei's arms. That's enough. The atmosphere is turning sour. I no longer require your fishing gear. Nonetheless, I still appreciate your previous assistance. Without waiting for their response, Chen Weiguo turned to leave. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Yin Jiefeng roared, raising his fist to strike the back of Chen Weiguo's head. Upon sensing the impending danger from behind, Chen Weiguo swiftly sidestepped and delivered a side kick to Yin Jiefeng's abdomen. Yin Jiefeng immediately fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. This body is far too weak. In my previous life, I could have sent him flying several meters. In his past life, a fishing companion had been a martial artist. And while Chen Weiguo had trained sporadically for a few years, he was capable enough to handle 3 or 5 ordinary individuals without issue. Long before Yin Jiefeng issued his threats, Yin Buguei's other 2 sons, Yin Jiekuan and Yin Jieqing, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Witnessing their elder brother being assaulted, they were poised to intervene. However, Chen Weiguo swiftly commanded, "Halt. Consider your actions carefully. I am a relative of a martyr. To bully me is a crime. If you wish to end up in prison or be exiled to the desolate northwest to eat sand, then by all means, proceed." This authoritative declaration instantly intimidated the onlookers, leaving the 3 brothers frozen in place, unable to move. Ever since he fell ill, Chen Weiguo seems to have transformed, muttered Lu Guangfu, who had come out to witness the spectacle. Indeed, he used to be such a pushover. Lu Guangqi chimed in. He often snatched candy from Chen Weiguo back when his father was still alive. Humph, coward. Chen Weiguo disregarded the crowd behind him and returned to courtyard 94. He had no time to entertain them. An early morning awaited him as he planned to go fishing. He had promised Deng Hao 200 jin of fish by 6:15. And if he overslept, he would not be able to meet that quota. That night, Chen Weiguo retired early, a night devoid of conversation. Around 5 in the morning, he rose quietly, gently reheating the leftover food from the previous day. He enjoyed a simple breakfast of steamed buns. As he stepped outside, the inky sky still held twinkling stars, and a slender crescent moon cast a gentle glow over the darkened earth below. So cold. Chen Weiguo instinctively tightened his coat and hunched his shoulders as he headed toward the sea. After about 10 minutes, he found a relatively secluded spot to sit down and commenced his fishing endeavors for the day, perhaps due to having caught too many large fish previously. His haul today felt like half of yesterday's. In pursuit of better luck, he changed positions several times. I wonder if the center of the lake might yield better results. I should look into securing a small boat to venture out there another day. After about an hour, Chen Weiguo had caught approximately 300 jin of fish, releasing any under 3 jin back into the water. The sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. It should be about time, he thought. Tidying up his fishing gear before returning to the spot where he had encountered Deng Hao the day prior, he set up his fishing rods, feigning the act of fishing while surreptitiously transferring fish from his spatial storage into the net. After amassing roughly 200 jin, he decided to stop and leisurely awaited Deng Hao's arrival. As the first rays of morning light illuminated the horizon, the sun rose slowly by the lakeside, appearing as if reborn from the waters, casting a soft golden hue upon the lake's surface, resembling a blanket of crushed gold. After inquiring with a passerby, he discovered it was already 6:50. What could be taking Deng Hao so long? Has he forgotten? Chen Weiguo turned in circles, deciding to wait for another half hour. Suddenly, a familiar and pleasantly surprised voice called out, "Ah, little brother, I finally found you." Turning around, he indeed found Deng Hao, the director of the procurement department from Beihang, accompanied by a young man in a faded Zhongshan suit. "Director Deng, why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for nearly an hour." Chen Weiguo exclaimed in mild frustration. "Ah, what is this? How can someone turn the tables on me? I arrived at 6:15, but not a single soul was in sight." Deng Hao replied, bewildered. "Little brother, I was here at 6:15, but didn't see you. After waiting for several minutes without spotting you, I walked along the lakeside looking for you, thinking you might have mistaken the location. Oh, I see. I don't have a watch, so I may have misjudged the time. Haha, Chen Weiguo said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head and smiling. Deng Hao shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will. Indeed, the young often lack experience. While this little brother excels at fishing, he still has much to learn about handling affairs. Director Deng, here are the fish I caught this morning. Take a look. To ease the tension, Chen Weiguo forcibly shifted the topic, extending his hand to lift the net. By the way, did you bring a scale? Yes. Xiaolong, bring out the scale and weigh these fish. Deng Hao turned to the young man following him. Certainly. After about 15 minutes, both parties confirmed the weight, a total of 215 jin. Xiao Chun, that's 215 jin, which amounts to 11,825 yuan. Let us round it up to 11,900 yuan. Here is the money. Please keep it safe. Deng Hao handed a stack of bills to Chen Weiguo. Thank you so much, Director Deng. When will our next transaction take place? Deng Hao looked at Chen Weiguo with anticipation. There's no need to rush. If I have fish to sell, I will deliver them to Beihang. Just inform your security department, and when I bring the fish, please ensure they do not stop me. Chen Weiguo refrained from committing to a specific time for future sales, as the government was cracking down on speculation. Every transaction they made was traceable, and it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. In these times, discretion was paramount. After bidding farewell to Deng Hao, Chen Weiguo returned home. It was the weekend, and Xiao Ling did not have school, making it the perfect opportunity to take her to the new street goods store to buy some clothes. 10 minutes later, in courtyard 94, Chen Xiaoling, who was washing clothes and chatting with the neighbors, rushed over upon seeing Chen Weiguo return with his fishing gear. Ma auntie, old Zhang, and others also greeted him warmly. Brother, how was the catch today? Chen Xiaoling asked with concern. Now that her brother could earn money through fishing, life was considerably better than relying solely on government aid. Just yesterday, the boiled fish they had was something she had never imagined she would taste in her lifetime. She feared that this good fortune was fleeting, and they might soon revert to the days of struggling to make ends meet. Anyone could see that fishing was part luck and part skill, and the results depended heavily on fate. Hence her worry. Don't worry, your brother's skills are top-notch. Today's haul was quite satisfactory, Chen Weiguo said, thumping his chest proudly. Get ready, we're going shopping today. I'm buying you some new clothes. While out, it was wise to keep financial matters discreet. Chen Weiguo did not disclose how much money he had made, aware that sudden wealth could provoke jealousy. With an arm around Chen Xiaoling's shoulder, he returned to their home. The siblings busied themselves preparing for their shopping trip, while the neighbors began to speculate about the duo. Old Zhang, have you noticed? Since Xiao Chen fell ill, he has changed remarkably, as if he has suddenly gained enlightenment. Compared to before, he seems like an entirely different person. Indeed, just look at what he accomplished in the last couple of days. It's beyond what the old Xiao Chen could have managed. Their lives are certainly improving day by day. Chen Weiguo is indeed a man of integrity. Just yesterday, he generously distributed a copious amount of meat to us, and the two siblings displayed no reluctance whatsoever. We have all witnessed the hardships they endured in the past. Now that their fortunes have slightly improved, they have not forgotten their neighbors in the countryside. Creak. Chen Weiguo emerged from his room, donned in the new attire he had purchased yesterday. Truly, a man is defined by his garments, just as a horse is by its saddle. As he wore the pristine Zhongshan suit, a dignified aura enveloped him, reminiscent of a cultured gentleman stepping forth from the depths of time, radiating solemnity and confidence with every movement. Following closely behind was Chen Xiaoling, still clad in a patchwork of tattered clothing. Though she had at least changed into something clean, she epitomized the image of a rural girl. Observing her sister's attire stirred a pang of discomfort within him. The original self was indeed quite a failure, unable to provide even a decent outfit for his sister. Now that he has come into his own, he must cherish this obedient and understanding little sister. Xiao Chen, you look quite spirited in that outfit. Aunt Ma couldn't help but exclaim, are you heading out? Indeed. I sold some fish yesterday and used the money to buy a couple of clothes for my sister. Her current garments are nearly insufficient to cover her modesty. She is now a young lady. It would be inappropriate for her to continue dressing like this. Chen Weiguo looked at Chen Xiaoling with fatherly affection. Such is the essence of an elder brother. Yes, indeed. Xiaoling is growing up, isn't she? 13 years old this year, right? Uncle Zhang nodded. Next year. She will be 14. In ancient times, that would be the age for a girl to be wed. Well then, Aunt Ma, I want to keep you. We must be on our way. Chen Weiguo bid farewell to his neighbors as he escorted his sister out of the courtyard. The new street department store was merely a little over 4 kilometers from Nanluo-Guxiang. The two siblings arrived at the intersection and boarded the 301 bus, reaching their destination 20 minutes later. As the capital of the new China, the city was replete with affluent individuals. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the streets were bustling with shoppers. The throngs of people flowed continuously along the main street. Chen Weiguo led his sister through the crowd and into the new street department store. The exterior was crowded, and the interior was no less so. Typically, everyone was preoccupied with work, seizing the weekend as an opportunity to acquire essentials for themselves and their families. However, the overwhelming crowd caused Chen Weiguo to forego the idea of perusing further with his sister and directly guided her to the women's clothing section. At this time, the gender divide was quite pronounced. It was known that a crime termed moral turpitude existed, although not as severe as in ancient times. A young man venturing into the ladies' section still sparked considerable commotion. Upon witnessing the sun-kissed and handsome Chen Weiguo leading the patchwork-clad Chen Xiaoling, the gazes of the women around them sparkled with intrigue. "Xiaoling, which style do you fancy? I shall purchase it for you." Chen Weiguo gestured grandly towards the myriad of women's garments displayed on the racks. His demeanor exuded the air of a wealthy patron. "Brother, let us just buy a few inexpensive ones," Chen Xiaoling whispered, glancing at the clothing prices, which were all above 15 yuan. "That is far too expensive. My brother's money surely isn't enough. If we can't afford it, my brother's pride will be greatly tarnished." Chen Weiguo had keenly observed the expression on his sister's face. Noticing where her gaze lingered among the dresses, he realized she was apprehensive about the cost. Such a young child, so considerate, it tugs at one's heartstrings. Just as he was about to communicate the few dresses his sister had taken a liking to, an unpleasant voice pierced through the air behind them. "Oh, if it isn't the dullard. What brings you here? Do you think you can afford anything in this store?" That derogatory nickname, the dullard, was conferred upon him by Lu Guangfu and his gang of ruffians. The original self was reticent and timid, easily subjected to ridicule. Hence the moniker. Chen Weiguo turned towards the source of the voice and was met with none other than Su Demao. Beside him stood a striking young lady, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, modestly attired, yet radiating an undeniable grace. Surely, this must be Lu Xiaoyi, the future wife of Su Demao from the original storyline. "Ah, Su Demao, what a coincidence. The last time we met, it seems you were accompanied by another?" Chen Weiguo feigned innocence, his gaze wide and questioning. "Just wait, I'll make you regret provoking me." Su Demao appeared taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "What the hell? This kid, usually so timid, has turned cunning. He.S. aiming for my heart." Before Su Demao could respond, a palpable tension enveloped him. Lu Xiaoyi took a step back, creating distance from Su Demao, her brow furrowed as she quietly regarded him. Su Demao, feeling the weight of her scrutinizing gaze, reluctantly lowered his raised hand. "Xiaoyi, allow me to explain. I assure you, there is absolutely nothing to it. I have only courted you." He took a step forward, hastily defending himself. "I have not been involved with any other woman." "Wait a moment. Didn't you say last time that you and that older sister planned to register for marriage next month? She even invited us to the celebration. Look, this is the wedding candy she gave us last time. It's the famous white rabbit milk candy. I've never tasted such delightful candy before," she exclaimed, pulling out 2 pieces of the candy from her pocket, which she had actually retrieved from her space, and displaying them. "I even saved these 2 pieces for later. Are you going to distribute wedding candy again?" she added, showcasing the treats in her hand. "Shut up, you insufferable brat, seeking your own demise." Su Demao snapped, raising his hand to strike Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo deftly evaded the swing, simultaneously grasping Su Demao's arm and pulling him off balance, nearly causing him to topple over. Alas, this body possesses insufficient strength. Such a splendid opportunity wasted. I could have sent Su Demao sprawling. "Humph, Su Demao, our relationship ends here. Farewell. No, never to meet again," Lu Xiaoyi declared emphatically before storming off in a huff. "Hey Xiaoyi, wait for me. Let me explain. That kid is spouting nonsense." Su Demao disregarded Chen Weiguo and hurried after her. "Ha, just wait. I'll make sure you regret this." Chen Weiguo reveled in his joy. "Hello, comrade." Chen Weiguo addressed the sales clerk at the counter, gesturing towards several styles and requesting 2 pieces in size S for each. "Brother, no, it's too expensive." Chen Xiaoling urgently shook her brother's arm, attempting to dissuade him from making the purchase. "It's all right, don't worry, I have money," he assured her, patting his pocket. A total of 98 yuan. The clerk calculated the price and announced it. "Invoice it." Chen Weiguo waved his hand grandly, producing a thick stack of large denomination bills from his pocket and handing it over. The clerk looked at the young man in astonishment, thinking, could he be a scion of some affluent family, spending money so extravagantly? Hey, this young man looks somewhat familiar. One of the clerks recognized Chen Weiguo. Isn't he the one who was shopping in the men's clothing section yesterday? Absolutely heartless. So extravagant. Humph, just a nouveau riche. Brother, it's too expensive. Chen Xiaoling clutched his sleeve tightly, her face flushed with anxiety. Relax, I can afford it. Do you know how much I made selling fish this morning? Chen Weiguo whispered to her, 119. This morning. Chen Xiaoling gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her wide eyes fixed on her brother, seeking confirmation of his claim. My brother is truly extraordinary now, earning in one morning what others do in half a year. She pressed her hand against her racing heart, gazing at him in disbelief. Even as her brother guided her onto the bus, she remained dazed, still reeling from the revelation. By the time they reached home, Chen Xiaoling felt as if she were in a dream. Ignoring her sister's dazed expression, Chen Weiguo prepared a simple meal before gathering his fishing gear once more. He had promised Xiecheng a batch of fish that afternoon, and as a valued client, he could not go back on his word. Finding a relatively secluded spot with fewer people, he cast his line and began to fish. Instead of pulling the fish out of the water, he directly placed them into his spatial fishing pond. The previous night, upon entering his space, he discovered numerous small fish had appeared in the pond. All the fish he had caught yesterday weighed over 3 pounds, yet none of these tiny fish had been caught. How had they come to be? Filled with curiosity, he spent 4 to 5 hours in the space and finally uncovered the mystery. These small fish were the offspring of the larger fish, hatching from eggs. Furthermore, it took only 2 to 3 hours for the eggs to develop into small fish. He watched in amazement as the minuscule fish eggs gradually transformed into shrimp-sized fish. This space actually possesses a time acceleration function. It operated at approximately 5 times the speed of time in the outside world. Consequently, he expanded a few more ponds and began to place some 1 to 2 pound fish into the space as well. Fish thrived in this environment, growing much faster than in the outside world. When he had the opportunity, he planned to visit the seafood market to acquire a variety of species to raise. As merely cultivating fish seemed somewhat wasteful, he considered raising high-value aquatic products like loaches, eels, crabs, and turtles, which would not only enhance the pond's utilization but also diversify his offerings beyond just fish. The aquatic plants in the pond were also growing at a rate approximately 5 times faster than those outside. Now, instead of only harvesting fish, he also collected aquatic plants and sediment from the lake. He aimed to create an ecological environment akin to that of the Hohai Lake, allowing the fish population to reproduce naturally. Soon, he anticipated that he would no longer need to exert himself daily to fish at Hohai, worrying about being discovered. Now, his focus was not on catching fish, but rather on gathering aquatic plants and sediment. The fish grew rapidly, but so did their consumption of food. In his space, the rate of aquatic plant growth could not keep pace with the fish's appetite. Thus, he had no choice but to prioritize collecting aquatic plants. If it weren't for the lack of soil in the space, he would have considered planting hundreds of acres of fish feed. Similar to the previous day, he remained in one location for about an hour before moving to another spot. Chapter 17. Forced to be a disciple. As the sun began to set, Chen Weiguo calculated that he had approximately 2 hours left before his meeting with Xiecheng. He packed up his fishing gear and returned to the place where he had encountered Xiecheng yesterday. Casting his line, he began to catch fish, one after another. He pulled out 3 and 5 pound fish, placing them into his fish bag. All these were taken from his spatial pond and baited on his hooks. Here, I've caught the fishing sage from yesterday. Suddenly, a surprised shriek rang out from nearby, quickly approaching. The abrupt shout startled Chen Weiguo, causing him to lose grip on the fish he had just hooked, which plopped back into the lake. He glared at the newcomer in irritation, thinking, "What are you shouting for? You just scared away the fish I had on the line. That was the first fish I lost in 2 days." The fish, quite cunning, swam out of Chen Weiguo's sensing range with a flick of its tail. "Fishing sage, I'm so sorry. I finally found you. I was just too excited. I'll pay you," the person said, immediately pulling out a large bill and handing it over. Chen Weiguo took it without hesitation. "You scared off my fish. So of course, you need to compensate. I heard someone say that Hohai has produced a fishing sage who can catch hundreds of pounds of fish in 2 hours. I didn't believe it until I saw you in person. Master, please allow me to pay my respects." "What?" Chen Weiguo stared at the person kneeling before him, utterly bewildered. "What is happening? I'm just fishing. I just caught a little more than usual. Hey. Big brother, please get up so we can talk." Chen Weiguo set his fishing rod down and hurried to help him up. The young man appeared to be about 25 or 26, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in a sharply tailored Zhongshan suit, which gave him a somewhat pretentious air. He wore a pair of impeccably polished black leather shoes. It seems this fellow comes from a wealthy background. In the capital, only those from affluent or powerful families could afford such attire. It was wise to keep a distance from such individuals. Those who would face the storm in a few years were often the first to fall. The young man's actions quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Is this the fishing sage? How can he be so young? A middle-aged man in the crowd scrutinized Chen Weiguo, thinking, isn't he just a kid? Is the rumor about his prowess really true? Someone gestured towards the fish bag in the water, saying, "Look at the fish in that bag. They are all 3 to 5 pounds, with none below 3 pounds. Indeed, the middle-aged man gasped in awe. Such a young person has this level of fishing skill. No wonder he wants to take on a disciple. Master, I've already bowed to you. You also helped me up. That counts as a completed ritual. Please teach me how to fish now. The overly earnest young man pursued Chen Weiguo relentlessly. What is this? How can there be such a person in the world? Chen Weiguo thought in frustration, just as a booming voice echoed from the edge of the crowd. Excuse me, please. Make way. The fish inside belong to me. I made a reservation yesterday. A figure pushed through the crowd, standing before Chen Weiguo. It was Si Jiu, who had agreed to meet here for a transaction the day prior. That one do. Everyone gets a share. We arrived earlier than you. We want to buy that fish too. Dissent arose from the crowd. With meat being a rare commodity, if pork were easily obtainable, people wouldn't be flocking here to fish in the rear sea. However, the majority of the crowd possessed little skill in fishing, including both large and small catches. Only those adept could land 2 to 3 pounds of fish in a day. Many returned empty-handed, unlike Chen Weiguo, who could haul in hundreds of pounds at a time. Exactly. Everyone gets a share. We also want to purchase a fish. I'm sorry, everyone, but I cannot sell to individuals. Private transactions are prohibited. If someone reports me for speculation, I cannot bear the consequences. Upon hearing the word buy, Chen Weiguo's survival instincts kicked in, prompting him to assert his stance vocally. Then why can this person buy? Someone pointed at Si Jiu, indignation evident. I am a procurement officer from Frog University, tasked with sourcing ingredients for the school. Without waiting for Chen Weiguo to explain, Si Jiu interjected immediately. We want to buy, we will trade. I have 2 pounds of ration tickets. Can I exchange them for a 2-pound fish? Those with a keen mind swiftly devised a solution. I also have ration tickets. As well as tobacco and alcohol tickets to trade, echoed voices in the crowd, eager to follow suit. Agreed, 1 pound of ration tickets for 1 pound of fish. I only require grade B and grade A tobacco tickets. 1 ticket per fish, 1 pound of alcohol tickets for 1 pound of fish. Chen Weiguo promptly declared his terms. This was a seller's market. Prices could be elevated, and people had no choice. Nevertheless, Chen Weiguo's pricing remained reasonable. Currently, the greater issue was that people struggled to acquire goods even with money in hand. Once the prices were announced, the crowd readily consented. Hey wait, Xiao Chen, you're selling fish to these people. What about the fish you promised me? Si Jiu exclaimed, alarmed at the thought that Chen Weiguo would sell his promised fish to others. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you on the 200 pounds I promised. Send these people away so they don't linger. Chen Weiguo whispered to Si Jiu. Our transaction is substantial. It is inevitable that it will attract attention, and that could lead to complications. After a moment's contemplation, Si Jiu agreed and, alongside the driver who accompanied him, began to restore order. Line up, one at a time. We have plenty of fish. A youthful enthusiast also stepped in to help maintain order. After half an hour, the throng was finally dispersed. Although he had not yet calculated the accounts, 2 of his fish ponds were already emptied. All the fish weighing 3 pounds or more from these ponds had been exchanged for ration, tobacco, and alcohol tickets. Some even offered bicycle and sewing machine tickets, valuable industrial vouchers. Chen Weiguo, of course, accepted everything that came his way. Phew, finally rid of them. Chen Gu, now let us settle your share. With that, Chen Weiguo pushed aside a pile of grass and retrieved a thick hemp rope, which was the lifting line for the fish net. He tugged vigorously on the rope, dragging a massive fish net to the surface. This net had been stealthily positioned here, while Si Jiu and his group were busy distributing the fish. Within this net lay over 200 pounds of fish. As the net emerged from the water, the fish within began to thrash and panic. Seeing this, Si Jiu was overjoyed. Any lingering anxiety evaporated instantly. He knew Chen Weiguo was an excellent angler, but he had no idea he was this proficient. Just moments ago, that group took at least 300 pounds of fish, and now there's another 200 pounds. He can catch 400 to 500 pounds of fish in a single day. Isn't that absurd? If he keeps this up, the fish in the rear sea will be depleted in a month. Chapter 18, A Glimmer of Hope in Work. Chen Weiguo observed the shifting expressions on Si Jiu's face, and his heart sank. Oh no, I've let my pride blind me. My performance today has certainly drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. I cannot return to fish tomorrow. At the very least, I cannot fish in the rear sea. Fortunately, I have over a dozen fish ponds in my space. Even if I can't fish, I can still occasionally sell some fish. Once the fish in my space reach a sizable population, I can make reasonable arrangements and sell fish daily without the need for early mornings and late nights. Resolute in his decision, Chen Weiguo resolved to remain hidden for a while. In the future, he would not sell fish on site either, as that would be too conspicuous. Si Jiu, please weigh these fish. I'm a bit tired today and wish to return home to rest early. Chen Weiguo raised his right hand before letting it drop, feigning exhaustion. All right, I'll weigh them right away. Xiaoling, come over and weigh these fish. Yes, Director Xie. 15 minutes later, Xiaoling presented the compiled data to Si Jiu. A total of 235 pounds, amounting to 12,925 yuan. To round it off, here is 130 yuan. This is the money. Count it. He produced 3 neat stacks of bills and, from other loose change, handed Chen Weiguo a single bill. No need, Si Jiu. What you've counted is sufficient. Chen Weiguo accepted the money, placing it into his satchel, which in reality was stored in his space. The fishing in the rear sea had become less fruitful than in previous days. He intended to take a couple of days off and scout for fish elsewhere. In the future, I'll deliver fish or other provisions directly to Frog University. You just need to inform the security personnel at your guard station. That works. After bidding farewell to Xiecheng, Chen Weiguo strolled back to courtyard 94. Just as he stepped through the gate with his belongings, he was called by old Zhang. Xiao Chun, this afternoon, the street office folks came by and mentioned that you've reached the age to take over your father's position. They asked you to visit the street office today or tomorrow morning to complete the paperwork. All right, old Zhang, thank you. Here is a little fish I caught today to treat you. With that, he handed a string of small fish strung together with grass rope to old Zhang. You young man, you're making it hard for old Zhang to accept. Old Zhang rubbed his hands together, hesitating to take them, which made Chen Weiguo want to laugh. Please do, old Zhang. You've helped me out plenty. I caught a lot today. I'll also deliver some to Lu Quan and Aunt Ma. Only then did old Zhang accept the fish, beaming as he returned indoors. From a distance, Chen Weiguo could hear old Zhang boasting to old Madame Zhang. Look, fish. From Xiaochen. This boy is truly wonderful. He is so generous with such fine fish. Chen Weiguo shook his head, ignoring old Zhang's childlike demeanor, and hung the fish destined for Lu Quan and Aunt Ma on their respective door handles. It was nearly time for them to finish work, and they should return shortly. With just a little time to spare, there was no need to worry about the fish being taken. Furthermore, old Zhang was always stationed at the entrance of courtyard 94, keeping a watchful eye on anyone who entered. Chen Weiguo had kept the fish he intended to prepare for dinner tonight in a basin. He planned to return from the neighborhood office before cooking. He also intended to make boiled fish, as he and his sister had not had their fill the previous day due to distributing much of it. Today, various families had sent fish over, so he need not share any with the neighbors during dinner. After tidying up quickly, he changed into a newly purchased Zhongshan suit and hurried out the door. It was already 4:30, and the neighborhood office closed around 5. He needed to complete the application process before they closed. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the neighborhood office in Nanluoguxiang, which was also a small courtyard with 2 entrances, repurposed by the office into a service station. Hello, sister. I am Chen Weiguo. I am here to see Director Wang. Oh, you are Chen Weiguo? Why have you come so late? The staff member, Xiang Weiyong, glanced at Chen Weiguo and continued. You've reached the appropriate age to take over your father's position. However, the formalities can only be processed once Director Wang arrives. Director Wang has matters to attend to today and has already left for the day. Please come back tomorrow morning. All right, sister. I will return tomorrow morning. Disappointed, Chen Weiguo returned home. Upon arriving at courtyard 94, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of fish wafting through the yard. Noticing that the fish hanging from the door handle of Lu Quan and Aunt Ma's house had vanished, he concluded that the delightful scent was undoubtedly the result of their efforts. He pushed open the door and saw his younger sister, Chen Xiaoling, making pancakes with cornmeal. Brother, you're back. We have no grains left. This is the last bit of cornmeal. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I've been so preoccupied with fishing these past few days that I neglected to buy flour, Chen Weiguo lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. I will go to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow morning. I exchanged quite a few grain tickets for fishing today, so I can purchase some flour at a lower price. Remembering he had yet to organize the grain tickets he sold today, he decided to wait until after dinner to sort them with his sister. This would also give her a glimpse of his newfound earning capability, relieving them from the frugal life they previously endured. After spending 40 minutes preparing a spicy boiled fish dish, the mouth-watering aroma drifted over to courtyard 95 once again. This provoked a chorus of complaints. Who is so inconsiderate, tempting us with delicious food every day? It was the voice of Jia Zhangshi. What a despicable little wretch. Making boiled fish again. He is deliberately teasing us. Let them choke on it. Knowing more about the situation, Su Damao and Jia Dongshu silently cursed Chen Weiguo. Unbeknownst to the 2 siblings, who were enjoying their meal, they no longer needed to share with others. The 5-kilogram grass carp had been entirely devoured by them. Once the fish was finished, however, there were still quite a few pancakes left. Nowadays, it was rare to leave leftovers. Anything uneaten would be properly stored for the next day. After tidying up and washing briefly, Chen Weiguo pulled his sister in to help him count the tickets he had exchanged that day. Half an hour later, they had compiled the results. 150 Gene of grain tickets, 20 Class B cigarette tickets, 20 Class A cigarette tickets, 40 Gene of liquor tickets, 3 bicycle tickets, 2 sewing machine tickets, and remarkably, a ticket for an electric fan. Chen Xiaoling was left in awe at her brother's substantial gains over the past few days, staring speechlessly at her transformed brother. She could not comprehend how a bout of illness had seemingly changed him into an entirely different person. With no further conversation, the siblings retired early to bed. In those days, there were no vibrant nightlife options as in later years. Married couples extinguished their lamps to procreate, while the unmarried had no choice but to endure the long nights. Chapter 19. Joining as a purchaser the next morning, as dawn broke, Chen Weiguo rose early. After a quick wash, he reheated the leftover pancakes and enjoyed them with the remaining fish soup for breakfast. He hurried off to the supply and marketing cooperative, as the supply of goods was tight, and he feared that arriving late might leave him empty-handed. When Chen Weiguo reached the entrance of the cooperative, he found several people already in line. He quickly joined the queue behind them. At 8 o'clock, the cooperative opened its doors, and by then, there were already 30 or 40 people waiting. As the doors opened, people began to file in, many heading straight for the grain and oil section, and Chen Weiguo, unwilling to lag behind, followed suit. A glance at the grain and oil section revealed only flour and cornmeal, but to his surprise, there were hundreds of jin of rice available today. I must buy this. I have grown weary of the daily flour and cornmeal. Comrade, please get me 20 jin of rice and the rest in flour. I truly cannot bear to eat any more cornmeal. At this time, the cornmeal was not the pure cornmeal of the future. It was coarsely ground, including the husks, making it both rough and unpalatable. He handed over his grain book and tickets to the clerk. This amount of grain is hardly sufficient. I will need to buy some steamed buns and dumplings from the state-run canteen later. I must also hurry to procure some wheat and rice seeds. I am unsure how long the onboarding process will take, but if time permits, I can try my luck at Guangman this afternoon. A minute or two later, Chen Weiguo received the rice and flour from the clerk and hurried on his way. Today, he had quite a few matters to attend to. If he did not manage his time well, he might not accomplish everything. After delivering the rice and flour home, the courtyard was eerily quiet, with only the faint sounds from Elder Zhang's home. At this hour, people were either at work or school. He placed the rice and flour in the respective containers, locked the door, and rushed out of the courtyard. 10 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the courtyard housing the Nanluo Guxiang neighborhood office. The same sister, Xiang Weihong, greeted him as before. Hello, sister. Is Director Wang in the office now? Chen Weiguo respectfully inquired. Oh, it's you, little Chen. Director Wang is in the office. I'll take you there. Thank you, sister. Xiang Weihong smiled and nodded, turning to lead the way. Before long, after navigating through 2 corridors, they reached Director Wang's office. Director Wang, Chen Weiguo is here. Director Wang, who had been focused on his work, lifted his head, glanced at Xiang Weihong, and then assessed Chen Weiguo from top to bottom, greeting him warmly. Weiguo, take a seat for a moment. I have a few matters to wrap up. He then instructed Xiang Weihong. Xiang, please help Weiguo complete the procedures here at the street office and bring them back for me to sign. Later, I will accompany Weiguo to the steel mill for his onboarding procedures. Understood, Director. She replied, proceeding to prepare the necessary documents for Chen Weiguo's employment. Weiguo, I heard you're quite adept at fishing. Director Wang casually initiated small talk. I do all right. Nothing too impressive. I've just been catching enough to supplement the household. Chen Weiguo modestly replied. Last time, I heard from Elder Zhang at the street procurement station that you sold him 16 fish in one go the other day. Those were all sizable fish weighing 3 to 5 jin. And you call that not impressive? Director Wang engaged in casual conversation with Chen Weiguo while swiftly jotting down notes on the table. No wonder Director Wang is so enthusiastic. It seems her warmth towards the elder sister has notably increased since yesterday. This must be the reason. As a seasoned veteran with over a decade of experience navigating the intricacies of the workplace, if he still failed to grasp Director Wang's intentions at this juncture, it would signify a life wasted. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity to strengthen my rapport with Director Wang. In the current context, the local street office wields considerable power unlike any in the future. There will be ample occasions where I will seek her favor. Maintaining this connection can only bode well for me. Moreover, the prospect of a few fish is hardly daunting. Even if I refrain from fishing, I can effortlessly procure 100 or 80 pounds. Director Wang, this weekend, I plan to visit Shikahai in hopes of catching some fish. If I succeed, I shall certainly bring some to the street office. Chen Weiguo did not state this too definitively. Truth be told, he was uncertain about the quantity of fish remaining in Shikahai. Upon hearing this, Director Wang raised an eyebrow, her smile widening. She understood that this matter was settled. Currently, the number of individuals fishing in the waters near Beijing exceeds 80,000. Everyone is in dire need of resources, particularly meat. This was merely the first year of a challenging period, and Chen Weiguo was aware that 2 more years lay ahead of him. However, others remained oblivious. Driven by the fear of food scarcity, people were frantically seeking sustenance. Although he still had a considerable stock of fish in his space, that remained his greatest secret. one he could never divulge to anyone. "Director, the documents are ready. Please take a look." At that moment, Xiang Weihong placed several pages filled with text on Director Wang's desk. Director Wang glanced over the materials, signed the documents, and affixed the official seal. "Let's go, Xiao Chen. I will take you to the steel mill to complete your onboarding process." With the documents in hand, Director Wang stepped out from behind the desk. "There's no rush regarding the fish. When you have the time, go fishing. Whatever you catch, Aunt Wang will gladly accept, and I assure you, you won't suffer any losses." "All right, Aunt Wang. I will visit Shikahai the day after tomorrow." Chen Weiguo readily embraced the term Aunt Wang. The steel mill was not far from the Nanlo Guxiang Street office. A mere 10-minute walk. The two chatted intermittently along the way, and before they knew it, they arrived at the entrance of the Hongxing steel mill. After providing their identities and filling out the entry registration, they proceeded to the personnel department located on the second floor of the mill's office building. Director Wang confidently knocked on the door of the personnel department. "Minister Zhang, I have brought you a fresh addition to your workforce today." As she spoke, she introduced Chen Weiguo to Minister Zhang. "Ah, Wang Jia, what brings you here today? Who is this young comrade? Did you personally escort him?" Minister Zhang, whose name was Zhang Chunhua, had been a neighbor of Director Wang for over a decade, fostering a close familiarity. Many employees in the personnel and procurement departments of the steel mill were relatives of high-ranking officials, each possessing varying degrees of influence. It was said that Director Wang's husband was a deputy minister in a certain department, while Minister Zhang's father-in-law also held a significant position. This is the information on Comrade Xiao Chun. His father, Chen Hong, sacrificed his life while capturing enemy agents last year. Chapter 20. The enthusiastic onboarding process. With that, Director Wang handed the documents to Zhang Chunhua. Upon glancing at the information, Zhang Chunhua exclaimed, "My goodness, he is the son of a martyr. Young comrade, your father was a great hero. His actions deserve our utmost respect. Previously, he held a position in the security department. Do you wish to remain there? Or do you have another position in mind?" According to the preferential policies for the families of martyrs, Chen Weiguo was entitled to choose his position freely. "I will follow the organization's arrangements. Great leaders have told us that we are but bricks in the revolution, moving where we are needed. Indeed, as expected of the son of a martyr, your awareness is commendable." Zhang Chunhua praised him. However, in truth, Chen Weiguo believed that remaining in the security department would be advantageous. His father had been the deputy chief there, and the chief was an old comrade and former squad leader who would likely offer him support. Had it not been for a string of misfortunes over the past 2 years, he would have certainly seen his title elevated. He would either have directly succeeded the current chief or been transferred to the second textile factory as the chief of the security department. "Very well. Let me check where there are vacancies." As she spoke, she pulled out the recruitment plan and began to flip through it. The security department is currently at full capacity with no vacancies. However, the procurement department has recently added a third procurement division, which has several openings for clerks. "And Zhang, could you enlighten me about the responsibilities of this third procurement division?" Given Zhang Chunhua's warm demeanor, Chen Weiguo seized the opportunity to address her as Aunt Zhang. "I am not well versed in procurement work." As a modern soul, he certainly understood the concept of procurement. Yet, given his current identity as a 16-year-old boy who had just graduated from middle school, appearing overly familiar with factory matters would seem rather peculiar. "The procurement division is just right. I can openly utilize the supplies in my space without arousing suspicion. The money I earn can also help improve my family's living conditions. Although I do not lack for food, life encompasses more than mere sustenance. Numerous other expenses abound. I cannot possibly trade food every time I wish to purchase something. Furthermore, this will provide me with an opportunity to gather various crop seeds during my rural excursions and allow me to cultivate the soil in my space for planting." The third procurement division was newly established in response to the acute scarcity of essential living materials. Its primary responsibility was to assist the factory in acquiring unplanned resources, particularly food such as grains and meats. Regular trips to the countryside would be required, which could be quite arduous. "I am not afraid of hardship. Young people should endure challenges to grow," Chen Weiguo promptly asserted. "I must maintain the positive image I have just established. And Zhang, I will go to the procurement department. All right, I will handle the paperwork for you now. I will also take you around to meet everyone. Here, please fill out this employment application form." Zhang Chunhua retrieved a form from a stack of documents on her left and handed it to him. The form was quite simple, requesting basic information such as name, address, education, and political affiliation. Chen Weiguo swiftly filled out the form in 5 minutes and handed it back to Zhang Chunhua. "Wow, I didn't expect your penmanship to be so impressive, Xiao Chun. It is vigorous and elegant, possessing a certain charm. You must have practiced for quite some time." Zhang Chunhua genuinely praised him as she admired the writing on the form. "And Zhang, you flatter me. I merely scribbled it. When my father was alive, He often practiced writing at home, and I would follow along and practice as well. Chen Weiguo responded bashfully, scratching his head. Haha. I didn't realize that Comrade Xiao Chun was so modest. All right, let us go meet your colleagues in the procurement department. Certainly, Aunt Zhang. Minister Zhang. You may take Xiao Chun with you. I shall not accompany you, as there are numerous matters at the street office awaiting my attention. I entrust Xiao Chun to your care. As Director Wang spoke, he made his way outside. Xiao Chun, do visit Aunt Wang's office more often. Certainly, Aunt Wang. I will see you off. Let us go together. I shall take you to the procurement department and escort you, Aunt Wang. Zhang Chunhua meticulously organized and archived the form filled out by Chen Weiguo before stepping out with him. The procurement department is located on the 4th floor of the office building, in the 3 easternmost offices. The head of the procurement department, Tang Hui, is a veteran from the former steel rolling factory. He has been the procurement department head under Liu Banqing since before the factory's public-private partnership, and he has held this position for over a decade. At that time, the procurement department had merely 3 members. With the expansion of the steel rolling factory from a small establishment with a few hundred employees to a grand enterprise boasting 10,000 workers, the procurement department has also grown into 3 branches, increasing its personnel from the original trio to over 20. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Zhang Chunhua led Chen Weiguo into Tang Hui's office. Minister Tang, I have brought a newcomer for you, Zhang Chunhua said, presenting Chen Weiguo. This young comrade is named Chen Weiguo, the son of the late Chen Hong, who sacrificed his life last year. He has come to take over his father's position since the security department is already at full capacity. I noticed that the 3rd branch of the procurement department is still in need of personnel, so I brought him over. Chen Hong. Is he the deputy section chief who tragically lost his life while apprehending enemy agents last year? Tang Hui inquired for confirmation. Yes, that is indeed him. This is the son of the martyr. Please look after him. Zhang Chunhua earnestly advised. You can rest assured, I will take good care of him. Tang Hui assured with a pat on his chest. Very well, I entrust him to you. You may make the necessary arrangements. As she concluded her words and headed for the door, she gave Chen Weiguo a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, work diligently. And do not bring shame to your father. I will, Aunt Zhang. Goodbye, Aunt Zhang. Xiao Chun, let us go. I will introduce you to your new colleagues in the department. Tang Hui, with a warm demeanor, patted Chen Weiguo's shoulder and led him to the 3rd branch of procurement. Comrades, today we welcome a new colleague to join us. He then introduced Chen Weiguo to everyone present. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chen Weiguo. As I am new here, I kindly ask for your guidance. He also gave a slight bow to the group. Tang He, from now on, Xiao Chun will learn from you, so please mentor him. Before leaving, he assigned a mentor to Chen Weiguo. This is how the factory operates nowadays. Experienced workers guide the newcomers. The veteran you have been assigned to is your mentor. Xiao Chun, let Tang He take you to the logistics department to collect 2 sets of work uniforms. When you return, prepare yourself, as you will officially start work next Monday. Yes, Minister Tang. Understood, Minister Tang. The 3rd branch of procurement now consists of 4 individuals, including Chen Weiguo. Tang He is the deputy minister and the head of the 3rd branch. The other 2 clerks, Yin Qing and Qin Feng, were recently recruited as well. Tang He elaborated on the responsibilities of the 3rd branch of procurement to Chen Weiguo and provided an overview of its establishment. Subsequently, he escorted Chen Weiguo to the logistics department to collect 2 sets of uniforms and a meal box before sending him on his way, informing him to return for work next Monday. The entire onboarding process was remarkably smooth, leaving Chen Weiguo feeling almost overwhelmed by the warmth of the welcome. Throughout the process, he was accompanied by leadership, and the mentor assigned to him was the actual head of the 3rd branch. This level of attention made Chen Weiguo feel somewhat incredulous. Whether it was due to his father's strong connections in life or some other reason remained uncertain. However, the wisdom of his 30-something soul reminded him that there is no love or hatred without reason. He had never believed in fortuitous blessings. Chapter 21, Buying Grain Seeds. The amiable Tang, he even invited him to dine in the canteen, allowing him a preview of the factory's cuisine. He was also treated to a display of the chef's skillful ladling technique, witnessing firsthand how a heaping spoonful of food could be reduced to mere remnants at the bottom of the ladle. Despite this, the workers dared not express their dissatisfaction. Yet the chef possessed keen insight, being well aware of the various leaders and their confidants. For these leaders and their favorite associates, the chef's ladling skills seemed to falter. In contrast, the procurement department personnel were not afforded such leniency, as the kitchen staff could easily discern the difference between the prominent figures. Chen Weiguo departed the steel rolling factory around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. According to his plan, he intended to visit Guangmen to see if he could procure wheat or rice seeds. As autumn deepened, the days grew shorter, and he wondered if he would still have time today. Guangmen is nearly 10 kilometers from Nanluo Guxiang. He questioned whether he would make it. Just as he was walking back to Nanluoguxiang, he spotted the latest edition of the Beijing transportation map at a roadside kiosk. He immediately purchased a copy for 20 cents. The only bus routes from Nanluoguxiang to Guangmen were the 24 and 10 buses, a stark contrast to the multitude of routes in later years. Chen Weiguo carefully studied the map. With 15 stops along the way, it would take approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes, meaning he should arrive at Guangmen around 3 o'clock. There was still a chance he could make it. At that time, the streets of the capital were relatively devoid of cars. Unlike later years when traffic thrived and the capital succumbed to congestion, a 1-hour journey could easily extend to 3 hours. 5 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the bus stop. Fortune was on his side, as the 24 bus pulled up just as he reached the stop. The bus, nearly empty in the middle of the day, afforded him the opportunity to choose a seat at his leisure. He settled down, swaying gently with the bus's motion. As he closed his eyes, his mind drifted into the space he had recently discovered. Entering this realm did not require his physical body to follow. His consciousness could manipulate everything within that space. Within the fish pond of that space, numerous small fish had already hatched, with the earliest batch growing to 2 inches in length. As the fish population increased, the aquatic vegetation was being consumed at a faster rate. To maintain balance, he organized the fish into groups, distributing them evenly across the 20-plus ponds within the space. He planned to sell a batch of fish to the street office tomorrow, fulfilling his promise to Director Wang. Tomorrow, he intended to visit Shikahai to catch some fish and diversify the species in his collection. The variety of fish was still too limited. He needed to make a trip to the fish market in Tongzhou, known for its extensive selection of aquatic products, where he could purchase live seafood. After tending to the fish pond, he proceeded to evenly spread the mud he had dredged from the bottom of the back sea across the space. The amount of mud was still insufficient. He had only managed to cover a thickness of 1 foot, leaving 10 acres unfinished. Tomorrow's tasks are rather demanding. Aside from fishing, I must also devote time to handling the muck. By next week, I shall be able to procure soil from the countryside. As my thoughts wandered, the station announcement from the ticket collector reverberated, declaring, Guangmen Station has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please alight from the train. Kindly safeguard your valuables and exit in an orderly fashion. At long last, we have arrived. My posterior feels entirely numb. Having remained mentally ensconced in my thoughts, Chen Weiguo's posture had not shifted throughout the journey. Upon the return of his consciousness to his corporeal form, he realized that his lower body had succumbed to a loss of sensation. After a brief interlude of half a minute, he gradually regained awareness of his legs, trembling as he steadied himself against the door frame. He disembarked and lingered by the roadside for 5 minutes before finally mustering the strength to take a step forward. I cannot continue this way. It poses too great a risk. In the future, I shall await my return home before undertaking such endeavors. Inquiring about the location of the Dujuxing, he hastened in that direction. 10 minutes later, Chen Weiguo halted before a 2-story brick and tile edifice. This must be the Dujuxing of Beijing. He stepped inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, a young man clad in the attire of a clerk intercepted him, asking, Comrade, how may I assist you? The Dujuxing, serving as an intermediary agency, specializes in connecting merchants who come to the capital to trade grain, providing necessary information services. A cursory glance at the sparsely populated lobby revealed an atmosphere of desolation and decline. Indeed, since the comprehensive implementation of public-private partnerships, privately owned institutions like this one have rapidly vanished over the years. The mere existence of this Dujuxing today is nothing short of miraculous. Excuse me, do you have any unhulled rice or wheat for sale? Chen Weiguo inquired, producing a de Qianmen cigarette as he spoke. While he was quite affable, addressing people as brother, sister, or aunt came naturally to him, diverging from the contemporary usage of comrade. Nevertheless, leveraging his youth and charm aided him in navigating these interactions with surprising ease. The clerk accepted the cigarette with a nod of thanks. Comrade, we no longer engage in direct grain transactions at Dujuxing. Everything you mentioned was cleared out last month. By next year, this Dujuxing will be no more. He lamented, igniting the cigarette and inhaling deeply, half of it gone in an instant. Why is that? Chen Weiguo inquired. Intrigued. It was operating just fine. Why cease? Surely, it can't be due to some conflict with powerful individuals? The tide of history is relentless, the clerk replied, his voice imbued with a sense of helplessness. This establishment has been in my family for 5 generations, yet it is during my stewardship that it faces extinction. Perhaps you should visit the grain and wheat store? They might still have some stock left, the clerk suggested, his tone tinged with resignation. If you delay, it may be gone as well. Thank you, brother, Chen Weiguo replied, expressing his gratitude before departing. He casually inquired about the location of the grain store, which was not far from his current position. Walking briskly, he estimated it would take merely 15 minutes. Observing the daylight still plentiful, he felt confident he could return home today. 15 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the grain store. It bore a striking resemblance to the Dujuxing, exuding an air of desolation. He stepped inside, where a middle-aged man in his 50s was slumped over the counter, sound asleep. "Sir, wake up." Chen Weiguo rapped on the table, rousing the slumbering proprietor. The middle-aged man rubbed his bleary eyes and, somewhat impatiently, inquired, "What is it, boss? Do you have any unhulled rice or wheat for sale?" Chen Weiguo asked, uncertain if the title was appropriate, but using it nonetheless. If the proprietor took offense, he would adjust accordingly. The middle-aged man seemed momentarily taken aback by the term boss, his expression shifting from surprise to alarm. "Comrade, you mustn't speak so carelessly. There are no bosses here, only service to the people. My apologies for my indiscretion," Chen Weiguo quickly amended. "Comrade, do you still have unhulled rice and wheat in stock?" "Oh, what do you intend to do with these?" the middle-aged man queried, now alert and guarded. "These items cannot be consumed directly. You must hull and grind them at home." This young man must be a bit peculiar, he mused, observing Chen Weiguo's pristine clothing, which did not suggest a laborer from the countryside. Children from the city of Beijing do not typically engage in such tasks with rice and wheat. Indeed, the new commune manager in our village lacks experience. The grain that was reserved has become damp, sprouting, or rotting. To prevent any disruption to next year's spring plowing, I was sent to purchase some seeds. Chen Weiguo fabricated smoothly, exuding the demeanor of someone who genuinely belonged in the situation. He produced a letter of introduction, stamped with an official seal, for the middle-aged man to glance at before retracting it. This letter and seal were mere products of his imagination while he was lost in thought. Earlier, during his research of the capital's map, he had taken note of the suburban areas and randomly selected a village called Lingshui Village. Using their name, he drafted a letter of introduction, carved a makeshift seal, and used fish blood as ink to stamp it. The middle-aged man did not scrutinize the letter's contents, his attention drawn instead to the vivid red seal, which appeared particularly conspicuous. Trusting the authenticity of the document, he refrained from further inquiry. The unauthorized use of a seal is no trivial matter. The potential for a prison sentence of 3 to 10 years is not a jest. Few would dare to believe that a boy of merely 15 or 16 years would engage in such activities. That was a close call. I nearly exposed myself. Chen Weiguo silently wiped away a bead of cold sweat. "We have over 100 jin of wheat seed, but the rice seed is scarce, only 20 jin left." The middle-aged man reflected before checking his inventory. "Such a small amount. Please give it all to me. If it is insufficient, I shall see if I can source more from elsewhere." Chen Weiguo suppressed his inner elation, feigning a sorrowful expression. The village secretary is rather unreliable, sending a mere lad to handle such a crucial task. The middle-aged man gazed at the young man with a hint of sympathy. "Just a moment. I shall fetch your items." He turned and retreated into the back room, presumably to the storeroom. In no time, he emerged carrying 2 burlap sacks, one large and one small. "Here they are. Let me weigh them for you." Without awaiting Chen Weiguo's response, he placed the sacks on the scale beside the counter. "Wheat seed, 96 jin. Rice seed, 24 jin." He promptly announced the weights. "The wheat is priced at 2 mao per jin, while the rice is slightly more expensive at 3 mao per jin. The total comes to 26. 4 yuan. "All right," Chen Weiguo replied without haggling, swiftly retrieving the necessary funds to settle the account. "This is a hard-won opportunity. I cannot jeopardize it for the sake of a few mao." After completing the transaction, Chen Weiguo prepared to leave when the middle-aged man detained him. "Young man, hold on. I have some other crop seeds available. Would you be interested? However, our village head instructed me to procure only wheat and rice seeds. I was not advised to acquire any other seeds." Chen Weiguo's heart stirred, yet he feigned an expression of naivety, appearing somewhat foolish. Observing the middle-aged man's countenance of disappointment, he understood the need to temper his actions. "Please, tell me what kind of seeds you have." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man joyfully grasped Chen Weiguo's arm, exclaiming, "I have corn, potatoes, and sorghum seeds. Each variety amounts to about 50 or 60 pounds. After speaking, he gazed at Chen Weiguo with hopeful eyes. "Wow, you have so many seeds. I initially hoped to acquire wheat and rice seeds, which would have been a significant gain." Chen Weiguo thought, "I never anticipated such a delightful surprise." Internally elated, he maintained a facade of difficulty. "I can certainly purchase these, but I cannot carry so much at once. How about this?" He paused momentarily. "Could you assist me by delivering the items to the gate tower at Guangmen? My village will send a tractor to pick us up, as we are also procuring rice and wheat seeds." "Absolutely, no problem." The middle-aged man readily agreed. Once he sold these seeds, he planned to close his grain store, having long desired to switch careers. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man transported the seeds purchased by Chen Weiguo to a relatively secluded spot beneath the Guangmen Gate Tower. Chen Weiguo pretended to be waiting for someone. Once the grain merchant stepped out of sight and no one was around, Chen Weiguo swiftly gathered the bags of seeds. He then covered his mouth and nose, making a hasty exit. After wandering in large circles around the nearby streets, he discerned that no one was tailing him. He finally arrived at a bus stop close to Guangmen, where he learned from a passerby that it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening, and there should still be one last bus returning to Nanluoguxiang. After waiting for 20 minutes, growing increasingly anxious, the number 10 bus finally arrived, albeit late. Upon boarding and purchasing a ticket, he noticed the bus was relatively crowded with workers returning home and students finishing school. Several unsavory characters seemed to be scanning the bus, their demeanor suggesting they were searching for someone. When they spotted Chen Weiguo, clad in a brand new Zhongshan suit, their eyes gleamed with interest. "We found a big fat sheep," they exclaimed, slowly encroaching upon him. At that moment, Chen Weiguo, resting with his eyes closed, remained blissfully unaware that he had attracted the attention of a gang of pickpockets. Even if he had sensed their presence, he would not have been concerned, as all his possessions were safely stored in his spatial wooden cabin, leaving him without a single coin to spare. If these thieves realized their chosen target was a seemingly polished pauper, would they not weep bitterly in the restroom? Soon, the gang of pickpockets surrounded Chen Weiguo, their positions strategically coordinated, clearly indicating prior collaboration. They feigned casualness while blocking the view of others. As they closed in, Chen Weiguo became alert, yet he kept his eyes shut, continuing to feign sleep. Chapter 23, Encountering Shaju. "You think you can steal from me? Let us see who ends up stealing from whom. Huh? Huh? Huh?" Just then, the bus reached the Sikika stop. A worker seated next to Chen Weiguo exited the bus, and two individuals approached, intending to take the vacant seat beside him. One of the pickpockets swiftly occupied the spot, nudging Chen Weiguo in the process, perhaps to ascertain if he was truly asleep. The other person denied the seat, shot a glare at the thief before glancing sideways. "Chen Weiguo?" Hearing his name, Chen Weiguo opened his eyes and looked up. "Brother Zhuzi, what brings you here? When did you get on the bus?" "I didn't see you. I boarded at Sikiku. Our leader sent me to prepare a meal for a high-ranking official, and I just returned," Shaju replied with pride. "Impressive, Brother Zhuzi. Regularly interacting with the leaders means more opportunities for promotion and wealth in the future." Chen Weiguo complimented habitually. "Of course, little gourd. I'm not boasting. The high-ranking officials I've encountered are at least of this caliber." He gestured with both hands, forming a 10 with his fingers. "God forbid. Little gourd. You're the little gourd, and your whole family is little gourds. With your emotional intelligence, you wouldn't even be able to hold a position." Chen Weiguo thought bitterly. This Shaju is indeed no gem. Shaju, well aware of Chen Weiguo's aversion to being called little gourd, insisted on using the nickname, which felt slightly disdainful. "Humph. If you get robbed later, don't say I didn't warn you." At that moment, the bus lurched forward, and one of the pickpockets leaned into Chen Weiguo. Another thief standing nearby took advantage of the situation to lean against Shaju. Chen Weiguo then noticed a 2-inch-long slit appear on Shaju's pants pocket, through which his money fell into the thief's grasp. Simultaneously, the person beside Chen Weiguo made his move, a sharp blade slicing towards Chen Weiguo's pants pocket, and then his shirt pocket, executed with remarkable speed. Oh, this one is an old hand. Their coordination is surprisingly seamless, and their skills are commendable. They're just a bit too hasty. Chen Weiguo mused. "You've ruined my brand new clothes, and I can't let you go without paying a price," he thought coldly. At the moment the pickpockets made their move, Chen Weiguo had already stored all their belongings in his spatial pocket, then discreetly released them without their notice. In that fleeting moment, he had transformed the thieves' clothing into tattered rags, so that any slight external force would cause them to fall apart completely. Chen Weiguo repeated this process, systematically collecting the belongings from the surrounding thieves, and then releasing them swiftly, except for the one who had stolen from Shaju. As for these individuals' garments, a mere hint of external force will reduce them to tatters. The resulting scene will be utterly hilarious. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Weiguo barely restrained a chuckle. Stifling his urge to laugh, he resumed casual conversation with Shaju to divert attention. The pickpockets, having successfully pilfered, were preparing to shift their position when suddenly, the bus driver slammed on the brakes to avoid a bike that had darted into the road. All the passengers lurched forward. Shaju, engrossed in their conversation, stumbled against the pickpocket who had just stolen from him. The ensuing spectacle was quite the eye-opener. With the force of the sudden stop, the clothing of the 4 pickpockets disintegrated into strips of fabric. Before they could comprehend the situation, their garments, now in tatters, drifted away from them due to inertia, leaving them completely exposed in less than a minute. Catch the perverts. There has been an incident of mischief. A cacophony of screams and curses erupted. The 4 individuals finally realized the gravity of the situation, crouching down while clutching their groins. Upon witnessing this scene, Shaju was momentarily stunned. In all his years, he had never encountered such an eye-watering spectacle. He stood there, frozen, while the pickpocket beneath him struggled several times before managing to push him away. Silence. Quiet down. The driver and ticket collector endeavored to restore order. Simultaneously, the driver pulled the vehicle over to the side, requesting a couple of calm passengers to report the incident to the police station. He then locked the doors to prevent the four from making a desperate escape. Everyone, please calm down. Check your belongings to see if anything is missing. We need assistance in keeping an eye on these four ruffians. The officers from the police station will arrive shortly. Shaju immediately scrambled to his feet, rummaging through his pockets, only to discover a tear in his trousers. With his 20 yuan bill vanished. This was a generous tip given to him by a high-ranking official. I've lost my money, Shaju wailed, simultaneously delivering a sharp kick to the four exposed individuals on the ground. Return my money. This is my entire month's salary. Indeed, Shaju is not above deceit, fabricating lies without hesitation. Others among the passengers began to voice their grievances, claiming their money had also been stolen, demanding restitution from the pickpockets. I am undeniably a genius. Huh. Chen Weiguo struggled to maintain his composure, fearing he might burst into laughter, turning his gaze toward the window, though his shoulders shook uncontrollably, betraying him. Oh dear, how do I contain myself? Before long, laughter erupted throughout the compartment, initiated by an unknown source. Igniting a chorus of giggles, several middle school girls covered their faces, peering through their fingers toward the five individuals with flushed cheeks. The four pickpockets hung their heads in shame. They had encountered formidable opponents today, individuals beyond their reach. In the face of such prowess, they found themselves with no means of retaliation. Reduced to this state, they could only lament their misfortune. Chen Weiguo noticed the pickpocket who had not been harmed by him attempting to retreat, aiming to blend into the crowd. He quickly leaned close to Shaju's ear, whispering that this person appeared suspicious and might be in cahoots with the pickpockets, having been closest to him just moments ago. Your money may very well be in his possession. Shaju's spirit surged, disregarding the thought of how Chen Weiguo could discern this connection. He immediately seized the man's wrist, exclaiming, "Don't you dare leave. My wallet is with you. Hand it over. Are you insane? You are the thief. Your entire family are thieves." The man protested, struggling to free himself from Shaju's grip. How could a chef accustomed to wielding heavy pots and pans in the factory lack strength? Despite his best efforts, the man could not break free, as Shaju's grip was as unyielding as iron. Amidst their tug-of-war, the officers from the police station arrived. Witnessing the scene before them, they couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and incredulity. Officers, these individuals have been causing trouble and stealing others' belongings. They are pickpockets. An observant bystander pointed out the wallet concealed beneath a tattered cloth, directing the officer's attention to it. Shaju immediately interjected, "Officer, this person stole my wallet. He is in league with the four on the ground and was attempting to escape. I caught him. Search him," commanded Officer Ma, leading the team. A young officer promptly approached and thoroughly searched the man, uncovering for wallets, a gold necklace, and a watch. They had caught him red-handed. The man immediately collapsed to the ground. "Well done. You've done remarkably well. Which unit are you from? I shall send a commendation letter to your organization." Officer Ma praised Shaju, patting him on the shoulder. Shaju was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen a commendation letter in his life. Even after returning to Nanluo Guxiang with Chen Weiguo, he remained in a daze. The police, observing the four exposed individuals and the man captured by Shaju, found themselves in a dilemma. Transporting them to the police station in such a state would certainly be an eyesore. Given the current times, no one had spare clothing to offer them for modesty. At that moment, Officer Ma noticed a newspaper in a passenger's hands, and an idea struck him. He promptly dispatched a young officer to purchase a newspaper from a newsstand, instructing them to use it to cover their lower halves before escorting them away. Though the individuals were taken away, the topic of discussion lingered. People speculated about the ingenious individual who had devised such a unique solution. Upon hearing the lively chatter among the new passengers boarding the bus, they learned of the amusing incident, lamenting the fact that they had missed such delightful entertainment. In an era where leisure activities were scarce, having such a tale to share would bring them joy for many days to come. Following this, the journey proceeded without incident. As twilight descended, the bus finally halted at the stop in Nanluo Guxiang. Chen Weiguo disembarked, bidding farewell to Shaju and hastening homeward. He had returned later than usual, and his younger sister must be anxiously waiting. Along the way, he encountered several acquaintances, exchanging greetings without lingering for conversation. Just as he reached the entrance of Courtyard 94, he ran into Elder Zhang, who was preparing to close the gate. "Xiao Chen, why are you home so late today?" Elder Zhang casually inquired. "Did you visit the street office today?" "Elder Zhang, why are you closing the gate so early today?" Chen Weiguo did not answer the question, instead redirecting the conversation. "I'm a bit tired today. I don't feel too well and wish to turn in early." Elder Zhang appeared somewhat lethargic as he replied, Why are you home so late? I went to Shikahai today to check if there were any fish to catch. Chen Weiguo fabricated a casual excuse. How about work? Have you secured a position? Elder Zhang pressed, seemingly intent on uncovering the answer. Only those who truly care about you would be so concerned about your employment. Chen Weiguo felt a twinge of warmth. Yes, I've secured a position as an office clerk in the steel procurement department, he stated earnestly as he stepped inside. Elder Zhang, I can't chat any longer. I've been running around all day and am famished. I need to get home for a bite. All right. Elder Zhang appeared delighted. The procurement department is excellent. You won't have to toil away in the workshop, where it's dangerous and the workload is heavy. In this era, worker safety awareness was not as robust as it is today. Many reckless and opportunistic actions frequently occurred, particularly among seasoned workers who, relying on their experience, often violated or altered operational procedures. Young workers, emulating them, contributed to the frequent accidents in the workshops, with a few individuals each year suffering injuries ranging from severed fingers to amputated arms. Occasionally, a person may succumb to work-related injuries. For instance, Jia Dongshu's father from the neighboring number 95 courtyard met his end due to such an incident. Those who adhere strictly to procedural protocols and operate within established guidelines have become a rare breed. The procurement department is indeed a commendable sector. Mr. Zhang sincerely expressed his joy for Chen Weiguo, urging him to enter, as Xiao Ling had already emerged several times, inquiring about his return. Well then, Mr. Zhang, until we meet again. With a few brisk strides, Chen Weiguo crossed the courtyard and pushed open his own door. Brother, you're back. The moment the door swung open, Chen Xiaoling sprang to her feet to greet him. At the same time, a gust of cold air rushed out, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The room is actually colder than outside. This sister of mine doesn't even think to stoke the stove. Reflecting on this, he remembered that prior to his arrival, even finding a meal had been a challenge, let alone affording coal for heating. By November of 1959, Beijing had already turned quite chilly. In neighborhoods where centralized heating had been established, warmth had begun to seep in. Wealthier households had already ignited their boilers. Xiaoling, are you cold? Chen Weiguo grasped Chen Xiaoling's hand, which felt icy. Brother, I'm not cold at all. I've worn the cotton jacket you bought me, and I feel quite warm. Chen Xiaoling turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Lying. If she felt warm, how could her hands be so frigid? Chen Weiguo understood that his sister was concerned for him. She refrained from speaking out to spare him greater worry. Silly girl, I neglected this. Tomorrow morning, I'll head to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some coal. I have money now. We needn't be frugal with it. It should be used. After all, what is the point of earning money otherwise? He gently ruffled his sister's discolored hair. Next time, remember to remind me about such matters. Don't bear it alone. All right. Understood, brother. Chen Xiaoling wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled, saying, Brother, I've already prepared dinner. Let us eat first. Yes. From now on, we can have meals without skimping on food. Let's restore our health quickly. Look at how thin you've become. I truly worry that a strong wind might just carry you away. Have you seen the rice jar and the flour bucket? I bought them from the supply and marketing cooperative today. If they run out, I'll trade at the pigeon market. I can fish. So I want to have trouble exchanging for food. Here, Chen Weiguo told a little fib. It's not that he intended to deceive her, nor did he lack faith in his sister. He chose not to disclose this for her own safety. Such a treasure as space is too extraordinary to explain. The fewer people who know, the better. Chen Xiaoling stir-fried a plate of vegetables and cooked a fish that Chen Weiguo had bought from the state-run market last time. Although she couldn't make boiled fish, a fresh fish stew was equally delicious. In mere minutes, the two devoured 2 large bowls of food and 8 steamed buns, leaving their bellies round and content. Their meals had evidently improved significantly over the past few days. Chen Xiaoling, once as thin as a willow branch, now bore a hint of color in her pallid face. Such delectable nourishment should surely replenish the losses of the past 2 months. Chen Weiguo, too, felt discontent with his frail physique, lamenting that he lacked even the strength to bind a chicken. After their meal, the two washed up simply and retired for the night. Chen Weiguo, as usual, went to organize the land in the space. It was still daytime within the space, and he was unsure of the nature of the sun there. Unlike the rising and setting of the sun in the real world, the light here was exceptionally gentle, lacking the piercing quality of sunlight in reality. Night would not descend until 11 o'clock, with daylight lasting as long as 14 to 16 hours, akin to the summer in Xinjiang. This night was not entirely veiled in darkness. It was merely dimmed, the sun's light muted and grayish compared to the brilliance of daytime. Chen Weiguo drained the excess moisture from the sludge and planted the vegetables he had purchased 2 days prior, which surprisingly showed no signs of withering, remaining as fresh and succulent as when he bought them. The sludge he had brought back was only sufficient to cover a little over 10 acres. The vegetables he planted occupied merely a small corner, while he used only half of the wheat seeds, soaking them before sowing. Seeds were precious, and if the first planting failed, he would still have room for recovery. The differences between sludge and regular soil were notable. The aeration appeared less effective than normal soil, and he wondered how it would affect the wheat's growth. However, the organic matter was undoubtedly superior to regular soil, likely eliminating the need for fertilization. Rice cultivation was more complicated, requiring pre-soaking and sprouting before transplanting seedlings, which could only be done when the seedlings reached about a foot in height. Sprouting typically took 5 to 7 days in the real world, but here, it should only require a little over a day. Chen Weiguo used his mental energy to manipulate these tasks, which was quite exhausting. After 2 hours of work, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he fell into a deep slumber without finishing up. The following morning, Chen Weiguo awoke early. Despite having slept late, he enjoyed a profound slumber, akin to what people often refer to as deep sleep. In his past life, he had always experienced shallow sleep, easily disturbed by the slightest noise, resulting in poor sleep quality. Perhaps the exhaustion of his mental energy the previous day was the cause. When fatigue struck, he fell asleep almost instantly, oblivious to everything around him. Upon awakening the next day, he felt invigorated. He prepared some porridge and heated 2 steam buns, placing the porridge on the stove to simmer while he packed his fishing gear and quietly slipped out. The morning breeze was sharp as a knife, stinging his face. He tightened his military coat, raised the collar, and tucked his ears inside. Battling against the wind, he walked toward Shikahai. It was still early, just around 6 o'clock, and the supply and marketing cooperative wouldn't open until 8. He planned to fish for a couple of hours before heading to buy coal, ensuring he could deliver the fish to the street office without needing to make multiple trips. In the early morning of the capital, many others were also out seeking food just like him. Dressed similarly, they huddled against the cold, hands tucked in, backs hunched, shoulders bearing fishing gear. After about 10 minutes, Chen Weiguo reached the banks of Shikahai. Choosing a less crowded spot, he cast his line, not simply fishing, but rather trapping fish. The fish in Shikahai were now far fewer than in Hohai, likely due to the abundance of anglers. After half an hour, he had caught 5 sizable fish, each weighing over 3 pounds. He did not spare even the smaller fish. Any that reached 2 inches in length were promptly collected into his space. This time, he had learned to be clever, wrapping a scarf around his head and face, leaving only his eyes exposed. He had no desire to repeat the events at Hohai. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out nearby. What bad luck today, not a single fish caught. I must be cursed. He wondered how the conditions were at this location now. As Chen Weiguo followed the sound, he was astonished to see a familiar face. Yen Bugue? To his surprise, Yen Bugue had also come here to fish today. Previously, Chen had known that Yen often fished to supplement his household income, so he presumed his skills must be decent. Yet, judging by his current predicament, it seemed he had not caught a single fish today. Chen Weiguo chose not to greet him, as their previous encounter over borrowed fishing rods had been somewhat unpleasant. Furthermore, he held a certain disdain for Yen Bugue's unsightly mannerisms while fishing. Hence, he began to pack up his gear, preparing to vacate the spot. He had thoroughly scoured this stretch of water, collecting every fish over 2 inches long that he had encountered, stowing them away in his space. It would undoubtedly be more challenging for Yen Bugue to catch anything here. With a stretch, Chen Weiguo rose, loosening his stiff arms and twisting his waist, extending his legs. Chen Weiguo? Came Yen Bugue's voice. How could you be discovered? Truly, a teacher's keen eyes are unmatched. Realizing he could not evade Yen any longer, Chen decided to drop any pretense. Ah, Teacher Yen, what brings you here? You must have had a fruitful day, no? Don't mention it. Nothing at all. Not a single fish. Yen Bugue replied dejectedly. And what about your catch today? Not much, merely around 100 to 180 pounds, significantly less than the past couple of days. Chen Weiguo answered candidly. What? 180 pounds? And that is all? Yen Bugue exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. You little rascal, do you find joy in teasing me? Gazing into his empty bucket, and then at the fish net Chen had submerged in the water, where fish occasionally flitted about, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The adage rang true, comparison breeds contempt. Noticing Yen Bugue still in a daze, Chen took the initiative, saying, Teacher Yen, please continue fishing here. I shall explore elsewhere. With that, he did not wait for a response and began to leave. He had thoroughly exhausted this area, even scraping a thick layer of silt from the lake bed. Remaining here held no further significance. Hey, Xiao Chen, wait for me. Yen Bugue called, having chased after him after Chen had walked a good 10 meters. Panting heavily, he grasped Chen's arm and pleaded softly, Weiguo, I have a request. What is it? Chen Weiguo replied, somewhat perplexed. He felt their relationship was not close enough to warrant such a familiar address. What scheme is this old miser concocting now? Could you teach me how to fish? Yin Bugue stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze. What? Chen Weiguo was taken aback, unable to fathom that Yin Bugue wanted him to teach him how to fish. Yes, I sincerely wish for you to impart your fishing knowledge to me. Yin Bugue seemed to relax, launching into a lament. Weiguo, my family is truly in dire straits. That is why I ventured out to fish. But as you can see, after an hour or two, not a single fish has graced my line. An hour or two. Did you come out before dawn? Chen Weiguo couldn't help but admire Yin Bugue's perseverance. Teaching him how to fish wasn't an issue. It was just that Yin Bugue's character left much to be desired. If he taught him, he would likely remember the favor for half a month, only to turn against him without hesitation afterward. Seeing Chen Weiguo's indecisiveness, Yin Bugue decided to sweeten the deal. If you teach me your technique, I shall bring you 3 fish every day. Observing Yin Bugue's insincere offer, Chen Weiguo couldn't help but scoff internally. We're neighbors, so I won't make it difficult for you. I can teach you how to fish, but I ask for 50 yuan as tuition. 50 yuan? That's nearly 2 months of my salary. Yin Bugue winced. This kid is truly heartless. However, with money available yet no means to spend it, he felt a bit more reconciled. Given Chen Weiguo's extraordinary fishing skills, earning dozens of yuan daily, the 50 yuan tuition began to seem rather reasonable in comparison. Yin Bugue gritted his teeth and acquiesced. However, let me be clear, I can teach you the technique. But whether you catch fish or not depends entirely on your own efforts. I make no guarantees. As a fellow teacher, you know that even among the same instructors, some students achieve perfect scores while others fail miserably. Agreed. Once you pay the tuition, I can impart my knowledge to you. Yin Bugue, begrudgingly, counted out 5 crisp bills from his pocket and handed them to Chen Weiguo. Chen accepted the warm notes, glanced at them, and tucked them into his pocket. Trusting in his integrity, he immediately began the lesson. You have fished for quite some time, so you should already possess the basic skills. Now, we shall delve into the crucial aspects of baiting and preparing the fishing ground. This is my exclusive method for baiting and preparing the fishing area. Chen Weiguo explained in detail, while Yin Bugue listened intently, feeling as if he had returned to the days of being a student. After a thorough explanation, Chen Weiguo found himself parched and exhausted, his mouth dry and bubbling. Yin Bugue was a diligent pupil, taking notes on the bait recipes and preparation methods. Half an hour later, Chen Weiguo declared, time is running short. I must begin fishing, as my tasks remain unfinished. This encapsulates all my fishing techniques, with no reservations. You should go home and reflect on this, prepare the bait and ground for tomorrow, and try the methods I have taught you. All right, Yin Bugue, still somewhat dazed from the intense mental exercise, nodded mechanically. It's been years since I've engaged in such rigorous study. I'm getting old, and my mind is struggling to keep up. Yet today has been a windfall. That foolish lad only charged me 50 yuan to reveal such vital knowledge. From now on, I shall carve out my place in the fishing community of the capital. Chen Weiguo paid no heed to Yin Bugue, who was lost in contemplation of fishing techniques, and departed with his gear. After all, I no longer rely on fishing skills for sustenance. Sharing my knowledge will not affect me. Having already squandered an hour, he realized that the supply and marketing cooperative would soon open. He hastily needed to procure coal, fearing he might arrive too late and find it sold out. With less than an hour to gather silt and catch fish, he picked up his gear and sought a less crowded spot beneath the silver ingot bridge. Upon casting his line, he sensed that the silt here was considerably deeper and thicker than in other areas. While Chen Weiguo was collecting the silt, he stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath the silver ingot bridge lay several neatly arranged boxes. These boxes were buried under more than a meter of silt, and had it not been for Chen Weiguo meticulously collecting the silt in this area, he would never have discovered them. Surely these were intentionally concealed here? The evidence of silt backfill is unmistakable, and this section is significantly elevated compared to its surroundings. From the water's surface, no anomalies were discernible. It was only by delving beneath the water and observing closely that one could catch a glimpse of the truth. Driven by curiosity, Chen Weiguo transported one of the boxes into his space. He utilized the space to break the iron lock that hung from the box, and then opened it. The top layer revealed a thick coating of dark gray silt, indicating that the box was not waterproof. The silt had seeped into the box through the agitation of the lake water, obscuring its contents. However, amidst the murk, occasional glimmers of yellow gold could be seen emanating from within. Could it be gold? Steeling his racing heart, he used the space to remove the silt. A dazzling array of golden light greeted his eyes. Indeed, it is gold. So much of it. Who on earth placed it here? Given the thickness of the silt accumulated in the box, it must have been submerged for quite some time. The original owner's family had fled to the capital over 20 years ago, and they were unfamiliar with the historical context of the city. Thus, the identity of the gold's original owner remained a mystery to him. Never mind, It's mine now that I've discovered it. Oh dear. With so much gold, I've achieved financial freedom in an instant. Life seems devoid of any goals now. How bothersome. Setting aside this delightful dilemma, Chen Weiguo continued to maneuver the fishing line in search of more treasures. He collected silt while simultaneously seeking out more boxes. After 20 minutes, he unearthed 5 such boxes from beneath the silver ingot bridge. 3 boxes contained gold, 1 held a complete set of porcelain, and the last was filled with ancient paintings and manuscripts. The box containing the paintings and manuscripts was crafted with greater finesse, exhibiting waterproof qualities. Remarkably, not a single drop of water had penetrated it over the years. Each piece within was meticulously wrapped in layers of waterproof oil paper, ensuring that even if the box leaked, the treasures inside remained unscathed. These items were likely hidden here by some noble or aristocrat from the late Qing dynasty. Now, they have fortuitously fallen into my hands. Chapter 27. Buying coal. Noticing that he had nearly collected all the silt from the silver ingot bridge, Chen Weiguo moved to a different location. Estimating it to be around 7:40, he began to pack up and head back. Considering he needed to deliver fish to the street office, he had stored all the fish he had caught that morning in his space. Carrying the fish, he hurried toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Just as he arrived, they were opening their doors. He entered with the fish in tow. "Hey there, comrade. Are you here to sell fish?" The observant clerk at the front counter immediately spotted the large basket of fish on Chen Weiguo's back. Come in. I'll take you to the backyard where there's a scale for weighing." Without waiting for Chen Weiguo to respond, the clerk, a lively woman, grabbed his arm and led him to the back. "Xiaoma, go call the director down. Someone's come to sell fish." "Got it, sisterly." The clerk named Xiaoma swiftly dashed from the counter to the director's office on the second floor. Sister Li continued bustling about, instructing others to summon the leadership. She was acutely aware that she could not consume all that fish herself. Everyone in the cooperative deserved a share. It had been over 2 months since she had tasted fish, and the last meat she had was a month ago. Just yesterday, an announcement was made that pork would also be rationed. Each person could only receive 2 meat tickets per month, which barely amounted to 3 taels of meat. Even that often ran out. Today, encountering someone bringing in such a large quantity of fish, there had to be 7 or 8 in that basket, was a rare opportunity. With only 6 people in the cooperative, including the director, even if they each took one, there would still be some left over. Today, they could finally indulge in a hearty meal. As she nearly dragged him to the backyard door, Chen Weiguo suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. The clerk was so enthusiastic that he hadn't had a chance to speak. "Oh, dear sister, I'm not here to sell fish. I'm here to buy coal." "What? You came to buy what?" Sister Li exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment, as if she had misheard him. "Aren't you selling fish?" Her face fell immediately, changing faster than one could flip a page in a book. "Oh, that poor child." And he didn't clarify upon entering, causing me to get all excited for nothing. Observing Sister Li's rapid change of demeanor, Chen Weiguo felt a pang of unease. One must tread carefully around these clerks. I will have dealings with them in the future. If I offend them now, it will likely lead to many complications down the line. As for the street office, I can always fetch some fish from my space pond later. With this thought, Chen Weiguo quickly amended his statement. "Actually, I can sell the fish." "Really?" Sister Li regarded him skeptically. "Then why did you just say you weren't selling fish?" "You see, I had intended to deliver these fish to the street office, as they placed an order for some 2 days ago," Chen Weiguo explained. "But can the coal I purchased be delivered to my home?" "That is no problem. Once we finish the paperwork, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you." "That is splendid." "Sister Li, how much is coal per ton now?" He recalled that in the future, coal prices range from 600 to 700, with high-quality coal fetching over 1,000 per ton. While coal in this era hadn't yet been categorized into numerous types, the pricing should still vary significantly. During the lifetime of the original owner's father, he had always handled these matters, leaving Chen Weiguo with no concept of coal pricing. Last winter, they had relied on the meager amount of relief coal distributed by the street office to get by. Fortunately, last winter had not been excessively cold, with only a few days dipping below 20 degrees. That small amount of relief coal had barely sufficed to endure the coldest days. On milder days, the siblings had managed without it. With their meager meals, they had no extra money for coal. This winter, however, seemed to have arrived earlier. It was only early November, and the temperatures were already dropping below 10 degrees at night. I should stock up on more coal, fearing the prices might rise later in winter. "What is the current price for coal supplied for our winter heating?" Chen Weiguo inquired, voicing his primary concern, as he had only a few hundred yuan on him. Although he had discovered some gold, it was of no use in the current context. "The current price is 5 yuan per ton. Since this winter has come early, it may rise as we approach midwinter, based on our experience," Sister Li kindly advised. "How much coal do you intend to purchase this time?" "I'm uncertain how much coal is typically needed for a winter. My father used to manage all these matters and never taught me about them. Chen Weiguo replied, feeling a bit awkward. Sisterly, could you tell me how much coal your family generally prepares for winter? Are you implying that your father is not at home this year? Sisterly expressed her curiosity, wondering if there was no one else at home, allowing such a young lad to handle the matter. My father sacrificed himself last year, Chen Weiguo responded, revealing no overt signs of sorrow. Sacrificed? Who is your father? What is his name? Sisterly inquired with increasing intrigue. Chen Hong. Chen Weiguo raised his chin, demonstrating the requisite respect and pride for the name. Despite his lack of emotional ties to the original owner's father, Chen Hong, the Chen Hong who perished while apprehending enemy agents last year, you are the son of Chen Hong. Sisterly could hardly believe it. Your father was a great hero. Live well, young man, she comforted, patting Chen Weiguo's shoulder. For coal, 2 tons should suffice for the winter. Should you require more, feel free to come directly to me. All right. I shall heed Sister Li's advice, Chen Weiguo replied, although a flicker of curiosity lingered within him. Upon hearing the name Chen Hong, it seemed as if a certain barrier dissolved. The wariness and suspicion that typically existed between strangers vanished. Sister Li's demeanor towards Chen Weiguo became considerably warmer, even protective. Judging by Sister Li's tone, it seems she knew my father. Previously, at the steel factory, whenever colleagues learned I was Chen Hong's son, their attitude instantly softened. Quite perplexing. There were matters best left unpondered. Chen Weiguo proceeded to the counter to pay for the coal and received his receipt, then waited in the foyer. The young man who had gone to summon the director had yet to return. There were quite a few fish this time. Distribution required the director's approval. 10 minutes later, a plump old man descended the staircase, each step causing the creaky wooden steps to groan. Upon reaching the ground, one could feel a slight tremor beneath his weight. What an exceedingly stout old man. Chapter 28, Selling Fish. The rotund old man reached the bottom and greeted Chen Weiguo with a smile as broad as that of Maitreya Buddha. Young man, where did you procure these fish? How do you intend to sell them? The old man was quite astute, attempting to gauge Chen Weiguo's intentions right from the outset. What shall I call you, uncle? Chen Weiguo deftly sidestepped the question, redirecting the conversation. My surname is Zhu. You may call me Old Zhu, Fat Zhu, or Director Zhu, whichever you prefer. The old man appeared rather amiable, leading Chen Weiguo to the back courtyard of the supply and marketing cooperative. Hello, Director Zhu. I caught these fish this morning at Shikahai, Chen Weiguo disclosed, observing that the old man did not seem malicious. Such impressive fishing skills. Should you catch more in the future, feel free to bring them to me. I shall purchase all of them, Director Zhu assured, patting his quivering chest. Young man, the current market price for fish is approximately 34 cents per pound, but they are mostly priced without availability. Pausing to catch his breath, he continued, I shall buy your fish at 50 cents per pound. What say you? Watching Director Zhu struggle for breath with every word, Chen Weiguo was genuinely concerned that he might not manage to continue. In truth, the price offered was quite fair, without any exploitation of his advantageous position. Very well, I shall accept your offer, Director Zhu. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Weiguo acquiesced. Although it was 5 cents less per pound than what he could have obtained at Xiecheng, the relationship built was invaluable. That 5 cents was well spent. Excellent. You are indeed a straightforward person, Director Zhu praised earnestly, then called out, Xiaoma, come and weigh these fish accurately. 5 minutes later, Xiaoma approached with the weighed data, reporting, Director, the 8 fish weigh a total of 56 pounds. All right, 56 pounds amounts to 28 yuan. I'll round it up to 30 yuan. How does that sound? Oh, Director Zhu, how can I accept such generosity? Chen Weiguo scratched his head, feigning modesty. Enough. Next time you have such fine goods, don't hesitate to bring them to us. Director Zhu waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, he reached into his clothing pocket and pulled out a handful of change, counting out 30 yuan for Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo accepted it with gratitude and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of several pristine white quilts displayed behind the counter. Sisterly, how much do these quilts weigh, and what is their price? Can they be purchased without a cotton ticket? Chen Weiguo inquired in rapid succession to Li Xiaohua, who was accompanying him. Are you referring to these quilts? Each is 10 pounds, and they are a fresh batch that arrived last week. Only 3 remain. Li Xiaohua paused. If you want them, you should act quickly. They may sell out soon. These quilts do require tickets, and right now, cotton tickets are quite scarce and difficult to procure. My quilts at home have become lumpy and offer no warmth. I should have replaced them long ago. Do you know where I might obtain a cotton ticket? Chen Weiguo's gaze remained fixated on the quilts, reluctant to look away. Sisterly glanced around and leaned in closer to whisper, why not check at the pigeon market? I've heard there are ticket vendors there, although the prices may be steep. Understood. Thank you, Sisterly. Chen Weiguo hesitated before asking. Could you possibly hold a couple of these quilts for me for a few days? I only need 2. Of course. I will set aside 2 quilts in the warehouse. Whenever you find a cotton ticket, come back here to collect them. Li Xiaohua readily agreed. viewing it as a trivial matter. It seems I shall need to visit the pigeon market tonight. Though I have money, without a ticket, I cannot purchase anything. Chen Weiguo left the supply and marketing cooperative under Li Xiaohua's watchful gaze. He turned a corner and entered a deserted alley. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was present, Chen Weiguo swiftly retrieved 10 or so fish from his space and placed them in a basket. He then exited through another opening in the alley. 15 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the entrance of the street office courtyard. Today, Wei Hong was absent, presumably out on official business. Having visited before, he naturally remembered the location of Director Wang's office. Without pausing, Chen Weiguo walked directly to the door of Director Wang's office and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Director Wang's voice from within. Chen Weiguo entered to find Director Wang engrossed in writing at his desk, not even lifting his head. Chen Weiguo respectfully called out, "Director Wang." "Oh, it's you." "Xiao Chen." Director Wang acknowledged, noticing the basket on Chen Weiguo's back. A look of recognition crossed his face, and he cheerfully exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, what brings you here today?" Before Director Wang could finish his sentence, Chen Weiguo interjected, "Yes, I have come to deliver fish for you today." "All right, wait for me a moment while I wrap up these few things, and then I will join you." 5 minutes later, in the courtyard of the street office, a crowd of about 10 had gathered, all waiting for Chen Weiguo's arrival with fish. "Xiao Xiang, come help Xiao Chen weigh the fish." Having just returned from his errands, Xiang Weihong was promptly conscripted. "All right, Director Wang." He readily acquiesced, filled with exuberance. Despite their position at the street office, during these times of meat rationing, they could scarcely procure a few pounds of meat each month. With a dozen individuals sharing, each would scarcely receive 2 ounces. This time, Chen Weiguo had procured such an abundance of fish that they were in for a hearty feast. A total of 10 fish weighed in at 72 pounds. Surely, dividing 1 fish among 12 was insufficient. Hence, they resolved to slaughter and distribute the meat. The fish Chen Weiguo retrieved from his space were notably larger than those sent to the supply and marketing cooperative. The largest fish previously caught had exceeded 20 pounds. Yet he had merely selected a batch of medium-sized ones. While there was ample meat to share, the process of slaughtering these fish proved laborious. Although he had sold fish for several days, it was his first time handling such a large quantity. The last fish dish he prepared was done within the confines of his space, merely a fleeting thought, unlike the current task of slaughtering each fish individually. However, in this day and age, very few had experience in fish slaughtering or cooking. With all 12 individuals from the street office collaborating, their efforts were efficient, and within an hour, all the fish were expertly butchered, each portion weighing the same. After completing this task, Chen Weiguo took his leave, unable to partake in the distribution of the fish. Elated with the 72 yuan given by Director Wang, he returned home with a spring in his step. From a distance, he spotted a throng of people gathered in front of Yard 94, their expressions animated and lively. Among them were the elder and second elder from Yard 95. Approaching swiftly, he discovered it was the coal delivered by the supply and marketing cooperative. "Master, is this coal mistakenly delivered?" exclaimed Yi Zhonghai, the elder from Yard 95, speaking with fervor to the coal deliverer man. The latter appeared visibly uncertain. Chapter 29, The Stove is Broken. "I can attest to that," interjected Lu Haizhong, the second elder, with a cutting remark. "Ever since the adults in that household passed away last year, these 2 siblings have been living a hand-to-mouth existence. How could they possibly afford such a substantial quantity of fine coal?" The deliverer man rechecked the delivery address. "This is Yard 94, correct?" "Indeed, that's right," Yi Zhonghai replied emphatically. "Unless there's a mistake on the order, could it possibly be Yard 95? We ordered coal this morning, and it has yet to arrive." Yi Zhonghai glanced at the deliverer man, then at the high-quality coal stacked on the cart, calculating in his mind. Such excellent coal is rarely available for purchase, unless one has connections. How could they acquire such fine coal? I wonder what stroke of luck that foolish lad had, to have the supply and marketing cooperative deliver to his doorstep and obtain such fine coal. Today, I shall intercept this, after all. The leftover coal from last year has been used up, and I must visit the cooperative this afternoon to buy coal myself, which means I'll have to haul it myself. At worst, I could simply visit the cooperative and pay later. Resolute in his decision, Yi Zhonghai straightened his clothing and proclaimed, "Master, this coal must be misdelivered. I also purchased coal from the supply and marketing cooperative this morning, and it should be mine." The address on the order was likely written incorrectly by the clerk, but the deliverer man hesitated, glancing at the order again before pausing. "Are you Chen Weiguo?" Yi Zhonghai stared wide-eyed at the deliverer man. "No, I am Yi Zhonghai." He dared not lie, for who in the vicinity did not recognize him? "That can't be right. The recipient's name on this order is Chen Weiguo," the deliverer man said, his expression one of skepticism. It was no wonder that people of this era were so naive, generally assuming the best of others. Chen Weiguo, standing at the back of the crowd, could no longer bear to watch the deliverer man being made a fool of. Perhaps this delivery man was a temporary worker recently hired from the countryside, unaware of the myriad of characters that populated the city. Yi Zhonghai, elder from Yard 95. What business do you have meddling in the affairs of Yard 94? What nonsense is this? Chen Weiguo pushed through the crowd, addressing Yi Zhonghai bluntly, and then turned to the delivery man, saying, Master, I am indeed Chen Weiguo from Yard 94. The address is accurate. I personally filled it out. You truly are Chen Weiguo? The delivery man regarded the 15 or 16-year-old boy before him with skepticism. He indeed looks impoverished, even poorer than us country folk. His clothes are a patchwork of rags, not a single piece of fabric intact. It was no surprise that the delivery man cast such doubtful glances at him. Today, he had donned an old outfit he had previously worn to deliver fish, wishing to avoid staining his new clothes. Why not ask the neighbors? They should all know me. Chen Weiguo gestured towards the gathering crowd. At that moment, various murmurs arose from the crowd. When did this lad come into such good fortune to buy so much coal at once? Exactly, just the two of them. How can they possibly use all that coal for the winter? Where did they get the money to buy coal? Just a few days ago, it was said they were nearly out of food. Indeed, last week, Chen Weiguo's sister was still borrowing grain from the yard. But in these times, everyone is struggling. How could she possibly receive grain? Just a few days ago, Chen Weiguo was gravely ill, nearly lost his life. You all aren't aware? After recovering, young Chen became particularly adept at fishing. He must have earned this money from fishing. Is fishing that lucrative? How many fish could he possibly catch in a day to earn so much? With all this free time, we should try fishing too. Master, this young man is indeed Chen Weiguo, without a doubt. A voice rose from the crowd, familiar to Chen Weiguo. It was Lu Quan. He waved in acknowledgement, grateful for the support. The delivery man also glanced at the crowd, noticing numerous nods, finally confirming the identity of the rightful owner. Yi Zhonghai did not expect the true owner to be right behind him, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Attempting to salvage his dignity, he asked, When will the coal I purchased this morning be delivered? Elder, stop pretending. You know whether or not you bought coal. Someone in the crowd retorted. Do you think it's easy to bully those two siblings just because they have no adults around? Chen Weiguo turned to see it was Aunt Ma from his own yard. Exactly. Don't bring your tactics from Yard 95 to my Yard 94. Elder Zhang, who was a few years older than Yi Zhonghai, spoke straightforwardly. As the murmurs grew louder against Yi Zhonghai, he quickly left, dejected. The delivery man rolled his eyes at him, disregarding his presence entirely. That old man is simply insufferable, always looking for trouble and wasting my time. Originally, this delivery could have been completed in a mere 20 minutes. Yet this delay has cost me an additional 20 cents. Young comrade, where shall I place this coal for you? If you could kindly assist me by delivering it to my residence's ear room, I would be most grateful. Chen Weiguo navigated through the crowd, guiding the delivery worker into courtyard 94, leading him to the ear room on the left. Master, please deposit the coal in this room. My boiler is located here as well, making it more convenient for future usage. Very well, I shall leave it here. The delivery worker surveyed the coal storage area and then glanced at the boiler. Young comrade, has this boiler been in use for quite some time? Indeed. I utilized it for merely 10 days last year, and it has remained idle since then. How did you deduce that? Chen Weiguo inquired, puzzled. When you operated it last year, did it consume an excessive amount of coal? The delivery worker did not answer directly, but circled the boiler, observing it closely. This boiler appears to have issues. It requires repairs. Otherwise, the 2 tons of coal you've purchased will be insufficient. Chen Weiguo was utterly bewildered. Having lived in the southern regions previously, he had never needed to heat with a boiler during winter. The last time he operated it, he merely mimicked his father's technique. Though whether he had truly grasped it was uncertain, as there was no one left to instruct him. Master, if you are capable of repairing the boiler, could you kindly assist me? What would the cost be? The worker inspected the boiler further, tapping on various areas before contemplating. It seems a bit troublesome. To repair it properly will take an entire day, and the household pipes will also need cleaning, requiring 2 days to complete. Please provide 6 yuan, which includes the cost of replacement parts. Chapter 30. Lu Haizhong wants to buy coal. Very well, that is acceptable. Chen Weiguo retrieved 3 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him, considering it an advance for the parts. Once the boiler is repaired, I shall settle the remaining balance with you. No, you must consult the street office for that. We cannot accept private orders. The worker waved his hands dismissively. At that moment, Chen Weiguo realized he had made a fundamental mistake. During this period, transactions between private individuals were largely prohibited. The economy was predominantly collective and state-run. Only dealings between individuals and public entities, or between public entities themselves, were permissible. It was no wonder the pigeon market was deemed an illegal endeavor, often facing joint enforcement from the street office and the police. However, given the current hardships, authorities tended to turn a blind eye, as they could not push people to their limits. Very well, I shall visit the street office shortly. Could you please assist me in unloading the goods first? The two men proceeded to the entrance of Courtyard 94, where the crowd had yet to disperse. Xiao Chun, Lu Shu wishes to discuss something with you? Lu Haizhong approached, tugging at Chen Weiguo's arm. Xiao Chun, would you be willing to share half of your coal with me? I will pay for it. Lu Haizhong hastily added. Upon sensing Chen Weiguo's disapproving gaze, I'll offer 4 yuan per ton. His expression suggested that Chen Weiguo had somehow gained an unfair advantage. Bear in mind, last year's coal was merely 3 yuan and 90 cents per ton. My offer of 4 yuan is quite generous, young man. Oh, 4 yuan? Are you certain? Chen Weiguo decided to tease the old man. There's not a decent person in Courtyard 95. They all seek to take advantage of me. Lu Yi, it has just occurred to me that I may have purchased insufficient coal and require more. I shall offer you 4 yuan and 50 cents per ton. The additional 50 cents will serve as your courier fee. Is this offer genuine? Lu Haizhong chuckled inwardly, thinking, this little brat suddenly strikes it rich. Spending lavishly without a hint of frugality. When his funds run dry, he shall have cause to lament. Today, I am determined to earn that money. There is no falsehood in this. Being men of our word, should you doubt me, I can provide the funds right now. Stating this, Chen Weiguo produced 4 yuan and 50 cents from his pocket and handed it to Lu Haizhong. Bear in mind that my 5 yuan per ton coal purchase included a favor. The 2 dimes for transportation were graciously afforded by the supply and marketing cooperative due to my connections. This old man wishes to buy a ton of coal for 4 yuan and expects delivery as well. The sales clerk might need to teach him a lesson. Lu Yi, do hurry. The delivery worker is right here, and I would like to have him assist in moving it inside. Chen Weiguo urged. Very well. I shall return shortly. Lu Haizhong eagerly made his way through the crowd. The delivery worker observed the entire scene in silence. Just moments ago, it was this Lu Yi and another elder who obstructed my unloading. They deliberately toyed with me, wasting my time. Otherwise, I could have earned at least an additional 20 cents today. As the delivery worker unloaded the goods, Chen Weiguo sat at the entrance, watching. Nearby, another voice chimed in. Xiao Chen, your fishing skills are remarkable. Do you accept apprentices? I would gladly pay tuition. Indeed, I too would like to learn from you. Many people, seeing that Chen Weiguo did not immediately decline, quickly joined in. To be honest, witnessing the 2 siblings who previously could scarcely afford meals now able to purchase tons of coal for heating, it was hard for the onlookers not to feel envy. Quite impressive. Chen Weiguo pondered for a moment before nodding. You are aware of the 3rd elder in Courtyard 95, Yin Bugue, correct? This morning, he paid 50 yuan in tuition. I imparted all my knowledge to him. He should still be out fishing. 50. The crowd gasped in astonishment, all inhaling sharply. In a time when the average monthly wage was merely 548 yuan, and most individuals earned only 30-some yuan, who would willingly spend 50 yuan to learn a skill that may not yield any returns. Clearly, such a decision required either immense willpower or a touch of madness. Upon hearing such a hefty price, many were quick to retract their interest. Yet, there remained 1 or 2 who were willing to proceed, immediately agreeing to pay the 50 yuan tuition. However, let it be known, while I will teach you the technique, I bear no responsibility for whether or not you catch any fish. Do you still wish to learn? To avoid future complications, Chen Weiguo had to lay down the terms up front. His statement deterred several others. Just as the crowd debated this issue, Lu Haizhong returned. With a dark expression, his plump face bore 4 distinct finger marks, as if scratched, alongside a fresh handprint on the left side. Chen Weiguo, you little brat, you have deceived me. Lu Haizhong, seething with anger, charged toward Chen Weiguo, extending his hand to grasp him. Chen Weiguo, however, was not about to be caught, swiftly rising and dodging aside. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for this little rascal. Just upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, he had demanded 3 tons of coal, slamming 12 yuan onto the counter, insisting that they deliver it to his home. The clerk had been infuriated. With a resounding slap, she struck him. Who is this country bumpkin trying to cause a ruckus here? Simultaneously, a swift claw lunged toward his right cheek. Thus, upon entering the cooperative, Lu Haizhong had received a slap and a clawing, which sent him into a fury. You little brat, didn't you say coal was 4 yuan per ton? Lu Haizhong roared in fury. Hearing their father's bellowing from the number 95 courtyard, the 3 brothers, Lu Guangqi, Lu Guangfu, and Lu Guangtian, immediately emerged. They positioned themselves behind Lu Haizhong, casting a menacing glare at Chen Weiguo, clearly ready to rush him at a moment's notice if Lu Haizhong uttered a word. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Weiguo was far from intimidated. Which of your ears heard me say that coal costs 4 yuan per ton? Did any of you hear that? He turned to the crowd, seeking affirmation. The onlookers fell silent, tacitly endorsing Chen Weiguo's claim. Guangqi, Guangfu, Guangtian, restrain this brat. Let us see if he can talk his way out of this. Lu Haizhong attempted to exert his authority, pressuring Chen Weiguo into a confession. This was his usual tactic. After all, how else had he secured his position as the second elder? Unlike Yi Zhonghai, who was an 8th-grade locksmith with countless apprentices at the factory, Lu Haizhong wielded his influence solely based on the fact that he had 3 sons. Thus, he always acted tyrannically in neighborhood disputes, unwilling to concede even an inch. As previously mentioned, in his former life, Chen Weiguo had practiced fishing with a close friend who was a seasoned practitioner. Consequently, he possessed some skills of his own. 3 or 5 individuals could hardly approach him. Were it not for the considerable frailty of his current body, he would have easily dispatched the 3 brothers without breaking a sweat. In his past life, dealing with them would have been a mere matter of delivering a kick to each. Chapter 31, Pigeon Market. As the 3 brothers toppled to the ground, a commotion erupted among the crowd. This young Chun, looking so thin and frail, is quite formidable. Who would have thought? This fellow has been hiding his true strength. Indeed, Lu's 3 lads couldn't even lay a finger on him before they were sprawled out on the ground. Looks like the Lu family has hit a snag. Witnessing his brothers groaning on the ground, Lu Haizhong felt a surge of trepidation. His most formidable support had been felled. How could he, an old man, dare to step forward? You little brat, just you wait. There will come a time when you'll regret this. Lu Haizhong threatened, his voice a mix of anger and fear. Chen Weiguo scoffed. Since you didn't procure the coal, return my money. Lu Haizhong's expression shifted, and he reluctantly produced 4 yuan and 50 cents, handing it to Chen Weiguo. After receiving the money, Chen Weiguo snorted coldly and chose to ignore the 4 of them. Lu Haizhong and his sons, sensing the futility of the situation, retreated to the number 95 courtyard amidst the crowd's murmurs and mockery. As the spectators dispersed, their curiosity sated. Half an hour later, Master Song delivered 2 tons of coal, unloading it into the boiler room. Chen Weiguo thanked Master Song, locked the door, and proceeded directly to the street office. Initially, he had planned to visit Shikahai in the afternoon to collect some silt, but it appeared that he would have to find another opportunity. The boiler at home had malfunctioned, and ensuring warmth was of utmost priority. The weather was growing colder by the day, and his younger sister, being so frail, could not afford to suffer from the cold. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the street office courtyard. Little Chun, what brings you here? The first to notice his arrival was Xiang Weihong, whose office was positioned nearest to the entrance. Hello, Sister Xiang. I've come to request your assistance in contacting Master Song to repair the boiler. Chen Weiguo explained the situation regarding the boiler-S issue. This is straightforward. Just fill out this application form, and I'll prepare a voucher for you. Xiang Weihong efficiently produced a printed form and handed it to him. Since it was Master Song who identified the issue with your boiler, I'll reach out to him now. If you know where to find him, you can take this voucher and approach him directly. I'll go find him myself. Chen Weiguo replied as he accepted the prepared document. He informed me of his address when we parted ways. Very well, if any issues arise later, feel free to come to me. Thank you, Sister Xiang. I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Xiang Weihong, Chen Weiguo spent 20 minutes locating Master Song, who was busy loading coal. He presented the voucher issued by the street office and paid a deposit of 3 yuan. Master Song, please expedite the repair. The weather is getting increasingly cold, and without heating, it's unbearable. The repair fee listed on the voucher was 7 yuan. As the street office retained a portion of the fee, for the next 5 years, any boiler issues could be addressed through the street office, which would handle the after-sales service. Understood, I'll come to your home right after I finish this delivery, Master Song readily agreed. Once this matter was settled, Chen Weiguo made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative. He intended to purchase a flashlight for his evening trip to the pigeon market. On the way, he decided to remove all the fish in his space that weighed over 10 jin and had not yet spawned, placing them into a separate pond. To prevent larger fish from preying on the smaller ones, he organized the fish by size, reserving one pond specifically for fry weighing under 1 jin. He hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative and, upon stating his purpose, the clerk promptly retrieved the items for him. She advised him to stock up on extra batteries for the flashlight, in case he found himself unable to locate a vendor later. The clerk also generously provided a couple of spare light bulbs for the flashlight. The fish he had purchased that morning had been quickly prepared and consumed. The clerk who assisted him was among those who had indulged in the meal. Delicious, she exclaimed, noting that it had been nearly a year since she had enjoyed such a hearty meal. The fish was substantial enough for another feast that evening. Grateful to the young man before her, she considered how treating him well might lead to more opportunities for such delightful meals in the future. Chen Weiguo expressed his gratitude to the clerk, tested the flashlight to ensure it was functional, and then exited the store. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and he needed to rest briefly before the night's endeavors. The siblings finished their meal around 6. After a quick word with his sister, Chen Weiguo leisurely stepped outside. The nearest pigeon market, adjacent to Huguosi, was about a 40 to 50-minute walk away. Departing now would allow him to arrive just as the market opened. In 1958, During a time when hardships had yet to fully manifest, the pigeon market often faced crackdowns, resulting in a lack of vibrancy. However, since September 1959, it had largely been left to operate without interference from officials. As he walked, he observed many masked individuals gradually converging in the area, mimicking them. Chen Weiguo produced a strip of cloth torn from an old garment to cover his mouth and nose. The pigeon market was now primarily controlled by influential underground factions, obedient ones, of course, who maintained basic order in the market. Vendors were required to pay a penny as a management fee. Upon arriving, he noticed that numerous stalls were already set up, with one vendor using a small bag to trade flour for cornmeal. Clutching a hen in his arms, he sought to barter for some grain, preferably cornmeal. Others were also presenting their treasured antiques in exchange for sustenance. In a secluded corner, he unexpectedly spotted an individual selling several firearms, neatly arranged in burlap sacks. There were various lengths available. Chen Weiguo approached, picking up a long rifle, scrutinizing it closely. It was an outdated Mosin-Nagant rifle, which, upon opening the bolt, revealed it to be empty. No wonder the vendor was so relaxed about handling it. How much for this long rifle? Chen Weiguo inquired casually, his voice gruff as he toyed with the weapon. What boy doesn't he have an affinity for guns? Such inclinations transcend both time and age. $45, the vendor declared, deliberately inflating the price, recognizing that this young lad was inexperienced, likely sneaking out to experience the world without adult supervision. Behind him, a family awaited the chance to trade these firearms for a modest supply of food. He wouldn't resort to cash unless absolutely necessary. Would you accept fish as a trade? Chen Weiguo preferred not to spend money on such matters. After all, at this juncture, food held greater value than currency. Fish. The vendor hesitated. His true desire was indeed grain. Well, fish could work, as long as you find someone with food to barter for. Meat is currently more elusive than grain. Those who possess food may not necessarily have meat, he added. All right. The vendor pondered for a moment before acquiescing. How would you like to proceed? Offer me a fair price. Don't think you can trick me, young man. Chen Weiguo sensed that the vendor had discerned his true age, yet he was unconcerned. Once outside the pigeon market, no one would recognize anyone else. After a moment's thought, the vendor proposed 60 pounds of fish. And the long rifle is yours. Chen Weiguo stroked his chin, contemplating the proposal, before nodding in agreement. What about this short one? He now held a World War II-era submachine gun. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to handle such weapons, and this was a chance not to be missed. The rural areas were not affluent, and there were scant resources available for trade. He would have to devise a plan atop the nearby mountains. Encircled by hills, the city was dense with forests, teeming with wildlife, yet without the proper tools, he was left helpless. 80 pounds of fish for the shorter one, the vendor replied. And what of ammunition? I require 500 rounds. How much? 40 pounds of fish for the bullets. The vendor's patience waned. Sensing that Chen Weiguo was merely toying with the gun rather than committing to a purchase, and his tone grew slightly impatient. Fine. Chen Weiguo responded decisively. The vendor, taken aback by this sudden affirmation, asked hesitantly, Are you truly buying? Of course. Would I waste my time here if I weren't? Chen Weiguo rolled his eyes at the vendor. However, my fish are outside. My brother and father are watching. You'll need to accompany me to retrieve them. Then let us go? The vendor swiftly secured the burlap sack, collecting the several World War II firearms lying on the ground. Chen Weiguo led the way, and upon reaching the entrance, the vendor greeted two burly men stationed there, clearly acquaintances. Guiding the vendor to a thicket, Chen Weiguo asked him to wait a moment. He then slipped into the bushes and soon emerged, dragging a burlap sack containing 9 sizable fish, each weighing around 20 pounds. Take a look. These were just caught this afternoon. Quite fresh, he declared, tossing the sack at the vendor's feet. The vendor peered into the sack, hefting it to gauge its weight, and nodded in satisfaction. Here's the rifle and the ammunition you requested. Chen Weiguo promptly removed the magazine and began loading bullets into the firearm. This spectacle left the vendor astounded. Without delay, he seized the fish and hurried away into the darkness. 5 minutes later, both firearms were fully loaded. Ensuring the area was deserted, he swiftly stashed the guns and ammunition into his concealed space and returned to the pigeon market. The market was now bustling with activity. After walking a short distance, he spotted a vendor selling a variety of tickets. Good sir, what tickets do you have? Chen Weiguo scrutinized the ticket seller. A figure around 175 centimeters tall, wearing a dogskin hat, a black cloth obscuring his face, and bundled in a thick military coat, making it impossible to discern his figure. We have all kinds: grain tickets, meat tickets, cloth tickets, shoe tickets, bicycle tickets, fan tickets. The ticket seller rattled off a long list, but none included the cotton tickets he sought. Interrupting, Chen Weiguo asked directly, Do you have cotton tickets? Cotton tickets? The vendor eyed this obviously youthful individual. Yes, but they are quite pricey. How much? $10 each. One ticket buys 5 pounds of cotton. How many do you need? The vendor quoted an outrageous price. Considering that cotton is currently priced at just $1 per pound at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, this ticket is exorbitantly priced. Such a greedy ticket seller. Truly unconscionable. I need at least 4 tickets. Can you lower the price? Chen Weiguo haggled, hoping to mitigate his losses. The vendor scrutinized him carefully, shaking his head. This is the best price. With the cold weather, cotton is in short supply, and cotton tickets are as rare as hen's teeth. We have to pay a premium to acquire them. Chen Weiguo recognized the truth in the vendor's words. Cotton tickets were indeed difficult to procure nowadays. But the price was utterly staggering. Very well, he conceded reluctantly, having no other means to obtain cotton tickets. Winter waits for no one, and he had no choice but to accept such an outrageous price. I have 6 cotton tickets. Do you want them all? The vendor produced his ticket stock and counted. Yes, please. It's better to secure them while I can, as they may become even harder to find later. By the way, can you procure seeds? Cotton seeds? What do you need those for? Cotton seeds are not edible, and there's nowhere to plant them in the city, the vendor said, his curiosity piqued. How strange for someone to want cotton seeds. Never mind my reasons, just tell me if you can obtain them. Chen Weiguo preferred not to elaborate. More words could lead to complications. After all, once outside this place, no one would know anyone else. All right, what is your offer? The vendor, realizing he had overstepped, shifted the conversation. You determine the price, you know your costs and desired profit. As long as it's not too outrageous, I will accept. After all, having navigated through several decades in my past life, I possess a modicum of cunning. Here's the deal. I shall procure a pound of seeds for you. And in return, you will pay me 20 yuan. What say you? The ticket scalper pondered for a moment before quoting a price. Very well. Chen Weiguo readily agreed, stating he would return next weekend. Besides the cotton tickets, Chen Weiguo acquired a substantial number of Class A and B alcohol tickets, Class A and B cigarette tickets, 2 bicycle tickets, as well as fabric and shoe tickets, among various other miscellaneous vouchers, all of which would likely be needed in the near future. In total, he spent 300 yuan. After purchasing the tickets, he found himself with just over 100 yuan left. Noticing that time was still ample, he recalled that his space contained a considerable number of fish. Thus, he exited the pigeon market, procured a sack, and filled it with a fish as a sample, paying a penny at the entrance. Once inside, he sought an empty spot, placed the fish atop the sack, and set up his stall. In these times, the most sought-after commodity was grain, particularly this rare meat, and soon throngs of people began to gather around. Chapter 33, Selling Fish at the Pigeon Market. Amidst the crowd, sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard intermittently. Though he had been bustling about since his arrival in this world, he had never experienced a dearth of food. He had never truly grasped the profound yearning for sustenance until now, as he observed the reactions of the spectators, which offered him a faint understanding of such cravings. Before long, someone could no longer contain themselves and inquired, "Boss, what will you accept in exchange for this fish?" Class A and B cigarettes, Class A and B alcohol, various tickets, antique paintings, and more are all acceptable. After a brief pause, Chen Weiguo added, "Of course, cash is also welcome." Hey, please make way." A somewhat familiar voice squeezed through the crowd. "If you had mentioned earlier that you had fish for trade, I wouldn't have needed to give you any money. A direct swap for fish would have sufficed." "All right, I am quite agreeable." Chen Weiguo calculated in his mind, noting that the black market price for fish was currently 0.55 yuan per pound. Having just given him 300 yuan, he could provide him with 550 pounds of fish in return for a refund. Deal. The ticket scalper readily agreed without hesitation, believing that even if he were to receive only 400 pounds of fish, he would still profit handsomely. Hey, boss. We were here first. We want to trade too. You can't let him cut in line." Upon witnessing the swift exchange of 550 pounds of fish, others quickly protested. Fearing a shortage, there's still fish available. "Please, everyone remain calm. I have an additional 200 pounds. This time, the village chief and I brought nearly 700 pounds of fish to trade. Please form a line, and do not approach if you wish to exchange less than 10 pounds. Let us not waste each other's time." After this promotional announcement, the crowd dwindled significantly. The ticket scalper, realizing that the boss still had fish available, lamented his own folly, feeling as though he had lost several million in an instant. Chen Weiguo tallied the individuals wishing to trade, and 5 people consumed his remaining 200 pounds of fish entirely. Clearly, these individuals were either procurers for state-run canteens or stewards purchasing for large families. They are all significant clients. In the future, any surplus grain can be brought to the pigeon market. It will surely sell swiftly and at a high price. However, unbeknownst to him, the saying that plans often fall short of changes was about to ring true. As the shortage of grain intensified, the meager supplies he possessed would scarcely suffice for the steel mill. What made him believe he could sell excess grain at the pigeon market? But those concerns were for another time. After successfully trading all the fish weighing over 10 pounds, not only did he recoup the 300 yuan he had initially spent, but he also gained an additional 50 yuan along with a stack of vouchers and several small antique trinkets. His fish pond in the space had begun to yield a stable production, allowing for a fresh catch every so often. He no longer needed to rise before dawn to fish in the lake. Although there was a slight shortage of silt for fertilizer, the available space in his domain still spanned around 6,000 to 7,000 acres, all awaiting development. Today had proven to be remarkably fruitful. As he made his way home, his steps were noticeably lighter. Nevertheless, his grandiose transactions had already caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. On his way back, he noticed a few individuals trailing him from a distance. Unaware of their presence, Chen Weiguo hummed a cheerful tune. Yet, out of caution, he did not head directly home. Upon passing through a dark, deserted alley, he instinctively retreated into his space. The individuals pursuing him, seeing him vanish into the dark alley, hurriedly followed. To their shock, upon illuminating the alley with a flashlight, it was entirely empty. The man had simply vanished. How would they report this to their leader? The group scoured the area multiple times, but still found no trace of him. Eventually, they resigned themselves to the fact that they had lost him. And with heads hung low, they began to return. It was only at this moment, hidden within his space, that Chen Weiguo became aware of the fact that he had been followed. I had become too complacent. Had it not been for my habitual retreat into the dark alley, I would have been in deep trouble today. He had overheard the previous conversation of those men clearly through his space. Since these individuals are acting under someone else's orders, I must ascertain who is surveilling me. There is a reason why one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Utilizing his space as cover, Chen Weiguo discreetly trailed the group back to their lair. At this moment, his space was akin to a secondary dimension attached to the main one. Its timeline ran parallel. Yet the dimensional space Chen Weiguo occupied was superimposed upon the primary space. Events occurring in the primary space were visible to him with clarity, while those within the primary space were completely oblivious to this secondary dimension. It was akin to a room with one-way glass. He could observe everything happening in the adjacent living room and bedroom through the transparent barrier. 15 minutes later, Chen Weiguo followed the group to their hideout. Boss Qian, one of the apparent leaders, bowed his head to a middle-aged bald man in his 40s. We lost the person we were following. Please punish me. Speak, what transpired? The leader inquired, prompting the individual to recount the events in detail. Midway through the narrative, an unexpectedly loud voice interrupted. Are you looking for me? Chen Weiguo stepped out boldly from the shadows behind a wall. The sound startled everyone present. Soon, expressions of terror spread across their faces. Their hideout had been tailed without their knowledge. If someone had intended to cause them harm, it would have been akin to offering their necks to the blade. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. In that moment, they understood that they had provoked the wrong person. Brother, please don't misunderstand. The leader, Qian Duo, quickly regained his composure. We were merely seeking you out for business, with no ulterior motives. Business? Are you certain that the business you speak of is legitimate? Qian Duo nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes, indeed, it is legitimate business. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he explained. We noticed your impressive catch of fish and wish to collaborate with you. We would like to become your general agent. The general agent is out of the question. I may be rather busy in the future, so I will contact you directly when the goods arrive. As for the price, rest assured, I shall only earn what is due to us. Money Duo assured with a pat on his chest. Next time I will seek you out. Chen Weiguo deflected. If one could trust these people's words, even sows could climb trees. Do not follow me any longer. This is a warning. Next time. There will be no next time. Chen Weiguo stepped into the shadows, evading their gaze, and vanished into his space, disappearing from the room. Chapter 34, The Daunting Procurement Task. Upon Chen Weiguo's departure, everyone exhaled in relief. With the tension released, many slumped to the ground. Leaving aside Money Duo and the others, Chen Weiguo made his way home. He remained hidden in his space until he emerged after more than 20 minutes. Due to the earlier delay, the time had already surpassed 8 in the evening. Those who slept early had been resting for an hour or two. The journey was uneventful, and he arrived at number 94 courtyard around 9 o'clock. To avoid disturbing others, he climbed over the wall from the side of his house. The following day, Chen Weiguo awoke around 7 o'clock. After a brief wash, he prepared to leave. It was his first day at work, and he could not afford to be late. His younger sister, Chen Xiaoling, was also getting up. One was set to start work at 8, while the other was to attend school at the same hour. To allow his sister a bit more rest, he did not wake her to prepare breakfast. Once she finished washing up, the two stepped out together. Chen Xiaoling was already in her 6th year of elementary school and would transition to middle school by this time next year. At the entrance of Nanluo Guxiang, Chen Weiguo purchased steamed buns, mantou, and soy milk. At that time, the meat buns were akin to mantu, containing filling no larger than a fava bean. However, this was the only way to savor meat without ration tickets. Not in need of meat, he opted for vegetarian buns. The two strolled while eating, heading towards their respective destinations. The steel mill was not far from Nanluoguxiang, merely a 10-minute walk. By the time he finished his bun, he had arrived at the factory gate. He produced his ID badge and flashed it before the eyes of the security officer, then entered. He proceeded directly to the procurement department on the 4th floor of the office building. Upon entering the office of Procurement Division 3, he found the head, Tang He, already seated at his desk. The other two colleagues, Yin Qing and Qin Feng, had yet to arrive. "Good morning, Director Tang," Chen Weiguo greeted proactively. He then found a rag, broom, and dustpan to tidy up. Tang He, noticing Chen Weiguo's initiative, could not help but nod in approval. Around 8 o'clock, Yin Qing and Qin Feng arrived just on time at the office. Observing the neat and tidy workspace, they were taken aback. They glanced at Tang He, who was already organizing documents at his desk, and at Chen Weiguo, and greeted them sheepishly. Tang He said nothing, merely flashed a smile and gave a gentle hum, indicating for them to take a seat at the desk. Chen Weiguo, on the other hand, was quite amiable, engaging them in friendly conversation. Before long, Tang He cleared his throat, holding a document in hand, and announced, "Comrades, everyone is here. Today marks the beginning of a new week, and we need to arrange some tasks for this month. Our Procurement Division 3 has been established for some time, and now that we have a full team, it's time for us to shine." He continued, "Given the current national difficulties, the variety and quantity of planned food supplies are insufficient. To enhance the culinary offerings in the factory canteen, the factory has instructed us in Procurement Division 3 to take immediate action to complete unplanned procurement tasks in the rural areas surrounding the capital. As for the selection of destinations, that is for you to decide. Each of us will head in a different direction, north, south, east, or west." Seeing the astonished expressions of his subordinates, Tang He confirmed, "Yes, I too must complete the procurement tasks." After a pause, he elaborated, "Each person is required to procure a monthly quota of 500 poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese, or 800 pounds of fish, or 1,000 pounds of pork, beef, or mutton, or 2,000 pounds of grains, with no restrictions on the types. Rice, flour, cornmeal, sweet potatoes, and potatoes are all acceptable." After sharing this, Tang He surveyed the room, noting the worried expressions on their faces, and inwardly sighed. This task indeed seems a bit unreasonable. The rural areas are also facing hardships. He had heard that many villages were experiencing starvation, though officially it was reported as illness-related deaths. Tang He composed himself and continued reading the document. "The factory will provide each of you with a bicycle for work purposes. If the quantity to be procured is too large, you may call the factory from the local village committee, and arrangements can be made for a vehicle to assist you." Having finished reading, Tang He casually set the document aside, took a sip of water, and added, "Does anyone have any comments or requests?" The three shook their heads, exchanging glances but remaining silent, their furrowed brows expressing their resistance to the task. Yet, what good would resistance do? "Director Tang, it appears our work will involve frequent travel. How will we handle the reimbursement for travel expenses?" Yin Qing inquired, voicing his primary concern. "Will our work hours be flexible, or will they be uniformly arranged by the factory, considering the special circumstances in rural areas?" "The factory will reimburse you a fixed sum of 10 yuan for travel expenses each month. The factory only requires results. You must complete these tasks each month while the remaining time is yours to manage freely." "Yes," Chen Weiguo silently cheered, nearly vocalizing his excitement. He clenched his right fist beneath the table, giving it a small triumphant wave, though he maintained a facade of concern. "This task seems tailor-made for me. Is my luck truly this good? Or is it a benefit of being a transmigrator? With my space, completing such tasks will be a walk in the park. Now, I must enrich the variety of living beings within my space. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep must all be raised, and the breeds can only be sourced from the countryside. This procurement is precisely the opportune moment to expand and enrich my space." Noticing that no one else had anything to say, Tang He concluded, "If there are no further issues, we shall adjourn. Shortly, accompany me to the logistics department to collect your bicycles." Upon hearing about the bicycles, the group's spirits lifted once more. At this moment, possessing a bicycle was akin to owning a luxury vehicle worth millions in later years, evoking envy among peers. 10 minutes later, the four emerged from the factory gate, each pushing a brand new bicycle, armed with an introduction letter from the steel mill. They swiftly transitioned into work mode. For the month ahead, there was no need to report to the factory daily. As long as they returned goods periodically, the factory would not concern itself with their whereabouts. Due to the impending travel, Chen Weiguo made a special trip to Hongxing Primary School to inform his sister about his upcoming business trip, alleviating any worries she might have. After visiting the school, he returned once more to number 94 courtyard. At this moment, everyone had gone to work, leaving only the retired Mr. Zhang, who resided in the back house, at home. Chapter 35, Arrival at Lijiao Village. Mr. Zhang, I will be away on a business trip for a few days. Could you please look after Xiaoling along with the aunties and uncles in the courtyard? Chen Weiguo handed a large bag of steamed buns and a 5-pound grass carp to Mr. Zhang. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Oh dear, young Chen, why are you being so courteous? It is only natural for neighbors to look out for one another. Mr. Zhang feigned annoyance, pushing the buns and fish back toward Chen. What do you need these for? Take them back. Take them back. Seeing Mr. Zhang's resolute attitude, Chen could only retrieve the items. As Mr. Zhang turned to return to his house, he placed the items on the windowsill, hopped onto his bicycle, and shouted, Mr. Zhang, I'm off. I hope you can take good care of my sister these next few days. By the time Mr. Zhang came to his senses, the young man had already pedaled away, leaving no trace behind. That child. Mr. Zhang shook his head with a wry smile and brought the buns and fish back inside. After discussing matters at home, Chen Weiguo headed straight for his destination. Just before leaving, he decided to draw lots for people for 4 directions. Whichever direction he drew would determine his fortune. This time, he drew the east. In this direction, the village closest to the city of Si Jiu City was Lijiao Village. Thus, he established his outpost here, hoping for a propitious start. His current outing was primarily to gather soil for his space, as the vastness of his domain made it a considerable task to collect enough earth to cover its entirety. This endeavor would require significant effort. Chen Weiguo pedaled vigorously, exiting the city of Si Jiu City in about 20 minutes. In the early winter outskirts of the capital, the grass and trees were withered, leaves had fallen, and the landscape appeared desolate and forlorn. The road to Lijiao village passed through a stretch of barren hills. Chen Weiguo stopped, glancing around, but saw no one in sight. He turned his bicycle off the road and rode into the wilderness. Subsequently, he stowed the bicycle into his space and commenced his soil collection. The soil in this part of the North China Plain was fine and deep. Within the range of his spatial awareness, the soil layers were swiftly absorbed into his domain. If viewed from above, one would see the area he traversed being peeled away like the skin of an orange, with the vegetation above also being drawn into the space. Simultaneously, he used the power of his space to fragment the plant matter into minuscule particles, mixing them with the soil. Fortunately, with it being early winter, the withered ground revealed a similar earthy hue, making the changes not immediately apparent from a distance. Only upon closer inspection could one discern subtle differences. As he continued his work, after 2 hours, he had flattened a small mound of land covering about 100 acres. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Weiguo prudently selected remote areas for soil extraction. Despite the vast amount of soil collected, it only covered approximately 10 acres within his space. The road ahead is long and arduous. I wonder when I will be able to fill the entirety of my 10,000 acres with soil. He layered it generously. With nearly 2 meters of earth, the top layer of about 1 meter, he thoroughly mixed with sludge dredged from the lakebed to address the issue of aeration. As noon approached, he ceased his soil collection and selected a 3-pound carp from the fish pond for processing within his space. He then built a fire and began to grill it. An hour later, feeling satiated, he mounted his bicycle and continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered several more suitable sites for soil extraction and diligently scraped off another layer of topsoil. After several stops, he finally arrived at Lijiao village around 3 in the afternoon. Upon reaching the village center, he sought out the village secretary, who also served as the village chief. In such small villages, it was common for one person to hold both positions. Presenting his letter of introduction and stating his purpose, he was met with a rather indifferent demeanor from the secretary. In the current climate, those holding resources were in control, unlike the future, where cash was king. Possessing goods that couldn't be converted to currency was no different from being impoverished. After some back and forth, Secretary Li Quishan remained non-committal. At this point, Chen Weiguo realized the issue. There was insufficient bait. Just like fishing, if the feed was inadequate, it would fail to attract the fish. If the bait on the hook was insufficient, the fish would not bite. After contemplating for a moment, he proposed, Secretary Li, how about this? I have a channel to procure fish. I'll trade you 2 pounds of fish for 1 pound of chicken. If you lack chickens, ducks or geese would suffice. Any poultry will do. Upon hearing this, Secretary Li's eyes lit up, though his expression remained stoic and unyielding. That is fine. But if it weren't for our leadership's directive to bring back a few chickens or other poultry, I wouldn't consider such a trade. Chen Weiguo continued to promote his offer, but the old man remained obstinate, wearing a look that suggested he held all the cards. Deciding to employ a more forceful approach, Chen Weiguo stated, Secretary Li, I must be frank. If you continue to refuse, I will have no choice but to seek out the neighboring Qin village. Old man, if it weren't for the urgency to establish the poultry farm within my space, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. With this maneuver, he could yield an extra pound of meat, a deal that was simply too advantageous to pass up. If the villagers were to discover that due to your short-sightedness and stubbornness, they were deprived of a pound of meat daily, imagine the outcry. When the villagers come to reproach you, questioning your choices, you will find that the price will be far steeper. Having finished speaking, Chen Weiguo began to pack his belongings in preparation to leave. Hey, wait, young Chen, please hold on. The old secretary hastily grabbed Chen Weiguo's arm. You must understand our predicament. We elders do not react as quickly as you young folks do. We need a moment to process. After a pause, the old secretary added, Young Chen, it's not that we're unwilling to trade. It's simply that we lack surplus resources in our rural community. The meat we have comes from the village's old hunters, who managed to catch wild rabbits and mountain chickens with traps, and on rare occasions, a wild boar. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the village are kept for laying eggs. The villagers have relied on them for salt, oil, and soy sauce these past 2 years. Oh, and hunting. Don't your militia have firearms? You could easily organize them for hunting in the mountains. Chen Weiguo felt he had struck upon a brilliant idea and blurted it out. Hunting? What are you thinking? Do you believe we can keep the game shot with firearms? Just getting past the commune's regulations would be impossible. Chapter 36. Su Damao sabotages the procurement, encountering setbacks. The commune meticulously records the whereabouts of every bullet that leaves their possession. Last year, our village had a massive wild boar weighing over 600 pounds. The militia fired their weapons, killing the wild boar at around 11 o'clock, and by noon, representatives from the commune arrived. They claimed that the boar, having been hunted with the commune's guns, was to be confiscated, so that all the citizens of the county could partake in the joys of meat consumption together. In the end, all that was left for our village was a set of pig offal. The old man spoke these words through gritted teeth. Young man, I see you're in a tough spot. I'll trade you 2 chickens and 2 rabbits. The rabbits had been caught the previous day by the village's seasoned hunter on the mountain. Humph, dare to threaten me about going to Qin's village? These 2 old hens that no longer lay eggs are yours. Rabbit meat is indeed delicious, but cooking it consumes too much oil. Trading it for fish would yield more meat. The old man smugly calculated in his mind. As they say, experience is the best teacher. This young lad lacks the cunning of the older generation. All right then, Chen Weiguo replied with a hint of resignation. Everyone was just too impoverished. Old secretary, please have the hens and rabbits ready. I'll fetch you some fish. With that, he pedaled his bicycle out of the village. 20 minutes later, Chen Weiguo returned with 6 large grass carp, each weighing 20 pounds. In his estimation, a single hen, even if well fed, would weigh about 6 pounds. And a 7-pound rabbit was already quite substantial. Therefore, he believed that bringing back 120 pounds of fish was more than sufficient. However, after waiting at the village committee for half a day, he still hadn't seen the old secretary with the chickens and rabbits. He found a place to hide the fish and headed towards the village's sun-drying yard, where a lively crowd had gathered, seemingly for some event. A movie screening, perhaps? Chen Weiguo discerned the purpose of the gathering upon noticing the tall white screen erected nearby. Meanwhile, where was the village head? The old village head was currently drinking with Su Damao, who had come to the village to show a film. This narrative starts 20 minutes earlier. Just as Chen Weiguo was negotiating with the old secretary, Su Damao had arrived. Seeing the heated discussion between Chen Weiguo and the secretary, he curiously leaned in to eavesdrop. Trading fish for chickens? Fish for rabbits? 2 pounds for one. Hee, little brat, think you can meddle in my affairs? I'll collect some interest today. When Chen Weiguo went to fetch the fish, Su Damao emerged to confront the secretary. Secretary Li, what did that kid want from you just now? Being accustomed to rural film screenings, Su Damao was quite familiar with the village leaders. To curry favor with him for a good film screening, the villages would treat him to fine food and drink. Hence, Su Damao had some weight in front of these village heads. Generally, for trivial matters, the village heads would agree to assist him. Oh, just a procurement officer from the steel mill, looking to buy some ingredients from our village. The old village head replied nonchalantly. So why did he leave? Is he not buying anymore? Su Damao feigned ignorance. This kid wanted to trade fish for our chickens and rabbits. 3 pounds of fish for 2 pounds of either, the old secretary said, feeling a bit smug about it. Su Damao paused and said, Village Headley, could you do me a favor? Oh, what is it? You can just speak freely. We know each other well enough to skip the formalities. The old secretary said, pulling Su Damao along. Let us go to my house for a drink. We can chat while we eat. Sure, let us eat and talk, Su Damao replied as they walked side by side towards the village head's home. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the old village head's house, where his daughter-in-law had already prepared 4 or 5 dishes to serve on the table. Village head, it's like this. Su Damao began directly after sitting down. That kid is quite troublesome. He then embellished the story of how Chen Weiguo had made things difficult for him at the New Street General Store. It turns out this kid is a bad seed. What concerns little Su is also my concern, so he shall not receive the chickens and rabbits. The old secretary exclaimed, visibly irate. However, the old village head, who had dealt with Su Dumao for quite some time, understood his character well. Whether the young lad was truly as vile as Su Dumao described was evident from the boy's clear eyes. The eyes can reflect much about a person's nature. Yet, the old secretary needed something from Su Dumao, and trading for chickens and rabbits was a trivial matter not worth offending him over. Thus, the old secretary readily acquiesced to Su Dumao's request. This was the reason why, when Chen Weiguo returned with the fish, he could not find the old secretary. Now, no matter how hard Chen Weiguo pondered, he could not fathom why the old secretary had suddenly changed his mind. It wasn't he until the old secretary, slightly inebriated, emerged from his home alongside the equally flushed Su Dumao that the situation began to dawn on him. Su Dumao, just you wait. I didn't seek trouble with you. Yet you dare to scheme behind my back. If I don't settle this with you today, you won't know how many eyes the king of horses has. Chen Weiguo glanced at the sky, feeling that there was still time. He should still make it to Qin's village. Having spent a day without trading anything, this cannot stand. Aware that he wouldn't be able to acquire anything in Li's village, he wasted no more time and hopped on his bicycle to leave. With each pedal, he propelled himself forward, his legs moving so swiftly they appeared as mere blurs. Qin's village was not far from Li's, merely a distance of 4 to 5 kilometers. Riding his bicycle would take him about 10 minutes. 15 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the village committee of Qin's village. Just then, a sweet and melodious voice called out from behind, "Chen Weiguo? Little Chen?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Weiguo turned around to see Chen Weiguo standing nearby. Her figure adorned in a floral cotton coat, though the numerous patches somewhat marred the beauty of the scene. Once she confirmed it was indeed Chen Weiguo, she stepped closer and asked, "Little Chen, it truly is you. What brings you to Qin's village?" "Sister Qin, what a coincidence. Are you back to visit family?" Chen Weiguo countered with a question. "Are you preparing to leave, or just arriving?" Mention of family visits made Chen Weiguo's cheeks flush. She was not here merely for a visit. She had come home to borrow grain. This thought flooded her with sorrow. She had been married to Jia Dongshu for 5 or 6 years now, and their child was already 5 years old. Yet, she had never experienced a single day of happiness in the Jia household. With a sharp-tongued mother-in-law, her days were filled with bitterness and grievances. Regretting her earlier vanity, she had thought marrying a city dweller would elevate her status, only to find herself living like a beast of burden. Now, she could hardly afford food and had to return home to borrow grain. Noticing the conflicted expression on Chen Weiguo's face, Chen Weiguo sensed her unspoken troubles and tactfully changed the subject. "Sister Qin, I'm looking to buy some chickens, ducks, and geese in Qin's village. Do you know who might have some? Chickens? Ducks? Geese? What do you need these for?" Chen Weiguo asked with a puzzled expression. "These are treasures to the villagers. How could they be easily traded? Each year, they rely heavily on the eggs laid by these chickens and ducks, trading them for a modicum of oil, salt, and soy sauce." Chen Weiguo is acutely aware of the current circumstances in rural areas. Earning a living has become increasingly arduous, and acquiring basic condiments is no easy feat. With many struggling to have enough to eat, numerous individuals look to these eggs as a means to enhance their nutritional intake. As it stands, I am the procurement officer at a steel mill, and given the current scarcity of supplies, the factory has tasked us with sourcing these items from the countryside to improve the workers' meals. Chen Weiguo introduced himself and continued, "Sister Qin, could you kindly inquire if anyone in the village is willing to sell chickens, ducks, or geese? If there are sellers, not only can I offer money and vouchers, but I can also provide 1 pound of fish meat for every pound of chicken or duck sold. I have connections to procure fish. In essence, villagers selling these will receive some fish meat for free." Chen Weiguo pondered for a moment with her head bowed. "Oh, that sounds like a fair trade. I believe there will be those willing to exchange. Come, let me take you to ask my father. He is the village head and should know who has any for sale. Perhaps some of the villagers can spare a couple of chickens or ducks for you." "Your father is the village head? How splendid!" Chen Weiguo exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. It was the best news he had heard all day. "Let us go quickly. Take me to find your father," he said, pulling Chen Weiguo by the arm, but suddenly paused, glancing back at her. She stood there, blushing deeply, her eyes occasionally darting towards her arm. How could this Chen be so brazen? Can a girl's hand be pulled so casually? Am I such an easy person to approach? What if someone sees us? What would they think? Aside from Jia Dongshu, he is the second man to hold my hand. Why does it feel so peculiar? At that moment, Chen Weiguo realized he had made a fundamental mistake and quickly withdrew his hand. He had inadvertently brought modern customs into this era. In this time, a mere kiss between a man and a woman could be interpreted as a lifelong commitment. Holding a girl's hand might be construed as lewd behavior. How could I have erred so? Chen Weiguo chastised himself internally. Sister Qin, I didn't mean to. I was just overwhelmed with joy, he stammered, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. Upon witnessing his embarrassment, Qin Huairu couldn't help but chuckle softly. The previously awkward atmosphere lightened considerably. This little man was surprisingly bashful. A strange emotion began to stir within Qin Huairu, igniting a desire to draw closer to him. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Oh dear, why am I having such peculiar thoughts? She cleared her throat, suppressing her racing heart, and softly said, "Let us go. I'll take you to meet my father." Without waiting for a response, she lowered her head and headed towards her home. Chen Weiguo quietly pushed his bicycle, following behind her in silence, unsure of what to say. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the Qin family's yard, which was quite spacious, covering about an acre. A row of 6 large flat-roofed houses lined one side, with a 300 or 400 square meter sun-drying area in the middle, alongside a small building that likely served as a toilet. Surrounding the yard were earthen walls that stood as high as a person, enclosing the area. Within the yard, 7 or 8 hens and a large rooster wandered about, occasionally pecking at the ground. As soon as Qin Huairu entered the yard, she called out loudly, "Mom." Moments later, a middle-aged woman in her 40s emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to Qin Huairu, suggesting she too must have been a great beauty in her youth. The woman hurried forward, grasping Qin Huairu's hand and refusing to let go. "Huairu, you haven't come to see your mother in over half a year. Is the family that busy?" "Mom," Qin Huairu exclaimed, rushing into her mother's embrace. In that single word, all the bitterness and grievances of the past few years poured forth, and tears streamed down her face like a string of pearls breaking free. Zhang Honghua gently patted her daughter's back, offering soft words of comfort. The two women engaged in an endless exchange of thoughts and feelings, while Chen Weiguo, standing to the side, anxiously observed the dimming sky. After several minutes of heartfelt conversation, Chen Weiguo finally cleared his throat. Sister Qin, could we perhaps pause for a moment?" At that, Qin Huairu remembered that there was an outsider present. She promptly introduced Chen Weiguo to her mother and explained his intention to procure chickens, ducks, and geese from their village. "Annie, here is the introduction letter from our factory. Please take a look," he said, retrieving the letter from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Honghua. She glanced at it and awkwardly replied, "Well, Xiao Chun, I can't read. As for the matter of buying chickens and ducks, we'll need to wait for Huairu's father to return before making any decisions. Please have a seat. They'll be back shortly." Indeed, barely had Chen Weiguo settled down with a glass of water when the sounds of several men conversing outside the yard reached their ears. Qin Huairu immediately went out to greet them. The father and daughter naturally shared a heartfelt reunion, exchanging longings and confessions. At this moment, Qin Huairu was not as engulfed in her emotions as before. She introduced Chen Weiguo to her father, Qin Shan, describing him as a younger brother she had made in the city of Si Jiu. She mentioned how she often received help from this brother. "Dad, my brother is here in our village on behalf of the steel mill, hoping to procure some chickens or ducks or geese." Chen Weiguo looked at Qin Huairu in astonishment. "I never expected her to be so supportive. Our relationship doesn't seem to warrant such an effort." The original owner was quite reserved, rarely interacting with those from number 95 courtyard. Thus, their acquaintance with Qin Huairu barely reached a nodding acquaintance. Her unreserved assistance is truly perplexing. One of Chen Weiguo's virtues is that he never dwells on matters he cannot comprehend. He refrains from torturing himself with overthinking, setting aside his bewilderment. He earnestly addressed Qin Shan. "Uncle Qin, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in this matter. I'm unsure if you enjoy fish, but I could also offer you a 20-pound fish as a bonus." Upon hearing this, Qin Shan frowned slightly. Is this lad foolish? After paying, he still wants to give fish? Realizing his blunder, Chen Weiguo understood he had set the price too high, leading to skepticism. "Rest assured, Uncle Qin, I am a formal employee at the steel mill, and my father was a martyr. I would never engage in any wrongdoing that would bring shame to him." Hearing this, Qin Shan was nearly convinced. Although people in this era were impoverished and desperately in need of money, however, when faced with the allure of fame, money becomes utterly insignificant. They regard reputation as more precious than life itself. Thus, they firmly believe that a martyr's child will not turn out to be a rogue. "Uncle Qin, this fish was caught by me in Shikahai, so rest assured," Chen Weiguo elaborated further. "All right, I doubt anyone else in our village would be willing to sell you chickens." Qin Shan paused, reflecting before responding. "I currently have 7 hens and 2 roosters. You may select 3 to take with you." Perhaps out of consideration for his daughter's sake, Qin Shan reluctantly agreed to part with a few chickens for Chen Weiguo. "Oh, Uncle Qin, you are truly wonderful. How could I ever repay you?" Chen Weiguo exclaimed, rising in excitement and bowing deeply. "Thank you, Uncle Qin. You have truly come to my aid. By the way, do you want wild boar or wild chickens? Chen Shan glanced at his son, Chen Weiguo, as if recalling something. Yesterday, our village's old hunter caught several wild chickens and 2 piglets, which were delivered to the village, and they are still alive. Currently, villagers with hunting skills are allowed to substitute their catches for labor credits. Yes, I want them all. If you happen to catch anything else, you can sell it to me. Chen Weiguo stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. What unexpected fortune! In this village, acquiring just a couple of chickens would hardly meet the factory's demands. Just when I was at my wit's end, fate has opened a new window for me. If I lack at home, surely the mountains will provide. Those 2 guns I bought last time were indeed a worthy investment. They are now proving their worth. With this thought, Chen Weiguo felt a sense of relief. I was initially worried that consistently supplying fish to the factory might arouse suspicion, but now, with more options, I needn't worry at all. Uncle Chen, please take me to see those wild chickens and wild boars. I can't afford for them to be harmed by the villagers. Chen Weiguo tugged at Chen Shan, eager to leave, while the latter shook his head in resignation and followed him outside. This lad is quite peculiar. Upon hearing about wild chickens and boars, he seems more excited than when discussing his own chickens for sale. Strange, indeed. Chen Weiguo hurried ahead, while Chen Shan muttered to himself as he trailed behind. Shortly, the duo arrived at the village's breeding base. The collective livestock and poultry were all housed here. The wild chickens and boars caught by the hunter were also kept in cages. Originally, these were intended to be slaughtered the following day to improve the villagers' meals. Since this lad is willing to pay and is even providing fish, why not sell them to him? Pork and fish are both meat. In the end, they serve to enhance our meals, so what does it matter which type? Selling to this lad would yield additional income for the village. What could be better than this? If someone is willing to be generous, we elders shouldn't let the young man's kindness go unappreciated, should we? Hee. Uncle Chen, what is the price for these? Chen Weiguo inquired, pointing at the wild chickens and boars in the cages. Considering you are Huairu's younger brother, I'll give them to you for 1 yuan per pound. Chen Shan pondered before responding. Great. Chen Weiguo promptly agreed. To be honest, he didn't dare to haggle. If the seller became displeased and refused to sell, he would be left in a dire situation. Moreover, since this was for the factory, spending a little extra didn't bother him. After 5 minutes of weighing the wild chickens and boars, they totaled 67 pounds. Uncle Chen, let us round it up to 70 pounds. How does that sound? All right, you're a straightforward person. If we catch more wild game in the future, I'll sell it to you. Chen Shan was immediately elated at the prospect of an additional 3 yuan. Earning money in the countryside is no easy feat. In a village with good labor credit, one might earn a few dimes, while in a less fortunate village, a single credit might only yield a few cents. 3 yuan could take 3 to 5 days of hard work to earn. After Chen Weiguo paid, he secured the cages containing the wild chickens and boars to the back of his bicycle. Uncle Chen, I'll first drop these off at our factory's collection point, and then I'll bring you the fish. Go on, the sooner you return, the better. The village is counting on your fish for dinner tomorrow. Chen Shan waved his hand, urging Chen Weiguo to hurry. Chen Weiguo pedaled away swiftly, only to remember halfway that he had forgotten to buy the chickens Chen Shan had agreed to sell him. I'll be back shortly, so I can ask him then. As Chen Weiguo rode his bicycle, upon exiting Qingji village, he passed by a desolate hill and, seeing no one around, quickly slipped into his space. During his morning collection of soil, he had already contemplated the issue of the breeding grounds. While passing through several small groves earlier, he had directly transported the soil layers along with the trees and flowers into his space. To promote better growth for the plants, he mixed in some sludge with the soil. Thanks to the special materials in the space, the transplanted trees thrived remarkably well. In just that morning, the once yellowed wild grass had visibly sprouted green shoots. Chen Weiguo decided to let the wild chickens and boars roam freely in this area, as the 300 acres provided ample space for their activities. As he continued to gather living creatures, this small grove would soon become increasingly vibrant. Now that he was in the space, he took a moment to check on the growth of the wheat and rice. Thanks to the dual effects of the special materials and the accelerated time in the space, the wheat had already reached about an inch in height. The germination of the rice had completed, making it the perfect opportunity to sow the rice seeds into the seedling field. Once the seedlings reached about a foot in height, they could be divided and transplanted. After exiting the space, Chen Weiguo strolled around the vicinity for half an hour, collecting more soil. He then rode his bicycle back toward Qingji village, transporting several large fish he had caught from the fish pond in his space. By this time, the sky had begun to dim, and he estimated it would be fully dark in another 40 or 50 minutes. It seems I will have to spend the night in Qingji village. I'll visit Lijia village tomorrow. That brat Su Damao thinks he can bully me without consequences. 20 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived at Chen Shan's home. Uncle Chen, Are you satisfied with these fish? He asked, gesturing toward the 8 large fish he had unloaded. The smallest of these weighed at least 15 pounds, while the largest tipped the scales at 25 pounds. Qin Shan's mouth remained agape as he gazed at the 4 large fish on the ground. Noticing Qin Shan's expression, Chen Weiguo knew the deal was sealed. Uncle Qin, there's one more thing I would like to ask for your assistance with. Chen Weiguo produced a packet of Daqinmin cigarettes and handed it to Qin Shan with a smile. Could you please have the village's old hunter take me along when he goes hunting in the mountains? I'd like to learn how to hunt. Chapter 39, Learning to Hunt. That's easy enough, Qin Shan said, discreetly tucking the cigarettes into his pocket. He glanced at the sky, estimating it was around 6:30 in the evening. Let us go. There's no time like the present. I'll take you right now. With that, he headed toward the yard's exit. Where are you two off to? Having just finished his meal, he found himself at a loss for how to pass the time at home. Soon enough, hunger would strike again, and he would have no place to seek sustenance. Zhang Honghua, witnessing Qin Shan's insistence on venturing out so late, couldn't help but voice her discontent. I'm just taking Xiao Chun to visit Qin Dabong's place. I'll be back shortly, Qin Shan stated briskly, striding forward with purpose, not bothering to glance back. Observing Qin Shan exit the courtyard, Chen Weiguo quickened his pace to follow. The area of Kanjiakan was modestly sized, with the courtyards of each household closely clustered together. In a matter of minutes, they arrived at a spacious yard. Enclosed by earthen walls, the aging entrance boasted a door with much of its red paint chipped away, revealing the dark yellow of the original wood beneath. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the wood had taken on a charred appearance. Bang bang bang. Qin Shan grasped the door latch and knocked a few times with measured force. Who is it? Came a raspy yet robust male voice from within. It's me, Dahan. Qin Shan responded. As the eldest among his siblings, he was affectionately referred to as Dahan by those close to him, a name that had gradually become common among the villagers. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Qin Dabong, who welcomed Qin Shan and Chen Weiguo inside. Dahan, what brings you here at this hour? Can't this wait until tomorrow? Dabong, what time do you think it is? Are you already preparing for bed? While your wife may be beautiful, one must exercise patience. You can't be in such a rush to have a son, can you? Qin Shan teased, embracing Qin Dabong as they entered the house. Qin Dabong had lost his wife to illness nearly a decade ago and had remained single since, not even leaving behind a child. Due to his exceptional hunting skills, he was considered quite prosperous in Kanjiakan and the neighboring regions. Now in his 40s, family elders had been encouraging him to remarry. Coincidentally, this year had seen a surge of famine, leading many to flee to the capital. A young woman in her 20s had collapsed from hunger at his doorstep, and he had come to her aid. She claimed to be alone, having left her home in search of food alongside the villagers. With the encouragement of the village elders, she agreed to build a life with Qin Dabong. They had registered their marriage in October, making their union quite fresh, hence Qin Shan's earlier jest. Dahan, you're joking. Is there something urgent that necessitated your late-night visit? Qin Dabong inquired, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Indeed, the couple had just finished their evening routines and were preparing for some intimate moments. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to recommend a disciple to you. Qin Shan paused, gauging Qin Dabong's expression before continuing. When you head to the mountains tomorrow, take him along to learn the art of hunting from you. Qin Dabong did not immediately acquiesce, but instead scrutinized Chen Weiguo closely. Where are you from, young man? Greetings, Uncle Dabong. I hail from Nanluo Guxiang in the capital. I've come to Kanjiakan to procure ingredients for our steel mill's canteen. Chen Weiguo replied, observing Qin Dabong's reaction. The workers at the factory are enduring hardships. They toil tirelessly, yet lack proper nutrition, leading to severe health issues. Last month, there were several accidents as a result. He spoke with an air of sincerity, discreetly glancing at Qin Shan and Qin Dabong. Qin Dabong regarded Chen Weiguo's performance with a hint of disdain, thinking, this young lad is quite the dramatist. His emotional appeals and tears come effortlessly. He mused silently. Had I not held the position of village secretary for so many years, I might have been swayed by this lad's antics. Yet, he noticed that Qin Dabong's eyes glistened with emotion from the young man's words. However, I've observed that our village is also facing difficulties, with few poultry or livestock to offer for sale. Hence, I thought perhaps I could devise a means to remedy this. So, I implored Uncle Dahan to bring me to you to learn hunting techniques, to procure some meat for the factory. He bowed deeply, pleading, Uncle Dabong, I hope you can assist me. Seeing this, Qin Dabong hurriedly stepped forward to help Chen Weiguo rise. Known for his kind-heartedness and emotional depth, it was no wonder he had remained single for so long. He had only recently found happiness again in marrying his current wife after a fortunate turn of events. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved an old, yellowed book from a cabinet. Xiaochun. This is a compilation of hunting techniques I learned from my platoon leader during my military service. I recorded everything, and now I shall lend it to you. Make a copy and study it diligently." With trembling hands, Chen Weiguo accepted the weathered tome, overwhelmed with gratitude. He bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you so much, Uncle Dabong." The simplicity of rural folk is truly heartwarming. They readily share their lifeblood skills with others. Despite being a relative stranger, he places such trust in me. I must not betray this trust. Once Qin Shan felt their business was concluded, he prepared to take his leave. Just before stepping outside, Chen Weiguo discreetly placed a pack of cigarettes he had purchased from the supply store on the table, a gesture of goodwill, while Qin Dabong was momentarily distracted. He had bought them in anticipation of such encounters, knowing that genuine kindness should be reciprocated. By the time Qin Dabong noticed, the two had already vanished into the night. That evening, Chen Weiguo spent the night at Qin Shan's home. At the break of dawn, he rose early and enjoyed breakfast with Qin Shan's family. To express his gratitude, he left 10 yuan and 2 jin of ration tickets as a token of lodging and meal expenses. In these times, no household had surplus resources. Even visiting relatives required bringing their own provisions. After bidding farewell to Qin Shan's family, he made his way to Qin Dabong's residence. The previous night, he had spent hours transcribing the hunting manual, working until nearly 10 o'clock when the sun had set. Yet, he had only managed to copy a fraction of the book. At this rate, it would take him at least a week to finish. He decided he would need to speed up his efforts in the coming days. About 5 minutes later, Chen Weiguo knocked on Qin Dabong's courtyard door. Upon entering, Qin Dabong wasted no time and directly inquired about the knowledge contained within the old book. Before copying the text yesterday, Chen Weiguo had read through it thoroughly. Though he couldn't recall every detail, he retained enough to respond to Qin Dabong's questions, albeit with some hesitation. The morning swiftly passed as Qin Dabong imparted additional knowledge that was absent from the book, as well as more complex concepts. Chapter 40. Return from procurement. One taught with dedication, the other learned with earnestness. The morning flew by in the blink of an eye. All right, that's all for this morning. Everything essential that requires in-person instruction has been covered. The rest relies on your practical application and practice. Chen Weiguo enjoyed his lunch at Qin Shan's home. To this end, Qin Shan specifically instructed Zhang Honghua to fry an egg. Although it lacked oil and had a rather bland taste, it was still a rare delicacy for them. Typically, they would not indulge in such a meal. Their enthusiasm stemmed entirely from the generous offerings of Chen Weiguo. For a mere 2 yuan and a pound of grain tickets, one could enjoy a satisfactory meal even in the restaurants of the capital. As soon as they set down their bowls and chopsticks, Chen Weiguo tirelessly resumed transcribing that old book. It was only when Qin Huairu informed him that Qin Dabong had sent word that he could ascend the mountain that he finally put down his pen. He hurriedly made his way to Qin Dabong's home. In both this life and the last, he had never truly hunted in the mountains. Everything about the wilderness felt extraordinarily novel to him. He touched this and examined that, but his actions earned him a reprimand from Qin Dabong. Animals possess an acute sense of smell and are highly alert. Leaving too much of one's scent on the flora and fauna would cause timid creatures to shun those areas. If traps were set in such places, one would be unlikely to catch anything. Conversely, dangerous carnivores would follow the scent trail to its source. Hence, a competent hunter must master the art of concealing oneself, including both form and odor. The two meandered around the mountain's outskirts all afternoon, setting a total of over a dozen snares for wild chickens and hares, and digging traps for larger beasts such as wild boars. By the time dusk fell, they returned to Kanjiakan. Their leisurely exploration of the mountain's periphery was due to the perilous nature of the deeper woods. At that time, the mountains were rife with wolves, tigers, leopards, and bears, not yet reduced to rare species by hunters. Typically, Qin Dabong hunted on the fringes of the forest. It was only when a group of 10 or more ventured in that they dared to enter the depths. The following day, Chen Weiguo informed Qin Dabong of his intention to return to the city to deliver the chickens he had purchased back to the factory, planning to return the next day to continue his studies. These chickens belonged to Qin Shan. Initially, he thought the lad would forget, and Qin Shan secretly reveled in this notion. However, the next day, Chen Weiguo insisted that Qin Shan fulfill his promise to sell him 2 hens and 1 rooster. Qin Shan resolutely refused. After much haggling, they ultimately settled on 1 hen and 1 rooster. At this juncture, Qin Huairu also prepared to return. She had spent a day at her maternal home, secured some grain, and needed to return today. With Bangung still young, he couldn't be away from his mother for too long. Moreover, staying with her family for an extended period would surely provoke the ire of Jia Zhangshi, leading to potential scolding or beatings. Little Chen, I'm heading back today too. May I ride your bicycle? This way, I can save a few cents on fare. Facing Qin Huairu's mournful, pleading gaze, Chen Weiguo relented. In truth, no man could withstand such a gaze. Some individuals possess an innate charm. No wonder in the original narrative, Shaju was utterly ensnared by Qin Huairu. Chen Weiguo rode the bicycle, with Chen Weiguo perched on the back seat. One side of the rear was laden with a basket containing 30 pounds of cornmeal borrowed from her family. The handlebars were adorned with 2 small bamboo baskets, each holding a chicken purchased from Chen Weiguo's home. According to his plan, he intended to transfer the chickens to his space for rearing midway. When he checked his space the previous night, he found that the wild chickens he had previously caught included both roosters and hens. By now, several hens had begun nesting and laying eggs. With no natural predators and ample food, he believed the population of wild chickens would soon multiply. As for the 2 wild piglets raised within, they had visibly grown larger. Currently, one piglet weighed at least 40 pounds, thriving splendidly. Within the space, the wheat and rice were flourishing, and it was anticipated that in just over a month, he would be able to harvest the first batch of rice and wheat. The corn initially sown had grown to over a foot high, and within 20 days, the first harvest would be ready. The 20 acres of vegetable garden he had specially cultivated was now consistently yielding produce. In a few days, he planned to select a small portion of superior vegetables for seed, while the remaining ripe vegetables would need to be harvested. Perfectly timed to supply the cafeteria of the steel mill. What was lacking now was meat. Aside from fish, the quantity and variety of poultry and livestock were woefully inadequate, necessitating further efforts on his part in this regard. However, if this pace of development continued, he should soon be able to supply small batches of products. Throughout the journey, Chen Weiguo attempted multiple times to engage Chen Weiguo in conversation, but he merely responded with heavy breathing and noncommittal murmurs. Riding a bicycle while bearing the weight of over 100 pounds of person plus several dozen pounds of goods over a distance of 17 or 18 kilometers was no easy feat. By the time they reached Nanluoguxiang, Chen Weiguo's legs felt so weak that he could hardly stand. "Oh, Sister Chen, next time you should take the bus. I would be willing to cover your fare, but this is quite the ordeal," Chen Weiguo gasped, leaning heavily against his bicycle. Steam rose from his head, a result of the sweat evaporating from his body, while his legs trembled, utterly devoid of strength. Seeing Chen Weiguo's disheveled state, Chen Weiguo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although her backside ached from the long ride, it paled in comparison to Chen Weiguo's exertions. "All right, I shall consider this a debt of gratitude, and next time I visit Kanjiakan, I will prepare something delicious to repay you." "Next time? Perhaps not. One must be cautious of the burdens of beauty. You may as well reserve that food for Shaju. I am unworthy of such favors." Hearing this entirely perfunctory and insincere expression of gratitude, Chen Weiguo waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. However, internally, he was silently lamenting. Had it not been for Chen Weiguo's considerable assistance during this trip to Kanjiakan, he would have preferred to avoid entanglements with her. Presently, with Jia Dongshu still around, Chen Weiguo's White Lotus persona had yet to manifest. Once Jia Dongshu was no longer in the picture, and Chen Weiguo transformed into her true self, the only one left to endure such charms would be Shaju, the devoted admirer. As he pushed his bicycle along, lost in thought, he unexpectedly arrived at the entrance of number 95 compound. At that moment, the voices of Yan Bugui and Lu Haizhong reached his ears. "Old Yan, impressive. Quietly bought yourself a bicycle. You must be the first in our compound to own one, right? With your bicycle included. There are only 5 bicycles in all of Nanluoguxiang. Old Yan, you're quite the trendsetter." As they spoke, Lu Haizhong gave Yan Bugui a thumbs up. "Heh, it's not as remarkable as you claim." Yan Bugui modestly waved his hand, though his expression belied any semblance of humility. "Old Lu, in the future, if you ever need a ride, feel free to ask me. 3 mao per trip, fair and square." Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong couldn't help but sneer. Old Yan, true to form, wants to charge for borrowing a bicycle. His once bright smile gradually faded. Meanwhile, Yan Bugui, lost in his own self-congratulatory world, remained oblivious to it all. "Old Lu, let me tell you, the Fij brand bicycle is truly the best. The frame of my vehicle is undeniably robust. Just listen to that crisp sound. It's evident that it's forged from quality steel." As he spoke, he tapped the crossbeam of the frame with his key. "Look at these steel rims. They reflect a person's silhouette. The galvanized coating clearly showcases the craftsmanship of a skilled artisan. Ah, Old Lu, take a look at these tires." At this moment, Yan Bugui also sensed something amiss with Lu Hai's expression. Following his gaze, he nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Chapter 41, The Bicycle. Before him stood Chen Weiguo, pushing a brand new bicycle, making his way toward Yan Bugui and the others. Upon closer inspection, it was a Forever brand. Yan Bugui was all too familiar with this name. He had long cherished the desire to own such a bicycle. At that time, it was akin to a BMW or a Mercedes among bicycles. It was undoubtedly a cut above the Flying Pigeon brand. Unfortunately, financial constraints forced him to settle for the latter. This lad seems to have just started working yesterday. How could he afford a bicycle so soon? I haven't seen him engaged in any other business. Could it be that he earned this from fishing? Yen Bugue was consumed by jealousy, nearly losing his mind. He had saved for 2 whole years to purchase his own bicycle. What merit does this young man possess to afford a forever bicycle at such a young age? This bicycle costs a full 50 yuan more than a flying pigeon. Lu Hai circled the bicycle 7 or 8 times, yet he dared not touch it. He couldn't help but exclaim, "If only I could have a bicycle like this. It would be worth sacrificing a couple of years of my life." Lu Hai finally couldn't restrain himself and asked, "Xiao Chun, when did you buy this bicycle?" Chen Weiguo pretended not to hear and ignored the question, instead beaming at Yen Bugue. Yen Bugue chose not to show displeasure. After all, just 2 days prior, Chen Weiguo had imparted all his fishing knowledge to him, and their mentor-student bond was still fresh. Yen Bugue forced a smile and greeted Chen Weiguo. "Xiao Chun, it's a little past 10 in the morning. Have you finished work?" "Hello, Teacher Yen. I just returned from the countryside. My working hours differ from yours. I essentially work every day and can flexibly schedule my time when needed," Chen Weiguo replied, reveling in his unique work arrangement where he completed his tasks and had ample time for himself. Oh. Yen Bugue suddenly noticed Chen Weiguo trailing behind the bicycle, akin to discovering a new continent. "You returned with Chen Weiguo?" Chen Weiguo glanced back at Chen Weiguo, who was walking with her head down, her face flushed and her earlobes seemingly dripping with color, struggling to walk straight. He cursed inwardly. What is wrong with Chen Weiguo today? At this rate, she'll be rumored to be involved in something scandalous. He hurriedly explained, "I encountered her on my way back from the village. Seeing she was carrying so many things, I offered her a lift for a bit. Yes, I borrowed some grains from my family in Chen village. We run short at home, so I had to find a way for my family." Chen Weiguo's demeanor became somewhat more composed, as if she realized her earlier behavior might lead to misunderstandings. Swiftly regaining her composure, "I wonder what I was thinking just now. My face turned so red." Chen Weiguo internally scoffed, relieved to see Chen Weiguo returning to normalcy. "I'm not even married yet. If rumors spread about me and another woman, how will I ever find a bride? I certainly don't want to end up like Shaju, living out my days in solitude." "Sister Jiao, I've reached number 95 courtyard, and I'll leave your things here at the door," he said, not waiting for Chen Weiguo's response. As he placed the bag of cornmeal from the bamboo basket on the steps of number 95. Oh, thank you, Xiao Chun. You've worked hard." Chen Weiguo quickly took a few steps forward to carry the bag. With Yen Suanpan around, even a dung bucket passing by would be scrutinized. This bag of flour must not fall into his hands. Chen Weiguo waved his hand, not looking back, and continued pushing the bicycle toward number 94 courtyard. Before long, the rumor of Chen Weiguo being able to buy a bicycle after only 2 days of work spread throughout Nanluo Guxiang. "Good morning, old Zhang." Upon entering number 94 courtyard, Chen Weiguo saw old Zhang sitting at the entrance. "Didn't you go play chess with old Wang next door today?" "Oh, it's Xiao Chen who is back?" He then exclaimed in surprise. This bicycle is yours. I saw a figure pushing a bicycle this way, but didn't catch who it was." "I didn't expect it to be you." "No, this bicycle was provided by the factory. My work is unique, requiring frequent trips to the countryside. So the factory equipped me with one." He felt no need to conceal this from the residents of number 94, as they were not the gossiping type. Unlike those in number 95, who would envy and mock him. "Old Zhang, I'll be heading back now. I'm a bit tired after riding all morning." Saying this, he pushed the bicycle into the courtyard and locked it under the osmanthus tree at his door. Upon entering, a wave of cool air greeted him. Why is it colder inside than outside? He recalled that the boiler repairman he had hired was likely still working, explaining the chill in the air. He then turned to walk toward the side room. Indeed, Master Song was there with 2 young apprentices, likely his trainees, busying themselves with something. "Master Song," Chen Weiguo called out. The workers all turned to look at him. "Oh, the boss is back." Master Song, directing his apprentices, immediately recognized Chen Weiguo. "You've returned just in time. The boiler will be ready shortly, and we can test it today? What a stroke of luck. I've returned just at the right moment." Chen Weiguo felt quite pleased that everything was proceeding smoothly. 20 minutes later, the boiler was up and running. 10 minutes after that, Chen Weiguo could distinctly feel the temperature rising within the room. After another 20 minutes, the thermometer indicated that the indoor temperature had reached 18 degrees. "Master Song, the boiler is fixed. Thank you so much. Last year when I used this boiler, the temperature didn't rise this quickly." Chen Weiguo clapped his hands in excitement. "Master Song, I'll go to the street office tomorrow morning to settle your payment." After considering his schedule for the day, he added, "I'm heading to the factory today, so I might not have time to go to the street office." "That is fine. It doesn't matter if it takes an extra day or half a day," Master Song readily agreed. "Boss, I'll be leaving now. If you have any issues, feel free to contact me or the street office." After seeing Master Song and his apprentices off, Chen Weiguo finally had the opportunity to put the 2 chickens he bought into storage, placing them in the area where he previously raised wild chickens. Ah, finally. I can rest a bit. Chen Weiguo stretched lazily, twisting his waist as he walked toward the bedroom. Gazing at the pile of disheveled blankets, a sudden realization struck him. Oh dear, I've completely forgotten to purchase the quilts. He lamented, feeling a mix of frustration and weariness from the day's confusion. Well, rest is no longer an option. Chen Weiguo muttered to himself, I must first deliver the supplies to the factory, and then make another trip to the supply and marketing cooperative. He donned the half-removed clothes and stepped outside, pushing his bicycle. He exchanged a hurried greeting with old Zhang at the gate before leaving the courtyard. Upon reaching a deserted alley, Chen Weiguo loaded 7 or 8 large fish, each weighing around 20 pounds, into a burlap sack and placed it on the rear seat of his bicycle. He pedaled furiously, arriving at the steel rolling mill within 3 to 5 minutes. After depositing the fish in the cafeteria, they instantly attracted a multitude of curious gazes. Chapter 42. The procurement fund of 500 yuan. Where on earth did you procure these fish? Shaju, the chef, rushed out from the back kitchen, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of such a bounty. This is my unique channel, Chen Weiguo replied, eager to avoid further discussion with the talkative cook. Quickly weigh them and provide me with a receipt. I have other matters to attend to today. Enough dawdling, let us get them weighed. We shall have a special meal today. Shaju waved his hand, and immediately, some eager workers hurried to fetch baskets and scales. After weighing, the total came to 157 pounds. Wow, what a haul! We can finally indulge in a hearty fish feast. The sight of so many fish ignited a wave of excitement among the workers. As one of the 8 key personnel, chefs like Shaju enjoyed priority access to better food compared to other trades. With the retirement of Chef Chai last month, Shaju, being the most skilled cook in the cafeteria, naturally succeeded him as the head chef, officially taking on the role at the beginning of this month. In a factory with thousands of workers, this over 100 pounds of fish meant that most would only be able to savor a bowl of fish soup. Not all the fish could be cooked for the workers. The chef had to reserve some of the best for the factory's small cafeteria. Ignoring the various thoughts circulating in the kitchen, Chen Weiguo took the receipt issued by the cafeteria and headed to the finance office to settle the payment. Before this trip, each purchaser carried a specific amount of cash and food coupons. Some brought 50, others 100, and some 200, depending on their individual capacity. Since carrying large sums of money posed a risk, any unspent funds had to be returned if food wasn't procured. Losing it would require personal compensation. Thus, everyone chose their procurement funds based on their purchasing capabilities. Chen Weiguo, with 200 yuan, held the highest amount among the purchasing personnel. Initially, when he applied for such a substantial sum, his colleagues had mocked him, cautioning, use a bowl that fits your appetite. What if you return empty-handed and lose the money? Who will you cry to then? In the finance office of the steel mill, Sister Gong, here is the fish I procured during my trip. Along with the receipt from the cafeteria, Chen Weiguo presented the seller's receipt along with the one from the cafeteria. There is a 1 pound discrepancy. It should be regarded as reasonable loss, right? Chen Weiguo was uncertain about the current scrutiny of the factory's finances. Not a problem, given this weight. A variance of 5 pounds is considered normal, Gong Jie replied, accepting the documents and stamping them. The amount deducted from Chen Weiguo's procurement advance was 158 yuan. Before long, news of Chen Weiguo acquiring 157 pounds of fish spread throughout the steel mill. Workers were jubilant at the prospect of enjoying a long-awaited delicious fish soup for lunch, invigorating their work spirit more than usual. Chen Weiguo was unaware of this, though he anticipated it. The factory had not seen meat in the vegetables for over a month, and the portions of staple cornmeal had diminished significantly, nearly by a third. Workers relied on these staples to sustain their strength for labor. Many were already in a state of deficiency, and if this continued, numerous workers would surely face bankruptcy and seek alternative livelihoods. In the procurement department of the office building, Director Tang was seated at his desk, listening to his secretary report on recent developments. Director Tang, our procurement department has achieved success. Chen Weiguo from the 3rd Division has brought back 157 pounds of fish. The other personnel in the 3rd Division, aside from Deputy Director Tang, have only returned with 5 local chickens, while the other 2 are still absent. Let us hope they don't return empty-handed. The secretary silently prayed. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in, Director Tang called. The secretary promptly ceased reporting and hurried to open the door. Upon seeing that Secretary Tang was also present, she paused momentarily, greeted them, and asked, Director Tang, did you call for me? Sitting up straighter, Director Tang adjusted his attire and said earnestly, Xiao Chun, you did an excellent job this time. Here is a reward of 10 yuan and 10 food coupons from the factory. I hope you will continue to strive for more high-quality ingredients for the factory. He handed over the money and coupons. Deputy Director Tang hasn't returned yet, so feel free to voice any requests. After taking a sip of water, Director Tang continued. Do we still have procurement funds available? Should I apply for more? Director, I actually came to request an additional sum for procurement. Chen Weiguo hesitated, contemplating. This time, I intend to apply for 500 yuan. I wonder if Director Tang can approve it? Director Tang did not hesitate in his response. Sure, just submit an application form, and I will sign it for you. Chen Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. No need for consideration? Is there no concern that I might abscond with the funds? Such trust from a leader is rather astonishing. Filling out the application form with a sense of trepidation, Chen Weiguo proceeded to the finance office. When Gong Jie saw the request for a 500 yuan advance, he could hardly believe his eyes, wiping his glasses and glancing again. 500 yuan. Indeed. He then looked at the young man before him, who appeared no older than 15 or 16, and his curiosity intensified. Does this lad possess such audacity? To casually request 500 yuan to carry with him? Is he not afraid of theft or robbery? Didn't the other purchasers from the 3rd Division only request a maximum of 100 yuan? Director Tang must have immense faith, allowing such a young individual to carry 500 yuan. If something were to happen, he could very well face repercussions. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Gong Jie instructed the cashier to hand over the money to Chen Weiguo. As Chen Weiguo received the cash, he tucked it into his satchel, which he actually stored in the little wooden cabin of his spatial pocket. Upon exiting the steel rolling mill, he pedaled leisurely towards the supply and marketing cooperative, intent on purchasing a quilt. As he navigated through a deserted alley, he retrieved 4 fish, each weighing over 20 pounds, from his spatial pond. After securing them in a burlap sack, he placed it on the rear seat of his bicycle. Chen Weiguo understood all too well that the cordiality and enthusiasm of the sales clerks at the cooperative were entirely predicated on the presence of his fish. Without them, would those haughty clerks even spare him a glance? Chapter 43. Purchasing a quilt 10 minutes later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the cooperative. As soon as he came to a halt, the sharp-eyed Li Xiaohua spotted him. Oh, Xiaochen, have you bought a bicycle? She exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. It's only been a few days since we last met. Have you struck it rich? Hey, sisterly, let us not speak of riches. Chen Weiguo interjected hastily, eager to curb her indiscretion. If a malicious gossip hears you, they might concoct all sorts of tales about me. You could be putting me in jeopardy. Realizing her faux pas, Li Xiaohua quickly chastised herself, lightly smacking her lips and hastily clarifying. It was a slip of the tongue. I had no intention of causing you any trouble. Chen Weiguo, recognizing her unintentional remark, chose not to dwell on it and redirected the conversation. Sisterly, look what wonderful treasures I brought for you. As he propped his bicycle on its kickstand, he placed his hand on the burlap sack on the rear seat. Several lively fish flailed about, still fresh from the water. My goodness, Xiaochen, you're truly remarkable. Li Xiaohua squealed in excitement, only to realize her volume was excessive and quickly covered her mouth. With wide, sparkling eyes, she glanced between the fish and Chen Weiguo, her expression brimming with astonishment and curiosity, not to mention the thrill of surprise. Xiaochen, if I were 10 years younger, I would certainly pursue you, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The sales clerks inside the cooperative, hearing Li Xiaohua's sudden outburst, rushed out to investigate, only to find the fish eliciting reactions even more animated than hers, screams, shouts, and jubilant leaps into the air. Their unique expressions of joy were a testament to their monotonous lives, where even the slightest surprise could elate them for an extended period. Xiaoma, quickly fetch Director Zhu. We need to discuss how to divide these 4 large fish. Li Xiaohua instructed as she began unloading the fish. Turning to Chen Weiguo, she asked, Are you here to buy a quilt today? Yes, sisterly, he replied, steadying his bicycle while helping her with the fish. I meant to come yesterday, but the factory assigned me purchasing duties as soon as I arrived. I only had the time to come today after completing my tasks. Have you set aside my quilt? Of course. What do you take me for? I wouldn't go back on my word. Li Xiaohua boasted, thumping her chest proudly. Follow me. I'll take you to retrieve it right now. Before long, Li Xiaohua led Chen Weiguo to the bedding section. However, the 4 new quilts that had been displayed on the shelves were no longer available. It was evident that without a familiar face to discreetly reserve them, he might have ended up without a single quilt. Sisterly, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for your help, I would have frozen this winter, Chen Weiguo said joyfully, cradling 2 pristine white quilts. Could you find me 4 sets of quilt covers and sheets as well? Since I'm here, I might as well get everything new. Certainly. Just wait a moment. I'll find some options that you'll be pleased with, she replied, scampering off to search for the bedding. 5 minutes later, as Chen Weiguo secured the quilts to the rear of his bicycle, Li Xiaohua returned, cradling 4 sets of floral-patterned sheets and covers. This sight left Chen Weiguo bemused. Sisterly, I can understand the floral covers for my sister, but as a grown man, don't you think floral patterns are a bit inappropriate for me? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohua slapped her forehead in realization. Oh dear, in my excitement, I forgot who I was selecting for. I picked out what I liked. Just a moment, I'll go find something else. And with that, she dashed away again. Sisterly, just find me 2 sets of solid-colored sheets and covers. Chen Weiguo called after her. At that moment, Director Zhu approached, carrying a stack of cash and several receipts, his rotund figure bouncing with each step. Xiao Chen, here's the payment for today's fish. For fish, totaling 92 pounds. We'll give you a little discount, calculating at $1 per pound, which comes to $1,104. To make it easier, we'll give you $111. Please confirm. Director Zhu, you're too kind. No need for confirmation. If you've counted it, that suffices, he replied, accepting the money and stuffing it into his satchel. Oh, by the way, Director Zhu, do you want any wild boar or wild chicken? What wild boar? Wild chicken? Director Zhu, bewildered, questioned, suspecting he had misheard. Yes, wild boar and wild chicken. Chen Weiguo affirmed earnestly. Who else would be offering meat these days? Immediately, Director Zhu eagerly nodded, his belly jiggling with excitement. Absolutely. How could I refuse? Whatever you have. I want. He paused, then asked with a hint of skepticism, can you really procure wild boar? It's hard to say at this moment, but I'm quite confident. If I manage to catch some, I'll be sure to deliver one to you, Chen Weiguo replied, leaving the door open. Though he possessed the means to capture prey with his spatial abilities, hunting was still heavily reliant on fortune. If he failed to encounter any game in a day, even his skills would amount to naught. At that moment, Li Xiaohua returned, now holding the newly selected sheets and covers, which were no longer floral but instead a navy blue and a gray set. What is this about wild boar and wild chicken? She inquired, having caught only fragments of the conversation. Oh, Xiao Chen mentioned he might be able to get some wild boar and wild chicken and wanted to know if we were interested, Director Zhu explained. Of course we want it. Whatever you have, we'll take, Li Xiaohua urged, her tone rapid, fearing Chen Weiguo might change his mind. All right, I'll be heading to the countryside again tomorrow. If I have any luck, I'll set some aside for you, Chen Weiguo assured, tying the newly acquired sheets and covers to the rear of his bicycle. Sisterly, could you help me settle the bill? He asked as he approached the cash register. Pulling out a handful of money and tickets, Li Xiaohua took out an abacus, clicking away as she muttered calculations. 2 quilts at $30, each total $60. Along with 4 sets of sheets and covers at $15 each, also totaling $60. In total, that comes to $120. Along with 4 5-pound cotton tickets and 60 feet of fabric tickets. Having settled the payment and bid farewell to a group of individuals at the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Weiguo stepped through the grand exit of the establishment. Chapter 44. Divine Retribution Against the Zhang Family. Casting a glance at the sky, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Chen Weiguo, with 2 pristine white quilts draped over his shoulder, made his way through the bustling streets. To prevent the quilts from becoming soiled, he had taken the precaution of wrapping them in newspaper. From an outsider's perspective, however, it was unmistakably 2 large comforters. He leisurely rang the bicycle bell as he pedaled towards the 94th courtyard, attracting numerous envious glances along the way. In this era, a bicycle was a luxury not afforded to everyone. Look at that young man. He's purchased something again. What could be in that load behind him? The neighbors, residing nearby, were abuzz with speculation, especially those gossip mongers from the 95th courtyard. In the vicinity of Nanluo Guxiang, news of any household's affairs could spread throughout the neighborhood in under an hour. The word had long since circulated that Chen's family had acquired a considerable amount of goods recently. Given the shape of his cargo, it was apparent it was quilts. The immaculate white comforters. As the wind caught the newspaper, revealing the snow-white quilts beneath, someone exclaimed, "Where on earth did this lad procure cotton coupons?" He actually managed to get his hands on cotton tickets. This revelation sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. I wonder if this Chen boy has any more cotton coupons to spare. Some individuals began to entertain ulterior motives. What is the most elusive commodity in winter? Undoubtedly, cotton tickets take the lead. These are harder to come by than food. Have you seen how tattered the quilts on his bed are? The cover is ragged, and the cotton inside has turned into clumps of black. Amidst a chorus of envy and jealousy, Chen Weiguo arrived before the entrance of the 95th courtyard. Suddenly, a short, rotund figure obstructed his path. It was none other than the notorious Jia Zhangshi, rarely seen outside the 95th courtyard. This was the first time Chen Weiguo had encountered her since his arrival in this world. To refer to her as merely an old woman would be somewhat misleading. Jia Zhangshi was, by age, merely in her mid-40s, in the prime of her life. Yet, her slothful demeanor, characterized by a perpetual cycle of eating and sleeping, had led her to become quite portly. One could hardly blame her for becoming so, given the scarcity of food during these difficult times. Chen had seen this woman so infrequently that their acquaintance was little more than a nod of recognition. they had no significant interactions. Thus, her sudden approach left him puzzled. Uninterested in engaging with her, Chen attempted to maneuver around her. However, as fate would have it, she stepped forward, blocking his way. Young man from the Chen family. I have something to discuss with you, Jia Zhangshi stated bluntly. I hear you've recently come into some fortune and purchased numerous fine goods. My household is on the brink of starvation. I was hoping you might lend me some money or perhaps some grain. Lend you money? Grain? Chen Weiguo thought incredulously. Have you lost your mind? What makes you think I know you? Your family's starvation has nothing to do with me. Perhaps you should seek assistance from your old flame. Yizhonghai? Chen Weiguo's mind was rife with disdain, and his earlier joy was completely extinguished by this woman's audacity. His tone grew icy as he replied, No, I won't lend you anything. Rumor has it this boy is simple-minded, honest, and easy to converse with. Yet why is he being so rude to me, an elder? Jia Zhangshi mused, her expression darkening with indignation. Does he look down upon me, Jia Zhangshi? With this thought, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. What kind of uncultured wretch speaks to their elders in such a manner? Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders? Did they not instruct you on the importance of helping one another in the community? No wonder your parents passed away early. Perhaps it was due to the burden of your misdeeds. If this had been the original Chen Weiguo, he might have swallowed his indignation. But the current Chen Weiguo was no longer the same. As Jia Zhangshi's insults grew increasingly vile, he took a step back. From his space, he summoned a heap of chicken dung, pig manure, and the muck from the bottom of a lake, launching them from above her head. The foul substances splattered across Jia Zhangshi, and just as she prepared to unleash a tirade, one particularly unfortunate lump landed directly in her mouth. In a moment of panic, she swallowed it whole. Chen Weiguo, having orchestrated the scene, quickly pushed his bicycle away from the unfolding chaos. As Jia Zhangshi began her tirade, the residents of the 95th courtyard, particularly the Yin family in the front yard, emerged to witness the commotion. They were met with the sight of Jia Zhangshi, drenched in excrement, as she inadvertently consumed a mouthful of pig dung. The sight churned their stomachs, and the cornmeal porridge they had eaten earlier threatened to resurface. Realizing what she had ingested, Jia Zhangshi immediately collapsed to the ground, retching violently. This is the consequence of your misdeeds. Heaven has witnessed your wrongs and has chosen to punish you. Chen Weiguo taunted from a distance. His words drew laughter from the onlookers, and as the mirth subsided, several women recalled the repulsive scene and couldn't help but gag. Unable to bear it, they quickly distanced themselves. Thus, the tale of Jia Zhangshi's divine punishment spread throughout the neighborhood. Some even claimed that Chen Weiguo was favored by heaven. One ought not to offend him, lest they incur the wrath of celestial retribution, as exemplified by Jia Zhangshi's fate. However, such beliefs were regarded as superstitions and were not openly discussed for fear of repercussions from the local authorities. Many suspected Chen Weiguo had orchestrated the incident, but no one could provide evidence. After all, numerous witnesses saw the rain of excrement descend from the sky, while Chen Weiguo had maintained a distance of at least 3 or 4 meters from Jia Zhangshi. No one had witnessed how he had executed his plan. Thus, the matter remained unresolved. Ignoring the now exhausted and retching Jia Zhangshi, Chen Weiguo pedaled his bicycle away from the crowd. As he did so, the onlookers parted, their gazes towards him laden with a newfound respect. Shortly thereafter, Chen Weiguo entered the 94th courtyard. The residents had all ventured outside to watch the spectacle, leaving the courtyard eerily quiet and devoid of people. After securing his bicycle and opening the door to his home, a wave of warmth greeted him. Brother, you're back. Chen Shaoling exclaimed cheerfully from the kitchen, where she was preparing dinner. Wash your hands first. Dinner will be ready shortly. What are we having tonight? Chen Weiguo removed his outer coat and poured some water to wash his hands, inquiring, What did you cook? We have a fish and some stir-fried greens. All from what you left in the kitchen this afternoon. Chen Shaoling paused, seemingly recalling something. Brother, where did you get these vegetables? They're so fresh. Are they delicious? Chen Weiguo, weaving a casual lie, replied, I got them from a friend in the countryside. I'll bring more next time. Chapter 45, Jia Zhangshi seeks trouble. As I just tasted a bite while cooking, the flavor was exquisite, exclaimed Chen Shaoling joyfully as she clapped her hands. If we could enjoy this often, that would be splendid. We shall also have access to other fresh vegetables in winter. Chen Weiguo also observed that the produce in his space was indeed more delectable than that found outside. I wonder if it has anything to do with that glowing orb emitting white light above the space. Regardless, every time he lingered in the space, bathed in the soothing white light, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring, enveloping him in warmth. He had not cultivated an abundance of vegetables in the space, merely about an acre. Even so, it was not enough for him and his sister to consume entirely. The surplus was reserved for seed, to be planted on a larger scale when conditions permitted. For now, saving the seeds was prudent for future needs. The reason he did not cultivate crops like wheat or rice in vast quantities was primarily due to the difficulty in explaining the source of these items. Planting radishes and cabbages could be rationalized as autumn preserves, but vegetables like eggplants, peppers, cowpeas, and loofahs that only grow in spring and summer posed a challenge. Although greenhouse technology existed in 1959, it had not been widely adopted, and only a select few could enjoy spring and summer vegetables in winter. Should a copious amount of such produce appear in the hands of an obscure individual like him, it would undoubtedly attract attention, especially given the rampant enemy forces. If he were mistaken for a spy, even his status as a martyr's family member would offer no protection. Therefore, as long as they consumed these items within the confines of their home, and he instructed Chen Shaoling not to speak of it indiscriminately, there would be no issues. Half an hour later, after the siblings finished their meal, Chen Weiguo was preparing to wash the dishes when suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard. The voice of Lu Quan could be discerned amidst the clamor, seemingly engaged in a heated argument, with someone calling out his name. Then, he heard Aunt Ma's voice, also seemingly in debate with someone. The agitation in their tones was palpable. As previously noted, the 94th and 95th courtyards were entirely different in demeanor. Here, the neighborhood relations were harmonious, akin to one family, truly embodying neighborly friendliness and solidarity, surpassing even kinship. Chen Weiguo swiftly finished washing the dishes and pushed the door open. Shaoling, I'm going outside to see what the commotion is about. Oh, I'll freshen up first. All right. As he replied, he donned his coat and opened the door, only to be met with a gust of cold wind that struck him squarely. He shuddered involuntarily, tightening his military coat, the wide collar standing upright to shield him from the icy draft. The weather in the capital has grown colder by the day. Fortunately, I managed to buy blankets today. Otherwise, how would we endure this winter? Remembering the blankets, he recalled they were still on the back seat of his bicycle. Shaoling, come out and fetch the blankets. As he untied the rope, he called into the house. I'll step out briefly. You can wrap the quilts when I return. Upon hearing the call, Chen Shaoling hurried out. Did I just hear my brother mention bringing the blankets inside? She thought she was imagining things. Ah! Chen Shaoling exclaimed in delight, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. What did she just see? A cotton quilt. A snow-white cotton quilt. The blankets they were currently using were those made by their parents when they married, and she had heard they had been refurbished by their grandfather before being passed down to their father. By all accounts, it could be considered an antique. Brother, where did this blanket come from? Chen Shaoling's voice quivered with astonishment. Her brother had already brought so many surprises in the past few days. First, they had rice and white flour, no longer worrying about food. Then, there were new clothes and shoes. Earlier that morning, their boiler was repaired, and they finally had heating, no longer enduring the cold. Now, he had brought back 2 brand new quilts. Well, I bought these 2 blankets from the supply and marketing cooperative this afternoon. Chen Weiguo explained. I sold fish to the cooperative last time, and the saleswoman saved them for me as a token of gratitude. She was out on a business trip the day before yesterday, and today was the first opportunity to retrieve the blankets. Quickly take the blankets back. I might catch a cold if I stay out too long. Put the quilt covers on. I'll go check what is happening outside. Just moments ago, he had sensed the argument escalating outside. He tightened his clothing and stepped out into the courtyard. The yard was empty. Seemingly everyone had gathered outside, where voices roared. The enthusiasm of the Chinese for watching a spectacle is ingrained in their very DNA. Chen Weiguo quickly made his way to the scene. He saw Lu Quan being held down by Jia Dongshu and Su Damao, who were giving him a sound thrashing. Lu Quan's 3 sons were nearby, restraining his arms and legs. Aunt Ma was trying to pull Lu Quan up, but her strength was insufficient against the weight of those atop him. Chen Xin was being held back by Sha Zhu and the 3 sons of Yan Bugui, not daring to step forward to help. Elder Zhang, no longer young, also refrained from intervening, merely urging the crowd, don't fight, don't fight. A throng of onlookers from the 95th courtyard and neighboring residences surrounded the scene, forming layers of spectators. Witnessing this, Chen Weiguo felt a bit bewildered. He was still unaware of the situation and why so many had ganged up on Lu Quan. While Lu Quan may have been a bit slow, surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to offend so many at once. Uncertain of the situation, I must first disperse this crowd. Thus, Chen Weiguo shouted, quickly disperse. The people from the Joint Defense Office are coming. Quickly disperse. The people from the Joint Defense Office are coming. Hearing this, those holding Lu Quan immediately stood up. Lu Quan was able to rise from the ground. Chen Weiguo hurried over to assess Lu Quan's injuries. Fortunately, it appeared that the 95th courtyard crowd had not inflicted severe harm. Lu Quan looked rather disheveled, covered in dirt, and had clearly received a few slaps, evident by the marks on his face. However, he did not seem to have sustained any serious injuries. Go, are you all right? Chen Weiguo inquired, supporting Lu Quan with concern. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Upon hearing his voice, Lu Quan saw it was Chen Weiguo and immediately pushed him away. What are you doing here? Hurry back. He continued to signal Chen Weiguo with his eyes. Why are you winking at me? Did you hurt your eye? Go. What happened to your eye? Did you get hit? Before Lu Quan could respond, Jia Dongxiu, Su Damao, and the others had already noticed Chen Weiguo standing at the scene. Chapter 46. Being beaten and still having to compensate? Chen Weiguo, how dare you come out? Jia Dongxiu rushed over, attempting to seize Chen Weiguo by the collar, angrily proclaiming, Look at the trouble you've caused. This afternoon, you bullied my mother like that. And you have nothing to say for yourself? Chen Weiguo swiftly evaded Jia Dongxiu's clawing hand, simultaneously raising a foot to deliver a kick to Jia Dongxiu's abdomen. As he did so, he remarked, What? Bullying? Jia Dongxiu, do refrain from making baseless accusations. The term bullying carries various connotations, and I assure you, I have not wronged your mother. If you wish to discuss bullying, perhaps you should direct your attention to your elder, Si Jiu City, from your courtyard. The onlookers erupted into uproarious laughter upon hearing this. In that moment, Jia Dongxiu hunched over like a shrimp, his face flushed from the excruciating pain, rendered speechless. Beside them, Jia Zhangshi, witnessing her son being assaulted, lunged forward with a fierce demeanor. You little wretch, dare you strike my son? I shall not let this go. Chen Weiguo sidestepped her advance and deftly hooked Jia Zhangshi's calf with his left foot. Consequently, the hefty woman toppled over, crashing onto Jia Dongxiu sprawled on the ground. Jia Dongxiu emitted a pained scream. Jia Zhangshi instantly sat up, exclaiming, Son, are you all right? Are you hurt? As Chen Weiguo grappled with the Jia mother and son, several discerning gazes in the crowd flitted between Si Jiu City and Jia Zhangshi, seemingly in search of hidden implications. Si Jiu City, his face flushed with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Weiguo, stammering for words but managing none. Jia Zhangshi, however, showed no such restraint. Sitting on the ground and unleashing a torrent of curses, You little wretch, what are you saying? You uncultivated creature. Do not tarnish my reputation and that of old E. Even if there is something between old E and me, it is a matter of mutual consent. Who are you to meddle? The crowd gasped in astonishment. We've hit the jackpot. Realizing her blunder, Jia Zhangshi immediately switched to a pleading tone. Old Jia, do come quickly. Look at what has happened to your son. Come and take this little wretch away. At this juncture, Chen Weiguo surmised the cause behind Jia Dongxiu's brazen disruption. The ease with which Jia Dongxiu was subdued echoed the previous day's incident where the Liu brothers were similarly dispatched by Chen Weiguo. Su Damao and others dared not join in the fray, instead standing back with the residents of Courtyard 95, encircling Chen Weiguo. It was then that Si Jiu City finally emerged. His expression stern. However, the rapid rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner turmoil. Chen kid, this afternoon, what do you have to say about feeding Jia Zhangshi pig dung? Surely you owe us an explanation? What explanation? What are you even talking about? Chen Weiguo replied with a mocking grin. Which of your eyes saw me doing that? There were plenty of witnesses. Si Jiu City, Yin Bugui, Lu Haizhong, and several neighboring residents were all present. I was at least 3 to 4 meters away from Jia Zhangshi. How could I possibly feed her dung? Come now, show me how. It was merely that Jia Zhangshi has committed too many misdeeds, and heaven could no longer overlook them. Chen Weiguo reflected on his actions that afternoon and recognized the hastiness of it. Though it had been gratifying in the moment, the aftermath was bound to be troublesome, raising suspicions among some, albeit without evidence. It seems I must exercise greater caution in my future dealings. What is happening? Who is fighting? This exclamation silenced the crowd. At that moment, the local defense office personnel finally arrived. They surveyed the scene, taking in the sight of Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu on the ground, then glanced at Lu Quan, whose face bore the marks of a scuffle. Were you all fighting? No, comrade. They were merely jesting. Si Jiu City and Lu Haizhong quickly intervened, eager to smooth over the situation, aware that escalating matters to the local defense office was far from desirable. Losing their jobs over such a trivial matter would be most unjust, as their employment was the only guarantee against starvation for their families. In such times, as long as no severe consequences arose from a scuffle, it typically fell under the category of private matters that the authorities would not pursue, with the situation deemed inconsequential. The local defense personnel issued a warning against further disturbances before departing with their bicycles. Once they left, Si Jiu City shot a chilling glare at Chen Weiguo. I underestimated this Chen kid. He can certainly fight, and I miscalculated. Knowing they could not overpower him, the atmosphere grew awkward as they departed. Si Jiu City, do you have something to say? It's getting late, and I must return to rest. I have no time to waste with you idlers. He cast a pointed look at Jia Zhangshi, the implication clear. However, before you leave, do compensate for the medical expenses, won't you? What? Compensation for medical expenses? Jia Dongxiu, now standing and no longer in pain, interjected, who is paying whom? Naturally, you will cover my brother's medical expenses. Chen Weiguo shot Jia Dongxiu a bemused look. For the sake of our neighborly relationship, I shall not pursue the matter of you striking me, but you must settle my brother's medical bills. Jia Zhongshu's eyes darted, seizing the opportunity before Jia Dongshu could speak. And what of the matter of you striking us mother and son? What matter? I already said I wouldn't pursue your assault on me. Chen Weiguo feigned ignorance. Do you intend to force me to pay? What do you mean pay me? You little wretch, you owe me money. Jia Zhongshu exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. You have beaten us to this extent. Do you expect to get away without compensation? Moreover, the incident this afternoon where you fed me dung is yet unresolved. Shall I enlighten you on the concept of justifiable self-defense? Or shall we take this to the local defense office for discussion? At the mere mention of the local defense office, Jia Zhongshu immediately deflated, opening her mouth but refraining from further speech. Yi Zhonghai, unable to bear the situation any longer, recognized that he was the one who instigated this mess and now found himself in a bind. Chen Weiguo had provided him with an opportunity to back down, and he had no choice but to take it lest he remain suspended in this awkwardness. How much do you intend to pay? Ultimately, Yi Zhonghai capitulated. Fine. Just 50 yuan will suffice. Chen Weiguo stated nonchalantly. What? 50 yuan? Impossible. Jia Zhongshu screeched in protest at the amount. Then shall we head to the local defense office? She threatened, taking a step towards the exit. Wait. We will pay? Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth. Just a moment. I will fetch the money from home. With that, Yi Zhonghai turned and returned to courtyard 95. 50 yuan was no small sum in these times, especially given the black market price for pork at 1 yuan per pound. 50 yuan could buy 50 pounds of meat. Given Yi Zhonghai's frugal and cautious nature, such a large sum would certainly not be kept on his person. After approximately 10 minutes, Yi Zhonghai emerged with 5 crumpled bills in hand, a clear handprint now visible on his face. Wow, who did that? Was it Annie? It is often said that Auntie is a virtuous and gentle person. How could she have resorted to violence? After gazing at Yi Zhonghai's increasingly darkened countenance for a moment, Chen Weiguo decisively averted his gaze. He refrained from further provoking Yi Zhonghai, recognizing that one should not overindulge in advantage-taking. Yi Zhonghai, with a sullen expression, handed money to Chen Weiguo, asserting that they were square now and that this matter should not be used to instigate future disputes. Naturally, I, Chen Weiguo, am a man of my word. A promise made is a promise kept. Reneging on an agreement is not the conduct of a gentleman. Chen Weiguo declared with earnestness, patting his chest. The two reached a verbal agreement and parted ways, each returning to their own homes. At that moment, the efficacy of verbal agreements was on par with written contracts, and the spirit of commitment among the people was far stronger than in later times, unlike some shameless individuals who would renege on agreements signed in black and white. With the money in hand, Chen Weiguo promptly handed it over to Lu Quan. Brother Lu, thank you. You keep this money. Although Lu Quan was taken aback, he hesitated to accept such a substantial amount. With his robust hands, he waved it away, saying, Xiao Chun, this sum is excessive. I cannot accept it. Brother Lu, you must take this money. It is rightfully yours. Tomorrow, use it to get a thorough checkup at the hospital, and be sure to avoid any hidden injuries. Chen Weiguo insisted, pushing the money into Lu Quan's hands. Those people from Jia Dongshu can be quite reckless. I would feel more at ease knowing you had a checkup. Besides, you were injured on my behalf, and I have little to offer in gratitude. You cannot refuse this money. Indeed, Brother Lu, you should accept it, urged my aunt and Chun San from the side. Though they often bickered, they united against outsiders. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Quan accepted the money, saying, Xiao Chun, thank you. Let us not continue with the formalities. Come, let us return home and rest. We have had quite a day and are sufficiently exhausted. With that, he led the way back to courtyard 94. From then on, an implicit structure led by Chen Weiguo seemed to emerge in courtyard 94. Upon returning home, Chen Weiguo found his sister still studying. Little sister, it is time to sleep. The light is poor at night, and you must not strain your eyes. He advised. All right, brother, you sleep first. I will go to bed after finishing this chapter. Chen Shaoling replied without lifting her head. Chen Weiguo chose not to press his sister further and walked straight into his bedroom, locked the door, and with a mere thought, transported himself into the spatial realm. It was only just past 7 in the evening, and the spatial environment was still basking in bright sunlight. Chen Weiguo proceeded to tend to the crops within the space. The rice seedlings had already grown over a foot tall and were ready for transplanting. However, due to the scarcity of rice seeds, only 20 pounds had yielded enough seedlings for 3 mu of land. He was better off with the wheat. Having sown 100 pounds of wheat seeds, he managed to cultivate 5 mu of area. It was likely that once the wheat and rice were harvested, both siblings would find themselves in need of sustenance once again, alleviating the burden of exorbitantly purchasing flour and rice from the market. The wheat had now reached a height of over a foot, and given the current growth rate, it would not be long before the wheat began to head. In about a month, the harvest would be ready, a remarkable feat considering the five-fold acceleration of time in this realm. After meticulously arranging the 3 mu of rice paddies and planting the seedlings, the entire process took Chen Weiguo less than 10 minutes. However, the toll on his mental energy was substantial. In that brief span, he felt utterly drained, and drowsiness washed over him, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. He promptly exited the spatial realm, lay down on his bed, and was soon fast asleep, his snores echoing throughout the night. The following day, Chen Weiguo awoke promptly at 7 o'clock. After freshening up, he headed to a nearby breakfast stall at the alley's entrance. By the time he returned, Chen Shaoling was already awake and had completed her morning routine. Ever since their financial situation had improved, the siblings had ceased preparing breakfast themselves. He allowed his sister to rest a bit longer, opting to buy breakfast from outside instead. Sometimes they had steamed buns, other times wontons and porridge. However, at that time, the wontons were filled with little more than dough skin, lacking substantial meat. After finishing breakfast, Chen Weiguo first rode his bicycle to drop his sister off at school before heading to the factory. Hongxing Primary School was not far from Nanluo Guxiang. A leisurely walk took about half an hour, while cycling took roughly 5 minutes. After seeing his sister off, he rode to the steel mill just in time to see the workers streaming through the factory gates, indicating he was not late. This inability to gauge time is quite frustrating, he mused. I must find the time to visit Xinjika department store and purchase a watch. Entering the factory with the crowd, he locked his bicycle and greeted familiar colleagues as he made his way briskly to the procurement department's office. Typically, their procurement department did not require daily clock-ins due to the nature of their tasks. They only needed to deliver procured goods back to the factory periodically. His visit today was prompted by a specific request from Director Tang during yesterday's handover of supplies, who had instructed him to come by this morning for an important task. He proceeded straight to Director Tang's office on the 4th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A deep male voice called from within. Director Tang was already at his desk. Good morning, Director Tang. Ah, Xiaochen, you're here. Please have a seat while I finish up this little bit of work, Tang replied, lifting his head to greet Chen Weiguo. There's hot water in the kettle and tea leaves on the table. Help yourself. Thank you, Director. Chen Weiguo poured himself a cup of water and added a few tea leaves, maintaining a humble demeanor. Noticing that Director Tang's cup was empty, he refilled it before quietly sitting down on the sofa to wait for Tang to finish. Half an hour later, Tang looked up. Xiaochen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. No need for such courtesy, Director. It is only right. What task do you require of me today? Chen Weiguo inquired, his posture slightly hunched in a show of humility. It's like this. Tomorrow, a high-ranking official will be visiting our factory for an inspection, and we need to prepare some ingredients to host this esteemed guest. Tang paused, considering his words. However, as you know, the factory cafeteria has been devoid of meat for a month. The fish soup from yesterday was made from the fish you delivered. Therefore, I was wondering if you could procure some quality ingredients before the end of the workday? A high-ranking official? An inspection? Chen Weiguo pondered inwardly, questioning. What kind of high-ranking official would visit a steel mill? Although the steel mill now employed nearly 10,000 people, it seemed unlikely that they would attract the attention of such prominent figures. Observing Chen Weiguo deep in thought, Tang assumed the task might be too daunting and offered reassurance. If it proves too challenging, then just a bit of meat will suffice. In any case, it is quite normal for everyone to find their daily necessities in short supply and to be unable to procure much. Not at all, Minister, Chen Weiguo quickly clarified. Realizing that Tang Hui had misunderstood him, I was merely pondering where our esteemed leader hails from and what culinary delights he prefers, so that I may gather some pertinent ingredients. Oh, I see. Tang Hui replied with a sense of relief, smiling as he explained. Our esteemed leader is from the south and likely has a fondness for aquatic delicacies. Ah, splendid. Fishing is my forte, Chen Weiguo exclaimed. I shall venture to Shikai shortly to see if I can procure some fine catches. After a brief pause, he continued, if time permits. I shall also visit the Chaobai River this afternoon. However, it is somewhat distant, and I may return late. So we ought to arrange for someone in the cafeteria to be on duty. That is no problem. I shall promptly inform the cafeteria to ensure they have someone on standby until your return. Tang Hui readily agreed. Minister, I must attend to other matters now. With a slight bow, he exited the office. Tang Hui then immediately contacted Wang Quishan, the head of the cafeteria, to explain the situation. Wang Quishan readily acquiesced, as this matter was essentially a collaboration between the procurement department and the cafeteria. He promptly designated Chef He Yuzhu, the head chef of the first cafeteria, to be on duty. Being the chief chef and responsible for the cafeteria, he would ensure that the ingredients were processed timely upon their arrival, guaranteeing their freshness and optimal flavor. As Chen Weiguo pedaled his bicycle out of the factory gates, he made his way directly to Shikai. En route, he retrieved a new outfit from his storage space and changed out of his factory uniform, emblazoned with the steel mill's logo. In Shikahai and Hohai, he was somewhat of a local celebrity. To avoid drawing attention while he worked, he donned a hat and wrapped a scarf around his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes visible. Given that it was early winter, such attire was common on the streets and would not arouse suspicion. Half an hour later, Chen Weiguo arrived at the shores of Shikahai. He sought out a secluded spot, stowed his bicycle in his storage space, and pretended to fish with a rod. Entering Shikahai from a different direction, he discovered a small dock where a boat was conveniently moored. After locating the management personnel and paying a hefty sum of 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes along with 10 yuan for a morning's rental, he secured the boat. He had long planned to make a trip to the center of Shikahai. The surrounding silt had already been collected, and only in the lake's center was there sufficient sediment for him to gather. It was still early winter, and the lake's surface had yet to freeze, making it an opportune moment for his expedition. Once the harsh winter set in, the ice would render it challenging to collect silt, forcing him to wait until spring when the ice and snow melted, a delay he wished to avoid. Maneuvering the small boat, he began to navigate from the shore toward the center of the lake, following a zigzag path while gradually collecting the sediment from the lake bed. Among the silt, he naturally encountered various aquatic creatures such as turtles, loaches, and eels, all of which he collected once they reached a certain size. Of course, he did not overlook any sizable fish he encountered, as his 20-plus large fish ponds were still quite empty. Although the fish in his storage space bred and grew quickly, the sheer number of ponds he had prepared meant that the splash of fish was minimal. After 3 hours of thoroughly exploring the Hohai, he prepared to row towards the Qianhai. The waters of Shikahai were vast. The Hohai and Qianhai were interconnected. Crossing the Yin Silver Bridge, the very stone bridge where he had previously stumbled upon treasures, he reached the Qianhai. Another 2 hours passed as he navigated the Qianhai, yielding no significant finds, only an array of common fish such as grass carp, silver carp, and black carp. However, he had successfully collected a substantial quantity of the aquatic treasures hidden in the silt. It seems I must make a trip to the Chaobai River to properly entertain our esteemed leader. Without unique ingredients, I cannot present anything noteworthy. After half an hour, he returned to the dock to return the boat. Due to exceeding the rental time by an hour and a half, he paid an additional 5 yuan before the attendant allowed him to leave. After 5 hours of meticulous work, he had scoured the silt of both the Hohai and Qianhai, but had not encountered treasures as plentiful as those found at the Yin Silver Bridge. Occasionally, he did discover a few ancient artifacts and pieces of jewelry abandoned by previous generations, though the ravages of time had dulled their once vibrant colors. With proper cleaning, he believed he could restore some of their former brilliance, but that would have to wait for a more opportune moment. Finding a secluded alley, he retrieved his bicycle from his storage space and pedaled towards the Chaobai River. The wind rushed past him, whipping his eyes into narrow slits, making it difficult to see. An hour and a half later, around 4 in the afternoon, Chen Weiguo finally arrived at the banks of the Chaobai River, his body enveloped in steam as if he had just emerged from a sauna. Thanks to the training of recent days, he no longer felt as exhausted as he had initially. After resting for 15 minutes, he felt revitalized. Youth certainly had its advantages, as long as he maintained proper nutrition. His recovery abilities were remarkable. He pulled out his fishing rod and began his next task. According to local elders, the Chaobai River was home to a fish known as the Baodi silver fish, which had been a royal delicacy since the Yongle period. However, after years of overfishing, its numbers had dwindled significantly, making it increasingly elusive. Nonetheless, the Chaobai River boasted several other delectable fish species, such as Chaobai River crucian carp, jihua fish, and gaia fish, all of which were quite tasty. The populations of these fish remained substantial, and at the very least, he aimed to catch some of them to bring back. Chapter 49, A Bountiful Harvest. At this moment, the Chaobai River did not resemble its future urbanized form, where the riverbanks had been renovated. Instead, it retained an untouched, wild beauty. The banks were lush with aquatic vegetation, and reeds flourished, while flocks of waterfowl occasionally took flight from the reeds. Wild ducks hunted and frolicked in the river, their heads constantly swiveling to survey the water's surface for any threats. Upon spotting prey, their heads would plunge into the water, leaving only a small whirlpool to indicate their recent presence. Moments later, one could see a wild duck springing from the water, shaking off droplets and proudly displaying its catch. Local residents were also often seen using homemade bamboo and wooden rafts to fish and trap shrimp in the river. Chen Weiguo strolled along the riverbank when, quite unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a bamboo raft hidden amidst a cluster of reeds. He could not ascertain who had concealed it there. Since fate has conspired to bring me here, I shall borrow it for a time. This is certainly far more convenient than wandering along the riverbank, and it raises fewer suspicions. With his mind made up and time pressing, Chen Weiguo untied the ropes, leaped onto the raft, and, using a bamboo pole, began to gently paddle towards the center of the river. This stretch of water flowed lazily, its surface smooth and largely devoid of significant waves. As he navigated the raft, he extended his consciousness through the fishing line to sense the aquatic life below. Presently, the Chaobai River retained much of its pristine ecological environment, having been minimally impacted by human activity. Unlike today, where overfishing and industrial pollution have led to a near depletion of fish resources, the current state of the Chaobai River was still teeming with life. Through the fishing line, he quickly detected schools of fish swimming beneath the surface, some familiar and others unknown. Common species like grass carp, and crucian carp were abundant, as were seasonal fish and various other types. However, the legendary Bouty silver fish had yet to make an appearance. As he continued to collect, he drifted downstream with the current. To better simulate the ecological environment of the Chaobai River, he selected 500-acre fish ponds in his spatial realm, relocating all the fish from those ponds to others. He replaced the water in these 5 ponds with that from the Chaobai River and transplanted riverbank plants, such as reeds and aquatic vegetation, along with riverbed silt into the ponds. Waterfowl and wild ducks hidden among the aquatic plants were also captured and brought into his space. Additionally, he created 5 new 500-acre ponds to accommodate the fish he had harvested from the Chaobai River. Instantly, the number of living creatures increased, infusing his space with vibrant life. The hours spent working flew by. As the sun began its descent, it was nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the setting sun casting a brilliant red hue across the western horizon. It is time to return. I have collected a sufficient number of fish for them to reproduce in the space ponds. It is just a pity that the Bouty silver fish remains elusive. After 2 hours of drifting downstream, the bamboo raft had floated quite a distance. Attempting to paddle back to his original spot would be laborious and time-consuming. He resolved to return by land, opting to ride his bicycle back. He maneuvered the raft towards the shore when, suddenly, a dazzling array of shimmering silver lights caught his attention, refracted by the setting sun and projected into his consciousness. What could these be? So many, all gleaming with a silvery glow? Could this be the silver fish? Quietly guiding the fishing line closer to this area, he focused his intentions. Instantly, hundreds of small fish, glistening in the sunlight, along with the surrounding river water, were drawn into his space. Pulling out one of the small fish, he examined it closely. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the fabled silver fish. However, the legendary Bouty silver fish derives its name from Tianjin's Bouty district. Given the current flow of the Chaobai River, I am at most within the boundaries of Tongzhou. I am still 70 to 80 kilometers away from Tianjin's Bouty. But no matter, I shall collect them first. With nightfall approaching, I have a considerable distance to cover to return. Once collected, I will let those at the cafeteria see it. Chen Weiguo, without further contemplation, summoned his will and directed the fishing line to encircle the school of small fish. The density of the fish in this area was remarkable. The small fish swam almost in close proximity to one another. Upon closer inspection, he noticed many of the small fish releasing strings of tiny eggs. They must be spawning. Perfect. I can nurture them in my space. 20 minutes later, the silver fish, along with the river water from this roughly 10-acre expanse, had been collected into his space. He estimated that these small fish weighed over 200 pounds in total. Today's haul was quite commendable, surpassing the cumulative fish catches from previous outings in Hohai and Qianhai. This was primarily due to the rich aquatic life in the Chaobai River. The diversity of fish species here far exceeded that of Shikahai. While larger fish were not overly abundant, the small fish were plentiful. Fish weighing mere ounces to a couple of pounds were nearly carpeting the riverbed. With this bounty, he believed he could refrain from fishing for shrimp and other aquatic life for the foreseeable future. After paddling the raft to the shore, he stored it in his space, retrieved his bicycle, and pedaled away with haste. After sunset, darkness enveloped the sky rapidly. In the suburbs, streetlights were non-existent, leaving the surroundings shrouded in pitch black. Only distant twinkling lights punctuated the night. Although the road was not visible, he could utilize his spatial abilities to project his mental energy outward. Though the sensing range was limited to 100 meters, it was sufficient to react at his cycling speed. Chen Weiguo pedaled swiftly, the surroundings eerily silent save for the wind whistling past his ears. On the route leading to the steel mill, several figures were huddled together, whispering softly. "Big brother, we've been lurking on this road for 4 or 5 days now. After dark, there isn't even a ghostly shadow to be seen, let alone a person." The speaker's voice was youthful, likely belonging to a boy of 13 or 14, caught in the throes of adolescence. "Don't lose heart. This road is a vital link between Tongzhou and the fourth ring city. The daytime bustle of people and vehicles speaks for itself." The voice of the leader, equally youthful and likely of similar age, echoed back. "Though it's empty now, there are bound to be those who, for various reasons, are delayed in returning home and must traverse the night road. That presents our opportunity." Chapter 50, Encountering a Robbery. Making a move during the day is too conspicuous. With many eyes around, it's unsafe. Only at night, while there are fewer people, is the risk of exposure diminished. If we can catch a cyclist, we'll strike it rich. That makes sense. A chorus of agreement arose from the group of younger followers, affirming the leader's words. Safety first. If we get caught, we could be in for a beating. Indeed, I once snatched a bun from someone and nearly got beaten to death. Instantly, one of the younger followers chimed in, raising the noise level. Shoo, keep it down. Big brother, there seems to be movement ahead on the road. An older boy with a somewhat raspy voice interjected. Yes, yes. Everyone hide on either side of the road and get ready. Tighten the ropes. The one who had called out to the leader quickly instructed. Upon hearing the command, the young followers sprang into action. As the shadowy figures emerged, it became apparent that there were 7 or 8 of them, all appearing to be adolescents. Chen Weiguo had been cycling for about an hour and a half, pedaling furiously and feeling a bit fatigued. He decided to slow his pace slightly and rest when he reached the next village. Just ahead lay Magazwang, and after passing through it, another hour and a half of cycling should bring him to the steel mill. Indeed, he had ventured quite far today. The mind's energy is constantly radiating, and even the spirit of a person can become fatigued. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Ever since he acquired the spatial ability, his perception of the surrounding environment had sharpened significantly. He could sense vague disturbances from over 100 meters away, detecting any potential dangers ahead with acute awareness. After taking a few more steps, he now distinctly sensed that peril awaited him ahead. Only by entering the 100-meter range could he fully comprehend the nature of the impending threat. He dismounted from his vehicle, pushing his bicycle forward slowly, while simultaneously retrieving his pistol from the spatial realm, loading it, and gripping it firmly in his hand. Should any danger arise, he would not hesitate to fire. This firearm was initially purchased for hunting. Little did he anticipate it would serve a different purpose now. He was acutely aware that he could no longer afford to be careless, regretting his late return. In the event of a dire situation, he could retreat into the confines of his spatial realm. As the distance between the two parties closed further, he swiftly traversed the remaining meters. The adversaries had now entered his perceptive range, with the gap reduced to under 100 meters. Chen Weiguo could clearly discern the figures before him. They appeared to be a group of adolescents, no older than 13 or 14, all clad in tattered clothing, with sunken eyes and gaunt cheeks that resembled mere skin stretched over bone. The leader wielded a crude machete fashioned from a steel plate, crouched by the roadside, while the others brandished makeshift weapons like wooden sticks and iron rods, all of which looked quite intimidating. Concealed on either side of the road, Yen Gu and his companions caught sight of the newcomer dismounting the bicycle and pushing it forward, realizing they might have been detected. Remaining hidden held little significance now, so they decided to emerge from their ambush. Halt! Yen Gu, as the leader, was the first to strike. His voice, still in the throes of adolescence, was harsh and grating. The sudden roar shattered the stillness of the night, startling Chen Weiguo into almost firing his weapon. At the last moment, he stowed the gun back into the spatial realm, disengaging the safety. The thick darkness enveloped both parties, yet the distance now felt no different to Chen Weiguo than it would in daylight. In this night, protection was afforded to him, not to others. Yen Gu and his cohorts, upon realizing their opponent was but a lone figure pushing a bicycle, unarmed and seemingly defenseless, could not discern his face clearly but could make out his height, slightly above 1.7 meters. Dressed in heavy winter clothing, it was difficult to ascertain his physique, but the flesh on his face appeared more abundant than all of theirs combined. In their eyes, the advantage lay with them. After all, they were 8 strong. They could easily overwhelm him by sheer numbers. Instantly, their tension dissipated. This tree is planted by me. This road is opened by me. If you wish to pass this road, you must pay the toll. Yen Gu smoothly recited a line from the underworld, indicating he had practiced it at home. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo's defenses crumbled, and he burst into uncontrollable laughter, nearly losing his grip on the bicycle. Ha, ha, ha. You haven't even sprouted all your hair yet, and you're attempting to rob me like a bandit. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. Chen Weiguo doubled over in laughter, finally managing to compose himself after a prolonged fit of mirth. Listen here, little brat, hurry back home. Your parents must be worried sick about you. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. However, his words only served to infuriate Yen Gu and the others. Impudence. Be serious. We are robbing you. Do you understand? Shouted the boy named Yen Gu, his voice laced with indignation. If you dare to laugh again, we will harm you. Quickly hand over your money and food, and we might spare your life. Observing the boy at the forefront, Chen Weiguo could see the earnest yet furious expression on his face, and he could no longer contain himself, erupting into laughter once more. This was the most comical situation he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Oh, ha, ha ha ha, little brat. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Ha ha. This time, he was unable to hold onto the bicycle, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath from laughing so hard. Hey, shut up. No more laughing. Yen Gu, now furious, brandished his machete and swung it threateningly in the air. After a lengthy bout of laughter, Chen Weiguo finally managed to regain his composure. I must ask, young ones, who sent you out to rob? Do you not realize this is a crime? Such actions can lead to imprisonment and punishment by gunfire. At the very least, you would be sent to the northwest for hard labor, eating sand for 20 years. He exaggerated deliberately. Yet his words seemed to terrify the group of children, who had previously appeared so fierce. Their expressions shifted from aggression to fear, and the raised sticks and rods fell limply to their sides. We only want to steal some food. We are starving. I have eaten just one bun in 3 days. One of the boys with a wooden stick anxiously explained. Yet, Yen Gu continued to feign bravado, striving to maintain his intimidating facade. They truly had no comprehension of the fatal consequences of robbery. To them, seizing some food seemed a trivial matter, driven by their overwhelming hunger. They had, however, witnessed executions. Earlier that autumn, they had stumbled into a shooting range and witnessed Uncle Hat execute a criminal. Bang, bang. The person simply vanished. It must have hurt, right? Terrifying. As he spoke, Chen Weiguo stealthily produced a fishing line, controlling it with his mind, and it silently encircled the group of children. With a mere thought, he drew their weapons into the spatial realm. The children, still stunned by the earlier intimidation, suddenly found their hands empty, their sticks and blades vanished. A wave of panic surged through them. The more timid among them knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy, believing they had encountered a deity. Soon enough, even the leader, Yen Gu, found himself kneeling, trembling on the ground. All right, get up. As the children bowed their heads in supplication, Chen Weiguo retrieved some fish and 2 bags of cornmeal from his spatial realm. This cornmeal was the same he had acquired during his last visit to the pigeon market. Get up, take this food, and promise never to rob again. If I catch you doing it again, I will send you to the shooting range. He thundered one last time. Understood, understood. Thank you for your mercy, kind sir. The children nodded vigorously in agreement. Chen Weiguo paid them no further mind, remounting his bicycle and speeding away. Given the current state of the nation, he felt powerless to do much more. He could only help where he could, one person at a time. The journey continued uneventfully, and after 2 hours, he finally arrived at the steel mill's entrance. As soon as he halted his bicycle, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. What sort of person? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the darkness. The vigilant comrades of the security department promptly discerned the presence of an individual at the factory entrance. The darkness rendered it impossible to discern the person's visage. Only the ominous sound of a gun bolt being drawn could be heard emanating from the shadows. At this moment, the personnel of the factory's security department were primarily composed of former military personnel, genuinely armed and ready. In the event of an unusual situation, the possibility of gunfire was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing the sound of the bolt, Chen Weiguo immediately shook off his lethargy and sat upright. Tong Go, it's me. Xiao Chen, Chen Weiguo. Recognizing the familiar voice, he promptly identified himself, though his tone conveyed a sense of weariness. You rascal, why are you returning so late? The person inside inquired, opening the side door and stepping out. Upon seeing Chen Weiguo still seated on the ground, he approached and lent him a helping hand. Zhang Qian, come help Xiao Chen bring his bicycle inside. After assisting Chen Weiguo to a chair in the security office, he continued, this morning, Minister Tang informed me that you might be back late. I never anticipated it would be this late. He then handed Chen Weiguo a cup of hot water, advising him to take a sip to warm himself. After drinking the warm water, Chen Weiguo felt a surge of warmth coursing through him and explained, thank you, Tongo. It was quite challenging to procure the items. I ventured a bit further. After resting for about 10 minutes and regaining some strength, he rose to take his leave. Tongo, I shall first deliver the ingredients I gathered today to the cafeteria. I will speak with you later. There are likely people waiting for me over there. With that, he wasted no time and rode his bicycle towards the cafeteria. 5 minutes later, the lights of the cafeteria were indeed still aglow. Knock, 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 knock. Chen Weiguo rapped on the cafeteria's door. The cold had rendered the entrance securely shut. Wait, what are you knocking for? On such a frigid day, are you trying to disturb someone's slumber? The voice from within seemed annoyed, as if roused from a deep dream. After waiting for about 10 minutes, there was still no sign of the door being opened. Chen Weiguo felt a surge of irritation. Damn it, I've hurried back so late, utterly exhausted. And you, sleeping soundly at the factory, dared to complain. Bang, 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 bang. This time, Chen Weiguo struck the door with greater force, using a piece of brick to knock loudly. The sound reverberated through the stillness of the night, prompting lights in the nearby dormitory to flicker on. Faintly, he could hear someone cursing. Seeing this, Chen Weiguo instinctively shrank his neck, the anger he had just felt dissipating somewhat. They are here. They are here. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Before long, the sound of rustling clothing and shoes scraping against the floor could be heard from within. Why did you return so late? I was about to fall asleep waiting for you. The door finally opened, revealing the disgruntled figure of Si Jiu, who was on duty. If it weren't for work, fearing it would delay tomorrow's inspection by the higher-ups, do you think I would willingly return this late? Chen Weiguo replied nonchalantly. Damn it. I even encountered a robbery on the way back. Fortunately, I managed to handle it. You should just wait at the factory without complaining so much. You were robbed? Si Jiu exclaimed, scrutinizing Chen Weiguo from head to toe, seemingly doubting the truth of his words. Chen Weiguo felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. This fool's thought process seems a bit off. Why is he fixating on such an unusual detail? Is this the right time to be discussing robberies? It's nothing. I dealt with it. You know my skills, right? Handling a couple of petty thieves is a piece of cake for me. Chen Weiguo hastily shifted the topic. Here are the items I gathered today. Take a look and see if there's anything suitable for tomorrow's banquet. With that, he retrieved a wooden bucket containing fish from the back of his bicycle. This bucket he had taken out from his space just before arriving at the steel factory's entrance. Inside were a 2-pound soft-shelled turtle, several large eels, about 2 pounds of loaches, 2 3-pound grass carps, 3 crucian carps, 2 carp, for seasonal flower fish, over 10 gudgeons, and a large 3-pound silver fish. Si Jiu took the bucket and peered inside, instantly exclaiming, "Silver fish! This is the Bounty silver fish. Where on earth did you acquire so many Bounty silver fish?" He fished out one of the silver fish for a closer inspection, confirming its authenticity. Before tossing it back into the bucket, do you know that this Bounty silver fish was designated as a tribute during the Yongle period? To acquire so many at this season is truly extraordinary. Ah, and there are also the tidal white crucian carp, the seasonal flower fish, the gudgeon, and this enormous soft-shelled turtle. How did you manage to catch it? Si Jiu's increasingly excited exclamations left Chen Weiguo momentarily stunned. What's the matter? Are these fish rare? Chen Weiguo found his own confidence wavering under Si Jiu's scrutiny. Could it be that I've inadvertently brought back something remarkable? Alas, you extravagant fool. How could you place Bounty silver fish together with seasonal flower fish? Si Jiu set the bucket down and hurried back to the kitchen. The sounds of clattering echoed as he soon re-emerged, holding a wooden basin. He poured some water into the basin from the bucket and then reached in to extract 4 seasonal flower fish. One of the seasonal flower fish had a silver fishtail protruding from its mouth. Upon seeing this, Chen Weiguo seemed to grasp the situation. These seasonal flower fish are carnivorous. Placing the silver fish among them is tantamount to feeding them. No wonder Si Jiu was in such a frenzy. All right, I've given you the items. Please weigh them, and then write me a receipt. Today had been exhausting for him, and he longed to return home to rest. 10 minutes later, Si Jiu presented the completed receipt to Chen Weiguo before rushing back to the kitchen. It seemed that Si Jiu would not be getting any sleep tonight, as processing these items would require considerable effort. Disregarding how Si Jiu dealt with the fish, Chen Weiguo rode his bicycle straight back to courtyard 94. At this hour, everyone in the courtyard was already asleep. He secured his bicycle and stealthily climbed over the wall near his room. Quietly returning to his bedroom, he collapsed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. Chen Weiguo awoke early, as was his custom. The vigor of youth was a blessing. Despite feeling nearly exhausted the previous day, he now felt rejuvenated. According to plan, he was supposed to have gone to Qinjiao village yesterday to learn hunting skills from Qin Dabao. However, the sudden assignment had delayed him for a day. Today, I should first report to the factory and see if Minister Tang has any additional instructions. If all is well, I can then make my way to Qinjiao village to seek out Qin Dabao. After dropping his sister off at school, Chen Weiguo turned and headed towards the steel factory. As he stepped through the entrance, he immediately sensed a distinct change in the atmosphere throughout the factory compared to previous days. The voices of the workers engaged in conversation have significantly softened. Their attire has also become markedly cleaner and more orderly compared to before. Today marks the visit of high-ranking officials to the factory. The workers have received admonitions from the on-duty supervisors, emphasizing that no trouble should be stirred up. Reckoning after the autumn is a forte of the leadership. Consequently, the majority of the workers have been quite obedient. A few particularly mischievous individuals have been granted leave from the factory. Anyone who dares to cause a ruckus at this critical juncture would likely face severe repercussions from the management. Chen Weiguo parked his car and proceeded directly to the finance office to settle the receipts issued by the cafeteria. Yet another small profit has been made. Due to the precious silver fish he provided from Bounty yesterday, the factory set a purchase price of $2.50 per pound. Additionally, the Chaobai carp, seasonal flower fish, and Gaia fish, which are also quite rare, were acquired at prices ranging from $1.80 to 9 cents. Altogether, these miscellaneous acquisitions have accumulated nearly $50. With a bit more, I could treat myself to a wristwatch. This trip to the Chao Bai River has proven to be wise. Reflecting on the nearly doubled fish yield in his own pond, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. In the future, he would no longer need to venture out for fishing. Both the variety and quantity have reached a level of stable output. It is likely that soon he will be troubled by an overabundance of fish in his pond. The high-ranking officials arrived at the steel rolling mill around 10 in the morning and concluded their inspection by 11:30. They commended the factory's recent efforts. Factory Director Yang Zhengguo, Deputy Director Li Weiman, and the rest of the staff were elated, vowing to continue their hard work and strive for further glory. Whether future endeavors will be glorious remains uncertain, but the current achievements undeniably shine bright. However, the food supplies in the warehouse are only sufficient for half a month's consumption. This news looms like a powder keg, tightly suppressed by the factory leadership. Meanwhile, the workers remain enveloped in an atmosphere of harmony and laughter. At the earnest request of the factory leaders, the high-ranking official dined in the small cafeteria at noon. Si Jiu exerted all his culinary skills, preparing over a dozen dishes from the fresh ingredients brought back by Chen Weiguo the previous day. It was a splendid fish feast. Si Jiu's culinary prowess is beyond reproach. As a disciple of Tan family cuisine, the dishes he crafted were a feast for the senses. The high-ranking official savored the meal with delight, showering praises. When the wine flowed freely, he even expressed a desire to invite Si Jiu to his home for regular meals, claiming that after tasting his dishes, his long-standing aversion to food had vanished. Right then and there, the official invited Si Jiu to the reception hall of the small cafeteria to personally express his gratitude. "Your praise is excessive, esteemed official. The success of today's fish feast is largely thanks to the high-quality ingredients brought back by comrade Chen Weiguo overnight." Si Jiu humbly smiled, resembling a blooming white lotus flower. "Otherwise, I too would find it difficult to whip up such delectable dishes without good ingredients. I am grateful to all my comrades for your contributions. Thank you." The high-ranking official sincerely expressed his gratitude. Si Jiu bounced back to the cafeteria like a child who had just received a beloved toy. After the official finished his meal, the factory leaders were naturally pleased. When it came time for recognition and rewards, Director Tang called Chen Weiguo into the office. "Xiao Chen, you did well this time. After discussion among the factory leadership, we have decided to recognize you as an outstanding employee for this month, along with a reward of $10. Director Tang patted Chen Weiguo on the shoulder, adding, "Xiao Chen, keep up the good work. Your future is boundless." However, Chen Weiguo was indifferent to notions of future prospects. Those in power often faced the first misfortunes when the winds shifted. For now, he preferred to lay low. As for the meager reward from the factory, he hardly valued it. If he wanted money, he could easily exchange items from his space for hundreds or even thousands of dollars. What he truly desired was to enrich the resources in his space, including livestock and poultry. Besides fish, he was rather deficient in chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep. In terms of crops, apart from wheat, rice, and corn, he possessed very few other varieties. Today is Wednesday. I had arranged to trade for cotton seeds with that ticket scalper this weekend. I wonder if he can manage to procure them. Director Tang, since there is not much going on at the factory right now, I would like to spend a few days in the countryside to see if I can procure some supplies, he suggested. In recent days, I have not seen Minister Tang, Yanqing, and Qin Feng. Could it be that they have been granted leave due to excessive procurement? I must ensure my own acquisitions are not significantly fewer than theirs. Otherwise, I would feel guilty about being labeled an outstanding employee. Chen Weiguo pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Director Tang was preoccupied with his own thoughts. He recalled that since the establishment of the procurement department, Chen Weiguo had consistently brought back the most supplies. Both the small and large cafeterias had benefited from his contributions, providing a bit of meat to the menu. However, I have recently heard Director Yang and others discussing the increasingly serious issue of insufficient rations for the workers. The supply of grains from above is delayed, and it is said that many large factories are on the brink of shortages. I wonder if this lad can procure any food supplies. Whether or not he can is uncertain. It's worth a shot." Clearing his throat, Tang addressed Chen Weiguo with a serious demeanor. "Xiao Chen, what I am about to tell you is a confidential matter of the factory. It must not be leaked." Director Tang, since it is a factory secret, I think I'd better not hear it, lest I cannot restrain my tongue and accidentally reveal it in my dreams at night. Chapter 53, Returning to Qin Family Village. Upon hearing Chen Weiguo's response, Tang was momentarily taken aback. Why is this lad not following the expected script? Wasn't he supposed to express loyalty first, then assure me he would keep the secret? Coughing to ease the awkwardness, Tang replied, "Comrade Xiao Chen, it's not really a major secret. If the problem isn't resolved, it will inevitably come to light. Director Tang, regarding this matter, I would prefer you not to discuss it with me." Seeing that you are about to continue persuading me, Chen Weiguo promptly interrupted. "When everyone else knows, or when I am supposed to know, you can inform me then." For now, just assign me any tasks the factory has. He patted his chest, assuring, I will wholeheartedly cooperate with the leadership's work. Very well, Tang replied, organizing his thoughts and not pressing further. What I need from you now is to procure a batch of food supplies for the factory. What? Food supplies? A batch? Chen Weiguo initially thought he had misheard. Upon seeing Tang nod in confirmation, he immediately flared up. Director Tang, are you serious? Do you really believe I can procure a batch of food supplies? Surely you hold me in too high regard. Yet internally, Chen Weiguo mused. While I may eventually be able to procure a batch of food supplies, why would I risk being suspected or exposed by selling food to you? The timing isn't right. I should wait and see. Seeing Chen Weiguo's expression, Tang's gaze darkened. Was I too naive in my expectations? After all, he is merely a young lad. If he could bring back some fish or shrimp, one might say he possesses an extraordinary talent for gleaning sustenance from the river. Yet, food is not something one can easily procure from the waters. Each time Chen Weiguo returned with fish, it piqued his curiosity. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this young man possessed a remarkable skill in fishing, consistently managing to procure a bountiful catch from the river and the back lake. However, to safeguard the young man's reputation, Tang Hui refrained from publicizing this talent. All right, you lad, head to the countryside, Tang Hui said, patting Chen Weiguo's shoulder. Remember to bring back plenty of good things. You still have a long way to go before completing your task. Habitually, he placed a bit of pressure on his subordinate. Having left the steel mill, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Chen Weiguo made a brief stop at number 94 courtyard, as he intended to be away for 3 to 4 days, leaving Chen Shaoling alone at home. However, he had no qualms, as old Zhang and his wife were always at home. Should any issues arise, neighbors like Aunt Ma and Lu Quan would be able to lend a hand. In this era, with transportation being cumbersome, close neighbors often prove to be more reliable than distant relatives. To maintain good relations with his neighbors, Chen Weiguo was not a stingy person. He would always bring back some of his catch to share with them. He busied himself in the kitchen, preparing 4 days' worth of vegetables and rice. Additionally, he kept 2 seasonal fish and 2 crucian carp in a wooden tub, meant to enhance his sister's nutrition. After greeting old Zhang at the entrance, he asked him to inform Chen Shaoling that he would be in the countryside for 3 to 4 days and to take care of herself. Before departing, he visited the supply and marketing cooperative, using up all his tobacco and liquor coupons, filling the bamboo baskets on either side of his bicycle to the brim. During his last trip to the countryside, he noticed that the village leaders and secretaries enjoyed a drink or two and were fond of smoking. Unaware of any health warnings regarding smoking, at least, such terms were not part of the farmers' vocabulary. Their cigarettes were never extinguished, continuously lit one after another, often without the need for matches. Naturally, they could not afford filtered cigarettes. Although they appeared in September 1959, the high-end Zhonghua brand sold for 3 yuan a pack, a luxury the old farmers could hardly indulge in. They typically shredded tobacco leaves and rolled them in newspaper or book pages, or used a smoking pipe. Having procured the liquor and tobacco, he leisurely rode his bicycle toward Qin family village. Once he reached a secluded area, he stowed the contents of his bicycle baskets into his spatial storage. He was mindful of the fact that his space still lacked sufficient soil. All the while, he observed his surroundings, searching for suitable spots to collect soil and plants. On his last visit, due to Qin Huairu's presence, he had identified several prime locations for soil collection but refrained from taking action, merely committing them to memory. This time, with no one accompanying him, he could collect freely along the way. By the time he arrived at Qin family village, it was already 5 in the afternoon. His spatial storage had accumulated 2 small hills of soil, lush with vegetation, and occasionally, one could see numerous birds fluttering among the trees on the hills, seemingly oblivious to the changes in their environment. Chen Weiguo headed directly to Qin Shan's home. He had stayed there previously and had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, frequent interaction with the village head could prove beneficial, ensuring he received timely news if anyone wished to sell chickens or ducks. Uncle Dashin, I'm here to bother you again, Chen Weiguo called out as he entered the open courtyard, pushing his bicycle and spotting Qin Shan chopping firewood. Oh, you lad, why are you so late? Qin Shan set down his axe and approached with a smile, taking over Chen Weiguo's bicycle. Your Uncle Dashin has been here several times, claiming you lack integrity, promising to come the next day, yet 2 days have passed without a sight of you. Oh dear, Uncle Dashin, you must help me explain. Chen Weiguo replied with a woeful expression. It's not that I didn't want to come. The factory unexpectedly assigned me additional tasks. His pitiful demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from Qin Shan. Don't try to play the victim with me. If you need to explain, do it yourself to your Uncle Dashin. It's none of my business. Ha! Uncle Dashin, this time I brought you something special, Chen Weiguo said mysteriously, patting his satchel. Qin Shan, following Chen Weiguo's gesture, noticed the satchel bulging with unknown contents. Little Chen, you're here. Come in and sit. Zhang Honghua, having heard the commotion, emerged from the house, a basin in hand, evidently preparing dinner. "Aunt Zhang, I'm here to intrude again," Chen Weiguo said, smiling as he pulled out a bag of flour from his satchel, containing about 2 pounds, and handed it over. "Oh dear, little Chen, you needn't be so formal. When visiting Aunt Zhang, you can't come empty-handed," Zhang Honghua said, feigning reluctance. Yet her hands eagerly accepted the bag. Weighing it in her hands, she felt a surge of joy. This city lad truly knows how to show respect. He understands the importance of not arriving empty-handed when visiting. Oh dear, what a loss. If only I had met him sooner. Huara would be better off marrying him than that good-for-nothing Jia Dongxiu. Thoughts of her husband's inadequacies made her fume. He can't even provide for his own wife. How humiliating to have to borrow food from her family. Unbeknownst to Chen Weiguo, Zhang Honghua's mind was swirling with thoughts. Observing her fluctuating expressions, alternating between joy and sulkiness, he couldn't help but wonder, is 2 pounds of rice insufficient? Did I shortchange her? Indeed, with a young man like him at home, 2 pounds of rice might be a bit scant. As he pondered, he retrieved a small bag of dried fish from his satchel and offered, "Aunt Zhang, let's add this to the meal today. We can stir-fry these little dried fish." The dried fish had been produced using his spatial abilities, having extracted all the moisture from the fish's body. This method would allow him to dry the rice and wheat directly in his space, eliminating the need to air-dry them outside after harvesting. "Oh dear, little Chen, why are you being so polite? You've brought rice and now vegetables. You're too kind," Zhang Honghua exclaimed, her heart brimming with happiness. Akin to a mother-in-law who adores her son-in-law, growing fonder with each glance. While she spoke graciously, she wasted no time in grasping the offerings. Brimming with excitement, she turned to head back to the kitchen, leaving Qin Shan increasingly fond of this thoughtful young man, his face creased with smiles. "Uncle Dashin, have there been any villagers looking to sell their chickens or ducks recently?" Chen Weiguo inquired habitually, fully aware that his hopes were rather slim. After speaking, he produced a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes, opened it, and offered one to Qin Shan. "Believe it or not, there actually are," Qin Shan replied, accepting the cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. "During the village meeting the other day, I casually mentioned it. Yesterday, Qin Danyu from the east end of the village approached me, saying he had a few old hens he wanted to sell to help his son marry. I thought you might be interested, so I agreed on your behalf. However, I'm unsure when you would arrive, so I told him to keep them at home for now. Would you like me to take you to his house to pick up the chickens? It's a bit late now. Would it be convenient to go?" Chen Weiguo thought to himself how he wished he could sprout wings and fly there, but felt compelled to be polite. What's inconvenient about it? If you head over early to buy the chickens, he'll be delighted, Qin Shan assured him. He was quite disappointed yesterday because he didn't have a definite time for your arrival. If you go now, he'll be overjoyed. With that, he took the lead and headed out of the courtyard. Hey, this old man is quite the eager one. He's so spirited, it's rather endearing. I'll bring you a bottle of fine wine later to express my gratitude. Zhang Honghua, in the kitchen, caught sight of the two chatting as they made their way outside and called out, "Old man, it's nearly mealtime. Where are you two off to?" "Taking Xiao Chun to Qin Danyu's place in the east. We'll be back shortly," Qin Shan shouted back without looking. Noticing Qin Shan's hurried pace, Chen Weiguo quickly followed. "Uncle Dashin, slow down. It's getting dark, and be careful. The path is slippery." "Ah, you worry too much. I've walked this road for decades. I could navigate it with my eyes closed," Qin Shan retorted, deliberately quickening his step, forcing Chen Weiguo to jog to keep up. But his bravado lasted only a few moments, as a loud yelp echoed through the quiet mountain village. "Ouch!" Qin Dashin twisted his ankle. "Who left this here?" "A pile this large of cow dung, and no one bothered to clean it up. If I find out whose cow it was, I'll have their hide," Qin Shan exclaimed, shaking off the dung from his hands as he limped along, cursing under his breath. Chen Weiguo, witnessing the scene, nearly burst into laughter, stifling it so much that his stomach ached. He bit down hard on his lip to suppress his amusement and quickly adopted a concerned expression, moving to assist Qin Dashin. "Are you all right, Uncle Dashin? Perhaps we should postpone and go tomorrow instead?" As he turned to glance at Qin Shan, he regretted it immediately. For the sight of Qin Shan's sun-baked, weathered face speckled with bits of yellow cow dung nearly unleashed his laughter again. Realizing Qin Shan had likely fallen and used his hands to break the fall, Chen Weiguo helped him wash his hands at a nearby pond and reminded him to wash his face as well. No wonder he felt something odd on his face. The cow dung had made his hands too filthy to wipe, leaving him uncomfortably itchy. Qin Shan grumbled as he washed his face and hands, then once again limped alongside Chen Weiguo toward Qin Danyu's home. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at Qin Danyu's house. "Danyu, you wanted to sell those hens. I've brought someone for you to talk to," Qin Shan stated, gesturing to Chen Weiguo. "You can discuss the price directly with this young man. He is a purchasing agent from the steel mill, specializing in procuring these items." "Ouch, Danyu, Could you fetch me some of your medicinal liquor? I twisted my ankle on the way here. Qin Shan pointed to his swollen left ankle. Is it serious? Let me take a look. Qin Danyu replied, quickly squatting down to inspect Qin Shan's foot, unfazed by the foul odor emanating from it. It's nothing. Just rub it with the medicinal liquor for a couple of days, and it'll be fine. After examining the foot thoroughly, Qin Danyu accepted a small bottle of liquor from his wife, poured a bit into his hand, warmed it slightly, and began to massage it into Qin Shan's injured ankle. The process made Qin Shan wince, and Chen Weiguo grimaced in sympathy. People in this era really endure a lot. If this were the modern day, they'd be screaming for a hospital. After 10 minutes, Qin Shan's expression visibly relaxed, and the swelling in his ankle diminished. It was then that Qin Danyu turned to Chen Weiguo, saying, "Young man, I'm selling these old hens for 10 yuan apiece. If you want them, you can take them all." He finished with a pained expression as if he were parting with something precious. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan, who had just risen to his feet, was so shocked that he nearly fell back down. Cough, cough. 10 yuan for an old hen. Are you sure? Chen Weiguo was equally taken aback by Qin Danyu's audacity. Is this what they mean by a cunning man pretending to be honest? With that innocent look, you wouldn't suspect a thing. This old fellow has a trick up his sleeve. Are you sure about this? Qin Danyu, slightly shaken by their reactions, questioned his own pricing. Is the rumor about purchasing agents at the steel mill being fools untrue? You're selling a chicken for 10 yuan, but you're also giving away equal weight in fish. Isn't that doubling the price? Why such a reaction? Didn't you hear me earlier? My old hens lay an egg every day? Qin Danyu countered, trying to justify himself. Uncle Danyu, I know your hens can lay eggs, one a day? But that doesn't justify selling a single hen for 10 yuan. Chen Weiguo shook his head, convinced that Danyu was underestimating him. Do you know that eggs only cost 6 mao per gene? Just how many gene can 10 yuan buy you? After a brief pause, he continued, Uncle Danyu, if I buy a hen for 10 yuan, everyone will laugh at me for being a fool. But I want to haggle, like Uncle Dashin's family. I'll offer you 5 yuan per hen. Additionally, I'll throw in 10 gene of fish. What do you say? You want to find a better deal anywhere else? Realizing his scheme had been exposed, Qin Danyu's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It was Qin Shan who broke the silence. Danyu, that's enough. We understand your intentions. You simply want to sell for a better price to help your son make a good marriage. He took a puff from the cigarette Chen Weiguo had handed him and continued. However, you can't set the price so absurdly high, can you? 5 yuan per hen is already quite generous. Chicken meat usually sells for around 70 to 80 mao per gene. Xiao Chen, it is only due to your mother hen's ability to lay eggs that I have offered you such a generous price. Do not be ungrateful. As he spoke, Qin Shan inadvertently adopted a tone of admonition. After all, having served as secretary for over a decade, his authority in Qin family village was unparalleled. Once those words left his lips, Qin Danyu immediately fell silent. After a brief moment, as if a realization had struck him, he declared, very well. I shall sell them to you at Xiao Chen's price. I currently have 5 hens. I will keep one for myself, and you may take the remaining 4. However, the fish you promised to give me cannot be omitted. Deal. Chen Weiguo readily agreed, deftly retrieving 20 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Qin Danyu. I'll bring the fish to you tomorrow. It's too late now, and all my friends are already resting. All right. Qin Danyu responded without hesitation. Since the deal is settled, I'll go catch the chickens right now. Just wait a moment. 10 minutes later, Qin Danyu emerged from the backyard carrying a bamboo basket. Uncle Danyu, I didn't bring a cage for the chickens. Could you sell me this bamboo basket for 50 cents? Sure, take it. Qin Danyu readily acquiesced. He even claimed he wasn't a fool, yet here he was, allowing someone to pay 5 times the price for such a trivial item. As the two men exited Qin Danyu's home, the sky had already turned pitch black. Chen Weiguo pulled out 2 flashlights, handing one to Qin Dashin. Uncle Dashin, here's a flashlight for you. Lead the way. Be careful since you just twisted your ankle. This was one of the 2 he had bought specifically for fishing last time, kept in reserve in his space. He never anticipated they would be utilized today. 20 minutes later, the 2 entered Qin Dashin's courtyard, one after the other. Why are you 2 back so late? The food has gone cold. Zhang Honghua couldn't help but complain. I accidentally twisted my ankle on the way, which delayed us. Qin Shan explained as he casually tucked the flashlight into the pocket of his coat, pulling Chen Weiguo towards the table. Let us eat first. I'm starving. Witnessing this scene, Chen Weiguo could only smile ruefully, hoping that tomorrow he would still remember to return the flashlight to him. Returning to 4 o'clock this afternoon. Shortly after Chen Weiguo left the steel mill, Tang Hui submitted the application to nominate Chen Weiguo as the outstanding employee for November. Chen Weiguo? Is he the son of comrade Chen Hong whom you mentioned last time? Vice Factory Director Lu Xinren, in charge of logistics, scrutinized the application form for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, that's him. Not only this time, But just the other day, he also brought back 157 pounds of fish. Our factory hadn't seen any meat in a month, and just 2 days ago, everyone enjoyed a hearty fish soup. Tang Hui spared no effort in praising Chen Weiguo. This young man is quite commendable. He was one of the main contributors to the successful inspection by the higher-ups. Recognizing him as an outstanding employee is only fitting. Lu Xinren acknowledged Tang Hui's assertion with a nod. Yes, we owe a lot to Comrade Chen Weiguo this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had any decent food to host our guests. Tang Hui recounted the rarity of the tilapia fish, as well as the deliciousness of the seasonal fish and the guy of fish to Lu Xinren. Shall I announce this matter over the intercom this afternoon? Certainly. Outstanding individuals and their achievements should be celebrated promptly. We need our factory workers to learn from the exemplary and strive for excellence, creating a positive and progressive work atmosphere. Only then can our factory thrive. Go ahead. Announce it immediately. Yes. Grabbing the signed application form, Tang Hui hurriedly rushed out, making his way to the broadcast room. Attention! Attention! An important announcement is being made. The sweet voice of Yu Haitang echoed through the steel mill via the loudspeakers. Employee Chen Weiguo from our procurement department has consistently demonstrated diligence and dedication since his employment. He has completed all assigned tasks without complaint. His strong capabilities and outstanding performance are evident to all. He is hereby recognized as the outstanding employee for November at the steel mill. A reward of 30 yuan is granted in recognition of his efforts. We hope Comrade Chen Weiguo will continue to strive and contribute further to our factory and our nation. The announcement was repeated 3 times to ensure every employee in the steel mill heard it. In Workshop 1, how is it that this little brat, Chen Weiguo, has such luck? He has only just joined the factory, and he has already been named outstanding employee. There must be something fishy about it. I'm going to report him. Jia Dongshu grumbled at his workstation, filled with resentment. Having taken over his father's position, he had only been a trainee for 3 months before becoming permanent. Now, after 3 years, he had only just been promoted to a first-class fitter, never once receiving the title of outstanding employee. This left him feeling quite disgruntled. What is so impressive about him? Is it just because he can buy a few things? If I were in his position, I could do the same. The more Jia Dongshu thought about it, the angrier he became. Old and new grievances combined. That brat must have bribed the leaders and flattered them to be elected. Why else would I, after working hard for 3 years, not even have seen the title of outstanding employee? What he failed to realize was that he had to borrow food from his wife's family to sustain himself. If sent to the countryside to procure goods, he would likely be unable to purchase even a feather. Determined, Jia Dongshu searched for an excuse and approached his master, Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai valued this disciple, as he was one of the chosen ones for his and his wife's future security. Thus, he was inclined to fulfill Jia Dongshu's requests as long as they were not excessive. Master, I need to tell you something, Jia Dongshu said angrily. You know that Chen Weiguo just got named outstanding employee, right? Yi Zhonghai glanced at Jia Dongshu before returning his focus to the workpiece in his hands. Yes. Didn't the factory just announce it? November's outstanding employee, with a reward of 30 yuan. How does that little brat deserve it? He has only been here a short time. Jia Dongshu huffed. I bet there is something shady going on. He must have bribed the factory leaders to get elected. Why else wouldn't he, despite working hard for 3 years, ever be recognized? Yi Zhonghai paused his work, looking at Jia Dongshu while recalling the incident when Chen Weiguo publicly embarrassed him at the courtyard entrance. Anger surged within him. Yes, there is definitely something suspicious about this. I wouldn't have thought of it without your reminder. After work today, let us write a report and bring Air Day along. We'll go together. We cannot allow these factory parasites and societal scum to undermine our factory's progress and the bright future of socialism. In Workshop 2, Lu Haizhong felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the broadcast announcing Chen Weiguo's award, nearly damaging the workpiece in his hands. That little brat, who has done nothing, somehow gets named outstanding employee. There must be something wrong. Meanwhile, I, an excellent 7th-level blacksmith, have yet to be recognized as an outstanding employee. Are all the officials above blind? If I were in their position, I would never overlook a worker as exceptional as I am, opting instead for a mere newcomer. In the factory restroom, Su Damao had just removed his trousers, preparing to relieve himself comfortably. It must have been the chicken prepared by the village chief's wife yesterday, which had not been properly cleaned. As a result, he had been suffering all day, feeling quite exhausted. He had just returned from screening a film in the countryside that morning. The previous day, the village chief of Lijiao village had hosted a banquet in his honor, specifically sacrificing a 7-year-old hen to entice him into screening a few more films. The food was indeed good, yet by this morning, his stomach had been in turmoil. While he was lamenting his plight, a startling announcement from the radio almost caused him to lose his balance and fall into the cesspit. The current toilets were nothing like those of later times, equipped with toilets and urinals. Instead, the pit consisted merely of 2 wooden planks placed over a deep cesspool, where a person could easily vanish without a trace. Outstanding employee. That little brat is deserving of such a title? Su Damao seethed with indignation. Every time I ride my bicycle to the countryside to screen films, braving the wind and rain, I have yet to receive any recognition as an outstanding employee from the factory. These factory leaders are blind and deaf, unable to see an exemplary employee like me. Instead, they choose a useless wretch like Chen Weiguo. Just as you once ensured that nothing could be purchased in Lijiao village, this time, your so-called outstanding employee will find himself in hot water. Humph. The following day, Lu Xinren looked at the stack of complaint letters on his desk, torn between laughter and tears. Just yesterday, he had approved Chen Weiguo's application for outstanding employee status, and now, this morning, he received a dozen complaints about him. The allegations varied widely. Some claimed he bribed the leadership and catered solely to their whims, yet possessed no real competence. Others accused him of engaging in inappropriate relationships, particularly with a certain widow from the courtyard, suggesting he sought out widows in the countryside for such purposes. There were even claims that he was stealing chickens in the countryside, tarnishing the factory's reputation with his misdeeds. This leader is clearly talking about him. Lu Xinren thought. Xiao Yuan, please notify Minister Tang to come to my office. He instructed his secretary, Yuanen. After a brief acknowledgement, Yuanen exited the office. 5 minutes later, Tang Hui arrived, following Yuan and into Lu Xinren's office. Without uttering a word, Lu tossed the stack of envelopes onto Tang's desk, gesturing for him to take a look. As Tang Hui opened each envelope, his frustration mounted with every word he read. Finally, he slammed one of the envelopes down onto the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense, all of it. These people have truly lost their minds. They don't realize that without Xiao Chun, would they have enjoyed meat this month? If it weren't for the good things Xiao Chun brought back, they'd be going hungry next month. All right, I understand your anger. Xiao Chun is young but has achieved remarkable accomplishments, which will inevitably provoke jealousy from certain individuals." Lu Xinren attempted to reassure him. However, he added, "We must maintain appearances. Let Xiao Chun take a leave of absence for self-reflection, and once the storm passes, we can reinstate him." Yet, Tang Hui was at a loss for words. The person they intended to punish was currently in the countryside procuring food for them, while those who reported him were enjoying the very goods he had brought back. "Director Lu, Xiao Chun is currently in the countryside procuring supplies," Tang Hui said, his face drawn. "I have no idea where he is or how to contact him. These people are simply looking for trouble. Once I find out who is behind this, I will ensure they face the consequences." Tang Hui vowed silently. "We'll wait for his return to address this matter. I'll keep a record of it for now." Lu Xinren paused, took a sip of water, and continued, "Additionally, we must investigate who wrote these complaint letters and the authenticity of their contents. We cannot unjustly accuse a good comrade, nor allow a wrongdoer to escape unpunished while harming our colleagues." Chapter 57, Investigation. "Understood, Director Lu. I will have the security department discreetly investigate this matter," Tang Hui replied before heading toward the security office with the complaint letters in hand. In Workshop 1, Jia Dongshu appeared somewhat distracted as he began his shift that morning, his attention divided by the factory's loudspeaker. The previous evening, after work, Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai had sought out Lu Haizhong, who had been walking home with a thoroughly dejected expression, his usual confident stride replaced by a slouched posture, as if he had lost 500 yuan. Jia Dongshu shared his thoughts with Lu Haizhong, with Yi Zhonghai chiming in to support him. Lu Haizhong nodded in agreement without hesitation. The three then returned to the courtyard to discuss how to draft the complaint letter. At that moment, Su Damao stormed in, vocally venting his frustrations. Upon discovering that the three were plotting to report Chen Weiguo, he eagerly joined their ranks. Soon, several workers from the steel mill returned and added their voices to the growing group. After much deliberation, they produced a multitude of complaint letters, rife with wild accusations and fabrications, aimed solely at discrediting Chen Weiguo's status as an outstanding employee. They delivered these letters to the steel mill that very night, leading to the earlier scene in Lu Xinren's office. Not only Jia Dongshu, but also Su Damao, Lu Haizhong, and Yi Zhonghai, all of whom had participated in writing the complaints, awaited news from the factory. Logically, if an employee received such a barrage of complaints, his chances of retaining the title of outstanding employee were slim. Thus, while they felt anxious, they remained confident in their ability to bring Chen Weiguo's accolade crashing down. Rumors of Chen Weiguo's complaints spread like wildfire through the mill, creating a stir among the workers. To be accused so shortly after receiving the title of outstanding employee was unprecedented in the factory's history. Portions of the complaint letters were intentionally disseminated, fueling a chorus of outrage against Chen Weiguo. In a factory bustling with various agendas and rivalries, the situation quickly escalated, reaching the ears of factory director Yang Zhengguo. That morning, in the factory's conference room, Lu Xinren reported the situation regarding Chen Weiguo's allegations to the attendees, detailing his background, achievements, and contributions to the factory. Director Yang Jiangwo took the matter seriously, issuing an immediate directive to suspend the issuance of Chen Weiguo's outstanding employee certificate and bonus. However, he did not clarify whether an investigation would be conducted into the incident or the individual involved. After the meeting, he approached Lu Xinren, instructing him to conduct a discreet investigation into the matter without drawing attention, emphasizing the necessity of a thorough inquiry. He firmly believes that an employee capable of such remarkable achievements and contributions could not possibly be a rogue, one who seeks fame and fortune through deceitful means, or engages in underhanded tactics. It is imperative to restore the honor of Comrade Chen Weiguo. Once the investigation concludes, he vows to impose severe penalties on those malicious individuals who falsely accuse their comrades and undermine unity. Upon reviewing the contents of the factory meeting, the hearts of Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongxiu, Su Demao, Lu Haizhong, and others were immediately set at ease. Their objectives had been successfully accomplished. As for whether Yang Jiangwo would investigate the matter concerning Chen Weiguo, it was left unspoken. They were entirely unconcerned, believing that a thorough investigation was an impossibility. They had all reported anonymously and had taken care to avoid crowds when submitting their complaint letters. Indeed, it was a case of being completely undetected, making it utterly improbable for any investigation to trace back to them. Since the investigation would yield no clarity, the reputation of this exemplary employee, Chen Weiguo, would remain irretrievable. Time passed quietly, and 2 days later, in Workshop 1, "Master, have you seen that rascal Chen Weiguo?" Jia Dongxiu, having not spotted Chen Weiguo around the factory for 2 days, specially came to inquire with Yi Zhonghai. "No, I haven't seen him for several days," Yi Zhonghai replied, contemplating his beloved disciple. "Didn't they say at the last meeting that he has been suspended? He is probably at home or somewhere else." "Yes, that must be it. He probably feels too ashamed to show his face here." With this thought, a smile crept onto his face as he mused. "Humph, you were so arrogant. Now you shall taste the consequences of offending us." While the steel mill was abuzz with discussions about Chen Weiguo, the protagonist of the incident remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, Chen Weiguo was dining with Qin Shan and Kanjiakan. "Uncle Dashin, would you care for a drink?" Chen Weiguo retrieved a bottle of 10-year-old Erguo from his satchel, waving it in front of Qin Shan. "I specially brought this from the city." "Oh, you rascal. You even know to show filial piety to the elders." Qin Shan snatched the bottle from Chen Weiguo's hands, swiftly unscrewing the cap and bringing the mouth of the bottle to his nose for a whiff. "Hiss. Huh." Qin Shan took a deep breath, as if he were about to down the entire bottle in one go. He held the aroma for a full 30 seconds before exhaling. "Good wine. Excellent wine," he exclaimed, thumping his thigh in admiration. "Today, just as Qin Shan was preparing to declare his intention to drink 300 cups, he was suddenly cut off, as if someone had grasped his throat. The words failed to escape his lips, leaving his face flushed. The reason? The precious wine he had just acquired was seized by his wife, Zhang Honghua. "No drinking. Don't you know what your own problems are? After 2 cups of horse urine, you forget who you are. Don't embarrass me in front of Xiao Chun. If you want a drink, I'll accompany you." With that, without waiting for either man to respond, she clutched the bottle and retreated to the bedroom. This woman truly lacks manners. This wine was a gift from Xiao Chun. How can she just take it?" he muttered, casting an awkward glance at Chen Weiguo and forcing a wry smile. "Xiao Chun, I apologize for the embarrassment. It's nothing, just a bottle of wine." Chen Weiguo graciously waved his hand. Then, glancing around, he leaned in closer to Qin Shan's ear and whispered, "Uncle Dasha, I have a few more bottles of fine wine. Next time, I'll take you out to drink." Upon hearing this, Qin Shan's previously troubled expression transformed into a radiant smile, his weathered face beaming like a brown chrysanthemum. With no wine available, the two men settled for pancakes with thin porridge. Occasionally, they would add a small fish that Chen Weiguo had brought along to their meal. They hastily finished their meal, cleaned up, and then lay down to rest. It was a rare occasion to have a hearty meal, and they knew better than to move about too much, lest they find themselves hungry in the middle of the night, with no food to be found. This opportunity to enjoy a proper meal was thanks to the 2 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of flour that Chen Weiguo had provided. Without such provisions, in this era, who could afford to eat well and be full? After utilizing the 2 kilograms of rice and flour, Chen Weiguo had promised that he would bring more tomorrow. "Eat as much as you want." Since there was plenty, there was no need for politeness. Most of the 4 kilograms of rice and flour ended up in the mouths of the elderly couple, while Chen Weiguo was merely satisfied with a modest meal. There was no helping it. The elderly couple, despite their age, still had hearty appetites that he could not compete with. Lying on the Kong with a comfortably full belly, Qin Shan pondered, "When was the last time I ate so well? I think it was during the first 2 months of the communal dining, when everyone was working hard." Leftover food was even fed to the pigs. 2 months later, everyone began to tighten their belts and make do, and it has been like that ever since. With a sigh, Qin Shan resigned himself to sleep. Chapter 58. A return visit to learn from Qin Dabong. The next day, Chen Weiguo rose at dawn. Just as the first light of day began to break, Qin Shan and his wife were up even earlier than him. By the time Chen Weiguo had washed and tidied himself, Zhang Honghua had already prepared breakfast. After a modest meal, he bid farewell to Qin Shan, stating that he needed to deliver a hen he had purchased to a friend to take back to the factory, and he would also return the 20 pounds of fish meant for Qin Daniu. In reality, Chen Weiguo merely left Kanjiakan, storing the items in his spatial pocket. He then wandered outside for an hour, collecting some soil and plants. After retrieving a grass carp weighing over 20 pounds from his space, he placed it in a sack, secured it to the back of his bicycle, and returned to Kanjiakan. When he arrived at Kanjiakan, it was just around 8 o'clock. The sun had only recently risen, casting a warm glow on everything. At Qin Daniu's yard in Kanjiakan, he knocked gently on the gate. "Uncle Daniu, open the door. I brought you some fish," Chen Weiguo called out, lightly tapping on the gate. Standing outside, he heard a flurry of activity within, followed by hurried footsteps approaching the gate. "Ah, Xiaochen, so early," Qin Daniu exclaimed, opening the gate with a broad smile, his face creased with joy. Upon seeing the sack secured to the back of Chen Weiguo's bicycle, his eyes suddenly brightened. Without waiting for Qin Daniu to speak, Chen Weiguo unfastened the sack and handed it to him. "Uncle Daniu, here's the fish I promised you yesterday. It should weigh no less than 20 pounds. No need, no need. Do you think I don't trust you?" Qin Daniu replied, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he accepted the sack, repeatedly thanking Chen Weiguo and praising his kindness. Chen Weiguo adjusted his bicycle and said, "All right, Uncle Daniu. I want to keep you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. See you later." With that, he mounted his bicycle, waved his left hand behind him, and rode off. Watching Chen Weiguo ride away, Qin Daniu shook his head in disbelief, clucking his tongue. What a pity. Such a handsome face wasted on a fool, he lamented. After leaving Qin Daniu's home, Chen Weiguo headed straight to Qin Dabong's house. "I heard from Qin Shan that Qin Dabong has visited our home several times while I was out. I ought to go and explain things." During his ride, he plucked an assortment of seasonal vegetables, such as tomatoes, bell peppers, and cucumbers, from his spatial storage, filling a large sack and placing it in the bamboo basket on the rear of his bicycle. He also retrieved a 3-pound carp and a bottle of 10-year-old erguo too, which he nestled among the vegetables. Surely, this offering should suffice? After all, this is my own master. While no formal rites have been observed, the bond of master and disciple has been established. Knock, knock, knock. Upon arriving at Qin Dabong's residence, Chen Weiguo became quite casual. He unloaded the items from his bicycle and presented them to the aunt who answered the door. "Aunt, these are fresh vegetables I brought from the city. Do try them. I also have a fish for you to prepare for lunch, as I shall be dining here." After that, he reached into another bamboo basket and extracted a bag of flour, roughly 4 pounds in weight. Seeing such a bounty, the youthful aunt, in her 20s, was overwhelmed with excitement. Although she had never gone hungry since marrying Qin Dabong, the prospect of a full meal remained unrealistic. It was her first encounter with such a variety of fresh vegetables in winter, and she had never seen flour this white, rather than cornmeal. "Aunt, where's Uncle Dabong?" Chen Weiguo inquired curiously. Having unloaded everything, he should logically be out by now, shouldn't he? Could it be that he is sulking? The absence of Qin Dabong made Chen Weiguo uneasy. "You see, he's probably still sleeping. Last night." The aunt suddenly halted, her words trailing off as if recalling something embarrassing, her cheeks blooming with color. Realizing her blunder, she quickly changed the subject. "Young brother, wait a moment. I will go fetch him right away." With that, she hurried off into the house. Before long, Qin Dabong emerged, rubbing his sleepy eyes, yawning widely. One of his coat buttons was misaligned, leaving his jacket askew. "It appears I have arrived at an inopportune time. With my extensive experience from my previous life, it seems Qin Dabong might have engaged in some morning exercises. At his age, one would think he would take better care of himself. With such a lovely young wife, one can only wonder which fool might take advantage if he were to collapse in bed." Chen Weiguo's thoughts swirled chaotically as he quickened his pace, pushing his bicycle forward. "Uncle Dabong, I have come to apologize," he exclaimed, his smile betraying no hint of contrition. The two seemed to share an innate connection. After only an hour of learning from Qin Dabong, their rapport felt as though they had known each other for decades. "Uncle Dabong, you mentioned there were still some things you hadn't taught me. Could we go over them this morning?" Chen Weiguo parked his bicycle under the eaves and continued. "In the afternoon, perhaps you could take me back to the mountains for a refresher on hunting skills." "Absolutely," Qin Dabong replied with alacrity, embodying the efficiency of a military man, inspiring those around him to emulate his demeanor. "Have you eaten yet?" At this moment, Chen Dabong noticed his disheveled attire, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hastily fixed his buttons. In truth, the color of his face was indiscernible, though his awkwardness suggested he was indeed embarrassed. "I have already dined at Uncle Dabang's," Chen Weiguo replied, brushing aside formalities as he casually selected a chair in the room. He retrieved a tomato from his satchel, wiped it on his clothes, and took a hearty bite, juice spilling forth. Witnessing this, Chen Dabong couldn't help but swallow hard. Noticing his longing expression, Chen Weiguo gestured toward the basket behind him. "There are more. I brought plenty for you." 20 minutes later, the two had plunged into an intensive teaching session. Time flew by, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. With a call from the aunt proclaiming, "Old Chen, lunch is ready," they snapped back to reality. Goodness, time truly flies. "Well, I have taught you all I can. The rest is for you to integrate and apply flexibly." Chen Dabong stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. "Let us eat first, then we will venture back to the mountains in the afternoon." Chapter 59, Re-entering the mountains with Chen Dabong. "Uncle Dabong, how does this wine taste?" Chen Weiguo sipped from his cup and asked, smacking his lips. "Excellent wine. You young lad have a good eye." "I haven't had such fine liquor in 8 or 9 years, Chen Dabong replied, downing his drink in one gulp and exhaling a hearty breath of alcohol. "Back in the army, before a grueling mission, we were each given a bowl to drink. The flavor lingers in my memory. Oh, how nostalgic." He poured another cup, drinking it down with gusto. "Uncle Dabong, I'm glad you like it. Next time I come, I shall bring a few more bottles." The two raised their glasses, and within half an hour, the bottle was emptied. Observing Chen Dabang's lingering desire for more, Chen Weiguo silently marveled. This old fellow has quite the capacity for alcohol. Having consumed only a couple of ounces himself, it was remarkable that most of it had found its way into Chen Dabang's belly without any visible effect. Just as Chen Weiguo was about to speak, a sudden sound interrupted him. Chen Dabong swayed unsteadily and plopped down onto the ground. After a brief moment of confusion, he fell into a deep slumber. Good grief! Chen Weiguo rushed over to help the sprawled-out Chen Dabong, exclaiming, "Well, don't underestimate him. Despite his lean appearance, he is surprisingly heavy." He called out, "Aunt, Uncle Dabong is drunk. Come help me lift him. I'll carry him to the bed. The floor is too cold, and I don't want him to catch a chill." Hearing his voice, the aunt immediately dropped her chores and rushed over, grasping Chen Dabang's other arm. Together, they managed to get him onto the bed. Drinking can lead to such troubles. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have indulged at lunch," Chen Weiguo murmured as he exited the bedroom. Seemingly hearing Chen Weiguo's soft complaints, the aunt glanced back at him with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, my nephew. It won't be a problem. Once Uncle Dabong drinks, he always gets drunk, but after a nap, he will be lively and vigorous again. Rest assured, he will be awake in an hour." Goodness, such a remarkable character, Chen Weiguo thought, turning back with curiosity to observe the slumbering Chen Dabong. "When I first encountered this, I was equally taken aback," the aunt recalled, chuckling at the memory. "I even scolded him, saying he shouldn't drink if he couldn't hold his liquor. It was quite embarrassing. But he explained that this habit was formed during his time in the army, and for the past decade or so, it has been the same. Drink and immediately fall asleep." With that, she covered her mouth, giggling as they both exited the bedroom. Seeing that the young aunt was still so youthful, it seemed inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to be in the same room. Chen Weiguo seized the opportunity to excuse himself, stating he needed to find Chen Dashan for a matter, promising to return in about an hour. Without waiting for any response from the young aunt, he mounted his bicycle and left the courtyard. In reality, he strolled around the outskirts of Chen's village for another hour, conveniently gathering some soil along the way. Previously, with the aid of a small boat, he had nearly cleared out the silt from both the back lake and the front lake. Later, he spent an entire afternoon collecting riverbed silt from the Chaobai River. Now, the silt in his space was sufficient to cover just over 1/3 of an area. What was lacking was ordinary soil. After 2 days of diligent effort, he had managed to accumulate enough soil for approximately 1/5 of the farmland. Of course, the fish pond was not included in this count, as he could directly create the pond within his space. However, he still needed to handle the silt at the bottom and the aquatic plants himself. Around 2 in the afternoon, Chen Weiguo returned to Chen Dabang's home. By this time, Chen Dabong had risen, appearing perfectly normal, with no signs of having been intoxicated. "Xiao Chun, I apologize for the spectacle. I should have mentioned my little problem to you beforehand," Chen Dabong said with a hint of regret. "Fortunately, it's only a little past 2. I can still take a stroll around the mountain's edge and make it back before dark. No worries. This afternoon, I plan to review the hunting skills I learned a few days ago. Let us go." Chen Dabong washed his face, grabbed his hunting rifle, and stepped out first, with Chen Weiguo promptly following suit. For the entire afternoon, the two practiced the trapping techniques they had learned over the past 2 days. However, this time, it was Chen Weiguo who crafted the traps, while Chen Dabong provided guidance. merely directing without hands-on involvement. They set up various traps, including rockfall traps, suspended foot snares, animal traps, pitfall traps, and pitfall traps combined with horse snares. After a flurry of activity, they finally paused as dusk approached. By this time, Chen Weiguo was thoroughly exhausted and sore from the labor. That evening, Chen Weiguo had dinner and spent the night at Qin Dashan's home. Currently, Qin Dabong, a young man, was residing there, which presented certain inconveniences, as one might imagine. In the rural areas, there were few entertainment options, leading to early bedtimes. Truly, the saying holds, rise with the sun and rest at sunset. Yet, within Chen Weiguo's body resided the soul of a 21st century individual. Sleeping at 11 or 12 was quite the norm for him. Several years of habit could not be easily altered in just a few days. Though he had exerted himself all afternoon, he found himself unable to sleep when he lay in bed. Thus, he decided to venture into his space to organize the soil within. Both the loess and silt he had recently collected were quite substantial, yet he had not found the time to arrange them. He also took a moment to check on the growth of the wheat and rice. And upon seeing the lush greenery, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Weiguo as he slapped his forehead. He had yet to finish transcribing his hunting notes. With graduation fast approaching, it was rather absurd that his assignments were still incomplete. The lighting in his space was excellent, akin to a bright day in the real world. With a mere thought, tables and chairs appeared before him. However, the task of transcribing the notes still required his own effort. Consider it a review of the material. He felt as though he had been transported back to his school days. Chen Weiguo wrote fervently until 3 in the morning, just managing to complete the transcription. Alas, while he had finished copying the text, the handwriting was likely legible only to him. The following day, Chen Weiguo indulged in a rare lie-in. It was only when the sun was high in the sky that he lazily rose from his bed. He had indeed exhausted himself the night before. The soul within him had not penned much since graduating from university over a decade ago, so the sudden bout of fervent writing left his hand cramping the next day. During his review of hunting skills yesterday, he had an epiphany regarding his spatial abilities. It seemed that the most useful skill he was currently learning was how to locate prey. As for what to do after discovering the prey, he could leave all that to his space. There was no need for him to engage in a battle of wits or close-quarters combat like ordinary hunters. He merely needed to use a medium to make contact with the prey, allowing him to draw it into his space. The medium he found most effective was fishing line, fine and transparent. It concealed his movements exceptionally well. By the time the prey sensed something amiss, it would be too late, as its body would already be ensnared within the confines of his space. At this moment, the Qin family home was deserted. It was now the collective production period. At dawn, the village chief would sound the gong to urge the villagers to start working. This was the era of great calamity. By the second half of the year, the drought had persisted for far too long without rain. As winter approached, there had been only a few sporadic flurries of snow, which offered little relief to the parched land. Following a severe drought, one feared the onset of flooding, a lesson painfully learned by China's agricultural civilization over thousands of years. Thus, the villagers of Qin's village were currently engaged in clearing waterways and reinforcing dikes. Chen Weiguo completed a quick wash and discovered that Qin Shan had left breakfast for him in the pot. The pot was kept warm on the edge of the Kong, and the meal was still hot. After a hasty breakfast, he tidied up and prepared to head out. Today, he intended to hunt in the mountains alone. Before leaving, he left a note on the table to inform them of his whereabouts, assuring them he might return later and they need not worry. Afterward, he retrieved nearly 2 pounds of flour and 2 pounds of rice from his space, considering it a form of rent and food payment for the day. Grasping a shovel for digging traps, he stepped outside. Qin's village was situated close to the mountains. After exiting the village and walking about a mile, he reached the foot of the mountains. This path was one he had traversed with Qin Dabong twice before, making it quite familiar. A competent hunter must possess the skill of navigation when venturing into the mountains. Many novice hunters find their first adversary not to be the wild beasts such as wolves or tigers, but rather the disorienting terrain. Countless inexperienced hunters have become lost in the mountains, ultimately succumbing to hunger or thirst. Even seasoned hunters can occasionally get lost in the labyrinthine paths of the mountains. Consequently, most individuals prefer to hunt on the outskirts, rarely venturing deep into the wilderness. However, prey is cunning. They are aware that the periphery is the domain of hunters, so large wild animals seldom venture there for food. Instead, they remain active in the depths of the mountains. Thus, the chances of capturing significant game on the outskirts are slim, relying solely on luck. Today, it appeared that fortune was not on Chen Weiguo's side. After 2 hours of wandering the mountain's perimeter, he had yet to encounter a single worthy prey. Several traps have been dug, and I hope tomorrow brings better fortune and some rewards. After 2 hours of searching, I managed to find 2 wild chickens and a few doves, but nothing else. Not even a single wild chicken egg was found. However, I did gather a considerable amount of wild fruits, such as mountain hawthorn, bird cherries, and other varieties. It's a modest consolation. Let us venture a bit deeper. After all, I have my space. In case of danger, I can always retreat into it. Resolute in my decision, Chen Weiguo took a brief rest, consumed some steamed buns, and sipped a bit of water before turning back towards the depths of the mountains. These buns were purchased deliberately from a dumpling shop near Nanlo Guxiang before coming to Qingjia village, specifically for situations like this. Next time, I should bring a pot and some seasonings, so I won't have to settle for cold buns. When hunger strikes, it would be delightful to roast some game instead. Of course, matches are indispensable. I certainly do not wish to find myself like a caveman, attempting to create fire by friction. With my limited skills, I would likely end up with blisters on my hands without even a spark to show for it. As I pondered over what to bring on my next expedition, I employed my spatial awareness to sense the surrounding environment. My spatial perception was remarkably effective at this moment. Although it extended only a mere 100 meters, in these dense mountains, visibility might not reach even 20 meters. Beyond that, I would be obscured by thick forests and underbrush. After walking deeper into the mountains for about 40 to 50 minutes, I suddenly heard a series of grunting sounds. According to Qin Dabong and the Hunting Journal, this should be the sound of wild boars. I could not ascertain their numbers from such a distance. The sounds were somewhat indistinct. Following the noise, I advanced another 200 meters. The grunting intensified, indicating a herd of wild boars. Indeed, venturing deeper into the mountains was the right choice. Having walked for less than an hour, I have already encountered something worthwhile. The boar herd, led by a hefty specimen weighing 400 to 500 pounds, was rooting through the earth with its snout. It seemed to have discovered something delectable, and the boars were thoroughly engaged in their foraging. However, their occasionally erect ears and ever-moving eyes signified their heightened alertness. Chen Weiguo stealthily crouched closer to the herd. His maximum collection distance was only 100 meters. He needed to get sufficiently close to secure his prey. Suddenly, the herd paused, collectively turning their gaze towards a certain direction, as if something else was approaching them. Only the lead boar raised its head to fixate on Chen Weiguo. Goodness, are these creatures so vigilant? I am at least 150 meters away from them. Has my presence been detected already? Chen Weiguo hurriedly slipped into his spatial refuge. Within that space, he could still sense the external situation. However, he was not yet fully accustomed to the imagery formed by his mental perception. Subconsciously, he still found what he could see with his eyes to be more tangible. I must practice this mental perception more. It will be an essential tool for my hunting endeavors and a means of survival in the wild. 100 meters is not a great distance. For animals adept at stealth and speed, it could be traversed in just 4 or 5 seconds. Such a brief span of time leaves no opportunity for preparation, save for retreating into my space. The lead boar scrutinized Chen Weiguo's direction for a full 10 seconds. Then, tilting its head, it seemed perplexed. It had sensed the presence of a dangerous creature nearby, yet now it could detect nothing. It tilted its head as if in contemplation, but with its limited intellect, it could never comprehend why something would suddenly vanish. Perhaps it assumed its senses had failed. The lead boar then redirected its attention to another direction, where another hint of danger was approaching. Yet, in its estimation, that threat was far less formidable than a human. This was precisely why it had initially focused on Chen Weiguo rather than the other direction. Suddenly, the herd became agitated. Chapter 61, Capturing the Wild Boar Herd. The lead boar turned its massive head, its hindquarters shifting as it positioned itself at the forefront of the herd. At this moment, the herd quieted somewhat, with some of the bolder members resuming their rooting in the ground. Food was scarce in winter, and having found such a bountiful source, they were unlikely to abandon it easily. The impending attacker seemed to regard the lead boar with trepidation, causing its planned assault to halt abruptly. The lead boar emitted a couple of grunts, paying no mind to the would-be assailant, and continued to root through the earth, its bloodshot eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Yet, its ears remained alert, swiveling like a radar, indicating that it had not relaxed its vigilance. Careless beasts have no place surviving in the mountains, nor can they lead a pack. Those who become complacent, losing their alertness, have long since become prey, reduced to excrement, returning to the embrace of nature. Wild boars are omnivorous creatures. When food is scarce or they lack essential nutrients such as vitamins and proteins, they will actively hunt smaller animals. For a 400 to 500 pound boar, the likelihood of it attacking a human is considerably high. Thus, Chen Weiguo remained hidden in his space, refraining from making any sudden moves. He pondered why, despite being 150 meters away from the boars, they had detected him. Recalling various possibilities and the knowledge from his hunting journal, he surmised that he had been positioned upwind of the boars, allowing his scent to drift toward them. Despite their rough and dirty exterior, wild boars possess a highly developed olfactory system, capable of discerning the most subtle scents, even detecting food buried underground. Their sense of smell is incredibly acute, estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 times more sensitive than that of humans. Being upwind of the herd would indeed render him vulnerable to detection by the lead boar. To validate his hypothesis, he pulled out a strand of hair and extended it into the space. Noticing that the tip pointed directly towards the boar herd, he realized he had identified the source of his oversight. This was a consequence of his inexperience in hunting. He then repositioned himself to the downwind side of the wild boar herd. The vigilance of these creatures was too strong for him to act recklessly, especially with other hunters lurking nearby. Capturing the entire herd would prove quite challenging. Chen Dabong had imparted to him that the second skill a hunter must learn is patience. One must possess greater patience than the prey in order to succeed. A hunter lacking patience will go hungry, or worse, become the prey themselves. Another assailant was also positioned downwind of the boar herd, albeit much closer to them. The wild boars had detected its presence through sound, yet it patiently awaited the opportune moment, anticipating the instant the wild boar herd would let its guard down. After observing for about 10 minutes, he discerned the identity of another assailant, a lynx. This medium-sized feline boasts a remarkably high success rate in hunting. Under ordinary circumstances, it would not dare to attack a beast as sizable as a wild boar, unless driven by dire hunger. Chen Weiguo noted the presence of several juvenile boars within the herd, which likely caught the lynx's keen interest. An adult wild boar was beyond its capability to tackle. These half-grown piglets, weighing around 20 pounds, were precisely its intended prey. After another 10 minutes of observation, neither party showed any signs of aggression. The area had already been thoroughly foraged by the wild boar herd, and if no action was taken soon, they would likely disperse. Chen Weiguo resolved to alter his strategy. Gradually maneuvering through space towards the lynx, he decided to eliminate this feline first. As long as it remained, the boar's vigilance would not wane. As he approached the lynx, perhaps due to its instinctive perception of danger, the lynx turned its gaze towards Chen Weiguo with a look of suspicion. Its fur bristled, standing erect like a multitude of steel needles pointing skyward. Its back arched, and its sharp claws extended and retracted rhythmically, while it emitted a threatening growl. Yet its eyes revealed no immediate threat. There was nothing but emptiness before it, which perplexed the creature. Despite sensing an approaching danger, it could see nothing amiss. Following its instincts, it began to retreat step by step. At that moment, the fishing line controlled by Chen Weiguo had already encircled the lynx from behind and was swiftly closing in, aiming to trap it. Ultimately, instinct could not outmatch intelligence. As the encirclement tightened, the fishing line retracted rapidly. Everything it touched, soil and the trees growing above, vanished without a trace. In this remote mountain region, far from human presence, Chen Weiguo ceased all pretense, drawing all soil and vegetation into his spatial realm. The ground appeared as if a layer had been meticulously shaved away. This small patch of woodland was then relocated to the earlier designated area where wild boars and game birds were cultivated. Naturally, the commotion attracted the attention of the ever-watchful boar leader, prompting the herd to scatter in alarm. All is lost. The ducks I had nearly caught have flown away. Chen Weiguo lamented, striking himself in frustration. His inexperience had betrayed him. He had not anticipated how acutely animals could sense danger, fleeing at the slightest disturbance. Since the boars had already fled, he decided to disregard the matter entirely. He felt a pang of hunger. Traversing the dense forest had taken a toll on his stamina. Having eaten merely an hour prior, his stomach was once again empty. He hid within his spatial realm, consuming a steamed bun with cold water, but hesitated to indulge further. In the depths of winter, such a meal of cold water and bread was indeed testing for the stomach. His lack of experience had led him to this discomfort. Next time, he would ensure to procure more outdoor provisions in Si Jiu City, at the very least to avoid being deprived of a warm meal. After finishing his meal, Chen Weiguo prepared to venture out once more into the depths of the mountains. However, just as he took a step forward, he recoiled. The wild boars, which had scattered, were now gradually returning. Could it be that wild boars possess cunning strategies? Such a masterful display of playing the grass to startle the snake. Had he emerged moments earlier, the boars would surely have fled without return. Perhaps due to the scarcity of food in winter, the herd was substantial and the need for sustenance was pressing. With such a vast array of food before them, they were reluctant to abandon it, which accounted for their return to consume what remained. This offered Chen Weiguo a chance to recover his losses. This time, he was not hasty. He extended the fishing line slowly. He no longer harbored greed, not expecting to ensnare the entire herd in one sweep. His current intention was to capture at least one, which was better than losing them all. With no further sensing of danger or unfamiliar scents, the wild boar herd relaxed considerably. Apart from the leader occasionally perking its ears to listen for threats, the rest of the boars were diligently rooting in the ground. Chen Weiguo commenced his approach from the fringes of the herd. Upon making contact with a hefty boar weighing over 100 pounds, he merely thought, and the creature vanished without a sound. The engrossed herd showed no signs of awareness. Employing the same tactic, Chen Weiguo inched the fishing line closer from the periphery, capturing one boar at a time, adhering to the principle of seizing whatever he could. The number of boars at the outer edge dwindled. The herd, initially numbering over 50, began to spread out over a wide area. By the time the leader sensed something amiss, only about 20 boars remained. Chen Weiguo had successfully captured half of the herd. At that juncture, he had completely encircled the remaining boars. The leader, realizing the situation, attempted to flee, but it was too late. With a mere thought, Chen Weiguo drew the entire area, along with the land and trees, into his spatial realm. Yes, Chen Weiguo triumphantly raised his fist in celebration. He had succeeded, just when he had lost hope. Fate had bestowed upon him an unexpectedly perfect outcome. This endeavor had proven worthwhile. Even if he exited now, he would not suffer a loss. Elated, Chen Weiguo stepped out of the spatial realm, gazing at the masterpiece he had created, a grin spreading across his face. A stark, circular area lay bare, devoid of any vegetation. The ground had been excavated into a deep pit measuring 2 meters in depth, its edges smooth and precise, as if crafted by a master artisan. Should anyone stumble upon this, it would certainly incite considerable commotion. However, in this remote wilderness, he was the sole human presence likely to venture so deeply. Come spring, as life returned to the earth, nature would reclaim this human footprint, shrouding it once more beneath a veil of greenery. In the depths of winter, darkness descended early, and within the mountain forest, night fell even more swiftly. By the time Chen Weiguo had finished his tasks, nearly 40 to 50 minutes had passed. It was now around 5 o'clock, and the sky had darkened considerably. Let us call it a day. After running around all day, I am quite fatigued. I shall eat something, then rest in the spatial realm, and continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will run for another day, and the day after, I must return to Si Jiu City. I wonder how many cotton seeds the ticket scalpers have procured this week. At that moment, the spatial realm was as bright as day, seemingly untouched by the seasonal changes of the outside world. Chen Weiguo had constructed a new small wooden cabin beside his original one. In these mountains, what was most abundant? Surely, it was timber. Trees so large that 2 people could not encircle them were plentiful. He had drawn several such trees into his spatial realm, dried them of moisture, and then used his will to create a simple wooden house. He also crafted a single bed for himself. The entire endeavor did not exceed an hour. Had he not considered the likelihood of frequently sleeping here in the future, he would have neglected even to construct a modest cabin or bed. After completing his tasks, though his body felt unburdened, the mental exertion weighed heavily upon him. It was imperative to properly establish a dwelling within this space, as he would often reside here, necessitating a comprehensive set of living essentials. Without a designated area for washing and bathing, his situation would be untenable. The following morning, after a restorative slumber, Chen Weiguo awoke revitalized. He initially intended to seize the invigorating morning hours to traverse the mountains and seek out game. However, he soon discovered that the morning mist and dew were exceedingly dense. Within 5 minutes of setting out, his outer garment was thoroughly soaked. Fortunately, he had several changes of clothing readily available in his space. Otherwise, he would surely have succumbed to a cold while enduring the discomfort of damp attire. After changing, Chen Weiguo resolved to wait for the sun to emerge and dry the moisture before venturing out again. Meanwhile, he busied himself with further organizing his space. The vegetables had recently been harvested, and he knew he could not consume them all. Thus, he allocated them to feed the pigs and chickens. Thanks to this sustenance, the 2 piglets he had previously raised had grown to about 50 pounds. Now, with the addition of over 50 more pigs, the original planting area was insufficient. Taking advantage of the morning, he prepared an additional 10 acres for planting vegetables and potatoes. He also checked the growth of the rice and wheat, both of which had begun to bear ears. It was the crucial phase of flowering and pollination. Using his mental focus, he gently swayed the rice and wheat to facilitate manual pollination, as the space lacked bees or other insects to assist in this vital process. He contemplated capturing a swarm of bees to keep in his space for future pollination, thereby avoiding the risk of missing the critical window for his crops should he become overwhelmed with tasks. Such an oversight could lead to significant losses. After diligently working in his space for nearly 2 hours, he stepped outside to behold the sun hanging overhead. The moisture in the mountains had dissipated considerably. Time to go, he thought. I hope to encounter the same abundance of game as yesterday. This time, Chen Weiguo chose not to venture deeper into the mountains, but rather traversed horizontally along the range. He feared that further forays might delay his return. Gradually, he made his way down towards the foot of the mountain, taking the opportunity to inspect the traps he had dug the previous morning. The winter mountains were alive with vitality. The The sounds of insects and birds filled the air, interspersed with the distant howls of unknown wild creatures. Luck seemed to favor him that morning, as he stumbled upon a dozen wild chickens foraging along his path. He also discovered several nests containing bird eggs and managed to catch 2 beautiful mother birds sitting on their eggs, though he was unaware of their species. In a world where sustenance was scarce, who had the luxury to concern themselves with the welfare of birds? As he ambled along, stopping intermittently, noon arrived swiftly. He pulled out a bun, washed it down with cool water, and took a bite. Finding a fallen, withered tree, he rested for a moment. Before him lay a meadow, densely populated with unknown grasses that reached 1 to 2 feet in height, now wilted and yellow, presenting a rather desolate sight. However, come spring, this landscape would undoubtedly transform into a vibrant sea of green. After refreshing himself, Chen Weiguo resolved to cross the meadow and descend further down the mountain, believing he was not far from the location where he had begun digging traps. As he stepped onto the meadow, he proceeded with utmost caution, fully aware of the hidden dangers that lay within. His spatial awareness was heightened, and he remained vigilant, refusing to let even a moment of complacency slip by. Chapter 63, Discovery of the Chinese Goral. Chen Weiguo procured a 2-meter-long stick to clear some waist-high dead grass obstructing his path. He treaded carefully, stepping cautiously through the undergrowth as he ventured deeper into the meadow. Suddenly, a tuft of animal fur caught his attention, grayish-white, over an inch long, reminiscent of domestic dog hair. Is this wolf fur? He pondered, examining the tuft in his hand, lost in contemplation. Wolves had indeed roamed this area. Being social animals, wolves hunted with remarkable teamwork and strategy. Unlike solitary predators such as tigers and bears, wolves generally avoided confrontation with them. Through their cooperative hunting tactics, wolf packs could take down prey much larger than themselves, such as elk. The presence of wolves undoubtedly heightens the dangers of this meadow, he mused. With this revelation, Chen Weiguo dared not hasten his steps. He remained vigilant with every stride, meticulously observing his surroundings. In the wilderness, a hunter must exercise caution to avoid becoming prey themselves. And this was especially true in the depths of the mountains, where the roles of hunter and hunted frequently reversed. After cautiously advancing for approximately 20 minutes, he reached the center of the meadow. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but the gently swaying dead grass, yet the lingering wolf fur kept him on high alert, unwilling to relax his guard. Another tuft of wolf fur, Chen Weiguo exclaimed in surprise. After taking a few more steps, he discovered a larger quantity of wolf fur, indicating that a pack had lingered here for some time. A few steps further revealed a collection of unidentified animal bones. Nearby, he found a skull adorned with horns. This resembles a goat's skull, though it differs somewhat. There are no records of wild goats living in the vicinity of the capital. The curved horns bore a striking resemblance to those of goats he had seen in his previous life. The Chinese goral, a species akin to goats, he realized. Indeed, hunters follow their prey. The presence of wolf tracks suggests that their quarry resides here. With such lush grass, grazing animals would undoubtedly consider this their larder, and this would attract the accompanying wolf pack. The Chinese goral? Chen Weiguo stroked his chin, murmuring, if this area can attract a herd of gorals, there must be a considerable number of them. I hope fortune favors me and I encounter a herd, but I would prefer not to cross paths with the wolves. He silently offered a prayer to the heavens, seeking their protection. After navigating through the wolves' feeding grounds, he continued onward for a stretch. Along the way, he stumbled upon 2 more sites where the wolves had left remnants of their meals. One pile of bones appeared relatively fresh, likely left behind only days prior. He decided to temporarily alter his course. The meadow was neither vast nor small, comparable to 2 or 3 mountain peaks. Standing where Chen Weiguo was, the distant trees appeared like mere needles, small and indistinct. The gorals should be nearby, and so too the wolves. The hunter would invariably remain close to his prey. After changing his direction, he finally made a new discovery. He beheld small clusters of round, brown or black fecal pellets resembling those of domesticated sheep, scattered amidst the grass like tiny black pearls. He collected a few, feeling their softness and inhaling their fresh scent. How exhilarating! The herd of gazelles was nearby. Chen Weiguo was overjoyed, having finally stumbled upon a group of game. He wrapped himself in his garments and covered his mouth and nose with a towel, striving to minimize his scent to avoid alarming the prey. Wild animals possess a far superior sense of smell, sight, and hearing compared to humans. Apart from our astute intellect, our physical prowess pales in comparison to that of the animal kingdom. After meticulously preparing and ensuring no detail was overlooked, he began to advance. This time he moved slowly, making every effort to tread silently. Employing his spatial awareness, he maintained vigilant surveillance over everything within a 100-meter radius. Such an exhaustive mental search was indeed taxing. Fortunately, he slipped into a spatial dimension where he released sensory threads to monitor his surroundings. After approximately 15 minutes, he finally discerned the presence of the gazelle herd. It appeared that the celestial deities were indeed favoring him today, and Lady Luck had not abandoned him. The herd consisted of about 10 gazelles, each robust and well-fed, with the adult gazelles encircling the playful young ones in the center. When thirsty, the little ones would seek their mothers for a sip of milk, and when weary, they would rest within the circle, dozing peacefully. The young gazelles exhibited remarkable obedience, seemingly aware of the dangers that lurked beyond their protective perimeter, never daring to venture even a step outside. Even if a few mischievous young ones approached the edge of the circle, the vigilant mothers would promptly nudge them back with their horns, bleating reproachfully, as if scolding disobedient lambs. The little lambs would respond with soft bleats, extending their pink, tender tongues to lick their mothers' noses in a display of affection. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Chen Weiguo felt a pang of reluctance to capture them. He contemplated retreating altogether. Just as he resolved to backtrack, he discovered he could not escape. He found himself ensnared within the encircling pack of wolves. Although the wolves were unaware of his presence, he was indeed trapped within their confines. Concealed within the spatial realm, the wolves could not sense him, yet he was undeniably within their perimeter. The wolves had surrounded the gazelle herd from 3 directions, leaving an escape route open for them. A tactical encirclement. How remarkable! These wolves possess a keen sense of strategy. This revelation astonished Chen Weiguo. Previously, he had known that wolves were highly intelligent creatures. Having read a book titled Wolf Totem, which recounted the struggles between Mongolians and wolves on the grasslands. Is this tactic something ancient humans learned from the wolves? Or did wolves observe the battles of ancient humans and subsequently inherit this knowledge, embedding it within their genes? What cunning creatures these wolves are! With such a clever pack around, the gazelles would likely be systematically hunted down. Alas, rather than allowing these beasts to benefit, I might as well gather them into the spatial realm for my own advantage. This was the lament of the weak. Their fate is to be consumed. The only difference lay in who would do the consuming. Wolf meat is notoriously unpalatable, tough and gamey, with a hint of sourness. People generally shy away from it. However, in these lean times, any meat was a boon, and no one would quibble over its qualities. In later times, the only aspect of wolves that held any allure for people was their pelts, which made for exceptionally warm garments. The wolf pack gradually tightened its encirclement, and at that moment, a vigilant adult female gazelle emitted a piercing bleat. The gazelles immediately scattered in panic, but scarcely managed to escape before being herded back by the surrounding wolves. They frantically changed direction, fleeing once more. They were oblivious to the potential of utilizing their sharp horns for defense, knowing only to flee. Observing this, Chen Weiguo sighed deeply, reflecting that many among us resemble these gazelles, knowing only to run, never considering that the horns atop their heads could serve as weapons of resistance beyond the mere contest for mating rights. Chen Weiguo utilized his spatial abilities to reach the gap left by the wolves, curious about what lay beyond. The sight that greeted him sent chills down his spine. A precipice. It is indeed a cliff. What cunning wolves! What treacherous wolves! This was both unexpected and yet entirely plausible. A pack capable of executing such a tactical maneuver would never allow the gazelles to escape. Should the gazelles plunge over the cliff, they would likely be injured or perish. Thus, the wolves could claim their prey without risk of injury from a dying struggle, 2 advantages in one. The intelligence of the alpha wolf was undeniably formidable. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Chen Weiguo extended his sensory threads to block the gap. Should a gazelle attempt to escape through this opening, it would be intercepted and drawn into the spatial realm. To the wolves, it would appear as if the gazelles had simply fallen off the cliff. Thus, until the last gazelle dashed through the gap, the wolves remained oblivious to any anomaly. Gradually, the wolves congregated at the cliff's edge, eager to survey the day's spoils. Among the pack, a strikingly large male wolf with a coat of pristine white caught Chen Weiguo's attention. This wolf towered over the others, its height nearly 2 heads more than its companions, standing out impressively. The white alpha, flanked by its pack, raised its head high, exuding an air of authority. Its snowy fur danced gracefully in the wind, a truly magnificent sight. What a magnificent creature! So beautiful. Chen Weiguo entertained a fleeting desire to claim this wolf as a pet. Yet, he was acutely aware of the naivety of such a thought. The cold-blooded nature of wolves, especially that of an alpha, makes domestication at an adult stage as challenging as scaling 2 peaks of Mount Everest with bare hands. Experienced hunters typically select suitable pups for training from a young age. Some wolves had already descended to investigate the results of the hunt. The pack gathered, eager to hear the reports from the younger wolves below. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint them, for a more formidable entity had intercepted their efforts. Chen Weiguo did not wait for the wolves to take further action. Silently, He maneuvered his sensory threads toward the encircling wolves. Animals possess an acute instinct, particularly intelligent beasts like wolves, who have an innate sensitivity to danger. The alpha wolf was the first to sense something amiss, promptly issuing a warning before fleeing towards the periphery. Upon receiving the alert from their king, the wolf pack scattered towards the center of the meadow. However, at that moment, Chen Weiguo had already completed the encirclement. With a mere thought, he enveloped the area occupied by the wolves into his spatial realm. The ground was excavated a full 2 meters deep, the cut surfaces smooth and precise. Even the alpha wolf, who first detected the anomaly, could not escape. Once all prey were captured, Chen Weiguo immediately entered his space to inspect the bounty. This time, he had ensnared over 10 gazelles, including juveniles, constituting a rather substantial herd. If he wished to increase their numbers, relying solely on the natural reproduction of these animals would likely take an extensive period. Furthermore, prolonged isolation could lead to inbreeding, resulting in genetic degradation and a proliferation of diseases. Thus, he resolved to capture several more gazelle herds when the opportunity arose to address this issue. However, finding these gazelles would not be an easy task. It would depend entirely on luck. The wild boars faced a similar predicament. He had placed the gazelle herd in the area designated for raising wild boars and pheasants. After his earlier expansion, this forest now spanned over 1,000 acres. This ample space was sufficient for the gazelles and wild boars to thrive. Due to the unique environment of this space, where spring prevailed eternally without winter. The trees that had been transplanted here, previously stripped bare, were now vibrant with fresh green leaves, transforming the forest into a lush expanse. The boars lived in comfort, with many sows visibly round with offspring. It was likely that, in just over a month, there would be a multitude of piglets born here. Upon their arrival in this unfamiliar territory, the gazelles experienced a brief moment of panic. However, after a short while, they detected no immediate threats and gradually calmed down. At that moment, fresh vegetables began to fall from the sky, quickly distracting them from their initial trepidation as they eagerly feasted on the bountiful greens. As for the wolves, they, along with the previously captured lynxes, were temporarily confined in another area. Chen Weiguo had no plans to keep the wolves and lynxes. At this juncture, wolf and lynx pelts still held considerable value. He slaughtered the wolves and lynxes, extracting their skins and viscera. He intended to bring the meat back to the steel mill the following day, while the entrails were buried on-site to serve as fertilizer. Today had been yet another fruitful day. Fate had indeed smiled upon him, rewarding his 2 days of hardship spent in the wilderness. Emerging from his space, Chen Weiguo hummed a cheerful tune, swinging a small stick he had picked up as he skipped merrily towards the mountainous edge. After traversing the meadow and walking for about an hour, he reached the outskirts of the great mountain. Perhaps I should check whether my traps yielded any results. Gazing up at the sun, now tilting toward the west, he estimated it to be around 2 o'clock. His stomach rumbled. I'm feeling a bit hungry. He had been so focused and tense earlier that he hadn't noticed his hunger. Later, his exhilaration had made him forget his appetite. Now that the excitement had waned, it was finally his stomach's turn to protest. He quenched his thirst with cool water and consumed the last steamed bun he had brought from his space. Satiated for the moment, he tidied up and prepared to set off again. Now at the mountainous periphery, he faced far less danger than within the depths of the forest. He also temporarily retracted his spatial sensing ability, as maintaining it required a considerable expenditure of mental energy. After half an hour, he finally located one of the deep pit traps he had designed. Observing the changes at the trap's surface, he felt a surge of joy. There must be prey inside. The immature corn cobs that had been placed atop the trap were now gone. The dried grass and branches used for cover had been trampled down, leaving a large hole. It seems that the prey attempted to reach the corn and fell into the trap. He hurriedly took a few steps, bent down, and lifted the covering of the trap, only to be stunned by the sight within. How is this possible? Chapter 65, A Wild Boar for You to Feast Upon. Inside, there was nothing but remnants of animals, broken limbs, and shattered bones. Cursed be the day, Chen Weiguo lamented, striking the ground beside the trap in frustration. Clearly, the prey had been devoured by some creature, which had then escaped from the trap. Evidently, the trap he had constructed was not perfect. It lacked sufficient depth and smoothness to contain its occupants. Agile predators like wolves and foxes could easily leap out and evade capture. It was apparent that the prey he had intended to catch had been intercepted by these nimble hunters. Chen Weiguo jumped into the trap and cleared out the remains. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he deepened the pit by another 2 meters, bringing its total depth to 4 meters. He then smoothed the walls of the pit to a mirror-like finish using his spatial power. In such conditions, it would be nearly impossible for most animals to escape the trap without external assistance. Initially, he had considered inserting sharpened bamboo stakes at the bottom of the pit. However, considering the frequent human traffic around the mountain's periphery, He dismissed this idea for safety reasons. He climbed out of the trap, covered the opening with branches, and scattered some dried grass and leaves over it. After effectively camouflaging the trap, he placed 4 or 5 immature corn cobs atop it. A perfect trap had been restored. He marked the location, intending to inform Chen Dabong of the coordinates should he be unable to check on it in the coming days. He then found the other traps he had dug the previous day. In one of the traps, he discovered a wild boar weighing around 20 pounds, while the others yielded no results. As with the first trap, he modified it, deepening it further and smoothing the walls. After completing the adjustments to these traps, he proceeded to inspect the snares and traps he had crafted the day before. This time, fortune smiled upon him, as he had successfully created 10 snares and traps. Half of them had caught prey. The success rate of this hunting method seems rather high. He removed the captured animals, placing the living ones in his space for safekeeping. The deceased were processed within the space, feathers and entrails removed, leaving only meat, which was stored in his small wooden cabin. Next time, I should bring some salt. These prepped meats will last longer if cured. After tidying up the traps, the time had already reached 4 or 5 o'clock. It's time to head back. I've been away too long, and Chen Shan must be worried. Although I left a note instructing them not to worry about my safety, they are unaware of my spatial abilities, and prolonged absence could lead to unnecessary concern. When Chen Weiguo returned to Kanjiakan, twilight had just begun to fall. The aroma of smoke wafted from every household, indicating that it was mealtime for the villagers. At this time, people's meals and slumbers were considerably earlier than those in later generations. Due to a scarcity of electricity, they hesitated to light the kerosene lamps for illumination. Thus, they would hastily consume their meals and retire to bed. Knock, 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 covered in dust. Chen Weiguo rapped on the gate of Chen Shan's courtyard. Who is it? Came the rough voice from within. The sound of shoes scraping against the floor followed. Uncle Dashan. It's me, Xiao Chen. Chen Weiguo. He called out. Suddenly, the footsteps inside quickened. Creak. The courtyard gate swung open, revealing Chen Shan's weathered, dark red face. Xiao Chen. It truly is you. You little rascal nearly gave us a fright. Chen Shan scrutinized Chen Weiguo from head to toe, and upon confirming that he was merely dirty but unharmed, he added, if you hadn't returned tonight, we would have had to organize a search party to find you. With that, he extended his calloused hand and patted Chen Weiguo's shoulder. Come on, let us head inside. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Without awaiting a response, he called out to the courtyard wife, bring a bowl of porridge for Xiao Chen. He asked back. All right. As they entered the living room, Zhang Honghua had already placed a generous bowl of porridge on the table, accompanied by a small dish of pickles. The sight of the steaming porridge made Chen Weiguo unconsciously swallow. He was indeed feeling a bit hungry, having not consumed a hot meal in the past 2 days. His stomach gave a spasm, signaling its yearning for the warm porridge. Without hesitation, he sat down, expressed his gratitude, and began to drink heartily from the bowl. In just a few gulps, he had devoured nearly half of it. After finishing, he let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, how delightful. Before long, he felt a comforting warmth spread through his stomach. Watching Chen Weiguo finish the bowl, Chen Shan finally inquired, where on earth have you been these past 2 days? You left only a note saying you went hunting in the mountains and told us not to worry. I'm not worried about you, you brat. Do you think you can catch anything after just a couple of days of learning to hunt? The knowledge of the mountains is vast. You can't expect to master it in just a few days. That's sheer folly. You've made us quite anxious. If you hadn't come down tonight, we would have had to send someone to look for you at dawn. You must understand that there are still wolves and large beasts in these mountains. Last month, Qin Taizhu from our village spotted a hibernating bear on the outskirts of the mountains. Qin Shan rambled on for a good 15 minutes without allowing Chen Weiguo a chance to interject. Chen Weiguo respectfully acknowledged his admonishments, promising never to stay overnight in the mountains again and to return before nightfall. Inwardly, he thought, if you knew I possessed this advantageous space, you wouldn't be saying that. However, recognizing that this concern stemmed from genuine care, Chen Weiguo displayed no impatience, accepting it all with humility. Sensing that Qin Shan had nearly exhausted his lecture, Chen Weiguo quickly seized the moment. Uncle Dashan, wait here, I need to grab something. Without waiting for a reply, he stood and exited. Qin Shan reached out, opening his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Chen Weiguo had already walked away, he merely moved his lips without uttering a word. Once outside, Chen Weiguo hurried a few steps to a secluded spot, retrieving a 50-kilogram wild boar from his space. He dispatched it with a blow from a stick and proceeded to bleed it out with a knife. Carrying it, he made his way back to the house. Initially, he had contemplated using a gun to kill it, but considering the complications regarding the origin of the firearm, he opted against it. In the future, when delivering boars to the factory, he could use a gun without issue, claiming that local hunters had done the deed. Chen Weiguo briskly entered the living room of Qin Shan's home, thud dropping the wild boar onto the ground. Chapter 66. Returning with Pork. Initially, when Qin Shan intended to continue his lecture, his mouth opened halfway in shock and then fell shut. What is this? A wild boar. Qin Shan gazed at Chen Weiguo in disbelief, then at the boar on the ground, left momentarily speechless. Zhang Honghua, equally flabbergasted, nearly fainted from excitement upon seeing the boar. Ah! She exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth with her hands to avoid disturbing the neighbors. Yet her eyes remained fixed on the boar, unable to divert her gaze. My heavens! When was the last time I had pork? 6 months? Or was it 7? Goodness, I can't even remember what pork tastes like. It was Chen Weiguo who finally broke the silence. Aunt Zhang, quickly boil some water to scald this wild boar. I've already bled it out on the way here. We need to hurry and remove the entrails. Otherwise, the meat will spoil. Only then did Zhang Honghua regain her composure, though her head still felt a little fuzzy. Yes. I'll boil the water right away. I'll grab the pig-killing basin. The three of them busily worked for 2 to 3 hours, slicing all the meat into strips and marinating it. They cleaned the entrails thoroughly, even blanching the intestines before marinating them. By the time they finished, the entire Qin family village was dark, with only their home's lights still aglow. Uncle Dashin, you can decide what to do with this pig, whether to keep it for yourselves or share it with the village so that everyone can enjoy some meat. Chen Weiguo said, washing his hands nonchalantly. What? You're giving us this pig? Qin Shan rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. This was a whole pig. After removing the entrails, there would still be over 30 pounds of meat. Yes, I'm giving it to you. I truly appreciate all your care during this time. It's just a pig. So don't be too polite. Chen Weiguo maintained a nonchalant tone. But you were sent by the factory to procure, and now you're giving us the meat. How will you explain this when you return? Qin Shan instinctively wanted to accept. Their family was relatively well off in the village, but they rarely had meat throughout the year, let alone such a large quantity at once. However, this gift felt too extravagant for him to accept. Uncle Dashin, just take it. Even if you don't want it for yourselves, it would be nice to add some meat for the elders and children of Qin family village. I have another large one left. I'll take that back to the factory tomorrow. You absolutely need not worry about that. After being out for so many days, it was high time he returned. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan no longer voiced any objections. All right, then I'll accept this on behalf of the elders and children of Qin family village. Thank you, Uncle Dashin, you're too kind. Well, I've been quite exhausted these past few days. I'll head off to sleep now. That night, Chen Weiguo slept particularly soundly. While whether Qin Shan and his wife could find rest was not something he needed to concern himself with. The following morning, Chen Weiguo bid farewell to Qin Shan and his wife and prepared to ride back to the city. Just before leaving, he noticed that the elderly couple bore dark circles under their eyes, which made him want to chuckle. He could surmise that they had likely been too excited to sleep the previous night. Before leaving the village, Chen Weiguo made a visit to Qin Debang's home, where he left behind a wild boar weighing approximately 50 kilograms. Acknowledging his own bountiful harvest, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Qin Dabong for his assistance, and it was imperative that he express his appreciation in some manner. After bidding farewell to the Qin Dabong couple, who were smiling broadly, Chen Weiguo officially embarked on his journey back to the city. In the steel mill's workshop, Jia Dongshu was in exceptionally high spirits in recent days. Each morning, he arrived at work humming a cheerful tune, nearly bouncing into the factory with exuberance. The source of his joy was the confirmed news that the detestable Chen Weiguo had vanished for 3 or 4 days, presumably dismissed from the factory. Another delightful piece of news was that Qin Huairu was pregnant again. Recently, her morning sickness had been particularly severe, and it was likely that this time she was carrying a son. Among the villagers, only the venerable Yi Zhonghai had gained his position through merit, while the likes of Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue had ascended to their current ranks merely by having sired multiple sons. Jia Dongshu mused that once those 2 old codgers passed away, his own 2 boys would come of age, and he too would aspire to occupy one of those esteemed positions. The thought of this brought a smile to his lips, prompting a puzzled glance from a nearby colleague who wondered if Jia Dongshu had lost his mind, laughing foolishly at work. I heard his wife is expecting again. Perhaps the pressure of supporting another person has driven him to the brink of madness, the colleague speculated, instinctively distancing himself from Jia Dongshu, fearing an unexpected outburst. Meanwhile, Su Damao was also riding high on the waves of fortune, as Lu Xiaoa had accepted his courtship. The couple had even decided to marry by the end of the year. Rumor had it that Lu Bansheng had made the final decision, and in doing so, had expressed his frustration, as Lu Xiaoa had initially resisted the idea of marrying Su Damao. Ultimately, it was only after her mother's persuasion that she relented. Regardless of Lu Xiaoa's sincerity, once they were wed, Su Damao would partake in the Lu family's wealth, paving the way for a life of prosperity and luxury. Additionally, the loathed Chen Weiguo had been absent for 4 days, and Su Damao was convinced that the rumors were true. Chen Weiguo had indeed been dismissed from the factory, and his own anonymous tip-off had borne fruit. The thought filled him with a sense of triumph. What did it matter if Chen Weiguo was competent? With a mere stroke of cunning and a simple note of complaint, he had managed to oust him from the steel mill. In a further display of generosity, Su Damao had treated the village to 2 additional movie screenings during a recent film night, much to the bewilderment of the village leaders, who were accustomed to him begging for favors. Speculations arose that perhaps he had ulterior motives behind his sudden benevolence. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Damao made no excessive demands upon his departure from the village. Around 11 in the morning, Chen Weiguo arrived at the steel mill. Before entering, he discreetly retrieved a previously slaughtered wild boar from a secluded spot, secured it in a burlap sack, and strapped it to the back of his bicycle. Shortly thereafter, Su Damao entered, pushing a bicycle laden with projection equipment. Upon spotting Chen Weiguo, he called out with incredulity, "You little rascal, weren't you fired? What are you doing back here? Rascal? Who are you calling that?" Chen Weiguo shot back, turning to face Su Damao. "Who are you talking to? I haven't been here for 3 or 4 days. I thought you were dismissed." Su Damao, oblivious to the insult, attempted to clarify his earlier remark. "Who told you I hadn't been here? That I was dismissed?" Chen Weiguo felt perplexed. He had been purchasing supplies in the countryside and had informed the procurement department head that his trip might take some time. How could news of his dismissal have circulated? Was there something going on in the factory that he was unaware of, something that directly involved him? "Everyone is saying it. The notice of your dismissal is posted on the bulletin board," Su Damao replied, wearing an air of self-assuredness. Indeed, something had transpired in the factory that he was oblivious to. Choosing not to engage further with the arrogant Su Damao, Chen Weiguo pushed his bicycle toward the cafeteria. He needed to deliver the wild boar before it lost its freshness. 10 minutes later, he unloaded the boar at the entrance of the cafeteria. Following a recent arrangement, the cafeteria had become the designated liaison for the procurement department. "Shaju," Chen Weiguo called out, tipping the wild boar from the sack onto the ground. The commotion drew Ma Hua, who rushed out, eyes wide with astonishment. "A wild boar. Everyone, come look." "What wild boar? Where's the wild boar? Did it come to our factory?" That's like lighting a lantern in the bathroom, looking for trouble. As the crowd gathered, Shaju, the cafeteria manager and chief cook, emerged from the throng, still bleary-eyed. Typically, he left the cooking to his apprentices, Ma Hua and Pongzi, unless it involved smaller dishes requiring his personal touch. As Shaju pushed through the crowd and beheld the wild boar on the ground, his jaw dropped in disbelief. "Where did this wild boar come from? Is it a delivery for the steel mill?" he asked, bewildered. "Of course it's from the countryside. If I weren't delivering it here, why would I have brought it to the steel mill?" Chen Weiguo replied, growing impatient as he needed to ascertain what had transpired in the past few days. "Quickly, weigh it, and write me a receipt so I can settle the accounts. Hurry, lend a hand, and weigh the boar." Shaju directed the onlookers to carry the boar into the cafeteria, while Ma Hua quickly prepared boiling water to scald the pig's hair. Shaju efficiently organized the task, and soon he emerged with the receipt. "Here you go. It weighs a total of 125 jing." Chen Weiguo accepted the receipt without a word. Having delivered the wild boar to the cafeteria, it was no longer his concern. He rode his bicycle to the office building, parked it, and made his way inside. Just as he reached the security booth at the entrance, he was stopped by a guard. "What do you want? Who are you looking for?" At this juncture, the duties of the factory's security department bore little distinction from that of a local police station. Both were armed and stationed, and any actions that might lead to misunderstandings could indeed result in severe consequences. Chen Weiguo maintained an exceptionally humble demeanor, stating, "Comrade, I work here. Don't you recognize me? I am Chen Weiguo, from the procurement department." He clearly articulated his identity. "I am fully aware of that. That's ancient history. You've been suspended. Didn't you know?" came the response. "Suspended? Suspended for what? I have been procuring supplies in the countryside these past few days. How could I possibly know?" A sudden chill gripped Chen Weiguo's heart as he silently cursed. "Damn it. Surely something is afoot," he thought. "Who is behind this mischief? I have always kept a low profile and maintained harmonious relationships with my colleagues. How could I be suspended without cause?" At this moment, his thoughts were tumultuous, akin to 1,000 hooves trampling through his mind. Why? He fervently questioned himself, unable to contain the urge to vocalize it. "I have no idea why," replied the security personnel, displaying an air of indifference. "If you seek answers, you should consult your superiors." "Oh, I mean your former superiors." With that, they laughed heartily, relishing what they perceived to be a comedic revelation. Having been recognized as an exemplary employee shortly after his entry into the factory, it was only natural that such commendable achievements would incite envy among some. Witnessing the removal of his honor while he had barely settled into his position would undoubtedly provoke others to gloat. "Could you allow me to enter and speak with our leader?" Chen Weiguo implored, adopting an exceptionally humble posture and offering a pack of cigarettes from his bag. The security guard scrutinized the offering and exclaimed, What are you trying to do? Bribe the security personnel? What are your intentions? I'll confiscate this. Consider yourself fortunate. Leave at once, or I'll treat you as an enemy agent. The unexpected outcome left Chen Weiguo momentarily bewildered. These scoundrels, having taken my belongings, dare to neglect their duties? And they dare label me an enemy agent? Is there no law or justice left? A mere security guard presuming to abuse their power? Chen Weiguo could hardly fathom such an outcome. Suppressing his urge to explode, he stormed off, pushing his bicycle in a huff. He had initially thought that his efforts in bringing back such a substantial wild boar would at least warrant verbal commendation, if not some material reward. Little did he anticipate this unfortunate conclusion. In a daze, he pushed his bicycle to the factory's bulletin board. A newly posted notice flapped in the wind, threatening to detach at any moment. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was the announcement of his suspension, citing that he had been reported anonymously, and that his position as a procurement officer was temporarily suspended, with further details to follow. The document bore the factory's official seal. Chapter 68. Weiguo is a good comrade. Is it truly because of a few anonymous letters that I have been suspended? He pondered, a glimmer of suspicion igniting within him. Chen Weiguo had always maintained a low profile, never engaging in disputes or arguments. The only individuals he had offended were those ruffians from Building 95. It seemed plausible that they were the authors of the reports. However, this remained mere speculation, lacking concrete evidence. In the logistics department of the factory, Lu Xinren had devoted all his energy to investigating the anonymous reports regarding Chen Weiguo, aside from his regular duties. This incident was not merely retaliation against Chen Weiguo. It was a severe blow to the leadership of the factory, particularly Lu Xinren, who felt as if his face had been forcefully ground into the dirt. He had personally signed off on Chen Weiguo's commendation as an exemplary employee, which had been announced over the factory's PA system. Yet, within a day, a stack of complaint letters had appeared on his desk. Furthermore, this situation had attracted the attention of his superior, Factory Director Yang. Fortunately, Director Yang is reasonable. He did not reprimand me publicly, but instead instructed me to conduct a discreet investigation to clear Chen's name. Now that the investigation was beginning to yield results, it was simply a matter of apprehending the authors of the complaint letters to uncover the truth. Lu Xinren tidied his desk, preparing to report his findings to Yang Jiangwo when a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," he called, retracting his foot from the threshold and reseating himself. Yuan Anqing burst through the door, excitement radiating from him. "Director Lu, I have good news. Splendid news." "Oh, what could be so joyous?" Lu Xinren, frazzled from the ongoing turmoil regarding work and Chen Weiguo, was taken aback by the prospect of positive news. Chen Weiguo has returned, and he brought back a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. Yuan Anqing exclaimed, his delight palpable. He hadn't tasted meat in quite some time. Although he was part of the factory leadership, he ranked near the bottom, while figures like Director Yang received monthly meat rations. For someone of his level, obtaining meat rations was possible, but acquiring actual meat was a matter of luck, which he sorely lacked. "What? Chen Weiguo has returned with a 100-pound wild boar." Lu Xinren, nearly leaping from his seat in astonishment, realized he had indeed not misjudged Chen Weiguo. He was a capable individual, and it was no wonder he attracted jealousy. Conversely, those who were not envied were often mediocre, which only underscored Chen Weiguo's abilities. "Xiao Yuan, go and remove that notice from the bulletin board at once. I will report this to Director Yang immediately." Lu Xinren took a sip of water, cleared his throat, his excitement had made it slightly scratchy, and declared, "The investigation into the anonymous reports against Chen Weiguo has yielded results. Now is the time to vindicate him." "Yes," Yuan Anqing responded, following Lu Xinren out the door. Yuan Anqing headed to the factory's bulletin board, while Lu Xinren made his way to Yang Jiangwo's office. Meanwhile, in the security department, Chief Ho Gongxiang received an order from Director Lu and approached Workshop 1. "Jia Dongxiu, come with us. We need your cooperation in an investigation." Without waiting for a response, he gestured for two security personnel to apprehend Jia Dongxiu, restraining his arms as they led him out of the workshop. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Yi Zhonghai's workstation. "Master Yi, please accompany us. We require your assistance with an investigation." Ho Gongxiang treated Yi Zhonghai with a degree of respect, acknowledging his status as a long-standing employee and one of the few grade 8 fitters in the factory. In these times, individuals with such expertise were still held in high esteem. As soon as the personnel from the security department arrived, he noticed them immediately. At that moment, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The apprehension escalated when they took Jia Dongxiu away, further confirming his fears. Now that the security department was seeking him out, he realized that their illicit activities might have come to the factory's attention. It seemed that the time had come for them to be apprehended, particularly regarding the defamatory letter that had maliciously accused Chen Weiguo of wrongdoing. A similar scene was unfolding in the second workshop, the publicity office, and the third workshop, where nearly all who had participated in the slander against Chen Weiguo were summoned to the security office. Naturally, apart from Yi Zhonghai, the others were forcibly brought in. Once in the security office, the group was interrogated separately. Initially, they all denied their involvement, crying out their innocence, asserting they had never engaged in such unscrupulous acts. Especially Su Damao, who boasted about being the son-in-law of Liu Banqing, demanding they treat him with respect, lest they face repercussions. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Banqing had married off his daughter to him solely for self-preservation. If Liu Banqing were to discover that Su Damao was on the verge of losing his skin, would he still agree to the union with Liu Xiao? Su Damao's bluster was, to those in the know, merely a joke. A series of slaps swiftly brought clarity to their eyes. One by one, they confessed, spilling their secrets like bamboo shoots bursting forth. Ho Gongxiang had them sign their statements and affix their seals. In Director Yang's office, the director learned that progress had been made regarding Chen Weiguo's situation. The comrades from the security department were already in the process of apprehending several suspects. He was confident that the interrogation results would soon emerge. Liu Xinren knocked on Yang Zhangwo's office door and reported his latest findings. Moreover, Director Yang, I have just received some excellent news. Liu Xinren deliberately paused, building suspense. Oh, come on, old Liu. Don't tease me with your theatrics. Just tell me what the good news is. Yang Zhangwo feigned displeasure, adding, You're making me anxious. Ha! Liu Xinren, recognizing Yang Zhangwo's playful facade, felt a surge of joy. They had been partners during the war, their bond as close as two peas in a pod. Little Weiguo has returned, and he brought back a wild boar weighing over 100 jin. Liu Xinren exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if he himself had captured the beast. What? Yang Zhangwo gasped, rising from his seat. A wild boar over 100 jin. That lad has some talent. Chen Weiguo was indeed a commendable comrade. Such a fine individual must be protected at all costs, and should not be wronged by the machinations of petty individuals. Yang Zhangwo stepped away from his desk, ready to head outside. Let us go and see this commendable comrade. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Yang Zhangwo and Liu Xinren exchanged glances before Yang called out, Come in. The door swung open, ushering in a gust of cold air along with the head of the security department, Ho Gongxiang. He saluted the two men with enthusiasm and proclaimed, Directors, I have fulfilled my duty. All the culprits have confessed. Chapter 69, The Truth Revealed. He then retrieved several documents from his briefcase, revealing the investigation reports of Jia Dongxiu, Su Damao, Yi Zhonghai, Liu Haizhong, and others, complete with their crimson fingerprints. Liu Xinren took the documents, glanced at them, and promptly handed them to Yang Zhangwo. Yang Zhangwo perused the reports with growing indignation, slamming them down on the desk with a resounding thud. This is the behavior of beasts. To conspire against a comrade out of jealousy is utterly despicable. Such individuals were unworthy of remaining in our steel mill. They brought shame upon us. Liu Xinren, upon reviewing the investigation materials, bore an even more severe expression than Yang Zhangwo. He had devoted himself to this matter for days, losing precious sleep over it. It was infuriating that these scoundrels had disturbed his peace due to their jealousy. If they were not adequately punished, how could he continue as the factory director? Resolute, Liu Xinren declared, these individuals must be dealt with severely. We should either send them directly to the police station to face charges of defamation. At this moment, while Yang Zhangwo was indeed furious, he had to consider the broader implications of the situation. Although these individuals were abhorrent, their accusations, due to careful handling, had not caused any substantial harm or damage to Comrade Chen Weiguo. Thus, sending them to the police station for defamation charges seemed excessive. However, it was imperative to impose some form of punishment within the factory. Contemplating this, Yang Zhangwo cleared his throat and said, I concur with Director Liu's proposal to punish these individuals, but while their actions are indeed vile, they have not inflicted any serious harm on Comrade Chen Weiguo. My suggestion is to impose strict disciplinary measures within the factory, but sending them to the police station is unnecessary. As the great leader taught us, we must adhere to the principle of correcting mistakes while treating comrades with compassion. Yang Zhangwo took a sip of water to soothe his throat and continued, Furthermore, having such a scandal emerge from our factory would not reflect well on us. Others might think we, as leaders, have failed in our duties to educate our subordinates. Hearing this, Liu Xinren silently nodded, agreeing with Yang Zhangwo's perspective. Though he was angry and wished to impose heavier penalties on those responsible, Yang Zhangwo's considerations were sound. We must think about the repercussions, as family disgrace should not be aired in public. This situation would not be well received. Thus, Liu Xinren consented, I acknowledge my oversight. And I agree with Director Yang's suggestion. Shall we convene this afternoon to deliberate on the punitive measures for these individuals? He glanced at Yang Zhangwo, who nodded in affirmation, and then turned to Ho Gongxiang, saying, Old Ho, I appreciate your efforts, Please inform the factory committee members about the meeting this afternoon. Understood, Deputy Director Liu. No need to be so formal with me. Ho Gongxiang exchanged a glance with Yang Jiangwo, and seeing no objections, promptly agreed. He then saluted the two men before turning to notify the other committee members about the afternoon meeting. At the bulletin board, Chen Weiguo had just finished reading the notice of his suspension posted by the factory office. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he pushed his bicycle, preparing to head home. It had been 3 or 4 days since he last returned. His younger sister must be missing him terribly. Chen Weiguo? A somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a young man in his 30s, sporting the then popular slicked-back hairstyle, heavy glasses perched on his nose, and clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of authority. Who are you? Chen Weiguo struggled to recall who this individual was. After all, they had only met once, exchanged but a few words, and after such a long time, the familiarity of his voice could be attributed to Chen Weiguo's remarkable memory. I am Yuanin, the secretary from the factory office. Noticing that Chen Weiguo genuinely could not recall his identity, Yuanin introduced himself to alleviate the awkwardness between them. Where are you headed? Observing Chen Weiguo's somewhat despondent demeanor, Yuanin swiftly inquired. Director Liu is looking for you everywhere. Come with me to see him, shall we? Why is Director Liu looking for me? Haven't I been suspended? Chen Weiguo was reluctant to go anywhere. He simply wished to return home. A twinge of sadness washed over him. How could a few letters of complaint lead to my suspension? It seems I hold little significance in the minds of the factory leadership. An inconsequential character. I was the last to learn about my own suspension. How laughable. I bet the likes of Jia Dongshu and Su Demao are reveling in their triumph now. Surely, those scoundrels are celebrating their so-called achievements at the thought of my downfall. In the office, who among the secretaries isn't astute? Upon seeing Chen Weiguo's demoralized expression, he could surmise the reasons behind it with considerable accuracy. It must be the shock of his suspension that has left him in this state. Still young, he cannot conceal his feelings. Whatever is in his heart is clearly written on his face. With a hearty laugh, he clapped Chen Weiguo on the shoulder, saying, It's all a misunderstanding. The factory has merely paused your duties pending investigation. As for the rumors of your suspension or even dismissal, those are malicious fabrications spread by certain individuals. As he spoke, he pulled Chen Weiguo back to the bulletin board and tore down the previous notice, replacing it with a new one that read, In response to the investigation concerning Comrade Chen Weiguo, all allegations are baseless and stem from malicious slander. His position is hereby reinstated, along with his status as an exemplary employee and his rank elevated to level 3 purchasing agent. This is hereby announced. Having affixed the latest announcement, Yuan clapped his hands. Soon, the factory will broadcast this clarification throughout the premises. He patted Chen Weiguo's shoulder, adding, You must understand that this is a necessary procedure in addressing the complaint. Do not take it to heart. Standing from the perspective of leadership, Chen Weiguo contemplated for a moment and began to understand. Now that the truth was unveiled, those who had slandered him would surely face the consequences. Well, I hope so, he replied, feeling considerably relieved. The gloom that had previously enveloped him began to dissipate. Come along, Director Liu wishes to see you. Yuan draped his arm around Chen Weiguo's shoulder as they made their way toward the office building. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the base of the office building. The security personnel who had previously blocked Chen Weiguo's path saw him returning with his bicycle and immediately adopted a stern expression, preparing to reprimand him. But his voice faltered, as though someone had grasped his throat. Then, his expression transformed, adopting a servile demeanor. Secretary Yuan, what brings you here? Oh, Xiaoxiong, you're on duty today? Yuan replied with a warm and amiable demeanor, his smile akin to a refreshing spring breeze. I am here to introduce Comrade Xiao Chun to the director. He is now our factory's great benefactor. Yuan couldn't help but sing Chen Weiguo's praises to anyone he encountered. But wasn't he dismissed? The security guard, Xiaoxiong, stammered, his fluster evident as he recalled how he had treated Chen Weiguo merely 20 minutes prior. Now, he was suddenly a favored person in front of the director. I am still a temporary worker, soon to be permanent next month. Given this turn of events, will I still be able to keep my job? It's all dependent on a single word from him. The sensation of having his neck gripped was nearly suffocating for Xiaoxiong. Comrade Chen. It was all a misunderstanding. He stammered for what felt like an eternity, unable to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he stepped back, retrieving the previously disparaging pack of cigarettes he had offered Chen Weiguo. Raising the cigarettes above his head, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, declaring, Comrade Chen, I apologize. I was wrong. Xiaoxiong's quick capitulation left Chen Weiguo without a reason to punish this scoundrel. Since the apology had been made, he felt reluctant to hold on to the past. He accepted the cigarettes, examining them. This was the very pack I had given him. However, now that they were crumpled beyond recognition, I have no desire for them. With that thought, he returned the cigarettes to Xiao Xiong's hands, saying, "Here, take them. Just don't look down on others next time." Xiao Xiong was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing. Is that an admonition for him to not judge others by their appearances? Yes, it will never happen again. Xiao Xiong bowed deeply once more to express his gratitude for the cigarettes and for being let off the hook. Yuan observed the entire exchange. From the security personnel's demeanor, he could surmise that there had been some unpleasantness between them. However, Chen Weiguo chose not to dwell on it, which caused Yuan to silently commend him. A smile crept further into his eyes. This young man possesses talent, good character, and the capacity to forgive. Truly a worthy individual, deserving of Director Lu's recognition. If Chen Weiguo were to hear this, he would likely chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He wasn't forgiving. He simply found the idea of the cigarettes being mistreated to be unacceptable and thus had no interest in retaining them. After securing his bicycle, Chen Weiguo followed closely behind Yuan and as they approached Lu Xinren's office. At that moment, Lu Xinren was not in his office, but rather in the conference room with other factory leaders discussing how to punish Jia Dongxiu, Su Damao, Yi Zhonghai, and Lu Haizhong for their despicable actions. Their behavior was reprehensible, setting a very poor example. It was imperative to impose strict penalties to eradicate this malignant influence at its inception. Lu Xinren was the first to speak, maintaining his earlier stance, severe punishment. The other factory leaders expressed unanimous agreement, fully aware that if such toxic behavior were allowed to fester within the factory, their own positions would be jeopardized. However, when deliberating the specifics of the punishment, differing opinions began to surface. The hardliners aligned closely with Lu Xinren's initial thoughts. They advocated for immediate referral to the police for legal action. The moderates proposed internal resolutions, such as salary fines, demotions, public apologies, or even menial tasks like cleaning toilets. Ultimately, Yang Zhengwo made the final decision. Jia Dongxiu and Su Damao will have their ranks reduced to that of interns. Lu Haizhong will be downgraded to level 3 forging technician, while Yi Zhonghai will be demoted to level 4 fitter. None of these individuals shall be permitted to participate in promotion exams for the next 6 months. In a factory-wide assembly, a public self-criticism was conducted, resulting in the punishment of sweeping the factory toilets for 3 months, with strict hygiene standards mandated. Failure to comply would lead to an extension of the punishment. That afternoon, the office of the steel mill posted the disciplinary results for individuals such as Jia Dongxiu, Su Damao, Lu Haizhong, and Yi Zhonghai on the bulletin board, accompanied by a broadcast announcement throughout the factory. Simultaneously, it was announced that Chen Weiguo, due to his outstanding work performance, was reinstated as a purchasing agent and promoted to a level 3 position, a remarkable advancement of 2 ranks. Subsequently, the factory decided to hold a general meeting that Saturday. Jia Dongxiu and the others were required to publicly reflect on their actions during the meeting, with all factory workers urged to learn from their mistakes for future reference. Upon hearing the news of his punishment, Jia Dongxiu felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Just last month, with Yi Zhonghai's assistance, he had finally ascended to the rank of level 2 mechanic. His salary had finally reached the coveted 38.5 yuan, only to be swiftly demoted back to an intern, with his pay slashed to 18.5 yuan. He had toiled for 3 years to achieve the rank of level 1 mechanic, and the prospect of retaking the examination filled him with trepidation. To make matters worse, Chen Weiguo was now expecting another child, adding yet another mouth to feed. How would they manage in the days to come? Contemplating the hardships that lay ahead, alongside the fact that Chen Weiguo not only escaped punishment, but was also elevated 2 ranks, he could not help but break down in tears in the security room. Indeed, the group remained confined in the factory security office, likely to be released only the following day. The detention room was far from pleasant. It contained only a hard wooden bed with a few straw mats and lacked even a proper blanket. Meals were a distant thought, as they would probably go hungry for a day before being allowed to leave. Fortunately, a stove had been provided for warmth, sparing them from the freezing nights of Beijing's winter. Su Damao, though not as distraught as Jia Dongxiu, wore a grim expression. His family's financial stability meant that missing a few months' wages would not significantly impact his life, yet his face was dark with discontent. How can Chen Weiguo be so fortunate? Why can't something befall him? He thought bitterly, striking his fist against the wooden bed with a thud, rolling on the floor in frustration. For a moment, he lost himself in thought, momentarily forgetting he was not at home on his soft mattress. As for Lu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai, having been recognized as senior technicians for many years, they had accumulated some savings, albeit Lu Haizhong had more mouths to feed, which lessened his reserves. Yi Zhonghai, however, was a genuine affluent individual, having been one of the few level 8 mechanics in the factory for 4 or 5 years, with the highest salary in the 95th courtyard. The couple lived frugally, saving diligently for their retirement, with several thousand yuan deposited in the bank. Now, with Yi Zhonghai potentially able to retire comfortably at home. They had no worries about sustenance for years to come. What infuriated him was that not only had they failed to oust that scoundrel Chen Weiguo from the steel mill, but they had also implicated themselves, and the most exasperating part was that this little wretch had actually been promoted. After a while, Jia Dongshu ceased his tears, and the group huddled around the stove in silence. In Chapter 71, we meet He Yushui. In Yang Zhengwo's office, Yuan escorted Chen Weiguo directly there. Upon their arrival, Yang Zhengwo immediately rose from his desk, beaming with joy as he shook Chen Weiguo's hand, exclaiming, "Comrade Weiguo, thank you for your hard work. You have resolved a significant issue for our factory. I express my gratitude on behalf of all the comrades at the steel mill." He then led Chen Weiguo to a sofa by the tea table to sit down. "Comrade Weiguo, first and foremost, I must apologize to you. The recent incident concerning the whistleblower letter has caused you distress, and I assure you such a situation will not arise again." "Not at all, Director Yang. You are being overly modest," Chen Weiguo replied, visibly anxious, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. "In truth, I have suffered no loss. The factory has handled the involved parties fairly. I harbor no dissatisfaction. It would have been absurd to show any displeasure when the director was being so humble in his apologies. To act otherwise would be unbecoming, especially if one wished to remain in the steel mill." Meanwhile, Lu Xinren observed Yang Zhengwo's display, unable to interject, but the smile in his eyes revealed his satisfaction with the current mood. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Weiguo took his leave. For him, the incident had not even warranted a moment's worry. By the time the matter had escalated, he was in the countryside. Upon his return, it had already been resolved, and he had even been promoted as a result. He hoped for more such fortunate events in the future, allowing him to ascend the ranks with minimal effort. Exiting the office, Chen Weiguo proceeded to the finance office to submit the receipt from the cafeteria and settle accounts, netting him an additional 125 yuan. Currently, pork prices were high, with market quotations at 0.74 yuan, yet such a price was unattainable. Consequently, the factory had deliberately raised the pork price for this occasion to an impressive 1 yuan per jean. Back at the factory, he felt compelled to greet the leadership in the procurement department. The swift resolution of this matter was largely thanks to Tang Hui's assistance, which he learned during a conversation with Yuan and Director Tang. "I appreciate your help in this matter. I have nothing to offer as gratitude, but I brought you a turtle I caught while fishing in the countryside." As he spoke, he produced a 2-kilogram turtle from his bag and placed it on Tang Hui's desk. Noticing a hint of doubt on Tang Hui's face, Chen Weiguo quickly reassured him. "Rest assured, this is genuinely from my fishing trip in the countryside. It has not cost the factory a single cent." This turtle was one he had collected while dredging mud in the back lake, and he had raised several of them in his personal pond. Today, it served as a token of his appreciation. Upon hearing this, Tang Hui's expression brightened, and he cautioned, "Just this once. Our work is quite sensitive, so such actions should be minimized in the future to avoid misunderstandings." Chen Weiguo readily agreed. Upon reaching the office of Procurement Department 3, he found it empty, likely because his colleagues were still outside. The nature of their work allowed for considerable flexibility, as the factory did not require them to clock in. However, he had overheard Tang Hui mention that aside from him and Deputy Director Tang He, others had not contributed significantly. No one else had managed to bring back a wild boar as he had, to enrich the factory's material supplies. Procurement Department 3 had undergone an expansion and now comprised 15 members, all of whom he had yet to meet, as their schedules had rarely overlapped. Although the personnel had increased, the availability of resources had not seen significant improvement. The current scarcity of resources is evident, and such a situation is expected to persist for another 2 years. It is not until the beginning of 1962 that conditions will begin to improve. After bidding farewell to Tang Hui, Chen Weiguo rode his bicycle straight home. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon when his bicycle came to a halt at the entrance of his residence. Upon pushing the door open, a warm breeze greeted him, instantly dispelling much of the chill he had accumulated. "It seems my sister hasn't been depriving herself to save money these past few days," he mused. "It's rather peculiar though. It's the weekend, and this little girl is not at home. Where could she have gone?" Chen Weiguo searched through several rooms, but found no sign of Chen Shaoling, leaving him slightly puzzled. Typically, she would be at home doing her homework on weekends, rarely venturing out to play. "Never mind her for now. I'll prepare dinner first. I need to get ready for the pigeon market tonight," he resolved. He planned to eat quickly, rest for a while, and muster up the energy to scour the market for some goods. Half an hour later, Chen Weiguo had prepared a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup. As he let the food simmer by the stove, he stepped outside to look for Chen Shaoling. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, he spotted Chen Shaoling and another girl of similar age, laughing and chatting as they approached courtyard 94. "Brother, you're back," Chen Shaoling exclaimed with delight upon seeing him at the door. "Why are you home so late? Come inside. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." Chen Weiguo ushered them both into the house, saying, "Sister, this is my classmate He Yushui, who lives in the neighboring courtyard 95. Chen Xiaoling pulled the girl closer for the introduction. While you were away these past few days, Yushui kept me company. We've become quite close friends." She affectionately tugged at He Yushui. "He Yushui, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking care of my sister these past few days." Chen Weiguo expressed sincerely to the girl, who was clad in patched clothing that was clearly oversized. "I don't have anything fancy to offer, but let us enjoy a humble meal together." Though Shaju had always looked after his sister, his care was rather limited. Observing Shaju's disheveled appearance, Chen Weiguo couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his own circumstances, his voice inadvertently rising a notch. The young girl blushed at the sight of the handsome older brother and shyly murmured, "Thank you, Brother Chen, but I've already eaten at home." In an era marked by scarcity, inviting someone to dine was considered a grand gesture. "Where did you eat?" "I was with you at your house just now. I didn't see you have anything." Chen Xiaoling unceremoniously exposed her lie. "Don't be modest. My brother is very kind, and we aren't lacking in food. Come on, don't be shy. Besides, I owe you a proper thank you for keeping me company these past few days." Chapter 72. A return to the pigeon market. He Yushui, half pushed, took a seat at the Chen family dining table. "Xiaoling, wait a moment. I didn't realize we had guests today. I'll prepare another dish while you and your classmates start eating." Without waiting for Chen Xiaoling's response, he entered the kitchen. He caught a 2 or 3 pound grass carp from the pond, swiftly dispatched it, scaled it, and gutted it before chopping it into segments. He then placed it in the pot, added ginger, scallions, garlic, and a medley of seasonings, covering it to steam. 15 minutes later, a delicious clear stewed grass carp was served. "Though it's not a grand feast, we'll make do with this fish," Chen Weiguo said politely as he brought the dish to the table. He Yushui gazed at the sumptuous spread of 3 dishes and a soup, unsure of how to begin. Although her brother He Yushu was a chef, he rarely prepared so many dishes at home. The reason was simple: poverty. Before her brother found work at the steel mill, their meals were often scant, leaving them hungry. It was only after he secured his position that they ceased to go hungry. Yet, this was the most lavish meal she had enjoyed in years. "Is this how you siblings usually dine?" He Yushui asked timidly. "Not exactly. Our situation has improved only recently since my brother started working," Chen Xiaoling clarified. "All this fish was caught by him in the back sea. Today, Chen Weiguo had steamed rice, dry rice, not the watery porridge they often had." The mere sight of dry rice astonished He Yushui. She remembered only a few occasions when her father had provided dry rice during his presence. Now that her brother earned 37.5 yuan a month, their family primarily subsisted on cornmeal mush, seldom indulging in pure dry rice, let alone such fine white rice. Seeing the feast laid out before them, He Yushui's mouth watered uncontrollably. She dared not speak, fearing her saliva might escape. "This rice was also traded for the fish my brother caught," Chen Xiaoling explained, keen to dispel any misconceptions her friend might have. "We don't eat like this regularly. It's just that my brother hasn't been home in several days, which is why he prepared this meal." He Yushui accepted this explanation, her young mind not yet burdened with complexity. Moreover, during this era, most people were quite simple-hearted, readily accepting a reasonable explanation. She had also heard rumors of Chen Weiguo's impressive fishing skills, and that he had made a decent profit selling fish recently. As the meal unfolded, the atmosphere was one of delight. Though only enough food was prepared for 2, there was more than sufficient for all 3. They devoured the 4 dishes with gusto, even finishing the soup by mixing it with the crispy rice left in the pot. "Xiaoling, thank you for your hospitality. I really should be heading home," He Yushui said, patting her pleasantly round belly with a hint of embarrassment. "I haven't eaten this well in ages. If I could eat like this every day, I'd be willing to live a few fewer years," she added whimsically. "All right, I'll walk you home," Chen Xiaoling said. Sensing her brother's return and knowing it wouldn't be appropriate to keep He Yushui over for the night, she stood up, preparing to accompany her back. Though dusk had begun to settle, the distance was short. Crossing the courtyard gate would take but a moment. 10 minutes later, Chen Weiguo finished tidying up, washed up briefly, and prepared to rest, knowing he needed to be well rested for the pigeon market that night. After exchanging a few words with his sister, he retreated to his room. 2 hours later, beneath a sparse starry sky, Chen Weiguo donned a disguise and slipped out. To avoid disturbing the elderly Zhang, who lived nearby, he scaled the courtyard wall close to his own earthen house. After walking for 40 to 50 minutes, he finally arrived at the pigeon market beside Huguosi. Adjusting his attire and ensuring everything was in order, he strode confidently into the marketplace. Shortly after entering, he spotted the ticket vendor beneath the large locust tree, still at his usual spot, squatting at his stall and hawking his tickets to passers-by. Chen Weiguo's primary purpose for this visit was to purchase cottonseed from the vendor. If there was any chance, he wished to see if he could procure a ticket for a watch. He was thoroughly weary of these days devoid of a sense of time. Spotting a ticket scalper, Chen Weiguo cast a casual glance around, noting the lack of attention from passers-by, and boldly approached. "What can I do for you, my friend?" The scalper greeted him, accustomed to such encounters. However, upon recognizing Chen Weiguo's familiar attire, he exclaimed with delight, "It's you." Yet realizing he had displayed too much exuberance, he promptly covered his mouth and whispered, "Brother, you finally made it. The pigeon market is already halfway through, and I was genuinely worried you wouldn't show up today. How could I not? I've already paid a deposit. There's no way I wouldn't come." Chen Weiguo replied, slightly embarrassed. He had intended to ride his bicycle, but due to the need to scale a wall and the bicycle being locked in the courtyard, he feared that should anyone notice its disappearance in the middle of the night, they would surely report it, claiming their courtyard had been robbed. After all, in the entire number 94 courtyard, his family was the only one with a bicycle. If it went missing, people would certainly come looking for him. And if he were absent, his clandestine visit to the pigeon market would be exposed, leading to a cascade of troubles he wished to avoid. Without further ado, Chen Weiguo inquired, "How many cotton seeds have you managed to find?" "As you mentioned, I have over a pound of cotton seeds. However, I cannot guarantee their germination rate. After all, this is not my area of expertise," the scalper replied as he retrieved a wrapped item from a cloth bag nearby. Carefully unwrapping it, he shone a flashlight upon the contents, revealing conical black seeds, still adorned with remnants of white fibers, likely leftover cotton. Seeing the very item he sought, Chen Weiguo could not help but smile. "Today, I have essentially achieved my primary objective." He promptly paid the remaining balance and secured the coveted cotton seeds. "Do you have any watch tickets, master?" Chen Weiguo asked tentatively, harboring a glimmer of hope. If none were available, he would have to resort to the second-hand market or pawn shops for a used one. "Watch tickets," the scalper exclaimed with surprise. "What a coincidence. I just received one this morning. I was thinking of keeping it for myself, but since you're interested, I'll let you have it." Chen Weiguo, recognizing the scalper's obvious ploy to inflate the price, remained unfazed. "If you intended to keep it for yourself, then never mind. I'll check the pawn shop tomorrow. Purchasing a used one wouldn't be so bad." He feigned indifference, preparing to turn away. Wait. The scalper quickly grasped Chen Weiguo's arm. "I was just joking. I've had this watch ticket for months, unable to find a suitable buyer." "How much?" Chen Weiguo, realizing he had reached his goal, ceased to tease the scalper. 50. The scalper ventured hesitantly. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Weiguo turned on his heel to leave. Just as he did, the scalper pulled him back. 40. Observing Chen Weiguo's intent to depart, the scalper grimaced, dug his heels in, and pitifully declared, 30. "I can't go lower. I must earn something." 20. Chen Weiguo countered, prepared to walk away if necessary. Seeing Chen Weiguo's resolute stance, the scalper gritted his teeth and relented. "Deal." He shut his eyes as he handed over the watch ticket, appearing as though he was parting with a piece of his flesh. Upon witnessing the scalper's exaggerated display, Chen Weiguo couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling playful. "This old chap is quite the performer. I think I'll tease him a bit longer. Oh dear, seeing you so reluctant. Perhaps I should just buy a used one instead. It's unseemly to take what one cherishes from another." Chen Weiguo pretended to walk away. Hey, brother. It's not necessary to play like this. I'm selling you the ticket, sincerely. Just 20. The scalper, realizing he had overplayed his hand, sheepishly held onto Chen Weiguo's arm. "What a joke. After waiting so long for a buyer, if I let you go? Who knows how long it will be until another comes along to inquire about this ticket. Have you no regrets?" Chen Weiguo teased. None at all. The scalper hastily thrust the watch ticket into Chen Weiguo's hand, fearful he might change his mind again. Chen Weiguo examined the ticket. Though he feigned expertise, he simply wished to assure the scalper that he was knowledgeable enough to recognize a counterfeit. Having secured the ticket and settled the payment, he bid farewell to the scalper. With his primary objective achieved, he noted the time was still early and decided to wander a bit longer in the pigeon market, eager to see if anything else would catch his eye and to gauge the current market trends. Before long, he anticipated that the items in his space could be sold in small quantities. He planned to sell some at the pigeon market, while the remainder would be delivered to the steel mill and universities like Tsinghua and Beiyang. In any case, he knew he must avoid selling too much in one place to prevent attracting the attention of significant figures. The pigeon market was bustling that day, filled predominantly with individuals eager to trade for grain. Numerous others brought forth cherished possessions from their homes for exchange. Chen Weiguo, keen to trade some fish from his space, found many unwilling to accept. Presently, fish was his only tangible asset. The rest would require some time before they could be offered. Consequently, Chen Weiguo reluctantly abandoned the idea of continuing his exploration of the pigeon market and returned home. The following morning, Chen Weiguo prepared a pot of porridge, intending to share it with his siblings before escorting Chen Shaoling to school. However, Chen Shaoling informed him that she planned to walk with He Yushui instead. After reminding her to be cautious on the way, he decided to ride his bicycle to the New Street department store. As he rode, ringing the bicycle bell, the cheerful sound attracted envious gazes, with nary a voice of disdain. In that era, owning a bicycle was a mark of distinction, akin to cruising down the street in a Mercedes or BMW today. However, the contemporary gaze often held not only admiration but also a hint of animosity. It is no wonder many reminisce about a time when interpersonal relationships were simpler and more genuine. Today, disputes over trivial possessions can easily sever ties between relatives and siblings. With little else to do, Chen Weiguo took his time cycling, greeting familiar faces along the way, and leisurely arrived at the New Street department store after 30 minutes. He parked his bicycle at the entrance and secured it before sauntering into the store, swaying with an air of confidence. At the Zinjiku department store, he had come more than once. Accustomed to the modern self-service shopping methods of later generations, the shopping environment and product displays here still struck him as remarkably novel. An array of goods dazzled the eye, yet the number of patrons meandering through the department store was sparse, most congregating in the food section. The watch counter, in particular, was almost deserted. Behind the counter, a saleswoman was meticulously knitting a sweater. Perhaps she was at a critical juncture in her work, for she failed to notice that a customer had been standing before her for quite some time. Chen Weiguo stood at the counter, searching earnestly. At last, he spotted a Shanghai brand watch that was both stylish and reasonably priced. To his surprise, the variety of watches available at this counter was quite extensive. He also noticed several foreign brands on display, including Seagull, Omega, Jaeger-LeCoultre, and Audemars Piguet. However, the prices were generally steep, beyond the reach of ordinary consumers. Among them were also the newly developed Beijing and Shanghai brand watches. Given Chen Weiguo's current financial standing, there was nothing here that he could not afford. Yet, donning an expensive watch did not align with his modest plans. Consequently, he opted for a relatively inexpensive Shanghai brand watch. "Excuse me, I would like to purchase a watch," Chen Weiguo called out, having stood there for so long while the saleswoman remained engrossed in her knitting. However, this single exclamation stirred trouble. The sudden loudness startled the saleswoman, who was using a fine knitting needle. In her surprise, she trembled, causing the delicate needle to pierce her fingernail. Instantly, bright red droplets of blood oozed from her finger. "Ah!" A shrill scream erupted from her lips. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you shouting so loudly?" The saleswoman glared at Chen Weiguo, her eyes wide with fury, her demeanor suggesting she might devour him whole. Hearing the commotion, several robust young salesmen rushed over. "Xiaoli, what happened? Is everything all right?" One portly young man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, jiggled with anxiety, his expression filled with concern as he looked at the saleswoman named Xiaoli. Seeing Xiaoli's wide-eyed gaze directed at Chen Weiguo, he immediately turned and shouted at him. "You little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? What have you done to Sister Xiaoli? Trying to act like a rogue?" His tone and demeanor painted Chen Weiguo as a most nefarious criminal. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a punch at any moment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding salesmen and onlookers cast scrutinizing glances at Chen Weiguo, as if assessing a perpetrator. It is important to note that there exists a criminal charge for rogues, and serious offenses could lead to dire consequences. As the saleswoman, Xiaoli, heard the chubby young man's words, her face flushed crimson. Perhaps the term rogue struck a nerve, and she turned to glare at the portly fellow, exclaiming, "What do you mean, rogue, Wang Kuei? Can't you speak properly?" The accusation of being a rogue was not solely directed at men. Its impact on women was equally significant, as no one wished to bear the stigma of having been treated as a fool. Wang Kuei, the stout young man, shrank back at Xiaoli's reprimand, his neck retracting as if it had vanished into his chest. He spoke in a much softer tone. "Xiaoli, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I was only concerned for you." Witnessing Wang Kuei's pitiful demeanor, the gathered crowd erupted into laughter, the earlier tension dissipating swiftly. "I don't need your concern. Just leave me alone. I don't want to see you." Xiaoli's face was flushed, feeling as though she were a circus monkey on display for all to see. Fueled by anger, she suddenly slapped Wang Kuei, leaving a distinct mark on his face. The chubby fellow remained unmoved, seemingly intent on offering the other side of his face for another slap, while the onlookers appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to such exchanges between the two. However, after delivering that slap, Xiaoli's hand trembled slightly. It had been her injured hand that struck him. Wang Kuei was among Xiaoli's many admirers. Others had pursued her for a while, but gave up upon realizing her disinterest. Only Wang Kuei had persistently pursued her for a whole year. His family background was quite affluent, which explained how he had become so rotund in this era. Logically, such earnestness and circumstances should have swayed her, but instead, Xiaoli grew increasingly repulsed by him. The reason was simple. Wang Kuei's appearance left much to be desired. Resembling a caricature of a pig. Individually, his features were not too off-putting, but together, they formed a disconcerting visage that was hard to endure. Xiaoli was undeniably the belle of the Xinjica department store, attracting numerous suitors due to her charm and decent background, which allowed her to work there. "Get lost," she shouted at Wang Kuei, refusing to spare him another glance. At this moment, Chen Weiguo seized the opportunity to defend himself. "Comrade, I merely came to buy a watch. Seeing you so focused on your knitting, I raised my voice a bit to get your attention, and now." He suddenly halted, having noticed a sign that read, "No unjustified assault on customers." Realizing that continuing could escalate the situation, he chose silence. Despite his capabilities, he had no fear of the approaching salesman. The crowd, sensing the misunderstanding, gradually dispersed, realizing there was no spectacle left to witness. Following Wang Kuei's interruption, Xiaoli's anger seemed to have shifted. Though still maintaining a frosty demeanor, she no longer glared at Chen Weiguo. "What watch do you want?" she asked coldly, her left hand cradling the finger that had been pricked by the knitting needle. Chen Weiguo, without further hesitation, pointed to a Shanghai brand watch with a white dial and metallic strap, saying, "This one, 80 yuan, one watch ticket." Xiaoli tossed the watch onto the counter. Chen Weiguo dared not protest. After all, this was the authority of the sales staff. Given that her finger had just been injured, it was clear she could reprimand him without consequence. He hastily paid and exited the Xinjica department store. Although this incident was triggered by his actions, he had ultimately enjoyed a free show of unrequited affection. Truly, the nature of unrequited love transcends time. Today, society simply prefers to refer to such individuals as infatuated. Chen Weiguo raised his arm, showcasing his new watch. "Well, now I'm also a man with a watch." With that, he mounted his bicycle, ready to return home. Suddenly, the image of the lopsided dining table at home crossed his mind, stirring something within him. The furnishings in his household had become quite dilapidated. Seizing the moment, with a little money still in hand and the absence of receipts required for purchasing furniture, he resolved to replace all the furniture in his home. With this newfound determination, Chen Weiguo took his time and did not rush back home. He turned his bicycle towards the timber market in the Eastern District. Although referred to as a timber market, it essentially comprised a collection of individual woodworking shops and small furniture workshops clustered near Shaoshi Street. Following the public-private partnership initiated in '58, most of these establishments had transitioned to state-owned enterprises. After a 40-minute ride, he arrived at a shop named Tongxing Tables and Chairs. He parked his bicycle and stepped inside. "Good day. Do you accept custom furniture orders?" Upon hearing a customer enter, a robust man behind the counter immediately stood up, his voice deep and resonant, though the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. "Certainly. What style are you interested in, and how many pieces do you require?" "Oh, you can choose styles here?" Chen Weiguo exclaimed in surprise. He was accustomed to the modern practice of selecting styles before placing an order, not realizing that this was also an option here. In truth, he held a misconception about this era. Shaoshi Street had been a hub for wooden goods since the Qing dynasty, serving as the largest timber trading center in the capital during both the Qing and Republican periods. It had only begun to decline recently due to reforms. Nevertheless, several renowned furniture shops had managed to endure, retaining their legacy through public-private partnerships. The proprietor led Chen Weiguo to the back of the shop, revealing the warehouse of Tongxing. Here, not only were numerous raw timber materials stored, but also a plethora of furniture styles displayed for discerning customers to choose from. As he listened to the owner's descriptions, Chen Weiguo inspected the various furniture styles. 40 minutes later, he pointed out several designs he wished to order. "I'll take this one, and that one. Please make a note of them." "Very well, let me calculate the total cost for you. How would you like to proceed with the payment?" The proprietor deftly worked the abacus, the sound of clicking beads filling the air. Chen Weiguo sipped the tea the shopkeeper had brought while waiting for the quote. Shortly thereafter, the owner presented him with the invoice. "Sir, the total for your furniture comes to 337 yuan. A deposit of 100 yuan is required before we can officially start crafting your order." His shop had been dormant for quite some time. With the populace struggling to make ends meet, few could afford to commission new furniture. Most individuals resorted to making do with what they had or scavenging from second-hand markets. Rarely did anyone opt for a completely new set of furniture. Chen Weiguo produced a bundle of cash, counting out 10 crisp 10 yuan notes. The owner's eyes momentarily glinted with greed at the sight of the substantial sum, quickly masked by his facade of honesty. At that moment, Chen Weiguo sensed a flicker of malice, which vanished almost instantaneously. He instinctively glanced towards the shopkeeper. He trusted his instincts implicitly, the instant he revealed the money. He felt a fleeting threat. In the shop, it was just the two of them, with the nearest worker situated several meters away, unable to discern the dynamics at play. Thus, the origin of that ominous glance was all too apparent. "This proprietor doesn't seem trustworthy. I cannot provide my home address for delivery." Maintaining his composure, Chen Weiguo handed the money to the owner and accepted the receipt in return. After securing the deposit, They agreed on a delivery date 10 days hence. The Tongsing furniture shop would handle delivery, but he altered the address to that of the street office. Upon exiting Tongsing, Chen Weiguo visited another furniture shop, ordering a similar set for his own space, which he planned to turn into a small villa for respite during his hunting excursions. With the furniture matters settled, he rode his bicycle out of Shaosher Street, leisurely taking in the sights that differed from those of the modern era. Chen Shaoling would not return until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, leaving him alone at home. He intended to use the next few hours to plant the cotton seeds he had received the previous night. Not wishing to cook, he stopped at a state-run restaurant to purchase a few steamed buns for a quick meal. 40 minutes later, he returned to Courtyard 94. "Did you eat, old Zhang?" He greeted the elderly man sitting by the entrance. He casually retrieved a few small fish from the basket on his bicycle and offered them. "These are a few fish I caught today. A little treat for you." "Oh no, I couldn't eat possibly." Old Zhang waved his hands in refusal. Yet his cloudy eyes remained fixated on the fish in Chen Weiguo's hands. Realizing his intentions, Chen Weiguo insisted, "Please take them. You deserve a good meal. And I can always catch more later. Don't be shy." He pressed the fish into old Zhang's hands and pushed his bicycle into the courtyard. "Thank you, young man." Old Zhang beamed as he took the fish inside to show off to his wife. The courtyard was quiet, as everyone else was still at work. Locking his bicycle, Chen Weiguo opened the door and was met with a wave of warmth. He stepped into his bedroom, secured the door, and swiftly entered his space. Before him lay a lush expanse of rice and wheat fields, both currently at the critical stage of grain filling, requiring ample moisture. Having watered the fields the night before, they now needed irrigation again. Fortunately, the water supply in his space was sufficient for the needs of several acres. With a mere thought, water from the fish pond was drawn and evenly distributed across the wheat and rice fields. 5 minutes later, the irrigation was complete. Although the soil and silt in his space were sourced from the outside world, along with the water, it was reasonable to assume that pests and diseases could have accompanied them. However, through careful observation, he noted that the crops grown here were entirely free from any afflictions. Moreover, their growth and sturdiness surpassed that of the crops outside. During his time in the countryside, he had witnessed the lengths of wheat and rice straw brought in by farmers. Now, the straw in his space exceeded them by approximately 20 centimeters. With the weight of the rice and wheat heads noticeably heavier by a third, it seems this space not only accelerates crop growth but also enhances yield, he mused. Before long, I shall witness the harvest of these rice and wheat crops. Adjacent to the wheat and rice fields lay 10 acres of corn, which had been sown a few days earlier and was nearing maturity. According to the external timeline, it would take approximately half a month for the crops to be ready for harvest. In this spatial realm, however, it is estimated to be merely 3 or 4 days. Currently, the area dedicated to crop cultivation is not extensive, totaling around 20 acres. Most of the land that has been prepared remains fallow, with over 3,000 acres still untouched, merely organized without any crops sown, primarily due to the insufficient quantity of seeds. Once this harvest is completed, it is anticipated that a substantial portion of the idle land can be replanted. After observing the growth conditions of the crops, Chen Weiguo approached a vacant plot of land, intending to sow the cotton seeds he had acquired the previous day. A pound of cotton seeds is not substantial, allowing for cultivation of at most an acre. With focused intention, he directed the seeds to scatter into the soil. He then proceeded to cover them with soil and water them, executing the tasks in one fluid motion. However, such meticulous operation demanded considerable mental energy, and by the time he had planted nearly half of the seeds, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He rested for approximately an hour in the small wooden cabin within the space before rising to finish planting the remaining seeds. Exhausted, he exited the space and collapsed onto his bed, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. After a couple of hours, in a state between wakefulness and dreams, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of a girl weeping. Groggily opening his eyes and scanning the room, he realized he was alone. It took a moment for him to remember that he had locked the bedroom door. Overcome by fatigue before sleeping, he had forgotten to unlock it. Rolling out of bed, he opened the door to find his younger sister sitting in the living room, wiping away tears, occasionally sobbing softly. He Yushui stood nearby, visibly furious, attempting to comfort Chen Shaoling while simultaneously scolding someone. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Weiguo's previously foggy mind cleared instantly. He hastily approached Chen Shaoling and crouched beside her, asking, "Shaoling, what has happened? Who has wronged you?" Chapter 76, A Vicious Beating of the Jia Family Mother and Son. As Chen Shaoling wept, seeing her brother return, she immediately threw herself into his embrace, crying heartily. The sound was heart-wrenching, evoking tears from anyone who heard it, a testament to the magnitude of her grievance. After sobbing for 3 to 5 minutes, her cries gradually subsided. Chen Weiguo gently patted her back in comfort while inquiring about the cause of her distress. It turned out that Jia Zhangshi had struck her, Jia Dongshu had been released earlier that morning, accompanied by Su Damao, Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and others. Their dejected demeanor was quickly noticed by the elderly women in the courtyard. Upon inquiring about the reason for their despondency, it became clear that they had been penalized by the factory, demoted by 3 to 4 salary grades, and assigned to clean the toilets for 3 months. When pressed for the reasons behind the penalties, they remained tight-lipped and evasive. The first to lose her composure upon hearing this distressing news was Jia Zhongshi. With Jia Dongshu's salary reduced by over 20 yuan, it felt to her as though she had lost 20 pounds of flesh. She immediately unleashed her lamentation. "Old Jia, come quickly. We, the orphaned and widowed, are being cruelly oppressed. Dongshu's wages have been slashed by those heartless bastards at the factory. How are we to survive? As mere orphans and widows? Old Jia, please come and take those tyrants from the steel mill away." Her wails pierced the heavens, audible even at the entrance of Nanluo Guxiang. Those unaware of the situation might have thought a calamity had befallen her family. Jia Zhongshi's cries, however, quelled the emotional turmoil of the other women nearby. Observing her distress, they felt embarrassed to continue their own lamentations. Following this incident, the atmosphere in the entire number 95 courtyard became profoundly oppressive. It wasn't until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon that the first wave of workers returning from the steel mill breathed some life back into the courtyard. The reasons behind Jia Dongshu, Su Damao, Yi Zhonghai, and Lu Haizhong's punishments were brought back by these workers. Initially sympathetic to their plight, the residents of the courtyard quickly turned their expressions of compassion into disdainful sneers. Though they spoke nothing, their eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, and the corners of their mouths curled in mockery. "Serves them right," someone muttered under their breath as they retreated into their homes. Soon, most of those who had gathered to witness the spectacle dispersed. After a couple of hours of wailing, Jia Zhongshi grew weary. She had eaten lunch at home and taken a nap, but by the afternoon, her spirits were revived. Contemplating her son's salary reduction, which had been imposed merely for writing a few letters of complaint, she grew increasingly resentful, convinced that the factory leadership was deliberately targeting her family. Unable to contain her frustration, she stepped outside the courtyard to cry out in lamentation, summoning spirits. Before long, personnel from the street office arrived to intervene. After issuing a warning, they departed, only for Jia Zhongshi to emerge once more. This time, she did not weep, she awaited someone. Having resolved that her son's penalties were the fault of the neighboring family's illegitimate child, she intended to demand compensation from Chen Weiguo. However, Chen Weiguo had been occupied in the spatial realm during lunchtime and remained oblivious to the happenings next door. Even if he had known, it is likely he would not have cared. As Jia Zhongshi waited impatiently, her anger mounting, she spotted Chen Shaoling passing by after school around 4 o'clock. Infuriated by the delay, she lunged at Chen Shaoling, knocking her to the ground and unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. A 12 or 13-year-old girl lacked the strength to fend off a hefty adversary weighing over 160 pounds. Chen Shaoling could do nothing but curl up on the ground, enduring the blows and insults. He Yushui, paralyzed in shock, eventually found her voice and shouted for help, rushing to pull Jia Zhongshi away. However, Jia Zhongshi easily tossed her aside with a flick of her arm. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Aunt San and Aunt Qian, Chen Shaoling would likely have suffered severe injuries. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Weiguo could no longer restrain himself. Grabbing a stick from the entrance, he stormed out of the house. Lu Quan, who had been washing clothes, noticed Chen Weiguo's furious exit and immediately followed suit. Although Lu Quan appeared somewhat dazed, he was undeniably loyal and would rise to the occasion when needed. Witnessing this, Aunt Ma, who had been preparing vegetables, threw down her basin and called for Chen San to join them. Chen Weiguo charged into the number 95 courtyard, heading straight for Jia Dongshu's home. With a forceful kick, he sent the door flying open. Inside, Jia Zhongshi was boasting about her son's exploits to Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu when the door struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground. She landed hard, knocking out 2 of her front teeth and causing blood to pour forth. Her cries of agony echoed as she screeched, "Who is this heartless fiend? They've killed me." Old Jia Dongshu, upon witnessing the imposing entrance of Chen Weiguo, dared not assist the fallen Jia Zhongshi and hastily retreated a few paces, widening the chasm between himself and Chen. In a fit of rage, Chen paid little heed to the surroundings and ruthlessly struck Jia Zhongshi's plump limbs twice more. He then brandished his stick and lunged at Jia Dongshu, unleashing a flurry of blows upon his hands and feet. Although Chen was engulfed in fury, he retained his composure. He understood that striking the head or torso could lead to dire consequences, as inflicting serious harm would render his justifications moot. Targeting the extremities was a far safer course of action, as it might only result in broken bones rather than death. For several minutes, he continued this assault, causing Jia Dongshu to cower and plead for mercy. As Chen Weiguo stormed into courtyard 95, Yin Bugue, Shaju, and Aunt San had followed closely behind. When Chen began to strike the Jia mother and son, the onlookers emerged to witness the spectacle. Despite the haunting wails of the Jia family, not a single soul stepped forward to intervene. Ultimately, it was Yi Zhonghai who arrived to halt Chen's relentless beating. Chen Weiguo, what is the meaning of this? Why are you assaulting them? Are you intent on killing them with that stick? Such brutality. Jia Zhongshi, bloodied and battered, presented a truly tragic sight. While Jia Dongshu bore no visible wounds, the tattered sleeves and trousers indicated he had endured his fair share of blows. What is happening? Asked Jia Zhongshi what she did this afternoon. Chen shouted vehemently. The factory has penalized you for your slanderous accusations against me, and I have chosen not to pursue the matter further. But why did Jia Zhongshi unleash such cruelty upon a girl of merely 12 or 13? Chapter 77. Yi Zhonghai's partiality. Pointing at Jia Zhongshi, Chen Weiguo bellowed at Yi Zhonghai. This wretched fatty, how dare she? Stammering. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he feigned a cough to alleviate the awkwardness. Even if Jia Zhongshi struck your sister this afternoon, you cannot unleash such violence upon an elder, upon a senior. Your actions are a blatant violation of the moral fabric that encourages respect for the elderly and care for the young. As he spoke with increasing confidence, it seemed he had regained his authoritative stature, which had been momentarily shaken by Chen Weiguo's aggression. Such conduct is unacceptable in our courtyard. You must apologize to Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongshu immediately. He surveyed the crowd, seeking their validation. However, the onlookers remained silent, their disdainful gazes betraying their true sentiments. Yi Zhonghai, sensing the lack of support, prepared to seek an ally to bolster his stance. Just then, Shaju's timely voice broke the tension. Indeed, Chen Weiguo, your actions against Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongshu are unjust. With an air of righteousness, Shaju continued, although Jia Zhongshi may have struck your sister, this is merely an expression of an elder's concern. Your sister must have committed some wrongdoing to provoke such a reaction. Turning to Jia Zhongshi, he pressed, Aunt Jia, please enlighten us as to what misdeed Chen Weiguo's sister committed that warranted your response. Stunned and speechless, Jia Zhongshi glanced between Shaju and Yi Zhonghai before her gaze fell on the stick in Chen Weiguo's hand, her voice faltering. Do not fear, we are all here. Shaju encouraged. Please tell us why you felt compelled to strike Chen Weiguo's sister today. Chen Weiguo, now seething with rage, retorted, Shaju, given your age, I shall address you as Brother Zhu. But do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? You foolishly seek to play the benevolent savior without understanding the situation. His ire mounted as he continued. What are you? Even Yi Zhonghai would not dare utter such nonsense. How dare you? Chen Weiguo's frustration reached its zenith. If it weren't for the law against murder, he would have relished the thought of cracking open this fool's skull to see what lay within. Are the residents of Courtyard 95 truly the reincarnation of beasts? How can such audacious statements be made with such conviction? Retaining a semblance of restraint, he refrained from striking out with the stick, though his trembling hand betrayed his struggle to contain his fury. He felt akin to an imminent powder keg, teetering on the brink of explosion. Shaju, this matter does not concern you. What pretense is this? Lu Quan, who had joined the fray, could no longer remain a passive observer. Is it not disgraceful to bully the young simply because their parents are absent? I witnessed Jia Zhongshi strike Chen Shaoling in its entirety. Lu pointed at Aunt San and Aunt Qian within the crowd. Had it not been for them intervening, Shaoling would have suffered even greater harm. The crowd shifted their attention towards Lu's pointed finger, observing Aunt San and Aunt Qian nodding in tacit agreement, their understanding evident. Just then, a clear voice rang out from the back of the throng. I can attest that Shaoling did not show any disrespect towards Aunt Jia. The revelation struck Shaju like a thunderbolt, his countenance darkening markedly. He Yushui pushed through the crowd, accompanied by the bruised and battered Chen Shaoling, her swollen face bearing the distinct imprint of a hand. As the crowd beheld their arrival, a cacophony of murmurs erupted, denouncing Jia Zhongshi's actions. This Jia Zhongshi is truly malevolent. How could she strike such a delicate and gentle girl with such ferocity? No wonder Chen Weiguo is incensed. If my sister were treated so, I would be driven to murder. Indeed, Jia Zhongshi is a vile woman. Look at the state of Chen Shaoling. What deep-seated enmity could justify such a brutal beating? I have heard that she is a lazy glutton in her household. Yet she never hesitates to berate and strike Qin Huairu, hurling insults of little whore and little vixen without restraint. As Yi Zhonghai observed the tide of public opinion turning against Jia Zhongshi, he realized he was losing control of the situation. Shaju's interjection, which he had hoped would bolster his authority, had instead backfired. The earlier reprimand he received from the factory had already tarnished his reputation, and he sought to reclaim his standing through this incident. If the situation unfolded as he envisioned, his prestige would be restored. and he would reclaim his status as the undisputed authority of Courtyard 95. Yet, the emergence of Chen Weiguo, who disregarded his authority, threatened to undermine his standing further. The crowd began to exhibit signs of no longer fearing his dominion. This cannot continue. I must steer events to align with my intentions. I am the rightful lord of this courtyard. Zhuzi, lower the stick from Chen Weiguo's hands. As his most fervent supporter, Yi Zhonghai had unwavering faith in Zhuzi's martial prowess. However, he seemed to have conveniently overlooked the fact that merely days prior, Chen Weiguo had single-handedly subdued Jia Dongxiu and the four scions of the Liu family. Upon hearing these words, Zhuzi stepped forward, intent on taking action, only to be halted by a delicate hand grasping his sleeve. Brother, please don't go. You can't possibly match Chen's abilities. Zhuzi darkened his expression and turned to He Yushui. Let go. Remember how Jia Dongxiu and the Liu brothers were beaten just days ago. He Yushui continued to implore him. Having a close relationship with Chen Shaoling, she was reluctant to see her brother's rapport with Chen deteriorate. This is clearly Yi Zhonghai attempting to use my foolish brother as a pawn. I cannot allow that. She mused to herself. Moreover, who in the compound doesn't know that Yi Zhonghai has been grooming Jia Dongxiu as a protege? It was evident that in any situation, favoritism would naturally lean towards the Jia family. But this time, the bias is glaringly obvious, isn't it? He Yushui's words quickly illuminated Zhuzi's thoughts. Those 5 men were unable to contend with Chen Weiguo. No matter how skilled I am, I cannot rival the combined strength of Jia Dongxiu and the Liu brothers. Thus, he withdrew his advancing foot, though his words remained unyielding. Chen Weiguo, put down the stick immediately, for the sake of our neighborly relations. Do not compel me to take action. Stubborn as a dead duck, he asserted his stance. Chen Weiguo cast a disdainful glance at Zhuzi. Come on, don't hold back on my account. Go ahead and try to make a move.